Chapter 1. It turns out to be Zhen Yuan. In the vast primordial world, Mount Wanshou rises majestically, its lofty peaks piercing the heavens, with roots entwined in the Kunlun range, and its summit brushing against the celestial expanse. Misty spiritual energy envelopes the area, radiating myriad auspicious colors. Nestled within is an ancient Taoist temple, known as Wuzhuang Temple. Upon a meditation cushion within sits a young Taoist, adorned with a purple golden crown and a robe embroidered with landscapes. His tall figure and jade-like visage exuding an air of grace. The young Taoist countenance remains serene, yet within him, his 5 organs shine brightly. The essence of metal emerges from his lungs, threads of lethal intent freezing the very fabric of the world. The essence of wood, unwilling to be outdone, fills his liver, akin to spring's return, awakening all life. His spleen, embodying the earth, stands firm like the unyielding Mount Buzhou. His kidneys govern water, resembling an expansive ocean, vast and boundless. His heart burns with the fire of enlightenment, capable of igniting countless beings. As the young Taoist circulates his profound energy, his face alternates between crimson and pale, a spectrum of colors, much like a galloping marquee of lights. Yet he remains oblivious, wholly focused on harmonizing yin and yang, the 5 elements. At last, the equilibrium of the 5 elements within him stabilizes, and a cloud of auspiciousness slowly rises from his spiritual platform. Upon the auspicious cloud, the sound of Tao reverberates. 3 flower buds, resembling grinding discs, spin gracefully, yet show no sign of blooming. A torrent of spiritual energy rushes into the young Taoist body, instantaneously transforming the entirety of Mount Wanshou into a vacuum. After completing his meditation and breath regulation, the Taoist slowly opens his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within. Chun Daoyuan murmurs, the Tai Golden Immortal has finally become a reality. Ever since he traversed into the primordial world and recognized himself as Zhen Yuanzi, Chun Daoyuan has understood his destined path. Though he has attained the esteemed rank of the Earth Immortal, without achieving the status of a saint, he remains as insignificant as an ant. At his advanced age, he must still address the younger generation as brothers. What? Unwilling? Just look at how the Western saints treat you. Thus, in a fit of indignation, Chun Daoyuan chose to emerge prematurely. Yet, as a preterm child of innate sanctity, he is not a Deluo, not even a Tai, but merely a golden immortal with a trace of immortal essence within. Can you believe it? At this moment, although the primordial realm is not teeming with Deluo, and Tai is as common as dogs, a golden immortal indeed lacks a sense of security. In this world, the cultivation realms are divided into postnatal and innate stages. Postnatal practice involves refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, and refining spirit back into void. The innate path encompasses earth immortals, heavenly immortals, and true immortals, followed by condensing a thread of immortal essence within to share longevity with the heavens and earth, thus attaining the status of a golden immortal. A golden immortal merely achieves a precarious longevity until reaching Tai, at which point Chun Daoyuan finally feels a semblance of confidence. Yet, upon reflecting on his future fate, he becomes melancholic once more. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed within Chun Daoyuan's heart. Ding! The sign-in system has been activated. Sign-in location detected. Wuzhuang Temple. Would you like to sign in? The system is available to everyone. Will it finally be my turn this year? The golden finger may be late, but it will never be absent. Why yes? Chun Daoyuan shook off his despair, revealing a dazzling smile, and without hesitation, declared, yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in, receiving the innate Emu crystal. Would you like to use it? Yes. The innate Emu crystal is condensed from the essence of innate wood, and as Zhen Yuanzi is inherently a ginseng fruit tree, embodying innate Jiamu spiritual root. At this moment, as the Emu essence enters his body, Chun Daoyuan feels as if he is bathed in a maternal womb, reconstructing the cosmos, replenishing his various deficiencies. This is an unparalleled fortune, capable of bridging the gap between him and the top-tier saints like the three pure ones. Chen Dayuan's aura surged dramatically. Above his head, the auspicious clouds spun gracefully. After 91 cycles, a colossal lotus flower gradually blossomed, emitting waves of fragrant aroma, accompanied by the recitation of profound Taoist scriptures, illuminating Chen Dayuan's dignified visage, suffused with celestial energy. An overwhelming amount of heavenly and earthly essence, along with the emu essence, once the earth flower bloomed, was still unsatisfied, rushing toward the human flower. However, having already broken through 2 realms today, Chen Daoyuan feared instability in his foundation, promptly guiding the emu essence throughout his body, refining flesh, bones, and skin. Once he fully digested the emu crystal, Chen Daoyuan felt a lightness in his heart, devoid of any lingering gloom. With a carefree smile, he proclaimed, "From now on, I shall be Zhen Yuanzi, and there shall be no more Chen Daoyuan in this world." As for the response of the heavenly Tao, it is but a joke. Those of innate sanctity exist in unity with the Tao. At this moment, the heavenly Tao does not hold overwhelming power. It governs myriad paths, yet does not exert control. Only then did Zhen Yuanzi finally release the burdens of the past. How the future unfolds requires careful planning, yet surely it is better than the original trajectory. Zhen Yuanzi mused with a sense of relief. It is indeed a source of shame after so many years in the primordial realm. Zhen Yuanzi still finds himself ensnared in poverty. Though he emerged thousands of yuan meetings early, the world newly created by the Pangu great deity is impoverished. The innate spiritual treasures are still in gestation. As for the gestation of spiritual treasures, after the flourishing of heaven and earth, he has been rather timid. What if a dragon, phoenix, or Qilin were to obliterate him in one breath? Thus, for all these years, he has remained true to his hermit nature, only operating within the confines of Mount Wanshou. While he has acquired numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, true innate items are few and far between. Only his original ginseng fruit tree remains, along with the accompanying spiritual treasure, the earth's fetal membrane, which is the most precious among the top-tier innate treasures, the Earth Book. Additionally, there is a decent innate treasure, the pure dust whisk. As for anything else, he truly has none. Zhen Yuanzi initially believed that if he could avoid venturing out, he would. However, now possessing the cultivation of a mid-level Tai Golden Immortal, and with the sign-in system only operable in areas rich in Taoist essence, Wuzhuang Temple had already been signed in once, and its essence had been depleted. Thus, he must await its restoration. He could only sign in at other treasure locations within the primordial realm, so embarking on a journey through the primordial expanse became an unavoidable necessity. With his determination set, Zhen Yuanzi arranged several layers of formations around the ginseng fruit tree. Integrating the innate Jiaomu Great Formation, he concealed the entirety of Mount Wanshou. After all, his greatest treasures lay within. Still feeling uneasy, Zhen Yuanzi sat in meditation for 1,000 years on a nearby small mountain. Observing the area within a 1,000,000-mile radius, he found it devoid of life, let alone any discovery of Mount Wanshou. Satisfied, he nodded and set his mind at ease, drifting away. Mount Wanshou is situated at the juncture of the eastern and western primordial realms. Influenced by the narratives of the primordial realm from his past life, Zhen Yuanzi had never considered venturing to the western lands. After all, it is the stronghold of the demon race. Where Rahu on Mount Sumeru is conspiring in the shadows, he sought not to invite trouble upon himself. Thus, the Taoist traveled eastward, employing no supernatural means, simply walking step by step. He traversed mountains when encountering them and diverted around waters. He walked steadily upon the earth, absorbing the vastness of the primordial realm, feeling the pulsations of the land, embracing the earth's generosity. What he gained was profound inspiration. In the first millennium, the Taoist earth flower grew increasingly solid. The essence of earth permeated, imparting a sense of immovable steadfastness like a mountain. In the second millennium, the Taoist human flower began to emerge, for he realized that his insights encompassed not only the Tao of the earth, but also the spirit of Pangu, the embodiment of all things. In the third millennium, the Taoist human flower finally bloomed. The human flower, as red as blood, fierce as fire, yet lacking any sense of ostentation, instead radiating a benevolent aura. Brilliant as the great sun, Pangus benevolence dwells within the Tao of the earth. The earth is receptive, a gentleman bears great virtue and nurtures all. Chapter 2. Cause and opportunity. Zhen Yuanzi traversed the vast primordial lands, observing the veins and contours of the mountains and rivers by day, and contemplating the arrangement of the lunar stars by night. He ambled forward, pausing intermittently. Having departed from Wu's Wangwen, he found that nearly 99,999 years had elapsed in a fleeting moment. On this particular day, while Zhen Yuanzi was keenly attuned to the myriad of existence, a sudden jolt surged through his heart. His brow furrowed instinctively. However, following an unseen guidance, he proceeded towards the source of his sudden inspiration. The pale yellow brocade robe billowed gently in the breeze, and with each step Zhen Yuanzi took, ethereal clouds rose beneath his feet, resembling a myriad of white lotus blossoms. His pace, though seemingly slow, was deceptively swift. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed thousands of miles. Reaching his destination within half a day, he gazed upon the valley before him. A sense of familiarity washed over him. After a moment's contemplation, he hesitated no longer. Heaven offers, and if one does not seize the opportunity, they shall bear the consequences. This place is evidently fated to be intertwined with my path. With that thought, he strode forward with purpose. This time, the primordial world had only recently been established, and the innate vital energy was abundant. Even an ordinary valley was brimming with extraordinary flora. Spiritual energy rose in a haze, intermingling with the fragrances of various herbs. Zhen Yuanzi, being the embodiment of the innate spiritual root of the ginseng fruit tree, felt an innate affinity towards such plants. He could not help but exude a faint aura of wood essence. In every epoch, innate spiritual entities were immensely precious. Some plant spirits, though still untransformed, had already awakened their intelligence. Upon sensing Zhen Yuanzi's presence, they instinctively recognized that a great opportunity had arrived. They began to channel their inherited techniques, hoping to absorb some of the innate wood essence in hopes of transforming themselves into true entities. Zhen Yuanzi smiled gently, choosing to remain unperturbed. While this valley might hold great opportunities, it could also harbor significant risks. Though he had resolved to venture within, it seemed prudent to seek out some informants to gauge the situation first. Caution was indeed warranted. Before long, an elderly man with a wooden staff, an aged woman draped in hemp garments, a stunning maiden clad in red, and a young boy with a topknot and a red belly wrap materialized before him. Zhen Yuanzi cast a discerning glance, and their identities became immediately clear to him. The elder was a pine tree, the old woman a locust tree, the maiden was a rose in essence, and the boy was a ginseng spirit. All possessed the cultivation of earth immortals, barely passable in their abilities. As the four of them transformed, they trembled in reverence, bowing and proclaiming, "Qing Yuanzi, Madam Huai, red attire, and ginseng boy pay their respects to you, Master, and express our gratitude for your grace in achieving enlightenment." With a wave of Zhen Yuanzi's cleansing dust, they involuntarily stood upright. There is no need for excessive formality. I, the humble Taoist, bestow upon you the gift of creation. And thus there are urgent matters for you to attend to. I inquire of you. Does this valley have an owner? The four celestial beings exchanged glances, and it was Qing Yuanzi who, leaning on his staff, responded, "In answer to your inquiry, since we awakened our intelligence, we have not discerned any signs of other beings inhabiting this valley. Master, your profound depth and abundant fortune, combined with your vast supernatural abilities, signify that your arrival here is indeed fated." Zhen Yuanzi raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Old fellow, your approach is rather presumptuous." The other three celestial beings also realized this and inwardly scolded Qing Yuanzi for his shamelessness. Yet they echoed his sentiments, extolling the depth of the Master's blessings and the valley's connection to him. "Very well, I have grasped your intentions. Although it is true that you are the rightful owners here, the opportunities are of considerable significance, and I cannot relinquish them. Natural treasures and celestial riches are meant for the virtuous. You lack the cultivation of virtue and possess meager strength. If you are unaware of cause and effect and attempt to seize what is not rightfully yours, you shall inevitably face dire consequences. Since I have taken advantage, I shall not leave you empty-handed. In essence, he conveyed, Master is formidable. Do not dawdle, but swiftly acknowledge the reality and you may still reap some benefits. In the primordial realm, cause and effect were omnipresent. The four celestial beings had indeed claimed some advantages of the land. Employing gentle persuasion, Zhen Yuanzi refrained from resorting to brute force and merely issued a verbal warning. The four celestial beings were not dull-witted. They promptly bowed, stating, We shall follow your commands. We wish to serve you, Master, day and night, heeding your teachings. Seeing the great opportunity slipping away, the four celestial beings felt no pangs of sorrow. Remaining close to a figure of immense power was itself a significant blessing. Observing their demeanor, Zhen Yuanzi nodded and refrained from further elaboration, allowing them to explore the valley. The four beings obediently scoured the valley thoroughly, yet found nothing. Zhen Yuanzi could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Had he misjudged? Shaking his head, he directly summoned the four beings into his sleeve of wonders. Just as he intended to depart, a sudden surge of innate spiritual energy erupted within the valley, and a faint glow shot skyward. Zhen Yuanzi's heart leapt with joy. He dared not delay and hastened towards the source. It turned out to be a primordial grand formation, not a postnatal arrangement crafted by mortals, but rather a formation birthed from the innate Tao itself. This was a primordial grand formation. Primordial grand formations differed from the postnatal formations established by deities and immortals in later eras. Just as the Dugu Nine Swords reached profound heights, where even grass, wood, bamboo, and stone could be wielded as swords, the primordial grand formation amalgamated celestial timing and earthly advantages, often employing innate sacred beings or treasures as focal points. By harmonizing with the surrounding topography, it could draw upon celestial stars and inhale the breath of chaos. Each formation was a masterpiece of heaven and earth, wielding boundless power. Zhen Yuanzi was quite familiar with such primordial grand formations. His own place of transformation, the Wuzhuangwen on Mount Wanshou, was also safeguarded by a primordial grand formation, the innate wood formation, severing external connections and concealing Zhen Yuanzi's whereabouts, thus preventing exposure to the formidable beings of the primordial realm before he was ready to emerge. This was not unique to Zhen Yuanzi. Many such as the Three Pure Ones, Nuwa, Mingyi, Jane, and Zhuanti also shared similar protections. Innate sacred beings existed in harmony with the Tao. Each one was a master of the cosmos, an embodiment of the Tao within the world. They were nurtured by heaven and earth, inheriting the ethereal fortunes that existed within the void. To slay them without cause would incur the wrath of heaven. Thus, seeking treasures in the primordial realm was no simple feat. It required fate and opportunity. Zhen Yuanzi's sudden discovery of this unassuming valley had led him to this primordial grand formation, which, if approached by figures like the ancestor phoenix or ancestor dragon, would be nigh impossible to uncover. Even soaring above the valley, discerning a trace with divine consciousness would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet, should a primordial version of a bargain hunter appear to siphon Zhen Yuanzi's fortunes, they might still succeed. However, such endeavors would surely lead to fierce conflict. The higher the grade of the treasure, the more challenging it would be to acquire. This primordial grand formation, as Zhen Yuanzi beheld it, was shrouded in swirling mists, the breath of chaos obscuring its depths, revealing only a faint glimmer. Zhen Yuanzi attempted to explore with his divine sense, but upon entering the formation, it felt as if a brook had merged into the ocean, deep and unfathomable, yielding no clues. Nevertheless, through diligent observation, he managed to glimpse the overall structure of the formation. 7 vast stars, seemingly eternal, stood tranquil within the primordial grand formation. The 7 stars shone brightly, enhancing the formation's appearance. Akin to a magnificent starry river, upon his initial sighting, Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback. The starry formation of the cosmos, however, after a moment's scrutiny, he shook his head. Chapter 3. The treasure mirror of the earth sovereign. Those 7 stars, standing resolutely within the grand formation, were the very projections of the Big Dipper, not the cosmic stars he had initially envisioned. The Big Dipper consists of the stars Tianshu, Tianqian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, named for their resemblance to a dipper. All 7 stars belong to the purple tenuity, sharing a unified origin, and their connection to the Grand Formation exponentially amplifies its power. Thus, this formation is known as the Primordial Big Dipper Formation. Innate sacred beings can be deemed as born victors. Not only are their living skills and survival knowledge fully leveled through inheritance, but they also possess an array of techniques and supernatural abilities. Moreover, their Father of the Tao generously provides them with grand residences within blessed lands. Even their safety concerns are addressed with a set of 3 interconnected primordial grand formations. What a splendid father indeed! This is the treatment reserved for favored sons. This explains why there exists the saying that the original celestial sovereign has profound connections. It cannot be blamed that the original celestial sovereign is favored. Who does not cherish talented disciples? Those with deep connections naturally lack nothing in terms of treasures, knowledge, or heritage. The path of the Tao is smooth, incomparable to others. The Southern Dipper governs life, while the Northern Dipper governs death. The primordial Big Dipper formation draws upon the power of the celestial stars, yet it conceals hidden dangers. A moment of carelessness could transform decades of hard-earned achievements into dust. Even a Deluo Golden Immortal would find it no easy task to breach this formation, let alone Zhen Yuanzi, who was merely at the Tai level. Just as Zhen Yuanzi was preparing to abandon the endeavor, the primordial Big Dipper formation suddenly swung wide open, akin to a bashful maiden waving her handkerchief and calling out to her suitor. Zhen Yuanzi, however, remained unhurried, gently observing the myriad transformations of the primordial Big Dipper formation, absorbing the profound mysteries it emanated. His heart burned with excitement. Even though the Big Dipper formation he had set up would possess some degree of diminished power, when compared to the predominantly defensive innate wood formation, the primordial Big Dipper formation was fraught with lethal intent, serving as an excellent formation for safeguarding one's home and vanquishing malevolence. It would not tarnish his reputation to pass it on to his disciples. Furthermore, who wouldn't relish acquiring a grand formation of Deluo Golden Immortal caliber for free? Time flows like a river. And 800 years pass in the blink of an EYE.IT was only now that Zhen Yuanzi comprehended the intricacies of the Big Dipper formation. With the task accomplished, he hastened towards the center of the grand array. Surrounding the focal point, the verdant flora flourished, and a mist of spiritual energy lingered, occasionally infused with an ethereal yellow aura. Indeed, it was a perfect sanctuary for cultivation. Yet, what captivated Zhen Yuanzi was the treasure mirror situated at the heart of the valley, upon which spiritual energy swirled, and streams of mysterious yellow essence cascaded, continuously manifesting landscapes and primal nodes. As Zhen Yuanzi approached, the treasure mirror radiated a brilliant light, which gradually retracted until only a single beam shimmered atop the mirror. As if joyously awaiting its master, Zhen Yuanzi slowly raised his hand. As his voluminous sleeves lifted, strands of wood essence unfurled, transforming into a protective canopy. An ethereal figure emerged from Zhen Yuanzi, his primordial spirit pure and transparent. Akin to a vessel crafted from crystal, delicate strands of wood essence draped down, forming a protective necklace around his spirit. Upon taking a step forward, the gathering innate spiritual energy was voraciously absorbed. At this moment, the primordial spirit floated gracefully before the treasure mirror. With a mere gesture, he grasped the mirror. Upon acquisition, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of celestial thunder. The innate Big Dipper formation, bereft of its focal point, collapsed instantaneously. The moment Zhen Yuanzi seized the treasure, information about this innate spiritual artifact flooded into his consciousness. He could hardly contain his laughter. I have attained the Tao. This treasure was named the Earth's Sovereign Mirror, an innate supreme treasure sealed with 49 heavenly prohibitions. Its capabilities for offense and defense were merely average. However, wielding this treasure granted dominion over all mountains and rivers. It conferred authority over mountain deities, land spirits, river lords, and sea gods. As a practitioner of the earth, Zhen Yuanzi, equipped with this exquisite innate spiritual treasure, could manipulate the earth's veins, rendering him virtually invincible. Once he truly grasped the power of the earth, it would signify his ascension to the Tao. How could Zhen Yuanzi not be jubilant? Yet, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The manifestation of the spiritual treasure inevitably stirred a nearby dark dragon of profound mysteries. Just as Zhen Yuanzi was reveling in his triumph, trouble had already arrived. Hold on, this innate item, destined by heaven, rightfully belongs to me. A rainbow of colors descended, an endless radiance erupted, and a towering figure emerged from the brilliance. With purple hair and attire, and eyes as sharp as golden blades, his dragon horns gleamed with chilling light. Revealing his identity, a fierce wind arose, and raindrops began to fall as the storm met the Dragon King. He swiftly approached Zhen Yuanzi, the Dragon Clan. Zhen Yuanzi remained composed, retracting his hand, concealing the Earth's sovereign mirror within his expansive sleeves. Observing that Zhen Yuanzi had laid claim to the treasure, Ao Tsang's gaze sharpened, his golden pupils reflecting a fierce light. As the profound true water surged behind him, an aura of freezing, deathly silence erupted, transforming the area within 100 feet of Ao Tsang into a dead sea. With an arrogant demeanor, Ao Tsang coldly declared, "Those who steal from my dragon clan shall perish." His tone was exceedingly domineering. Zhen Yuanzi clapped his hands and chuckled, "Truly, you are the tyrant of heaven and earth." Brimming with arrogance, "Allow me to test your methods with that." He struck the air above his head, and auspicious clouds began to ascend, enveloping him in mist. The clouds rolled like waves, revealing glimpses of treasures glowing in 10 colors. Among them, a substantial tome exuded the essence of the earth, surrounded by mysterious yellow energy, hovering above Zhen Yuanzi's head, as countless earth-vein powers surged upward, manifesting the shadow of the Unzu mountain. Though engaged in a contest, Zhen Yuanzi did not take safety lightly. He promptly summoned the Earth Book. Standing upon the ground, he was undeniably invincible in his innate state. The profound true water incessantly eroded the space around them. The Earth decayed, the space shattered, yet Zhen Yuanzi's yellow light barrier remained unbroken within a 3-zhang radius. Upon witnessing this, Ao Tsang's expression darkened. The young Taoist before him faced his signature divine ability with such ease. It seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent. However, throughout his extensive existence, he had never known the meaning of surrender. Being of the Dragon Clan, even in his weaker days, other lesser clans' ancestors would show him some respect. Not to mention, now that he had become a formidable Tai master, how could he be intimidated by an unknown Taoist? In a fit of rage, he withdrew a silver-blue halberd, ready to strike Zhen Yuanzi down. But Zhen Yuanzi would not grant him that opportunity. The auspicious clouds churned restlessly. Amidst the swirling chaos, silver lightning crackled ominously. Suddenly, a divine talisman leapt forth from the clouds, suspended in midair, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The talisman manifested the principles of heaven and earth, with golden inscriptions radiating brilliance. The inscriptions shimmered, resembling neither fish nor bird, yet their true meaning was unmistakable. It read, "Divine Thunder of Wood." This was indeed his innate divine ability. The divine thunder of wood. As Zhen Yuanzi unleashed this thunderous technique, it transcended the capabilities of 99 of the mighty beings in the primordial realm. The thunder talisman concentrated the essence of lightning, embodying destruction, annihilation, and massacre. This was a pure path-protecting technique meant for combat. Although this was merely the embryonic form of the divine thunder of wood, its overwhelming power already displayed unparalleled majesty. Countless bolts of thunder roared forth, silver lightning snakes darting down in a torrential rain of thunder. Boom, boom, boom. In the face of Ao Tsang's disbelief, the relentless thunder struck him repeatedly, reducing his once proud dragon form to mere dust in a fleeting moment. Wiping away an imaginary bead of sweat, Zhen Yuanzi casually tossed the Earth's sovereign mirror to conceal the heavenly secrets, preventing detection by the ancient dragon in the dragon abyss. With a long sigh of relief, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy, as if thinking, "I hadn't even exerted myself yet, and you've already knelt." Suppressing the complexity of his thoughts, Zhen Yuanzi turned towards the west and softly uttered, "Come forth." Chapter 4. In the beginning of antiquity, who ascended Unzu? Unzu mountain range. Qingyang Peak. Atop Qingyang Peak, beneath the lush ancient trees, Zhen Yuanzi was meticulously sorting through his spoils. One must admit, the Dragon Clan was indeed extravagant. Even an ordinary little dragon of the Tai golden immortal realm possessed such wealth. Gazing upon the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the heavenly lock, and the high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the Sea King's trident. Alongside the profound true water and numerous innate spiritual artifacts plundered from Ao Tsang's treasure pouch, Zhen Yuanzi could not help but drool. How wonderful it would be to raid the treasure vault of the 3 clans. However, Zhen Yuanzi only dared to entertain such thoughts in his mind. The ancestor dragon, primordial phoenix, and beginning Qilin were all Hunyuan golden immortals, beings who transcended the great Luo. Theo brazenly seized from under their noses would be akin to the old longevity star consuming arsenic, an invitation to death. Yet, perhaps during the great battle of the three clans, there might be an opportunity to steal a fortune. Envisioning the scene of countless riches flowing towards him, Zhen Yuanzi's smile grew increasingly sinister. The white deer resting beneath him shivered at the sight of its master's grin. For millennia, whenever the master displayed such a smile, misfortune would soon follow. A prime example could be seen in the eastern wilderness, where countless clans had suffered greatly. Not only had half of their treasures been plundered, but many of their kin had also perished. Understanding his mount's expression, Zhen Yuanzi playfully slapped the deer's head, chiding, "You foolish creature! Had they not seen me alone and taken the initiative to rob me, would I have ever been interested in their paltry wealth?" The white deer, caught in its thoughts, could only chuckle awkwardly. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhen Yuanzi, it rolled its eyes in disbelief. After all, who was it that flaunted their treasures, glowing brightly and visible for miles? If not them, whom else would he rob? Zhen Yuanzi scoffed inwardly. "Young one, your experience is still lacking. Understand the art of fishing for law enforcement?" Capturing this white deer did not require much effort from Zhen Yuanzi. In later legends, the white deer symbolized auspiciousness and prosperity. For instance, the mount of the Antarctic immortal was a white deer. However, it was certainly not of innate origin, for this deer was utterly useless and quite lecherous, lacking any worldly experience. The white deer represented auspiciousness among ancient forebears, indicating their love for peace and harmony. This was a certainty. Had it been a violent deer, prone to conflict and feasting on hapless souls, it would hardly be regarded as an omen of good fortune. Perhaps having never undergone the trials of slaying demons. While this trait was a strength, it was also a weakness. Hence, in the midst of the fierce and ruthless beings of the primordial realm, the white deer was merely a bottom-tier creature, far inferior to fierce beings like the nine infants, who possessed formidable innate abilities. This white deer had concealed itself within the void, biding its time during the duel between Zhen Yuanzi and Ao Tsong, waiting for an opportune moment to swoop in once they were at their weakest. Little did it know that Zhen Yuanzi was so formidable that the battle concluded before it even began. Witnessing the once mighty dragon clan reduced to ashes before the young Taoist, the white deer trembled in fear and inadvertently revealed its presence. Subsequently, under Zhen Yuanzi's stern guidance, it knelt submissively, and no one could withstand the gaze of a mighty being wielding an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. If there were, it would be none other than those who feared death. Thus, Zhen Yuanzi joyfully acquired a new steed. Above the clouds and mist, a white figure gallops forth. White wisps of cloud swirl around, and delicate specks of light emanate from its elongated neck, faintly forming the character for fortune. The white deer races across the vast expanse of the primordial heavens, departing from the Qingyang peak of the Buzhou mountain range. Soaring towards the divine Buzhou mountain, "Master, are we ascending Buzhou?" The white deer inquired cautiously, hope gleaming in its eyes. "But it is Buzhou. No mountain surpasses it, no history is older." The Buzhou mountain, transformed from the spine of Pangu, stands as a sacred place in the eyes of the primordial beings. However, the next words from Zhen Yuanzi caused the heart of the white deer, which had just soared with joy, to plummet. "It is I who shall ascend Buzhou. You need not accompany me." "Why?" the white deer exclaimed, somewhat agitated. "You cannot ascend," Zhen Yuanzi stated flatly, merely stating a fact. "Since the opening of the primordial realm, only a mere 10,000 years have passed, and the might of the Panga deity still looms. Though the innate white deer belongs to the primordial realm, it is merely at the level of a golden immortal at this moment. How could it possibly ascend the divine Buzhou mountain?" The white deer felt somewhat disheartened, yet it clung to a glimmer of hope. "But you are here, master?" the white deer pleaded, but Zhen Yuanzi could only smile wryly and shake his head. Were it not for the serendipitous acquisition of the Earth Emperor's treasure, which could mitigate some of the pressure, he would never dare to ascend the Buzhou mountain at this time. Naturally, Zhen Yuanzi would never divulge such a matter that would tarnish his master's image to the white deer. Seeing the white deer still stubbornly attempting to follow, Zhen Yuanzi shook his head and, with a flick of his sleeve, summoned it back into his possession. Zhen Yuanzi arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Even as a being of innate divinity, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement and awe. The divine Buzhou Mountain stretches across the heavens and the earth at a glance. An aura of ancient wildness and immortality reverberates through the soul. Its height and magnitude are unknown. It stands like a celestial pillar, eternal and unyielding. Various laws and principles transform into a divine chain of order that encircles the Buzhou Mountain, yet remain unknowable, invisible, inaudible, and imperceptible. Innate spiritual energy manifests as clouds and mist, shrouding the mountain, and even with the keen sight of an innate deity, he could only see a few zhang beneath his feet. With resolute eyes, Zhen Yuanzi took a deep breath and stepped into Buzhou. With each step, he traversed realms. The spring breeze caressed his face, and peach and plum blossoms flourished. This was the realm of spring. It appeared vibrant with life, yet concealed hidden dangers, luring one into a quagmire. Zhen Yuanzi walked 300,000 steps. The blazing sun shone fiercely, and the earth was parched. This was the season of summer. The drought was searing, and the young Taoist was drenched in sweat, yet his steps did not falter. Zhen Yuanzi walked another 300,000 steps. Withered vines and ancient trees, devoid of babbling brooks. This heralded the onset of autumn. Zhen Yuanzi's once dark hair turned white, transitioning from youth to twilight, yet the light in his eyes shone brighter than ever. Another 300,000 steps. Zhen Yuanzi stood amidst the vast, swirling snow. Where was Buzhou? He could only discern a vague direction, his thoughts momentarily suspended. Amidst the desolate wind and snow, Zhen Yuanzi walked alone. In all of heaven and earth, he was the sole figure. An eternity of solitude exists for but one traveler. The snow fell heavily, swirling in the currents of time, freezing heaven and earth, freezing Buzhou. The biting northern wind howled, stinging his face with pain. Zhen Yuanzi pressed on regardless, leaving behind a trail of footprints that gradually faded to mere specks. In the primordial beginning, who imparted the teachings? In the formless void, how could one probe? Zhen Yuanzi understood that he was not ascending Buzhou, but rather the path within his heart. Until this moment, everything had been cast aside. Only one name resided in his heart, Buzhou. Buzhou. Chapter 5. The three axes of creation and destiny in the final few millennia. Zhen Yuanzi's ascent became increasingly arduous. The higher he climbed, the stronger the pressure from Buzhou Mountain became. His flesh grew weary, the Tao withered, and his primordial spirit fell into silence. Zhen Yuanzi felt that if he continued onward, he would perish. Yet he was unwilling. He was proud. Not out of pride from being a traveler of another realm, but because he was inherently proud. He was born thus. Thus, he attempted to resonate with Buzhou Mountain. This was the sacred mountain formed from the spine of the creator of heaven and earth, imbued with Panga's unique might, antiquity, and grandeur. Zhen Yuanzi pondered deeply. In a moment of clarity, he felt as if he had returned to the primordial chaos. Before him stood a towering giant, whose gaze cast light by day and darkness by night. Breathing as if thunder echoed. After creating the heavens, the giant cast down his own spine into the universe, which transformed into Buzhou. A tremendous aura surged forth from Buzhou Mountain. Zhen Yuanzi abruptly awoke from his reverie. Startled, it was perilous. Had it not been for the spirit of the mountain, would he have been consumed by the Tao? Simultaneously, the pressure of Buzhou Mountain intensified, and faintly, it began to exude a touch of Pangu's spirit. Zhen Yuanzi stumbled and fell to the ground, unwilling to endure the strain. The Earth Emperor's treasure spontaneously rose, possessing no defensive capabilities, merely serving as an auxiliary spiritual treasure. Yet it was still an innate supreme treasure. Under its automatic activation, the innate Earth's steadfastness manifested. A wave of earthy pressure, centered on the Earth Emperor's treasure, spread outward, gradually counteracting Panga's might. Zhen Yuanzi exhaled in relief. His inner cultivation method activated automatically, and with the surge of immense vitality, his heart revived, strength restored, even the primordial spirit within him became nourished, growing increasingly radiant. At this moment, auspicious clouds surged above his head, shifting in a dance of colors, 10 hues shimmering. A colossal lotus flower radiated a faint Tao fragrance. Enveloped by the essence of celestial observation and the supreme path, exuding an air of utmost grandeur and nobility, Zhen Yuanzi's aura surged. and the spiritual essence from tens of thousands of miles converged towards the lotus. The white lotus spun gracefully, then slowly unfurled, blooming into 12 petals. The celestial flower has blossomed. While traversing the primordial realm with the white deer, his budding flower had already opened. Now, with this bloom, the path of Tai had reached its culmination. Zhen Yuanzi transitioned from the initial stages of Tai to perfection in merely a few 100,000 years. Yet he feared not an unstable foundation, for he had reaped the earth's bounties, felt Panga's benevolence, and was undergoing the trials of Buzhou Mountain. Thus, he was unafraid, for his heart was steadfast. For Zhen Yuanzi, a breakthrough in cultivation was cause for celebration, yet clearly, ascending Buzhou Mountain was of greater significance. Therefore, after consolidating his foundation through meditation, he rose to stretch his limbs and set forth once again. As time passed, Zhen Yuanzi gradually perceived the benefits of his ascent. He was akin to a treasured sword, undergoing relentless tempering. Buzhou Mountain was not only forging his physique, but also his spirit, his Tao. Most importantly, it was honing his heart towards the Tao. Zhen Yuanzi's heart, dedicated to the path, became increasingly luminous, radiating brilliance. With each step he took, the power within him became more refined. With each step, his physical form grew stronger, and his spirit became more resolute. This was the gift of Buzhou, a present for the earnest climber. Zhen Yuanzi walked and paused and walked, never daring to rest. Unbeknownst to him, as he ascended, the aged Taoist atop the distant Yujing Mountain opened his eyes, and the practitioner meditating on Shumi Mountain rose. Both gazed towards Buzhou, or rather, through Buzhou towards Zhen Yuanzi. In their eyes, there was astonishment and a sense of relief. The primordial realm was unwelcoming to outsiders like them. Especially the Buzhou Mountain, transformed from Pangu's spine, exhibited this discrimination vividly. Who among them did not know the advantages of ascending Buzhou Mountain for the first time? It symbolized opportunity, it symbolized fortune. Yet, whether it be them or the leaders of the three clans, in the eyes of heaven and earth, they remained outsiders. Buzhou Mountain would not permit them to reach the summit. As for the other countless members of various races, they bore no such restrictions, yet lacked the talent and willpower. The white-haired Taoist and the black-robed practitioner were somewhat surprised, yet they did not dwell on it. How could juniors of merely Tai cultivation alter the great tides of heaven and earth? It was not worth their concern. They exchanged glances and lost interest, continuing their divine wanderings. All of this, Zhen Yuanzi remained oblivious to this moment. He walked while connecting with the veins of Buzhou, sensing the might of the Panga deity. Suddenly, a fragment flashed in his mind. In the vast chaos, a breath of primordial essence pervaded, surrounding a giant radiating the aura of the Tao, wielding a colossal axe to strike down upon the chaotic demons. With a single strike, the chaos demons turned to ash. With 2 strikes, the Tao retreated. With 3 strikes, earth, water, fire, and wind evolved into the myriad worlds. The giant moved slowly, appearing unremarkable. Yet upon closer inspection, every move, every stance intertwined with the Tao and principles, each radiating the brilliance of the great Tao. Infinite causes and effects, destinies, and the path of destruction accompanied him, as if to cleave the heavens and obliterate the myriad paths. A mouthful of golden red blood erupted from Zhen Yuanzi's lips, radiating boundless brilliance and an enticing fragrance. Zhen Yuanzi laughed, not in anger but in joy. Ha, ha, ha. He laughed heartily, exuberantly, and proudly. For this was Panga's 3 axes, the very tools he used to create the heavens. Zhen Yuanzi could not instantly master these 3 axes. But was there not an opportunity? He had already grasped their essence. It merely required the expenditure of countless years to analyze and comprehend, and one day, the secrets of Panga's 3 axes would be laid bare before him. And did the innate divinities lack time? He had an eternity ahead. How could Zhen Yuanzi not feel proud? How could he not be joyful? How could he not laugh? Zhen Yuanzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, adjusted his attire, and with a heart full of reverence, bowed deeply towards the Unzao beneath his feet. He then ascended slowly towards the mountain peak. This time, there were no obstacles in his path, for the great Pangu recognized him as a worthy successor. The pressures of the world, the storms of snow, the challenges of will, all vanished without a trace. Unzao Mountain transformed into an ordinary divine peak, verdant with lush foliage yet scarce of any living beings. Zhen Yuanzi hummed a light tune, strolling leisurely upon Unzao Mountain. Little did he realize that with each step forward, the fortunes of heaven and earth converged above his head. Layer upon layer, after walking 999 steps, the fortunes of the world had gathered to him in 999 layers, totaling 99,999 zhang. Suddenly, Zhen Yuanzi's heart raced with an exhilarating joy, as if he had captured a profound opportunity. Yet, after pondering left and right, he found no clarity, so he chose to cast it aside, content in knowing it was a good omen. With eager anticipation, he gazed ahead, his eyes sparkling with starlight. For the peak of Unzao Mountain lay just before him. Chapter 6. The innate spiritual root. Huang Hongli. Upon reaching the summit, Zhen Yuanzi's vision cleared, revealing a blurred outline of immense proportions, reminiscent of a primordial world. The chaos was indistinct yet stirred Zhen Yuanzi's heart, causing it to tremble with excitement. Unzao, Unzao. An overwhelming joy, a boundless freedom, and a sense of great achievement filled his heart. Refusing to settle, even with Zhen Yuanzi's steadfast resolve, he could not help but feel deeply moved. How exhilarating it was to scale the mountain and finally arrive at the peak of Unzao, at the ethereal realm of Lingtai Zifu. A translucent figure of his original spirit grinned widely. Unlike Zhen Yuanzi, he felt no need for restraint. Behind him stood another mountain, formless yet supreme, overshadowing all paths. Zhen Yuanzi took a moment to compose himself before making his way to the center of the peak. Yet, along this journey, he had not encountered even a trace of the innate spiritual treasures. How could Zhen Yuanzi be content? Thus, he resolved to try his luck at the center of Unzao Mountain. What if fortune smiled upon him? Perhaps it was indeed Zhen Yuanzi's good fortune, or perhaps the blessing of the great Pango, for he truly discovered an innate spiritual object. After spending some time breaking through the formation, he found at the focal point a towering tree radiating vibrant life. Lush and verdant, its branches and leaves flourished, exuding a dazzling spiritual light. Upon closer inspection, a mysterious yellow aura enveloped it, surrounded by 9 great paths, both enigmatic and noble. What is this? Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily blinded. Equally astonished, the innate spiritual root. Huang Hongli. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard, uncertainly murmuring, "Is this for me?" It was as if he were questioning heaven and earth, or perhaps Pango himself, or simply expressing his bewilderment. Could he truly possess such fortune? No matter. Zhen Yuanzi steeled himself, thinking, if heaven offers, one must not refuse, lest they incur its wrath. Just as he was about to collect and refine this innate spiritual root, Huang Hongli suddenly burst forth in a radiant glow. 9 fruits, each casting shadows, filled with the mysterious yellow light, detached themselves and flew towards Zhen Yuanzi. Simultaneously, an aged visage appeared above the fruit tree. Fellow Taoist. Hold on, the old man exclaimed. I am Huang Hongli. I beseech you, considering the hardships we innate spiritual roots face in attaining intelligence, grant me a reprieve. The elder pleaded earnestly, for he too had suffered greatly. Since the dawn of creation, he had awakened his intelligence, yet the transformation of the innate spiritual root was arduous, requiring several epochs to take form. Now, finding himself at the mercy of this Taoist, with his life resting on a single thought, how painfully helpless he felt. He had no choice but to part with his 9 precious fruits, hoping that the Taoist would show mercy, recognizing their shared origin. Yet, the elder had little hope, for a complete innate spiritual root was something that even the mightiest beings would find hard to relinquish. Upon the elder's appearance, Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly accepted the fruits of Huang Hongli, storing them in a jade box crafted from innate treasures, and bowed, saying, "Brother, do not be alarmed. We are of the same origin, and should be as close as family. The transformation of innate spiritual roots is not easy. And since you have already awakened your intelligence, how could I, Zhen Yuanzi, selfishly sever your path? Is this truly so?" The elder asked in disbelief. "Indeed, it is a heartfelt truth," Zhen Yuanzi replied solemnly. Did Zhen Yuanzi not desire to possess a Huang Hongli? No, he yearned for it, dreamed of it. An innate spiritual root of shared origin would not only strengthen his foundation but also enrich his great path. To say he did not want it would be a lie. Yet, one must not be short-sighted. Zhen Yuanzi's strategy was to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Would Huang Hongli not repay him after achieving enlightenment? This was a profound karma indeed. Even if Huang Hongli were to harbor grievances, Zhen Yuanzi believed he could overcome it then. Furthermore, the notion of Taoist friends held truth. He was indeed lacking in beings to converse with. The primordial world was not solely about conflict. It encompassed human emotions and social intricacies. Did one not see the three pure ones of Pangu's lineage embarking on their journey together from Kunlun Mountain, always standing side by side through the numerous calamities? The 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan also sought the favor of the great Pangu. The two brothers of the Sun Star were inseparable, as if they wore the same trousers. The two brothers of the Western Buddhism supported each other, helping one another in their quest for enlightenment. Embodying a brotherhood that moved heaven and earth, Zhen Yuanzi shed tears of emotion. Even Nuwa, the goddess of the Hua Palace, had a doting brother silently supporting her from behind. Look around. Those who thrived all had brothers by their side. Kuanpeng and the River of Souls grumbled as they exited the primordial chat group. Alas, Zhen Yuanzi's good brother, Hong Yun, met a tragic end. Otherwise, he too would surely be a figure stirring the tides of the primordial realm. Zhen Yuanzi sighed, drawing his thoughts back to the present, stealing a glance at Huang Hongli, silently urging, "My dear brother, you must strive to succeed." After a series of intricate discussions, or rather, amicable conversations, Zhen Yuanzi had come to understand Huang Hongli's circumstances. The old Taoist, known as Taishan Taoist, had settled upon the Unzao mountain since the creation of the world by Pango. He had hoped to safely transform and then venture into the chaos. Little did he expect to encounter Zhen Yuanzi, this unexpected variable. Zhen Yuanzi then realized, no wonder he had never heard of Taishan Taoist in later legends. It turned out this figure had fled. Having grasped the basic situation, Zhen Yuanzi wasted no time and spoke directly. "Taoist friend, you are now fully exposed in the primordial realm, and Unzao Mountain is no longer safe. Why not accompany me in cultivation? It would be beneficial to have each other as protection." The Taishan Taoist, understanding Zhen Yuanzi's good intentions, did not hesitate to agree. He nodded, saying, "Then I thank you, fellow Taoist." With that, he transformed into a beam of light and entered Zhen Yuanzi's wide sleeves. With this matter settled, Zhen Yuanzi prepared to descend the mountain. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "I almost forgot." It was also the system's lack of efficiency. After traveling through the primordial realm for so long, whenever he arrived at a new location, if there was Tao essence, he would certainly sign in. Yet, all he received were some pills, formations, spiritual herbs, and postnatal spiritual treasures. Nothing that truly piqued his interest. He felt like a tool of minimal significance. This was the legendary Unzao Mountain. "System, you must do better. May the great Pango bless me." Zhen Yuanzi chanted inwardly. "System, sign in." Ding. Sign-in location detected. Unzao Mountain. The familiar mechanical voice resounded. Ding. Host has signed in at Unzao Mountain. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the body refining technique. 9 transformations of the golden bodied. A lengthy passage of text flashed through Zhen Yuanzi's mind. The 9 transformations of the golden body included the first transformation of the postnatal realm, the second transformation of the earthly immortal realm, the third transformation of the heavenly immortal realm, and so forth. With the 9th transformation leading to the sage realm, it was a grand technique that demonstrated power through strength. Although Zhen Yuanzi might not necessarily pursue the path of proving the Tao through power, a strong physical body would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess. In the primordial realm, strength ultimately spoke volumes. Having briefly familiarized himself with the technique, Zhen Yuanzi decided to return to his Taoist abode. This journey had yielded great rewards, and it was time to head back. Zhen Yuanzi gazed towards the direction of Wanshou Mountain, murmuring softly. Chapter 7. Sitting in rows. Dividing the fruits. Wanshou Mountain, Wuzhuangguan. Upon returning to his Taoist abode, Zhen Yuanzi directly made his way to the rear courtyard. This rear courtyard was unlike any other. The divine mountains, fortuitous lands, and cave heavens of the primordial realm were comparable to small worlds, overflowing with innate spiritual essence. Without such abundance, it would be challenging to nurture profound foundational innate saints and spiritual treasures. The rear courtyard Zhen Yuanzi referred to was, in fact, a land of its own, a continent. Countless wondrous flowers and extraordinary grasses flourished, inhabited by celestial cranes, spiritual deer, and other ethereal beings. At the very center stood a towering tree, resembling a canopy, which was none other than Zhen Yuanzi's true form, the ginseng fruit tree. This tree was born at the time of the primordial chaos, during the initial separation of the chaos, long before the world was opened, and it was the product of the innate spiritual root. It was named Caohuandan, also known as the ginseng fruit. 30 coins will bloom once, 30 coins will bear fruit once, and after another 30 coins, they will finally ripen. Only after 100 coins can one truly partake. However, from this 100 coins, only 30 fruits can be yielded. The fruits resemble children who have yet to reach maturity, complete with all limbs and features, if one is fortunate enough to catch a whiff of these fruits. They may live for 3,600,000 years. Consuming one allows one to live for 12 more cycles. When Zhen Yuanzi first took form, the Tao gave birth to a sacred body, and the ginseng fruit tree became its remnant. The two can be considered as two sides of the same coin. Speaking of which, aside from the Western teachings where the saint of the Pure Land transformed from the Bodhi tree into a saint, Zhen Yuanzi, who was born from the ginseng fruit tree, has only managed to barely attain the status of the ancestor of Earth immortals, in later generations. The 10 most exceptional innate spiritual roots of the primordial world seem to have not fared so well either. The most unfortunate, the water peach of Run, was divided by the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool into 3,600 saplings, used to entertain the celestial beings and invite their favor. As for the other spiritual roots, some became treasures, while others vanished without a trace, remaining little known. Reflecting on this, Zhen Yuanzi shook his sleeves, confident that his good brother, Huang Zhongli, would undoubtedly shine brightly. After all, Zhen Yuanzi is the epitome of filial piety. With a flick of his sleeve, the innate spiritual root Huang Zhongli took root in the ground, growing rapidly in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a towering tree, dark in hue and yellow in majesty, surrounded by the Tao and permeated by the laws. Heaven and earth are dark and yellow, with the heavens reaching 9 layers high and the earth comprising 9 tiers. This spiritual root resonates with the Tao, hence the Tao shadows it closely. The soil used for planting ginseng fruit is not ordinary but rather the innate protective soil, saturated with the laws of the earth, greatly benefiting the growth of the spiritual roots. The Taoist of Taixin, rooted in the innate protective soil, wore a wrinkled old face that blossomed with joy. This time, he truly made the right choice. As for the 9 Huang Zhongli fruits, the Taoist of Taixin is not a stingy person. Consider them as accommodation fees. After all, Huang Zhongli will bear fruit again in several more cycles. And while their effects may not match the initial fruits, they are not far off. The last trace of doubt in his heart vanished. With a cheerful demeanor, he spoke. I must thank you. Brother Zhen Yuanzi, the old Taoist has indeed benefited. If you have any matters to attend to, feel free to instruct me. Zhen Yuanzi gently waved his hand and smiled. Dear Taoist Taixin, there is no need for such formalities. Simply stay here at ease and wait for your transformation. After the transformation, with the heavens high and the earth vast, it will be the time for you and me to flourish. Taoist Taixin understood this principle and refrained from further words. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi felt a surge of joy. Good brother, we have finally got it. After settling Taoist Taixin, Zhen Yuanzi did not hasten to enter seclusion. Instead, he employed the art of sleeves containing the universe to release his steed, the white deer, along with several small immortals he had gathered. After the greetings, Zhen Yuanzi addressed Qing Yuanzi, Lady Huai, Hong Chong, and Shen Tongzi. You may be my named disciples. The 4 immortals were overjoyed. Even being named disciples was something they had never dared to dream of. With heartfelt gratitude, they bowed and said, We, the disciples, greet our master. May our master attain the Tao soon. Zhen Yuanzi's face was filled with satisfaction. The primordial world is not merely about fighting and killing, but rather about human feelings and worldly affairs. Let me reiterate the important matters. In the future, Zhen Yuanzi aims to control the mountain gods and land of the world, becoming the chairman of the Primordial Real Estate Group, and he will surely need the support of his disciples. Otherwise, while other sects send their second-generation disciples to negotiate business, Zhen Yuanzi would have to personally intervene. What of his dignity then? Now that they are under the name of the master, they must know the master's name. My name is Zhen Yuan, and my Taoist name is Zhen Yuan. The Tao has granted me a name to share with the world. You shall be known under my sex titles as Jing Yuan, Jing'an, Jingping, and Jing Ci. Jing Yuan, Jing'an, Jing Ping, and Jing Si immediately bowed and said, "We will abide by the master's decree." Zhen Yuanzi waved his dust and pointed at Huang Zhongli. "This is your Xiao. Treat him with the same respect as you would me, and you will reap the benefits." The four bowed once more. Seeing that the four immortals had settled, the white deer tugged at Zhen Yuanzi's sleeve with its mouth. Feeling aggrieved, "Master, what about me?" Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly. Dear, just be at ease and serve as my steed. I shall give you a name." Bai Fu joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Master, thank you." One should not underestimate the status of a steed. Even a 7th-rank official stands at the gates of a prime minister, let alone the steed of a great practitioner. Don't you see how majestic the green ox of Taishang Laojun is in later generations? With Laojuan's golden bracelet in hand, not even the celestial beings could contend with it. Bai Fu understood his own humble nature and felt content to serve as a steed, so he bore no resentment. As Zhen Yuanzi had taken on disciples, he naturally had to make plans for them. He personally struck down 5 ginseng fruits with a golden hammer, distributing them among his 4 disciples and 1 steed, saying, "This is called ginseng fruit, a spiritual fruit born of heaven and earth. Since you are my disciples, your cultivation is still too low. Do not embarrass me. I hope you all cultivate diligently and refine the spiritual fruit soon, to attain the immortal golden fairy. Thank you, Master. Thank you, dear Master." Zhen Yuanzi then held a sermon, teaching his disciples for 3,000 years before sending them off to cultivate. Watching the figures of his disciples fade into the distance, Zhen Yuanzi smiled faintly. The leaks, they are all his good leaks. Forget about the trivial matters. The black-hearted capitalists and real estate moguls will learn what exploitation truly means from the great Zhen Yuanzi. But as the leaks have yet to grow, he would not invest too much thought in them. After greeting Taoist Tai Xian, Zhen Yuanzi entered his quiet chamber to meditate. Having traveled through the primordial world for so long and gained much, combined with the newly acquired 9 transformation golden body, Zhen Yuanzi was eager to wander through the vast void and comprehend the Tao. He believed that once he digested all the gains from this journey and transformed them into foundation, the path to the great Luo would no longer be an illusion. Meanwhile, on the vast lands of the primordial world, the myriad races suddenly tore apart the 12 orders jointly revered by the dragon. Phoenix and Qilin clans, they waged war against one another. Even some great Luo ancestors disregarded their dignity and attacked the younger generations, slaughtering the myriad races. In an instant, the primordial heavens and earth were filled with the sounds of battle. The air was thick with killing intent, malevolence, resentment, and the aura of death, intertwining and evolving into a pitch-black calamity, permeating the primordial lands. Chapter 8. Breakthrough. Great Luo Golden Immortal. The primordial world knows no years, and hundreds of cycles passed in negligence. Mount Wanshou, Wuzhuang Temple. Under the influence of the innate spiritual roots of the ginseng fruit tree and Huang Zhongli, the entire Mount Wanshou was bathed in the glowing aura of innate wood attributes. For Taoists, clad in green robes, soared into the sky, exuding a magnificent presence. They were Jing Yuan, Jing and Jing Ping, and Jing Si. Since obtaining the ginseng fruit from Zhen Yuanzi, the 4 had entered seclusion. They utilized the abundant wood spiritual energy and the laws of the Tao within the ginseng fruit to break through to higher realms. Now, after hundreds of cycles, the 4 had reached the pinnacle of golden immortals. Unfortunately, upon reaching this level, no matter how they cultivated, their progress in cultivation was stymied. The 4 Taoists transformed into 4 streaks of light and swiftly arrived at the temple. By now, Huang Zhongli, who had already taken form, and Bai Fu, who had broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal level, were waiting for them. The 4 dared not be negligent and hurriedly approached to bow. "Master Uncle." 10,000 blessings. Taoist Tai Xian smiled merrily, resembling a friendly old man. "You need not be so formal, my dear disciples." Though these disciples had humble backgrounds and shallow fortunes, their resolve was exceptional. For hundreds of cycles, they had diligently cultivated without a moment's slack. Taoist Tai Xian observed this and felt genuinely happy for Zhen Yuanzi. Taoist Jing Si smiled sweetly, her eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at the temple. "Brother Jing Yuan, how long do you think Master will take to break through to Great Luo?" Taoist Jing Yuan, aged and with a kind demeanor, shook his head. "Our revered Master possesses immeasurable powers. How could we possibly speculate? Moreover, the Great Luo realm is unfathomable, unknowable, and unseen. We are but small golden immortals. How can we predict it? Taoist Jingping, youthful in appearance and spirited, chuckled at this. He turned to Taoist Taixian and said, "Since Master Uncle has summoned us, it must mean that Master S breakthrough is near. Am I right?" Taoist Taixian smiled without speaking, silently affirming it. This morning, while he was wandering through the vast void, he felt a surge of inspiration and calculated, which pointed toward Jin Yuanzi. After a moment of contemplation, Taoist Taixian realized that Jin Yuanzi's day of emergence was today. Taoist Jing'an was all smiles, good, though she was not very talkative. She was genuinely happy for her master. Suddenly, a tremor shook the Wuzhuang temple. In an instant, the quaking subsided. What happened? Taoist Jingping asked, puzzled. Could someone be attacking Mount Wanshou? Taoist Jing'an also appeared confused. That shouldn't be the case. Before Master entered seclusion, he set up a great formation to conceal the heavenly secrets. For hundreds of cycles, no one has dared to attack the mountain. Could it be? As the four brothers pondered, Mount Wanshou trembled violently once more. Within the Wuzhuang temple, a terrifying aura was awakening, gradually radiating towards Mount Wanshou. However, it was blocked by the innate great formation contained within the mountain. The people outside the temple found it difficult to breathe under this overwhelming aura, feeling as if they were a small boat lost at sea, swaying precariously, their lives no longer in their own hands. The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment, merely awakening from seclusion and yet exuding such a formidable aura. And by Fu's eyes, a glimmer of delight flickered. Deluo! The master must have ascended to the realm of Deluo Jin Xian. Joy was etched upon the faces of all present as they eagerly gazed into the temple. There, the melodic sounds of Tao reverberated, accompanied by celestial music. Golden lotuses blossomed on the earth, floating towards the heavens, transforming into a gentle rain that fell in all directions, bestowing blessings upon the land. The elements of earth, water, fire, and wind were unleashed, and a chaotic essence pervaded the air, with the quintessence of the five elements surging forth. It was as if a world had just emerged from chaos, ethereal and elusive, with the principles of Tao permeating the atmosphere. After a long while, the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated, and tranquility returned to heaven and earth. Then, at a certain moment, a faint voice resonated within the temple. "Enter!" The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, surged eagerly into the temple. On the meditation cushion sat Zhen Yuanzi, cross-legged at that moment. He bore none of his previous grandeur, resembling an ordinary youth from the neighborhood. Yet the surrounding chaotic essence enveloped him, whispering of his extraordinary nature. Suddenly, Zhen Yuanzi's long eyelashes quivered slightly as he opened his eyes. An aura of profound age radiated from him, evoking the sensation of the sun, moon, and stars perishing. Eldest brother, master, Taixian Daoren and Jingyuan Daoren looked at Zhen Yuanzi with expressions of joy. They were somewhat astonished. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi was entirely inscrutable to them, as if he existed beyond the confines of time and space, nebulous and unfathomable. This signified that Zhen Yuanzi's cultivation had reached an echelon beyond their comprehension. Zhen Yuanzi smiled faintly in response. After secluding himself for several hundred epochs, the transformation was certainly not as simple as merely breaking through to Deluo. His 9 turns golden body had progressed to the 7th turns later stage, which signified that his physical form had attained the latter stage of Deluo Jin Xian. He could not help but let out a sigh in the grand scheme of fate. His primordial spirit had only just breached Deluo. However, Zhen Yuanzi was not overly disheartened. Even in the absence of a sage, he would dare to contend with a fully realized Luo Dian, the current primordial realm, while he did not aspire to reign supreme. He was certainly capable of self-preservation. Nevertheless, as several hundred epochs had passed, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans must be on the brink of conflict. While engaging in casual conversation with the crowd, Zhen Yuanzi's thoughts raced. In the next moment, a profound principle of the Tao spread throughout the entire primordial realm. Not only Zhen Yuanzi, but also Taixian Daoren and others sensed the immense power within it. What is happening? The crowd looked at Zhen Yuanzi with puzzled expressions. Zhen Yuanzi's pupils contracted. The aura of the heavenly Tao. Just as the fluctuations subsided, 3 voices echoed throughout heaven and earth. I am the ancestral dragon, the foremost among all scales and armor. All clans of scales and armor, Heed my command and launch a full-scale assault on the Phoenix and Qilin clans. I am the ancestral Phoenix, the foremost among all avian creatures. All clans of birds, heed my command and launch a full-scale assault on the Dragon clan. I am the Primordial Qilin, the foremost among all terrestrial beasts. All clans of beasts, heed my command and launch a full-scale assault on the Dragon clan. The voices of the three clan leaders gradually faded, yet the entire primordial realm erupted in chaos. The Dragon clan was about to engage in war simultaneously against both the Phoenix and Qilin clans. A tumultuous era lay ahead. Quickly, send away the younglings of our clan, preserving a sliver of retreat for ourselves. In an instant, the primordial world boiled over, as if water on the verge of boiling. With countless clans feeling as though the sky had fallen, some sharpened their weapons, preparing for a desperate battle, while others hastily sought an escape route, preserving their strength for a potential resurgence. Within the Wuzhuang temple, Zhen Yuanzi and his companions were also engulfed in bewilderment. Zhen Yuanzi was aware of the impending calamity of the Dragon Han era, yet he did not anticipate its arrival to be so swift. For a moment, disbelief washed over him, but he quickly regained his composure. He instructed his disciples. This is indeed a tumultuous time, yet there is no need for panic. You must secure the mountain gates. Devote yourselves to cultivation and refrain from entangling with fate. I shall ensure your safety. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi pondered inwardly. An opportunity has arisen. Chapter 9. The calamity of Dragon Han sensing the chance amidst the great tribulation. Zhen Yuanzi departed from the temple. He sought to seize the wealth of the three clans and alleviate his own poverty. As he traversed the primordial land, scenes of slaughter and conquest unfolded before him. Having just dealt with a group of opportunistic howling moon sky wolves, Zhen Yuanzi activated his divine powers to survey his surroundings. He discovered that, above the heads of various clan members, dark energy pervaded to varying degrees. This dark energy represented the calamity of the world, capable of igniting the deepest desires within living beings, rendering them more wrathful and bloodthirsty. The calamity clouded their minds, inciting slaughter across the heavens and earth, annihilating all beings. They believed themselves to be the apex of existence, disregarding reason. If the calamity were sufficiently potent, even a sip of cool water could choke one to death. The young Taoist walked upon the primordial earth, adorned in a robe of vibrant colors, the aura of the landscape intertwining with him. His presence seemed utterly ordinary, as if he were out of place in the primordial realm. The golden-winged rock had long set its sights on this delectable prey. Unable to contain itself any longer, it let out a piercing cry that seemed to split the heavens, its talons descending upon Zhen Yuanzi as if they could tear through space itself. The golden-winged rock's eyes gleamed with fury, its aura raging uncontrollably. Clearly, it had succumbed to the influence in the depths of Mount Sumeru at this moment. Luo Ho looked up to the heavens and burst into malevolent laughter. His laughter resonated with wickedness, eeriness, madness, and an indescribable anticipation. 4 blood-red, innate swords eagerly absorbed the flesh and blood around them, their crimson gleams flashing like a harbinger of a new creation, as if to reopen the heavens and reenact the primordial chaos. The three clans were engaged in a frenzied slaughter, suffering heavy casualties. Yet Luo Ho seized this opportunity to mend his Dao body, previously wounded by Pengu, and to unseal the 4 swords of extermination. With this, he aimed to slay and validate his path, reopening the primordial chaos. At this moment, in the skies above, the leaders of the three clans clashed once more. Yuan Feng spread her wings, the South Mingli fire incinerating everything. Unleashing a terrifying red light from her mouth, we, the Feng clan, soar through the 9 heavens, elevated and formidable, destined to be the sovereigns of the primordial chaos. The Shikolin, enduring a strike from the South Mingli fire, scoffed, a mere jest. They are but a horde of wild beasts. Our Qilin clan, born with the essence of the 5 virtues, heralds auspiciousness wherever we tread. Our physical prowess renders us invincible among our peers. If we do not claim the title of sovereign of the primordial chaos, who else can? Taking advantage of the verbal sparring between the two, the ancestral dragon unleashed a mighty tail sweep. Exuding an overwhelming aura akin to an ancient divine mountain about to collapse, targeting Yuan Feng and Shikolin. Upon exchanging glances, Yuan Feng and Shikolin abandoned their quarrel and joined forces against the ancestral dragon. This battle between the three continued for over a millennium, transforming the heavens and earth, dimming the stars. Ultimately, it was through the collaboration of Yuanfeng and Shikolin that the ancestral dragon was cast down into the primordial chaos. As the golden dragon crashed to the ground, countless beings perished beneath its weight, their fates sealed. At that moment, the ancestral dragon seemed to regain clarity, with a resounding roar that shook the heavens. Just as Yuanfeng prepared to exploit the opportunity and send the ancestral dragon back to the void, Shikolin also regained consciousness. Chapter 10. The Fall of the Three Clans, the Extermination Sword Array in the Far Western Lands. The three ancestors wore grim expressions. With their wisdom, they were acutely aware of the manipulation at play. Yet, gazing upon the devastated primordial realm and the countless casualties among their kin, they found themselves momentarily speechless. After a while, Shikolin extracted a wisp of demonic energy from the void and spoke. "My friends, given the current circumstances, how about we set aside our grievances? This calamity is undoubtedly orchestrated by the Western demonic sect. Our immediate priority must be to confront them. What say you?" The ancestral dragon and Yuanfeng's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and they nodded in agreement, ready to soar towards Mount Sumeru. However, before they could act, a figure appeared in the sky, clad in black robes with ink-black hair, standing upon a black lotus, for blood-red swords encircled him. This was none other than Luo Ho, the master of the Western demonic sect. With a sinister grin, Luo Ho's eyes gleamed with a frenzied killing intent. "Since you three have discovered my presence, as a reward, I shall send you to your demise." His tone was flippant as he regarded the ancestral dragon, Yuanfeng and Shikolin, as if they were mere ants. There was contempt, derision, but above all, a profound disdain. "Had you triumphed, brimming with fortune, I might have feared you to some extent, but now, as you cling to life, having lost divine favor, to slay you would be akin to crushing an insignificant insect." Shikolin's fury ignited, his eyes blazing. "Our three clans have dominated the primordial chaos for eons. How could we be mere pawns to a flawed, chaotic demon like you?" Yuanfeng and the ancestral dragon stood resolutely beside him. Against such foul sorcery, there was no need for the principles of the primordial chaos. They would show him what it meant to be the leaders of the three clans. The sovereigns of the primordial chaos. Luo Ho erupted in raucous laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd jest. His white teeth gleamed coldly, his eyes filled with malice. "If you are unafraid of death, then feel free to try." His laughter was arrogant, filled with triumph, as he reveled in the amassed blood and souls of countless beings from the Western lands, their essence long since drained, with the wounds left by Panga's creation nearly mended. Luo Ho was but a step away from the realm of the primordial Tao. Why would he concern himself with the threats of a pack of defeated hounds? The leaders of the three clans seethed with rage. Since the dawn of creation, during their reign over the primordial chaos, no one, be they innate divine beings or great Luo golden immortals, had ever dared to treat them with such disdain. The three ancestors exchanged no further words. They transformed into three radiant streaks and launched themselves at Luo Ho. The ancestral dragon unleashed the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the ancestral dragon pearl, which radiated a brilliance akin to being surrounded by a myriad of dragons. The chaotic aura enveloped it, and with a single strike, it descended upon Luo Ho like a miniature world. Shikolin, embodying the harmony of divinity and Tao, merged with the earth's power and charged at Luo Ho. Intent on a physical confrontation, Yuanfeng let out a cry, and the South Mingli fire surged forth like a tidal wave towards Luo Ho, enveloping the heavens in a pale blue flame, causing the very space to feel as though it might shatter. Before the assault of the three primordial golden immortals, Luo Ho remained unfazed. His robe billowed as he raised a fist. With one punch, 100 followed. Each blow seemed to manifest as a small world, transcending time and space, crossing the boundaries of cause and fate, akin to the shattering of the unyielding divine mountains. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Countless beings trembled in fear, gazing skyward in a dazed in that single strike. The outcome was clear. Luo Ho did not even budge as the leaders of the three clans fell, bloodied and panting. The three ancestors looked at the man before them, a figure both divine and demonic, disbelief etched on their faces, their hearts heavy with bitterness. They had lost, utterly and completely, just as the three ancestors steeled themselves to self-destruct. Taking Luo Ho down with them, a surge of purple aura suddenly filled the eastern horizon. 4 indistinct figures emerged from the chaos. Luo Ho furrowed his brow, though it was not unexpected. Hong Jun, the old ancestor, appeared indifferent. Luo Ho, in your pursuit of selfish desires, you have secretly instigated the war among the three clans, resulting in untold suffering and devastation. Today, I cannot allow you to go unpunished. Luo Ho scoffed, his expression haughty. In this great calamity of the primordial chaos, do you truly believe you are without your own schemes, Hong Jun? Were it not for your covert encouragement, my plans would not have unfolded so smoothly. How hypocritical of you! Come, if you wish to kill me. Luo Ho's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. The world-destroying Black Lotus beneath him spun rapidly, unleashing torrents of demonic energy toward Hong Jun and his three companions. The old ancestor of the universe snorted coldly, extending a hand to point at the void. The innate spiritual treasure, the universe cauldron, materialized before the tide of demonic energy, stabilizing the fabric of time. Luo Ho's expression remained unchanged. With a wave of his hand, a pitch-black spear, imbued with the intent to slay gods and filled with malice, emerged. This was the innate treasure of slaughter, the god-slaying spear. With a thunderous roar, Luo Ho charged at Hong Jun. Beside Hong Jun, an elderly Taoist clad in a hemp robe stepped forth, transforming into a chaotic hollow willow tree. This was Yang Mei, the old ancestor. The branches of the willow tree resembled chains of order, unexpectedly striking at Luo Ho with the aid of the laws of space. Reluctantly, Luo Ho had to focus his efforts on countering Yang Mei. Observing this, Hong Jun and the old ancestor of Yin Yang exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with determination. They immediately joined the fray, intent on slaying Luo Ho. The five engaged in a fierce battle, the residual force of their struggle obliterating sacred mountains. Outnumbered, Luo Ho's expression darkened as he found himself gradually losing ground. He leaped from the melee, refraining from further words. With a flick of his sleeve, four miniature swords swelled dramatically, their aura surging. The heavens seemed to plunge into a cataclysm of magic. With earth, water, fire, and wind erupting forth, a terrifying killing intent emanated from the four small swords, staining the sky a blood-red hue. Luo Ho hurled the formation diagram, and the four swords arranged themselves in a formation of the four symbols. He bowed to Hong Jun and the others. There are four swords: the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trapping sword, and the absolute sword. Once these swords are unleashed, they will resonate with thunder, and their brilliance shall illuminate the world. Even the mightiest of divine beings cannot escape their fate. On the day the swords emerged, a Tao song was sung. Neither copper nor iron, nor steel, once hidden beneath Mount Sumeru. No need to invert yin and yang to forge. Is there not water and fire to temper their edge? Extermination brings glory, slaughter brings demise. The trapping sword illuminates all around. The absolute sword manifests endless wonders, staining the garments of the great Luo immortals with blood. Fellow Taoists, do you dare step into the formation? With that, Luo Ho disregarded the reactions of the others and strode into the array. Hong Jun's expression shifted. Just by glancing at the swords, he realized they were unparalleled malevolent artifacts. Now that Luo Ho had entered the formation, the power of the sword array would surely be enhanced. For a moment, Hong Jun hesitated. Yet, the old ancestor of Yin Yang spoke up in time. My friends? United, we four can surely slay this fiend. There is no need to fear him. The four exchanged determined glances, their resolve solidified. To slay Luo Ho was the only path to their own enlightenment. There was no turning back. With renewed conviction, the four ancestors advanced into the extermination sword array. Chapter 11. Epilogue. The Tao diminishes, the demon rises. Hong Jun and the others entered the grand array. Their hearts heavy with foreboding. Upon stepping into the array, they could not help but gasp in shock. The array was utterly terrifying, and there was no room for hesitation. Focusing their gaze, they beheld the scene as described in the scriptures of the sealing of the gods. A sea of crimson mist swirled about, thick with killing intent, ominous clouds hanging low, strange fogs coiling, and cold winds blowing, appearing and disappearing, rising and falling, ever in flux. To the east hung the extermination sword. To the south, the slaughter sword. To the west, the trapping sword. And to the north, The absolute sword, a menacing aura enveloped the air, accompanied by the chilling whispers of the wind. Upon witnessing the arrival of the multitude, Luo Ho could not contain his elation. Hong Jun, you dare to overwhelm the few with your numbers, truly devoid of shame. Now that you have entered my ancestral formation, I shall ensure that you cannot leave. Hong Jun, filled with righteous fury, retorted. Luo Ho, you fail to recognize the celestial timing, foolishly sowing seeds of slaughter, leading countless beings to their demise. How dare you speak here? Luo Ho chuckled derisively. If I can attain the Tao fruit of primordial unity, I fear not the destruction of the primordial universe. Our paths diverge. Let us see who prevails within this formation. With that, Luo Ho plunged into the trap formation. Hong Jun bowed respectfully to the likes of Decian Yang Mei and others. My fellow Taoists. This formation is perilous. We must devise a strategy to break it. As Luo Ho entered the trap formation, the elder Taoist also ventured forth, leaving the remaining 3 formations to the efforts of the other 3 Taoists. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders exchanged glances, all in agreement. After all, with Hong Jun venturing into the most treacherous domain, they were compelled to exert their utmost efforts to dismantle the formation. Otherwise, if Luo Ho remained unscathed, it would be their heads on the line. Yang Mei, ever the carefree spirit, stepped onto a lotus flower and advanced into the execution formation. Seeing this, Yin Yang Laozu laughed heartily, shaking the Tai Chi diagram, which conjured a golden bridge that appeared out of thin air. Yin Yang Laozu crossed the golden bridge, heading straight for the immortal extermination formation. Meanwhile, Qian Kuan Laozu, with the Qian Kuan cauldron atop his head, its surface revealing glimpses of flora and fauna, made his way towards the slaughter immortal formation. As Luo Ho observed Hong Jun entering the trap formation, he let out a cold snicker, summoning a lightning bolt from his palm, directing it towards the immortal sword of the trap. The bolt of lightning flashed, and the sword's radiance soared. A malevolent energy surged forth, thick with the scent of death. Hong Jun, refusing to be idle, unleashed the 12-petal golden lotus, radiating a golden light of virtue that dispersed the oncoming sword energy. With a gentle wave of the Pangu banner, a force reminiscent of the creation of the heavens and earth surged towards Luo Ho. However, by the time the sword energy reached Luo Ho, it had lost its target, merely creating a small breach in the formation. Furrowing his brow, Hong Jun had no choice but to continue countering the sword energy emitted by the immortal sword. Yin Yang Laozu, utilizing the treasured Tai Chi diagram to stabilize the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, gradually approached the immortal sword. Just as he was about to retract the immortal sword, a palpable threat of death surged from behind. Luo Ho brandished a pitch-black spear, aiming directly at Yin Yang Laozu. Yin Yang Laozu felt a surge of terror, hastily attempting to summon back the Tai Chi diagram, but Luo Ho would not grant him that opportunity. With a flicker of intent, the immortal sword pierced through Yin Yang Laozu's form in an instant. After claiming Yin Yang Laozu's life, Luo Ho was not yet satisfied. He repeated his tactic, targeting Qian Kuan Laozu, who, seeing his imminent doom, displayed a resolute glint in his eyes and self-detonated. Boom! The explosive power of a primordial golden immortal was unfathomable. The execution sword formation was shattered instantly, turning vast landscapes into chaos. Luo Ho, caught off guard, suffered severe injuries from the blast. Yang Mei, seized by exhilaration, seized the opportunity, tearing through space and racing towards Luo Ho, intent on claiming his life with her flying sword. Above the celestial clouds, a chaos void willow tree waved its chains of order towards Luo Hou. In a fit of madness, Luo Ho channeled all his power into the god-slaying spear, hurling it fiercely at Yang Mei. The spear exuded a terrifying aura, swirling with calamity, rupturing the air and splitting the chaos as if it aimed to dominate the universe. A wave of dread washed over Yang Mei's primordial spirit, causing her to flinch as her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. I cannot withstand this spear. A sudden clarity surged within her. With a thunderous cry, she cried, "Go!" Acting swiftly, she positioned her hollow willow form before herself. The god-slaying spear pierced through the hollow willow, maintaining its momentum straight towards Yang Mei. Yang Mei bore the brunt of the spear, turning without a glance and tearing through space towards the chaos. At this moment, Hong Jun arrived belatedly, gazing upon the tumultuous earth, fractured mountains, and the shattered realms of Qin Kuan and Yin Yang Laozu, his expression heavy with sorrow. Yet urgent matters dictated that he confront Luo Ho. Upon seeing Hong Jun approach, Luo Ho sneered. The heavenly Tao is above. Today, Luo Ho willingly transforms into the demonic path to mend the celestial deficiencies, thus allowing the Tao to vanish and the demonic path to flourish. As soon as he spoke, the heavens responded, golden flowers rained down, and golden lotuses emerged from the earth, myriad auspicious colors illuminating the sky as Luo Ho transformed into the Tao, the innate treasure. The god-slaying spear and the world-destruction black lotus also vanished without a trace. With Luo Ho's transformation, the heavenly Tao acquired a negative aspect, evolving further. However, for Hong Jun, this was no boon. He was destined for unity with the Tao. The stronger the heavenly Tao, the weaker his autonomy. How could he rejoice? Hong Jun's countenance darkened, and he sighed helplessly. The situation had unfolded worse than anticipated. The leaders of the three tribes had long been petrified by the demonic Tao conflict, initially contemplating a stealthy retreat. Yet, considering Hong Jun's formidable prowess, they extinguished the flickering embers of rebellion in their hearts and patiently awaited his judgment. Upon seeing Hong Jun's gaze upon them, they hurriedly bowed, stating, "We, the three tribes, have sinned against the primordial earth, yet we have also contributed to it. We beseech the esteemed elder to be lenient in your judgment." Hong Jun nodded. The three tribes bear grave sins, yet the heavenly Tao is just. You need only render appropriate merits. Upon this declaration, the heavenly Tao responded, manifesting infinite order and principles. The three ancestors instantly understood in the presence of the heavenly Tao. The ancestral dragon vowed to eternally guard the Ci. The Yuan Feng pledged to suppress the undying volcano, while the ancestral Qilin vowed to forever protect the Qilin cliff, safeguarding the primordial veins. A rumble echoed as the merits descended, 70% drifting towards Hong Jun, while 30% fell to the remaining tribesmen. The three ancestors sighed in relief. Though life would be somewhat more challenging henceforth, at least their kin would survive. They had gleaned the might of the heavenly Tao. They bowed deeply to Hong Jun before transforming into three beams of light, soaring towards the heavens. As Hong Jun perceived the resolution of the matter, a profound joy and freedom welled within him, realizing that his moment of sanctification had arrived. Filled with exultation, he dispatched 2 parts of the merits towards the western lands, barely maintaining the damaged terrestrial veins from worsening. Before departing with haste, achieving sanctification was a significant matter. There was no time to delay. Within a hidden space of Mount Shumi, 2 barefooted Taoists gazed at the fractured terrestrial veins of the West. The waning innate spiritual energy, their expressions filled with despair. Chapter 12. The Divine Emergence. The Great Era approaches. Long before the Great Battle in the West, Zhen Yuanzi had arrived at Long Yuan. After dealing with an ancient dragon at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, Zhen Yuanzi smoothly entered the treasure trove of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps sensing the impending chaos, the entire Dragon Clan's offspring had strategically relocated, leaving behind only the old, ill, and weak. Zhen Yuanzi did not annihilate them, employing some means to obscure the heavenly secrets and conceal his tracks, confident that they would not discover his presence. After all, the illustrious Zhen Yuan de Xian was uniquely benevolent and virtuous. There was no one else like him in the primordial realm. Most of the treasures and spiritual materials within the treasure trove had already been relocated. Yet, fearing retribution from future intruders, some remnants were left behind. Dozens of inferior innate spiritual treasures, 5 inferior innate spiritual roots, 9 medium-grade innate spiritual treasures, and other valuable materials piled high like mountains. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhen Yuanzi claimed these treasures for the 5 Zhuang Temple. After a long period of silence, the system re-emerged to stir up excitement. Ding! Sign-in location detected. Long Yuan. Would the host like to sign in? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Dragon Gate, a magnificent golden door, surrounded by a multitude of dragons, abruptly appeared within Zhen Yuanzi's purple mansion. Zhen Yuanzi casually perused the details of the treasure. After all these years, although he had yet to discern the system's gender, he was well versed in the process. The author was merely padding the word count with the system again. How disheartening! Acquiring the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Dragon Gate, resolve Zhen Yuanzi's concerns regarding the divine positions of the river god and lake god. Perhaps it could even allow him to enjoy a share of the dragon clan's fortune. What of it? You, the naturally born dragon clan, claim the title of dragon clan, while we, who strive and toil for our own, are not entitled to the same. Do you not know the immense sacrifices Zhen Yuan Dao Jun made for our transformation into dragons? He has already scattered supreme innate spiritual treasures. Shall we not receive a portion of the fortune? This, my friends, is what we call killing two birds with one stone. Zhen Yuanzi reveled in his tactical retreat. Meanwhile, the dragon mother, hiding with the hatchling dragons in the dragon tomb, gazed at the sky with a puzzled expression, having sensed a significant drop in the dragon clan's fortune. Having pilfered a portion of the dragon clan's wealth, Zhen Yuanzi planned his escape. He had no intention of visiting the Phoenix and Qiling clans. Time was of the essence, and the surviving members of the three clans on the battlefield would soon return. If he wished to avoid a confrontation with these defeated soldiers, a tactical withdrawal was his only option. Nonetheless, Zhen Yuanzi was thoroughly satisfied with his haul. The dragon clan's accumulation over thousands of years, even if only a fraction, was enough to elevate him to the status of a tycoon in the currently impoverished lands of the West. In the midst of primordial chaos, time is disregarded as centuries swiftly pass. Apart from the desolate expanse of the West, the rest of the world gradually emerges from the aftershocks of the Great Calamity, restoring its former splendor. Influenced by the shifting tides of celestial fortunes, many renowned transcendent beings have quietly manifested, yet they remain hidden, hesitant to reveal themselves. On Kunlun Mountain, where ethereal energies swirl and divine mists linger, there sits an elderly man with white hair, a dignified middle-aged figure, and a handsome young man with sword-like brows upon AMAT. This moment, the three pure ones have only just emerged, each possessing mid-level cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The Taoist of the Grand Purity remains sentimental, hence his benevolence. The Taoist of Primordial Purity has yet to align with the heavens, hence his gentleness. The Taoist of Upper Purity has not yet defied the heavens, hence his brightness. The three pure ones manifest auspicious clouds above their heads and engage in discourse on the Tao, drawing the attention of all beings, flora, fauna, and otherwise, who gather on Kunlun Mountain to listen. They are still youthful, imbued with the benevolence of Panga, on the western Kunlun, a figure shrouded in boundless crimson golden light, adorned with the crown of the morning star and the shoes of the phoenix, opens her eyes. Her gaze is calm, devoid of joy or sorrow, with a slight upward tilt as she looks down upon the masses, gently patting the head of the extraordinary beast beneath her, engaged in some conversation. On Mount Sumeru, the only pure land of the West, a gaunt elder, his face etched with sorrow, gazes toward the desolate west and sighs. Turning to a barefooted Taoist holding a seven-treasure tree, he inquires, "Disciple, after centuries have passed, where exactly lies the path of the West?" The barefooted Taoist smiles, pointing towards the east eye in the depths of Yuanyue Cave on Mount Lingjiu. A Taoist clad in an apricot-yellow robe emerges from a coffin, his expression slightly stiff. After a moment of contemplation, he declares, "One must first consider death before contemplating life. Truly, I am remarkable." He observes a lamp before the ancient coffin, perpetually burning, beside which stands a stone tablet inscribed with the characters heaven and earth. The blood sea surges, gathering all the filth since the dawn of creation. A blood-robed sinister Taoist, clutching two lethal swords, sits upon a 12-petal red lotus of karmic fire, gazing with murderous intent at the primordial land below. A surge of blood energy dominates the vast expanse of time and space. Beneath the northeastern slopes of Mount Buzhou, within the ancestral witch hall, the heart's blood pool nurtures 11 formidable ancestral witches. Di Jiang bellows heartily, "Dear siblings, I have finally awaited your arrival with you. We now possess 11 ancestral witches. We merely await the last one, whether it be a younger brother or sister." The 10 ancestral witches respond with laughter. "We have met our elder brother," and then turn their gaze toward the blood pool, filled with anticipation. On the sun star, 2 untamed figures dart about, golden flames of solar fire swirling around them. The elder youth gestures toward the primordial chaos, exclaiming to his younger brother, "That is the center of all realms, our ultimate destination." Ambition gleams in his eyes, eyeing various hidden realms of the cosmos. Primordial deities are born. They represent the last batch of innate beings in this world. the first to emerge after the Great Tribulation. Following them, no more innate sanctities will arise. Zhen Yuanzi pays no heed to the changes in the world outside. He is wholly absorbed in his cultivation. There is no heaven, no earth, no self, only the process of spiritual energy transforming into auspicious clouds. After the great calamity, Zhen Yuanzi's understanding of the heavenly principles, causality, and fate deepens. Thus, over the course of 100 epochs, he has never ceased his cultivation. The initial calamity of Long Han was exceedingly brutal, instilling in him a sense of urgency. Only by strengthening his cultivation can he better contend for the fortunes of heaven and earth. Fulfilling his grand design and achieving complete transcendence, as time flows amidst turmoil, the vitality within Mount Wanshou flourishes, nourished by the ginseng fruit tree and huangzhong plums alongside other primordial spiritual roots. After 120 epochs of seclusion, Zhen Yuanzi emerges, ding, 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 at the peak of Mount Wanshou, where the Wuzhuang Temple resides. The chimes resonate across the vast expanse, having risen countless heights over the long passage of time. For surrounding peaks bear 4 great bells, reverberating with 81 resonances, echoing throughout the countless miles of blessed lands and heavenly realms. Chapter 13. In the early days of Zhen Yuanzi's establishment, the chime reverberated through the skies. The golden immortal lords seated across various locales, upon hearing the sound, did not dare to delay. They hastily emerged from their abodes, converging upon Wuzhuang Temple Point. 360 golden immortal lords responded to the chime, their radiant forms streaking across the heavens like a meteor shower. Countless earth immortals, celestial immortals, and true immortals hastened from every corner of the western land. In the distance, the Taoist of Taishan had already broken through to the great Luo golden immortal before the 10 epochs. And upon witnessing this scene, he felt both emotional and gratified. Zhen Yuanzi's 4 disciples have now all attained Tai cultivation, standing by with great joy. Jing Yuan's eyes momentarily lost in thought. Remarked, in those days, our Wuzhuang Temple had merely 2 or 3 disciples. Now, who in the western land does not know of Mount Wanshou? Jing Si sighed. Our master has conferred mountain deities and harmonized the western geomancy, earning immense merit in heaven and earth, and great virtue among the beings of the primordial realm. With such prestige, no one could dare utter a word against our Wuzhuang Temple. Jing Ping chuckled. Sister, did those 2 from Mount Sumeru not say that our Wanshou Temple has a connection with them? Jing'an shot him a glance, reproaching, Disciple, one must not be rude. Although our master speaks of these 2 transcendent beings as somewhat lacking in appearance, their earnest pursuit of the Tao and intent to revitalize the West is indeed commendable. Thus, our master merely expelled them from the mountain gate, not wishing for their complete destruction. We ought not to speak casually on the matter. Jing Ping scratched his head, quickly agreeing. The Taoist of Taishan shook his head at this sight. Even as Zhen Yuanzi appointed him as the guardian of the eastern realm, Jing Ping remained as capricious as ever. With a gentle tap of his bamboo staff, a cloud of auspiciousness arose, carrying the 4 as they leisurely drifted toward Wuzhuang Temple. What is the hurry? The mountain deities of the West cannot arrive that swiftly. Mount Sumeru, the sacred ground of the West, towers majestically over the land, where 2 transcendent beings frequently preach, making it the second most revered holy site after Mount Wanshou in the eyes of the beings of the West. The towering Sumeru Mountain, with its numerous branches, stretches across countless miles, serving as the ancestral vein of the West. Even during the initial calamity of Long Han, Luo Ho intentionally avoided the destruction of Sumeru Mountain. Taichung Peak lies at the edge of a subsidiary branch of Sumeru Mountain. Nonetheless, being within the 5 folds of Sumeru, it has accumulated a degree of fortune over the years, nurturing a spirit of the mountain who, leveraging its unique advantages, governs Taichung, known as the mountain god of Taichung. Within the Sumera Jade Plate, governed by the Sumera mountain god, his name is also inscribed. The honest middle-aged mountain god gazes at the news relayed from his simplified landmap. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, he then calls out, quickly prepare the ceremonial procession. I shall pay my respects to the ancestral deity of the earth, though Taichung Peak may be insignificant. The Taichung mountain god holds a status akin to that of a minor king in later generations. With a single command, the ghostly chariots and palanquins are prepared, and a multitude of mountain spirits and wild creatures array themselves, ready to set forth. The Taichung mountain god, seated upon his chariot, tenderly caresses his ride. an exquisite creation bestowed by the Earth Ancestor. With a single breath, it grants a speed of 100,000 miles. Surpassing even his own methods of escaped it is said to be a work-related asset, designed for the better performance of its user. Though the Taichung mountain god does not fully comprehend this, he feels a sense of duty to vigilantly oversee Sumeru Mountain. Thinking to himself, he glances towards Sumeru Mountain, and upon seeing no significant movements at the main peak, he breathes a sigh of relief. Little does he know, the grand spectacle of the mountain god's departure has already alerted the deities of the land below. Divine Lord, where are you headed? The earth deity, upon witnessing the mountain goddess departure, hurriedly transforms into a stream of light, racing towards the mountain goddess' spiritual realm to halt the chariot. Though Taichung Peak is remote, the surrounding area is rife with formidable malevolent gods and wild demons. The earth deity, possessing only earth immortal cultivation, relies on the mountain god for protection, which is why he has not lost his life thus far. Therefore, upon seeing the Taichung mountain god seemingly preparing to depart, he is naturally anxious. The Taichung mountain god, having had his intentions revealed by the earth deity, is instantly drenched in cold sweat, fearing that his identity as a two-faced traitor has been exposed. A flash of murderous intent crosses his mind, and he nearly acts, but then his gaze shifts. With a hearty laugh, the Taichung mountain god replies, "Ah, it is merely the earth deity. You are unaware. The ancestral deity of the earth, Zhen Yuanzi, is hosting a banquet, and I am going to extend my congratulations." The earth deity is momentarily taken aback, utterly confused. You, a mountain god of Sumeru Jade Plate, wish to pay respects to the earth ancestor. While he is revered by the mountain deities of the West, we are indeed part of Sumeru Mountain, with two transcendent beings backing us. Why should we pay homage to him? The Taichung mountain goddess' eyes glimmer with insight, yet he feigns a sigh, saying, "Earth deity, we have been acquainted for several thousand years. Let us speak the truth. Here, do we have any hope for further advancement?" The earth deity is momentarily speechless. What hope could there be? Such wild deities, devoid of lineage, connections, support, resources, treasures, or divine powers, are as pure as the clearest crystal. What path could they possibly carve for themselves? To cling to the thigh of the Shumi mountain deity or to rely on the fortune bestowed by the earth ancestor? Were it not for the rapid expansion of the Wuzhuang temple lineage, the two venerable ones atop the mountain, fearing their stronghold might be compromised, would have no choice but to reluctantly assimilate these lesser deities. Now, they likely possess not even a formal position, merely existing as temporary workers. The great mountain deity, observing the earth's silence, sighed softly. This journey, even if we do not encounter the earth ancestor, to engage with the Wuzhuang temple lineage would be a tremendous blessing. Moreover, we are also of the earth deity lineage, inherently close to the earth ancestor. Furthermore, the great mountain deity glanced around, lowering his voice intentionally as he spoke to the earth. I have heard from fellow travelers that Wuzhuang Temple is a grand household, boasting several innate spiritual roots, not to mention the myriad of celestial herbs and elixirs. With our humble cultivation, we need not aspire to the innate spiritual fruits. However, the celestial herbs and elixirs should surely be within our reach. And if by chance we gain an opportunity to join the earth ancestor's lineage, we could acquire all manner of techniques and divine powers. The earth hesitated for a moment, swallowing hard, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. If that is the case, I shall accompany you. The great mountain deity laughed heartily, pulling the earth onto the carriage, and instructed the mountain spirit driving the cart, "Hurry, hurry. We must not be late for the earth ancestor's banquet." Such a scene unfolded simultaneously in various locations upon Shumi Mountain, the main peak. Beneath the Bodhi tree, the incident of staff switching at Shumi Mountain was keenly observed. The faces of the two deities were even more somber than before. The expression of the earth ancestor was filled with fury. Yet recalling the terrifying powers of the Zhen Yuanzi, he ultimately refrained from exploding in wrath. Both understood that their poverty was their original sin. A meager wage would never retain laborers. After a moment of silence, the earth ancestor finally advised, "Brother, if we diligently cultivate, there will come a day when we can demand an explanation from Wuzhuang Temple. The losses of the moment are of little consequence." The earth ancestor sighed deeply, merely managing a bitter smile. How many more years would it take before they could confront Wuzhuang Temple? Chapter 14. The deities pay homage to the Earth Ancestor at this moment. Upon the vast western lands of the primordial realm, divine light shone brilliantly, and the atmosphere was lively and bustling. Numerous mountain deities and earth spirits either rode celestial birds or traveled in carriages, calling friends and gathering in groups of 3 or 5, making their way towards Mount Wanshou. A young Taoist clad in a red robe, with a benevolent visage, couldn't help but express his astonishment. After all, having emerged from Huayun Cave and traversed the primordial realm for tens of thousands of years, he had never witnessed such a vibrant scene. He hurriedly stopped a hasty earth deity and inquired, "May I ask, dear friend, where are you headed in such haste?" The old earth deity, rushing along, was anxious not to miss the banquet at Wuzhuang Temple. Little did he expect to be halted at this moment, which provoked his anger to rise. Turning around, he was about to unleash a torrent of curses. The Red Cloud Taoist, seeing this, quickly offered a spiritual herb. The earth deity discreetly accepted the herb, adjusted his sleeve, and then spoke amicably. "You are not a being of the western lands, are you?" The Red Cloud Ancestor nodded. "My humble Taoist temple is indeed in the east." The earth deity understood. It turned out to be an inexperienced eastern deity. No wonder he was unaware of the earth ancestor's grand banquet for the elixir of rejuvenation. Sigh. The beings of the east truly are pitiable. Reflecting on this, the earth deity's tone grew increasingly gentle. Leaning on his staff, he continued to explain. "Typically, our realm is not this lively. However, today happens to coincide with the earth immortal ancestor's triennial elixir banquet, and various mountain deities and earth spirits seize this opportunity to pay homage to the earth ancestor." The Red Cloud Ancestor was puzzled. Who is this earth ancestor? And what exactly is this elixir of rejuvenation? Upon hearing this inquiry, the earth deity's eyes lit up. Speaking of this, he became animated. "I, the earth of the great marsh, am a staunch admirer of the earth immortal ancestor Zhen, an exemplary employee trained by Wuzhuang Temple. I can recite the biography of the earth ancestor by heart. I have lived for 5,000 years and spent 4,500 years studying the earth ancestor. Were it not for this, how could I have distinguished myself among my peers and received accolades from the esteemed Qingfeng and Mingyue?" He then proceeded to extol Zhen Yuanzi to the Red Cloud Ancestor. The Red Cloud Ancestor listened intently to the accounts of the earth immortal ancestor, his eyes glimmering. "This earth immortal ancestor sounds remarkably similar to myself, a truly virtuous being, selfless and dedicated to the primordial realm. Indeed, a paragon of morality." The great marsh earth deity felt a surge of pride at this reaction. "Excellent! Another companion has been successfully swayed by Zhen, further enhancing the strength of Wuzhuang Temple." Meanwhile, the Red Cloud Ancestor was still en route. The carriage of the Burning Lamp Taoist from Lingzhou Mountain had already arrived smoothly outside Wuzhuang Temple. To be honest, the Burning Lamp Taoist was reluctant to visit Wuzhuang Temple. Yet, with Zhen Yuanzi himself extending an invitation, he found it difficult to decline. The Lingzhou Mountain Taoist Temple and all surrounding mountain deities and earth spirits belonged to the Wuzhuang Temple lineage. He could hardly find an excuse not to come, though refuse would be to disrespect the earth ancestor. The Burning Lamp Taoist sighed inwardly, but maintained a composed facade, wearing an appropriate smile as he alighted from the carriage. The small Taoist temple held great wonders, encompassing the universe within. Upon handing the carriage over to a servant disciple, as soon as he stepped over the threshold, he heard a joyful, hearty laugh echoing in his ears. "Ah, is that you, Burning Lamp Taoist? It has been quite some time." As a great Luo ancestor, he was naturally welcomed by the equally great Luo Golden Immortal, Taoxian Taoist. The Burning Lamp Taoist smiled slightly and returned the greeting. "It has been over 10,000 years since our last meeting. Taoxian Tao brother, and you remain as charming as ever." Taoxian Taoist laughed heartily and beckoned. "Come, take your seat. The banquet is about to commence." Ding! The Taoist bell rang, signaling the guests to take their places. Qingfeng and Mingyue, the 2 Taoist attendants, heard the bell and quickly retrieved their primordial mobile phones, small earth books, and sent out a notice in the Mountain Deities and Earth Spirits group chat. "Attention all members, the elixir banquet is set to begin in 3 days. Everyone, please hurry." As soon as the message was dispatched, the chat was inundated with responses. Observing this, the 2 attendants finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang thrice, and the 3 days flew by in an instant. numerous mountain deities and earth spirits, along with the Western divines, finally gathered. The red cloud ancestor mingled among them, sharing camaraderie with the great marsh earth deity and other celestial beings. The atmosphere brimming with joy. Within Wuzhuang Temple, while discussing doctrines with the burning lamp Taoist, Taishan Taoist suddenly changed expression, halting his teachings. The burning lamp Taoist, puzzled, looked at Taishan Taoist, wondering why he had stopped speaking. Taishan Taoist performed a bow. Dear friend, Zhen Yuan Dao brother has emerged from his retreat. We must proceed to witness the ceremony. The burning lamp Taoist understood, calmly rising as he followed the lead of the attending disciples towards the ceremonial platform. Simultaneously, the red cloud ancestor, who was busy making friends, also felt a shift in the atmosphere. Who could be visiting? Zhen Yuan has been remiss in not welcoming them. A great Luo golden immortal entered Mount Wanshou. Zhen Yuanzi was no fool. How could he possibly fail to notice? It was merely that he sensed no ill intent from the visitor, allowing the situation to unfold until now. Upon hearing the transmission from Zhen Yuanzi, the red cloud ancestor was not taken aback. He obediently followed Zhen Yuanzi's guidance to the ceremonial platform. After greeting Taishan Taoist and burning lamp Taoist, the red cloud ancestor sat gracefully upon the cloud bed, exuding an aura of dignity. Yet, internally, he was astonished. To his surprise, there was not just one great Luo present on Mount Wanshou, not to mention the red cloud ancestor's reflections, as the auspicious time arrived. The two Taoist attendants hastily struck the Taoist bell. The sound resonated throughout the realms. Regardless of whether they were mountain deities or earth spirits, celestial beings of the cave heavens, or the earth immortals of blessed lands, all fell silent. Once the crowd quieted, the two attendants bowed to the void and proclaimed, "We humbly invite the earth ancestor to impart the teachings." As these words echoed, a vast wave swept across the land, reaching countless beings who heard the divine voice. Upon the law platform, a figure sat upon the ground, a celebratory cloud rising above, an unknown Tao sound resounding, transcending all beings. Bow! Thousands upon thousands of earth immortals, heavenly immortals, true immortals, golden immortals, and Tai, regardless of their usual prominence or how they held dominion over myriad lives, all bowed their heads in reverence. Little deities pay their respects to the earth ancestor. May the ancestor's life be boundless. Their voices resounded to the heavens, reverberating across countless miles of Mount Wanshou. Taishan Taoist stroked his beard and smiled. The red cloud ancestor's eyes sparkled at this sight, while the burning lamp Taoist felt a tremor in his heart, a flicker of resignation in his gaze. Zhen Yuanzi calmly observed the multitude of beings bowing, seated alone at the mountain's peak, his heart filled with delight. For at that moment, as the myriad gods bowed, countless fortunes flowed toward him from the mountains and rivers of the primordial western realm. Zhen Yuanzi gazed upon the many mountain deities and earth spirits below, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. The chives had finally grown tall enough to be harvested. All his years of nurturing had not been in vain. You may rise. The Tao voice resonated throughout the 10 directions, shaking the very essence of their beings. Whether they were earth immortals or Tai, all were filled with awe and reverence. Beneath Wuzhuang Temple, the deities rose, all gazing at the Taoist seated in the highest position. Clad in a purple gold crown and a robe of mountains and rivers, with sleeves flowing gracefully, his demeanor was serene and unperturbed, his eyes reflecting the sun and moon, his heart encompassing all living beings. To behold him was to behold the Tao. This is the paramount figure of their earth deity lineage, the leader of countless mountain gods and land deities, the savior of botanical spirits, the progenitor of earth immortals. Co-ruler with the world, Zhen Yuanzi, the great immortal. Chapter 15. Friends abound. Zhen Yuanzi gazed down at the assembly of deities below, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Esteemed friends, you have diligently sorted the earth veins and safeguarded the primordial lands, thereby accruing merit for the universe. I, as a humble practitioner, shall take this opportunity at the herbal elixir feast to impart teachings as a gesture of gratitude to all of you. This discourse will span 3,000 years. Yet it shall not delve into divine abilities or esoteric methods. Rather, I shall elucidate the various stages and challenges of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the deities collectively inhaled sharply, their excitement palpable. They bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "The earth ancestor is benevolent." Some of the more sentimental deities even shed tears, leaving one to wonder whether it was a display of acting or genuine emotion. In the primordial realm, to thrive, one must first have a solid foundation and secondly, possess influential backing, essentially, a powerful ally. Ultimately, however, what is most crucial is a lineage of inheritance. The innate deities boast profound roots, their fortunes and talents unparalleled, and their ancestral teachings have largely resolved their cultivation issues. Conversely, some postnatal beings or those without a lineage of innate origin possess shallow foundations and limited insights, encountering myriad challenges in their practice, if fortune smiles upon them and they manage to apprentice under a powerful sage. Their path thereafter may not be entirely smooth, but their trepidation would be significantly alleviated. Yet, the mountain gods and land deities, having emerged from humble beginnings, have expended untold effort and endured countless tribulations to reach their current standing. Many among them have been ensnared in their present states, unable to break through for countless eons. Now, having glimpsed a glimmer of hope, how could they not be stirred with excitement, observing their fervor? Zhen Yuanzi refrained from further superfluous words, waved his hand to dispel the dust of distraction, and commenced his teachings. As Zhen Yuanzi spoke, there were no heavenly rains of fragrant flowers nor earth-sprung golden lotuses. Instead, he began with the universal precepts of the primordial realm. The great Tao is formless, nurturing heaven and earth. It is unfeeling, guiding the sun and moon. It is nameless, fostering all living things. I know not its name. Yet I shall call it the Tao. The deities sat rapt, fully engrossed in Zhen Yuanzi's teachings, fearful of missing a single word. Occasionally, mountain gods and land deities would break through their realms, joyfully rising to bow before Zhen Yuanzi before returning to their enlightenment. While not all could be deemed scholars, it was evident that they were seasoned by the trials of the primordial world. Thus, they approached the teachings with utmost seriousness, and had they possessed notebooks, Zhen Yuanzi would have suspected they were taking notes. Zhen Yuanzi spoke for 500 years, addressing 500 years' worth of cultivation inquiries. This cycle continued thrice, culminating in 3,000 years before the multitude of mountain gods and land deities finally regained their senses. They once again bowed in heartfelt reverence, exclaiming, "The earth ancestor is benevolent." Zhen Yuanzi nodded at the gathering below, pleased with the reception of his teachings. With a countenance filled with righteous intent, Zhen Yuanzi began to extol the virtues of recruitment rather than mere advertisement. My lineage from Wuzhuang Temple has always taken it upon ourselves to safeguard the primordial lands, diligently working for decades without a moment's negligence, which has culminated in the gradual restoration of the Western lands and a flourishing of fortune. This is all thanks to the collective efforts of the earth deities of my Wanshou lineage. My records of your merits have long been inscribed. Once the herbal elixir feast concludes, all deities may ascend with the gentle wind and bright moon to the Hall of Merits. In the hall, all treasures, divine abilities, and elixirs may be exchanged for merit. Having spoken thus, Zhen Yuanzi paid no heed to the deities' reactions and vanished from the high platform. The assembly erupted in a flurry of excitement, dazed as if struck by a sweet confection, feeling as though they were in a dream. The two disciples, Qingfeng and Mingyue, exchanged glances and ascended the high platform, ringing the Tao bell. Once silence fell upon the crowd, they announced, "Only the earth deities of the Wanshou lineage have their merits recorded. If any of you wish to exchange for spiritual items, you must first join our Wanshou lineage." As soon as this proclamation was made, a true immortal promptly stood and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed ones, what are the requirements for joining Wanshou Mountain?" The Taoist Qingfeng sternly replied, "In our lineage, regardless of your cultivation level, as long as you have contributed merit to the universe, you may have your name inscribed in the Earth Sovereign's precious record." With that, he tossed a jade seal to the querying true immortal. Extending his consciousness, the true immortal found himself enveloped in a radiant vision of a precious record, resplendent with auspicious clouds surrounding it, as the energies of the universe fell like a canopy, illuminating the 10 directions. Upon the record, rivers and mountains manifested, and the echoes of the Tao resounded, filling the void with the laws of the earth. Countless points of light appearing throughout, as the true immortal surveyed, he noticed a multitude of luminous points scattered across the primordial western lands, leading him to conjecture. He tossed the jade seal, which landed in a remote corner of the record, precisely where his Taoist sanctuary, Chongyuan Mountain, was situated. With the jade seal's descent, that corner shimmered to life, and the Changyuan mountain deity, in a daze, heard a resounding divine voice. By the decree of the earth immortal ancestor Zhen Yuanzi, I hereby designate you as the Changyuan mountain deity. You shall be revered. Startled, the Changyuan mountain deity hastily bowed, declaring, I shall obey the decree. As his words fell, for Taoist characters inscribed themselves upon the white jade seal. Changyuan mountain deity. Only then did the Changyuan mountain deity awaken from his reverie, realizing the multitude of deities were gazing at him with eager anticipation. With a measured tone, he announced, I have now been recorded in the precious record. Upon hearing his confirmation, the atmosphere erupted into excitement as the assembly of deities surged toward Qingfeng and Mingyue, fearful of missing their opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi, engaged in discourse with the likes of the lantern-lighting Taoist, observed this scene with a bemused smile. Am I selling myself? Is this acceptable? The red cloud ancestor, noticing Zhen Yuanzi's smile, inquired with curiosity, Brother Zhenyuan, what brings you such mirth? Zhen Yuanzi, with an air of solemnity, replied, I find amusement in the folly of Zhen and Zhuanqi, who lack wisdom. The red cloud ancestor listened, perplexed, while the lantern-lighting Taoist hastily asked, what do you mean by that? Zhen Yuanzi adopted a compassionate demeanor. I have observed that since the calamity of the western lands, the earth veins have been damaged and spiritual energies have dissipated, making the path arduous for all beings. Therefore, I have guided the mountain gods and land deities to mend the earth veins and rescue beings from suffering. Yet, Zhen and Zhuanqi have repeatedly obstructed this, attempting to confront me at the mountain gate. Thus, I find it amusing that they are oblivious to the divine will and eschew virtue, ultimately inviting misfortune upon themselves. The red cloud ancestor, filled with indignation, declared, Brother Zhenyuan, these two are indeed unworthy. Should I encounter them, I shall seek justice on your behalf. Zhen Yuanzi regarded the red cloud ancestor's earnestness with bemusement, but nonetheless shared tales of Zhen and Zhuanqi. The Taishan Taoist, unwilling to be left out, boldly joined the conversation, while the lantern-lighting Taoist, with a twitch of his eye, begrudgingly entered the fray. The air became imbued with a joyful atmosphere. Once the discussion concluded, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly rose, bowing to the lantern-lighting Taoist to inform him, the deity of Lingzhou Mountain, having indulged excessively in spiritual wine recently, has faltered in his duties and has been temporarily relieved by me. Henceforth, the deity's responsibilities will require your attention. The lantern-lighting Taoist quickly sidestepped, wary of Zhen Yuanzi's respect, for he dared not fully accept it. After all, Zhen Yuanzi's potent aura and the depth of his Tao essence signified his status as a formidable being at the late stage of the Great Luo. He returned a bow, saying, You flatter me, brother. Such trivial matters need not trouble you. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. The red cloud ancestor, not one to be naive, observed their dynamic with a knowing smile. Remaining composed in his seat, seeing the lantern-lighting Taoist lower his guard, Zhen Yuanzi smiled inwardly. During his university days, he had learned that cultivating numerous friendships while minimizing enemies is the true path to success. With a hearty laugh, Zhen Yuanzi instructed, Child, go to the backyard and gather 8 fruits. Today, I shall host esteemed guests. The disciple complied and headed to the backyard to procure the ginseng fruits. Chapter 16. Hongjun achieves sanctification. Zixiao Palace emerges since the day he tasted the ginseng fruit from Zhen Yuanzi. The red cloud ancestor could not shake his craving for it. Returning every few millennia to request one, eventually, he decided to reside permanently at Wuzhuang Temple. Engaging in teachings with Zhen Yuanzi and the Taishan Taoist, enjoying a blissful existence. The lantern-lighting Taoist from Lingzhou Mountain also occasionally visited Wuzhuang Temple, conversing with Zhen Yuanzi and others on profound matters. One day, within Wuzhuang Temple, for great sages were demonstrating their arts. Zhen Yuanzi stood atop a cloud of celebration, the ethereal forms of numerous sacred mountains manifesting, as countless mountain gods and land deities recited scriptures and prayers. The laws of the earth permeating the void as he remained tranquil, suppressing the myriad realms. Seeing this, the lantern-lighting Taoist also summoned a cloud of celebration above his head, illuminating the 10 directions with a palace lantern. Countless beings transitioned from birth to death, and waves of extinguishing energy flowed into the lantern as fuel, gradually amplifying the law of extinction. Slowly, the Taoist of the supreme mystery moved with a deliberate grace, gently pushing the fishtail crown, from which an abundance of ethereal wood energy emerged, transforming the air into a vibrant tapestry of various grasses and trees, flourishing with life and rich in the essence of creation. The venerable red cloud ancestor, unwilling to be outdone, smiled softly, conjuring a brilliant crimson cloud that appeared from thin air, enveloping the space with a profound sense of carefree transcendence, as the four divine beings collided. An infinite wellspring of wisdom, light, principles, and truths flickered into existence. Great laws of the earth, creation, vitality, extinction, and freedom manifested themselves. Faintly, the divine sounds of the great path reverberated across the vast expanse of Mount Wanshou. Within the mountain, numerous disciples sat cross-legged, earnestly absorbing this rare and magnificent creation. This discourse on the Tao persisted for a full 3 centuries before coming to a pause, after clarifying their gains. Zhen Yuanzi and his companions were filled with immense joy. Fellow Taoists, indeed, those of the same path can be friends. Only through exchange can we progress. Brother Zhen speaks truly. Just as Zhen Yuanzi was about to share his insights, a sudden series of extraordinary phenomena echoed throughout the cosmos. Rays of aurora emanated from Jade Capital Mountain, spreading endlessly and illuminating the entire realm. Following this, the great Tao resonated with thunderous sounds, and fragrant aromas wafted down from the heavens, refreshing the spirit. Countless golden lotuses bloomed in 9 grades, layering the earth, each opening and closing, exuding an immeasurable fragrance that dispelled all worldly suffering in the far east. Strands of purple chi materialized, stretching 30,000 miles from east to west, from above to below, saturating the primordial wilderness with an air of nobility. As the boundless purple chi flowed, a kindly old Taoist, adorned with a jade disc atop his head and leaning on a bamboo staff, emerged from Jade Capital Mountain, stepping upon the purple chi, ascending towards the celestial realms. Each strike of his staff upon the purple chi sent ripples through the air, his white beard flowing as he sang, "I reside in the 9 heavens, where the true Tao is attained upon the mat. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall preside over the teachings." From Pangu, the great Tai Chi was born, with the 2 forms and 4 symbols in harmony. 1 path leads to 3 friends, and 2 teachings delineate divisions. The leader of the mystical gate, through 1 breath, transforms into Hongjun. The humble Hongjun, having acquired the jade disc of creation, traversed countless tribulations, and have now attained sainthood. Realizing that countless beings possess only innate inheritance, lacking the means of transcendence, I shall, a millennium hence, expound upon the great Tao in the purple cloud palace beyond the 33 heavens. All who are fated may come to listen. The beings of the primordial wilderness, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming joy swell within, a sense of transcendence that resonated throughout the heavens, celebrating the first divine being to officially embark upon the path of transcendence since the dawn of creation. Henceforth, the path of all beings would advance further, transcending the river of fate, coexisting with the Tao, unyielding through the ages. At this moment, a profound pressure emanated from Jade Capital Mountain, expanding outward, saturating the vast wilderness. Countless beings felt their hearts tremble with reverence as they prostrated upon the ground, exclaiming, "We bow before the saint. May the saint's longevity be boundless." This was a tribute to the pioneers who opened the path, a primal yearning for the primordial Tao. Zhen Yuanzi and the other innate saints employed their means but did not kneel. They merely bowed their heads in respect towards Saint Hongjun. After making his presence known, Saint Hongjun vanished from sight, the 30,000 miles of purple chi dissipating into nothingness, and the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth gradually faded, returning to tranquility. Yet beneath this calm lay surging tides, as all divine beings harbored a deep yearning for the realm of the saint, eagerly anticipating the teachings in the purple cloud palace beyond the 33 heavens. On Kunlun Mountain, the Taoist of supreme clarity remained silent. The Taoist of jade clarity kept his eyes closed and said nothing. The Taoist of upper clarity was eager to act. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself. "Elder brothers, this venerable one will expound the Tao in a millennium. Shall we go or stay?" Hearing this, the Taoist of jade clarity wore a stern expression and admonished, as the true lineage of Pangu, "Why should we seek the Tao from others, thus losing face? There is a sequence to enlightenment. The Tao arises from the quest," the upper clarity Taoist countered. "Moreover, If all other Taoist friends in the wilderness go to listen to the teachings and we do not, would we not fall behind? The Taoist of supreme clarity lifted his eyelids slightly, slowly responding, though he inwardly worried that their absence might offend the saint. The upper clarity Taoist raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Then, dear brothers, let us set forth. The Taoist of supreme clarity nodded in agreement, and the Taoist of jade clarity also acquiesced. The three pure ones departed from Kunlun. In the hall of Pango, the ancestral shaman Zhu Rong exclaimed with agitation. Our shaman clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit, only the physical body. The great Tao is sought solely through our bloodline and flesh. Sister, why must you go to the Purple Cloud Palace? The water shaman, Gong Gong, who had always been at odds with Zhu Rong, surprisingly concurred. Zhu Rong speaks truth. We are all of the bloodline of the Father God. We do not honor heaven and earth, nor need we pay homage to Hongjun. Sister, let us not go. Huda sighed bitterly, seeing her brother's unanimous opposition, and resolved to abandon the idea of attending the teachings. At this moment, the usually silent Zhu Jiuyin unexpectedly spoke up. Sister, if you wish to go, then go. Just be careful on your journey. As the strategist of the shaman clan, Zhu Jiuyin held a high position, and with his words, the others felt compelled to acquiesce. Allowing Hutu to attend the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. Watching Hutu exit the hall of Pango, Zhu Jiuyin's eyes turned dark, the river of time flowing within them, and he hoarsely remarked, Sister, your journey may hold great fortune for our clan and is crucial to our survival. Upon hearing this, the other ancestral shamans were taken aback. After a moment, Di Jiang laughed heartily. Old Nine, do not fear the heavenly Tao, nor rely on divine powers. Whatever difficulties we face, as long as we brothers unite, what is there to fear? The ancestral shamans echoed in agreement. Elder brother speaks wisely. Yet in their hearts lingered a shadow of doubt. On the Sun Star, Di Jun and Tai Yi rested upon the Fusang tree, exchanging glances before transforming into a rainbow and departing. Their pursuit of power remained unyielding and relentless in the Blood Sea. The old ancestor of the underworld river cradled the Yuanzi, and, with the Ubi sword soaring into the sky, transformed into a wisp of blood light that vanished into the horizon. Deep within the Blood Sea, a nine-winged blood mosquito breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to hide deeper within the Sea in the North Sea. A colossal kuan suddenly emerged from the depths, devouring countless sea beasts. Before transforming into a pong and soaring 90,000 miles into the sky. Throughout the primordial wilderness, in various celestial mountains and blessed lands, numerous powerful beings set forth. Whether riding chariots, boarding celestial birds, harnessing divine beasts, or soaring through the air, the skies were filled with vibrant streaks of light, and terrifying auras reverberated through time and space. Chapter 17. Chaos within the Wuzhuang Temple. The gathered individuals exchanged glances. Finally, Zhen Yuanzi spoke. The saint's teachings present an immense opportunity. We must not be negligent, fellow Taoists. Let us set forth. Having spoken, Zhen Yuanzi opened a spatial passage, leading the group towards the Purple Cloud's palace with great determination. Guided by an unseen force, he traversed the world's membranes, crossing through the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, and stepped into the chaos. The surrounding chaotic energy surged violently, obliterating all tangible and intangible matter. In this realm, all concepts of time and space were rendered void. Even the great Luo golden immortals would struggle to absorb the chaotic energy, consuming their powers to resist its encroachment, ultimately leading to their demise over time. Beings below the level of great Luo golden immortals had no capacity to withstand the chaotic aura at all. Unless they possessed innate spiritual treasures of a higher grade, they would find it nearly impossible to exist outside the world. Such innate treasures were of exceptionally high quality, containing an indestructible primordial light, either left behind by the chaos demon gods or derived from the splitting of chaotic spiritual treasures, thus being impervious to chaotic energies. Hence, Hongjun Laozu stated that those with fate could come to listen, and this fate referred not only to opportunity but also to strength and fortune. Zhen Yuanzi and his companions, all of whom had attained the great Luo golden immortal status and comprehended the power of the laws, could briefly linger in the chaos. However, Zhen Yuanzi still activated the Book of Earth, allowing streams of mysterious yellow energy to descend and form a canopy, enabling the group to navigate the chaos with ease. The chaos resembled an unhatched egg, devoid of distinctions between black and white, lacking a sense of up or down, and free from the concept of time and space. Confused and hazy, Zhen Yuanzi merely moved according to the intuition in his heart, unaware of how long or how far he had traveled, as all notions of time and space were annihilated here. After an indeterminate duration, which felt like a fleeting moment yet could also span eons, Zhen Yuanzi and the others finally emerged from the chaos, revealing before them an ancient and natural Taoist temple. Above the plaque were inscribed the characters Purple Cloud's Palace, and before the temple lay a staircase paved with primordial purple jade, consisting of 3,650 steps, extending from the temple entrance into the chaos, its distance and direction unknown. It seemed to exist within this space-time, yet appeared to drift beyond it. Surrounding them remained a realm of enigmatic chaos, with only the solitary temple and the jade-paved steps discernible, radiating an aura of immortality and indestructibility, suppressing this space-time. Zhen Yuanzi pondered, sensing that although this temple resided within chaos, it was still tethered to the vast primordial world, continuously inhaling and exhaling chaotic energy, transforming it into an abundance of spiritual essence, which was then supplied to the primordial world. A realization flashed through Zhen Yuanzi's mind. The beings of the primordial world were merely a biological chain produced during the world's operation. The heavenly Tao is impartial. The world bears no goodwill or malice towards beings, neither specifically targeting certain entities, but rewarding merit and punishing karma according to their roles within the world. However, while the world instinctively converts spiritual essence, should the rate of this transformation fall below the consumption rate of the primordial practitioners, disrupting the world's normal operation and ascension, the world would instinctively cleanse the pests within itself. This would manifest externally as catastrophic calamities, causing mass deaths among immortals, Buddhas, and deities, with their corporeal forms and souls returning to the cosmos. Thus, the sages of later generations were more partners of the heavenly Tao than mere puppets, bound to this partnership for life. Therefore, after the 6 sages attained enlightenment, they opened a world in the outer heavens and resided within the chaos, as their immense sizes and consumption rates necessitated it to avoid burdening the primordial world and delaying the arrival of calamities, compelling them to assist the heavenly Tao in transforming chaotic energy. As Zhen Yuanzi mulled over these thoughts, he felt he had gained a deeper understanding of the essence of the world, and gazing at the simple Purple Cloud's palace, he could not help but feel a sense of reverence. His comprehension of the laws of the earth and creation deepened, and his aura grew increasingly ethereal and sacred. Upon reaching the entrance of the Purple Cloud's palace after ascending the steps, Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback by the scene before him. He had presumed that even upon arriving at the Purple Cloud's palace, he would merely be among the middle tier of attendees, yet it turned out he was not late at all. While the temple appeared modest, it contained vastness within. Outside the Purple Cloud's palace sprawled a colossal plaza capable of accommodating countless divine beings. However, at this moment, only the 3 purities Taoists had arrived ahead of Zhen Yuanzi and his companions. Zhen Yuanzi, wearing a mature smile typical of a primordial being, approached and greeted them, saying, "Esteemed friends, your powers are remarkable, and it seems you have outpaced me considerably. Truly, you are the authentic followers of Pango." Zhen Yuanzi, handsome and eloquent, exuded politeness in his mannerisms. The aloof and dignified Yuqing Taoist was the first to respond. "You flatter us, my friend. All of you here are paragons of virtue and strength, truly among our kind." A glint of insight flashed in Taiqing Taoist's eyes as he remarked, "Has this brother perhaps broken through to the later stage of Great Luo?" Before Zhen Yuanzi could reply, Hongyun Laozu interjected, "Brother Zhen Yuan has exceptional talent. He has already attained the later stage of Great Luo over a decade ago." Upon hearing this, the 3 purities were taken aback. They, who had inherited the fortunes of Pangu and practiced in Kunlun for countless years, had only managed to reach the mid-stage of Great Luo, finding it challenging to break through to the later stage. Witnessing Zhen Yuanzi already at that level, they could not help but feel astonished, followed by a tinge of bitterness, as they had believed themselves to be extraordinary for many years. Now, with Hongjun Saint in the front and Zhen Yuanzi behind, it was clear that the primordial realm was indeed brimming with talents. Observing their reaction, Zhen Yuanzi could only supplement, "Your fortunes are profound. Catching up to me is merely a matter of time." Taiqing Taoist, smiling, shifted the topic. "Do you know the origins of this saint?" Zhen Yuanzi raised an eyebrow, for this was indeed something he knew well. He promptly began to enlighten them about Hongjun Laozu. Of course, this was outside of Hongjun's domain, as Zhen Yuanzi would not dare to fabricate tales about the saint. Instead, he recounted how the Dao ancestor eradicated the Western demon cult and saved the primordial realm, embellishing the heroic deeds through numerous layers of praise. Taiching initially intended to casually touch upon the subject, but upon realizing Zhen Yuanzi's genuine knowledge of Hongjun Saint, he could not help but elevate Zhen Yuanzi's status in his heart several notches. He felt as if Zhen Yuanzi were shrouded in a veil of mist, invoking a sense of reverence. Not only the three purities felt this way, even Hongjun Laozu, who often shared drinks and banter with Zhen Yuanzi, as well as Randing and Taishan Taoists, felt an overwhelming sense of awe. After all, he was the first saint since the creation of the heavens and the earth, and Zhen Yuanzi's familiarity with the saint's past was simply impressive. Chapter 18. The seat dispute. As Zhen Yuanzi and the others arrived, an increasing number of divine beings gathered at the entrance of the Purple Cloud's palace. Some clustered in groups of 3 to 5, while others stood alone. The sociable Hongjun Laozu busily gathered his many friends to greet Zhen Yuanzi. Brother Zhen Yuan, this is Baiming Zhenren. Brother, this is Yuzhen Xianzi. Zhen Yuanzi was delighted, realizing he had never known that Hongjun Laozu was not only a good-natured person but also a social butterfly. It wasn't until Hongyun introduced him to a goddess adorned in a purple palace outfit, draped in a myriad of stars, that he solemnly greeted Mother Dumu. Zhen Yuanzi held great respect for Dumu Yuanjun, as she was truly the leading figure of the primordial cosmos. Dumu Yuanjun, also known as the Divine Queen of the Northern Dipper, was the mother of the ZY Emperor, who was acclaimed as the master of all phenomena, and her 7 sons were named Tanlang, Jum-in, Lutsuan, Wanxiu, Wuxiu, Lianjin, and Pajun. In later legends, this family firmly grasped the fortunes of the star gods, an unbreakable bond. During the zenith of Dijuan and Tai, Dumu Yuanjun had long secluded herself in the cosmos, even relinquishing her authority over the star gods. However, after the fall of the demon clan's celestial court, in the new era, the lineage of the star gods swiftly regained its stronghold in the cosmos and occupied high positions in the celestial court, showcasing their cunning strategies. As an innate divine being with primordial thoughts, Zhen Yuanzi could not help but suspect whether Dumu had played a role in the downfall of the demon clan's celestial court. Upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi bow, Dumu Yuanjun, not daring to be negligent, promptly returned the gesture. With a gentle smile, she momentarily resonated with the heavenly Tao, and the stars shone in unison, with the sun and moon rising together, offering joy and blessings to the mother of 10,000 stars. Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. His expression turned cold. He had sensed her celestial essence and her merits in the primordial realm, thus showing her respect, but he did not expect her to act in such a manner. As if to provoke him into rudeness, he turned to leave. However, Dumu Yuanjun spoke first. My dear brother, please forgive me. When Hongjun Saint attained sainthood, I was busy creating stars and transforming chaos, hurrying to the Purple Cloud's palace, and thus my Tao essence was unable to be contained. After speaking, Dumu Yuanjun slightly bowed. If I have offended you, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Only then did Zhen Yuanzi smile amiably. No harm done, no harm done. Despite being an unintentional misstep, he refrained from being overly aggressive. Dumu, the star of creation, evidently possessed profound knowledge of the path of creation, and Zhen Yuanzi, filled with delight at the prospect of engaging in discourse, could not help but converse with her. As the throng of people in the square swelled, it was not long before Dijun and Tai arrived. Upon seeing Dumu present, Dijun's gaze turned icy. The two brothers harbored lofty ambitions, with their initial goal being the unification of the starry skies. Little did they expect the formidable presence of Dumu to emerge unexpectedly, and after several attempts at probing, they found themselves in a precarious situation, experiencing both victories and defeats. This led them to harbor resentment not only towards Dumu, but also towards Zhen Yuanzi and the venerable Hongyun, who stood beside her. Dumu Yuanjun, sensing Dijun's scrutiny, responded with a frosty demeanor. Brother Zhen Yuan, these two wretched creatures truly lack the virtues of filial sons, and why sisters' painstakingly crafted stars have been decimated by them. Zhen Yuanzi, of course, offered a comforting presence, not out of sycophancy, but rather due to the genuine competition for interest between himself and Dijun and Tai. The earth deity lineage sought expansion and needed to tread upon the corpses of the Wu and Yao clans. Thus, both the witches and the demons stood as Zhen Yuanzi's adversaries, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The lineage of the star gods made for excellent allies. Though the dialogue between Zhen Yuanzi and Dumu Yuanjun was quiet, it did not escape the notice of the innate deities present. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the assembled gods cast scornful glances at Dijun and Tai Yi. Truly, they brought shame upon the myriad gods of the primordial chaos. Brazenly bullying a goddess without a shred of dignity, Tai Yi, seething with rage at being regarded thus, was restrained only by the thought of the repercussions of acting impulsively within the confines of the Zixiao Palace, which would surely provoke the wrath of Hongjun and the other great deities. He vowed that they would pay dearly for their insolence. As more deities gathered, the once empty square became increasingly crowded. At that moment, the doors of the Zixiao Palace slowly swung open, revealing a pair of exquisitely crafted young attendants emerging from within. After bowing to the gathered gods, they proclaimed, "By the decree of our Lord, all gods shall enter the Zixiao Palace." Zhen Yuanzi felt a surge of excitement and swiftly communicated with Hongyun and the others, urging them to seize the opportunity for front-row seats. Although the positions were predetermined, he was unwilling to miss out without at least attempting to claim one. Despite the risk of failure, there was always the option of retreat. With a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, he charged forward into the Zixiao Palace. Upon entering, Zhen Yuanzi was met with a chaotic scene. Aside from the cloud bed at the head of the hall, the most conspicuous sight was the 6 purple cushions at the forefront. Dozens of innate deities were employing all their might to vie for the cushions. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes sharpened, and he unleashed the formidable aura of a late-stage Deluo Golden Immortal, momentarily stalling the commotion. Seizing the opportunity, he promptly seated himself upon the first cushion. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, and with remarkable swiftness, they claimed the 3 cushions to Zhen Yuanzi's right. Meanwhile, Nuwa was inadvertently pushed by Fuxi and found herself occupying the 5th cushion, while the 6th cushion was claimed by a dark-robed elder with a vicious glare, known for his speed, Kongpong. The assembled deities, upon realizing the seating arrangements had solidified, begrudgingly relinquished their attempts to contest for the cushions, for they were unaware of the significance these cushions held. Although they sensed potential benefits, they were uncertain of their magnitude and deemed it unwise to offend one another. Zhen Yuanzi settled upon the cushion, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Despite his outward calmness, he felt an inner turmoil, as if the cushion beneath him was a searing furnace, igniting his restlessness. Suddenly, 2 figures burst into the hall. The foremost figure bore a face etched with suffering, radiating compassion and empathy. The second figure, with hair styled in dual topknots, appeared pallid, their eyes reflecting a wish to save all beings while also possessing a sharpness. As the Zhuan-Ti Taoist entered the hall and observed the crowd, especially the 6 occupied cushions at the front, a sense of emptiness washed over him. It remained unclear whether his emotions were genuine or an act. But he suddenly broke into tears. "Oh, my elder brother! My brother and I have endured countless hardships to arrive here, believing we could receive the teachings of the saints and aid in saving all beings. Yet now, there is no seat for me in this hall, and I cannot hear the sacred words. It would be better to die." With that, Zhuan-Ti Taoist made to crash into one of the great pillars of the hall. Seeing the other deities remain indifferent, the Jiayin Taoist sighed and hurriedly restrained his younger brother to spare him further embarrassment. Zhuan-Ti, realizing his first tactic had failed, quickly shifted his strategy. Scanning the room, his gaze alighted on Kongpong. Without hesitation, he began to berate the elder. "You, feathered creature, what merit do you possess to occupy such a revered position?" With a flick of the 7 treasures mysterious tree, Kongpong was swiftly dislodged from the cushion, allowing Zhuan-Ti to take his place. Kongpong, furious, prepared to retake his ground. At that moment, the Yuqing Taoist unexpectedly interjected. "You, feathered creature, are unworthy to be counted among us." The Taqing Taoist remained silent, while the Shangqing Taoist merely twitched his lips but said nothing further. Recognizing the futility of his situation, Kongpong begrudgingly relinquished his claim. Zhuan-Ti, spotting Nuwa, a mere female, was about to employ his previous tactic once more when Fuxi suddenly cast a glance in his direction. Zhuan-Ti awkwardly smiled, feeling a pang of bitterness. Observing his elder brother still standing, He contemplated offering his seat. At that very moment, Hongjun, the elder, made a sudden appearance. The elder surveyed the assembled deities before finally fixing his gaze upon Zhen Yuanzi. After a moment of calculation, he sighed inwardly. Ah, it turns out to be that esteemed friend who once received the favor of the unlucky star. Very well, this opportunity shall include him. Zhen Yuanzi, apprehensive under Hongjun's scrutiny, prepared himself for what might come next. However, the Taoist turned his attention to Yuanzi, indicating a purple cushion that had suddenly appeared to his right. Sit here, he instructed Yuanzi. Without waiting for expressions of gratitude, Hongjun addressed the assembly of deities. You shall all take your seats as they currently are. Do not presume to alter them at will. Chapter 19. The Zhixiao Palace's mini-class begins after Hongjun concluded his remarks. He paid no heed to the thoughts of the others and commenced his lecture on the Great Tao. Today, I shall discuss the Earth Immortal, progressing to the completion of the Deluo. The next session will tackle the Great Tao beyond Deluo, he continued. Earth Immortals are those who transform their Yin spirits into pure Yang, barely reaching the threshold of longevity. They must endure 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, facing heavenly lightning strikes every 500 years, being scorched by Yin fire, and extinguished by fierce winds. Those who survive shall match their lifespan with the heavens, while those who fail shall be reduced to ash. Heavenly Immortals, on the other hand, share the same lifespan as the heavens, transcending the 3 realms and not bound by the 5 elements. Yet, each cycle requires them to endure the calamity of the 5 declines of humanity, and those who overcome may enjoy freedom for a staggering 12,600 years, while those who do not cannot escape death and dissolution. As these words were spoken, the heavenly Tao immediately resonated, and countless beings came to realize that Earth Immortals must endure 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, while heavenly Immortals must navigate the 5 declines of humanity. The elder paid no heed to the reactions of the primordial beings. This was a necessary process to perfect the heavenly Tao, controlling both the quantity and quality of cultivators for the better evolution of the heavenly Tao. True Immortals possess indestructible true spirits born from their primordial spirits, gaining longevity and enduring existence as true Immortals. Golden Immortals have immortal primordial spirits, with a trace of golden essence enduring, living in harmony with heaven and earth, and sharing longevity with the sun and moon. Tai practitioners refine the 5 energies within, while Deluo practitioners open the 3 flowers atop their heads, achieving eternal freedom across all space and time. The voice of Hongjun Laozu was calm, his expression indifferent, as profound aphorisms of the Tao flowed from his lips, painting a vivid picture that could bring blossoms to withered trees and reverse the currents of rivers. This was far superior to the trivial antics of Zhen Yuanzi. Below, all the mighty beings were completely engrossed, correlating the teachings with their own paths, identifying deficiencies, and learning from each other as strengths. Hongjun Laozu transitioned from discussing the Yang spirit of Earth Immortals to the Golden Immortals, and then from the Golden Immortals to the Great Luo Immortal, invigorating Zhen Yuanzi and the other top-tier primordial deities. After all, the earlier teachings, no matter how eloquent, bore little practical significance for them. It was now that the essence of the knowledge was imparted. As Zhen Yuanzi and others listened to the grand Tao of the Great Luo expounded by the Laozu, they were enraptured, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions. Some Taoists wept openly, their joy and sorrow intertwined. Certain saints shed tears of ecstasy, while ascetic practitioners glared fiercely, and bodhisattvas bowed their heads in humility. Ethical sages exhibited a serene and dignified demeanor, while powerful beings radiated peace and compassion. All the saints were immersed in the profound teachings. Their eyes closed, their minds relaxed, resonating with the grand Tao. Above, the 3 flowers spontaneously blossomed, the heavenly, earthly, and human flowers shimmering together, exuding waves of fragrant essence. Subsequently, radiant clouds of celebration burst forth, enveloping the surroundings in boundless colorful mist. As the 3,000 Taos were enacted within the Zhixiao Palace. Within the Zhixiao Palace, marvels abounded, with auspicious colors illuminating the space, heavenly flowers falling like spiritual rain, and golden lotuses surging with essence, nourishing the physical bodies and primordial spirits of the 3,000 listeners. The 3,000 guests within the hall were enraptured by the Tao, their senses instinctively muted, leaving nothing but the Tao itself. Beings from the vast wilderness, unable to attend the teachings in the Zhixiao Palace, could only catch glimpses of the grandeur, aware of the resounding Tao and the dazzling rays illuminating mountains and rivers. As celestial melodies echoed throughout the cosmos, subtly hinting at the perfection of the heavenly Tao, Zhen Yuanzi, deeply absorbed in the teachings of Hongjun Laozu, particularly benefited from the lessons on earthly principles and the laws of creation. Within his sea of consciousness, the Earth Emperor's precious mirror transformed the yin and yang, instinctively recording the profound teachings of the Tao, allowing Zhen Yuanzi's comprehension to surpass all the great beings present. The three flowers atop his head intertwined and rotated, the heavenly, earthly, and human flowers blooming in succession, manifesting boundless wondrous methods. At the center of the three flowers, a soil-colored precious pearl rose amidst the swirling radiance, spinning gracefully before illuminating the myriad mountains and rivers, casting a single ray of spiritual light into the void, transforming into a Tao fruit, escaping the river of fate. A feeling of completeness and clarity surged within Zhen Yuanzi. His heart filled with immense joy and liberation. Just then, as Hongjun Laozu spoke the final word and fell silent, the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth gradually faded, returning to tranquility. The assembly of mighty beings felt a sense of loss, their hearts empty, caught in a moment where joy and sorrow intertwined. Observing the awakening of the crowd, Hongjun Laozu slowly spoke. This lecture has lasted for 3,000 years. The time has come for you to disperse. After 10,000 years, I shall once again expound on the path of cultivation above the great Luo. Those who wish to attend may come. The assembly rose, bowing deeply. Lao Dao's compassion is boundless. Disciples take their leave. Hongjun Laozu remained seated upon the high platform, neither joyful nor sorrowful, merely waving his dust brush, vanishing upon the cloud bed, while the two attendants, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, hurriedly opened the gates to bid farewell to the departing mighty beings. As Zhen Yuanzi reached the entrance of the Zishao Palace, he called out, "System, sign in, ding, sign in location detected, Zishao Palace. The Tao essence has yet to reach completion. Does the host wish to sign in?" "No?" Zhen Yuanzi's eyes darkened, pondering the origins of this system, which had gone undetected even by Hongjun Laozu at such close proximity. Moreover, the Tao essence of the Zishao Palace appeared to be enhancing. It seemed connected to the teachings. Hissed Zhen Yuanzi couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This system was indeed terrifying and could not be allowed to remain. Contemplating this, Zhen Yuanzi understood that deciphering the system would require an indeterminate span of time. For now, he would proceed with caution. Just as Zhen Yuanzi and his old friends, the Taishan Taoist and others, descended the 3,000 steps and were about to return to the Wanshou Mountain Taoist temple. A flicker of stellar power suddenly shone within the chaos, a faint glimmer of the true fire of the sun shimmering in the distance. Zhen Yuanzi felt a stirring in his heart and immediately swept along with Taishan Taoist and the others toward this direction. There, they beheld Emperor Jun and Tai Yi besieging Dumu Yuanjun, who, after the teachings, had reached the late stage of the Great Luo, but found herself overwhelmed by the odds. Observing this, Zhen Yuanzi hastily joined the fray. A divine thunder of the wood element, shimmering with precious light, struck directly at Tai Yi's face. Dumu Yuanjuan's eyes brightened at this sight. She tossed the celestial star chart, sending it spiraling toward Emperor Jun. Hongyun Laozu and others exchanged glances and proceeded to confront the remaining Great Luo, ignoring the rest. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi intervene, Emperor Jun was filled with rage, his handsome visage clouded with cold fury. The boundless true fire of the sun surged toward Zhen Yuanzi, who, despite being at the pinnacle of the Great Luo, felt the searing heat of the air. Zhen Yuanzi's heart grew heavy, yet he smiled lightly, placing the earth book atop his head for protection. Producing the 4 C's bottle, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure obtained from Long Yuan, he turned it over gently, unleashing an immeasurable torrent of shimming water to extinguish the solar flames. Zhen Yuanzi clapped his hands and laughed. Tai Yi? My friend, Dumu is a dear companion of mine. I cannot stand idly by while she faces peril. If you possess any means, feel free to unleash them. I shall receive them all. I only hope you do not take out your frustrations on Lady Dumu. Emperor Jun snorted coldly, his expression haughty. Your words are rather bold. Allow me to enlighten you about the divine powers of my solar lineage. No sooner had he spoken than a golden, pocket-sized Daobell leapt from Tai Yi's auspicious clouds, expanding in the wind, exuding chaotic energy that suppressed the heavens. Emperor Jun summoned all his power to activate the Eastern Emperor Bell. Ding! The chime echoed throughout the boundless chaos, solidifying time and space for eternity. The resulting shockwave devastated innumerable small realms within the chaos sea. Zhen Yuanzi's expression turned grave. Facing the full force of this innate treasure, he felt his insides shift, dizziness overwhelming him as he coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, which evaporated into thin air. Zhen Yuanzi sighed. Not bad, not bad. Indeed, it is an innate treasure. Had Tai Yi possessed the full cultivation of the late great Luo, he could not have sustained the Eastern Emperor Bell for long. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly faced a bloody battle this time. Nevertheless, this shall suffice. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of supremacy, capable of opening the myriad realms, surged from Zhen Yuanzi, a manifestation of his comprehension of the Pango axe. With a flick of his dust brush, a magnificent beam of axe light erupted forth, annihilating vast stretches of chaos before striking the Eastern Emperor Bell. Ding! A crisp sound resounded as Emperor Jun spat out blood, his complexion pale, disbelief etched upon his face. The axe light of the great Pango. How did you achieve this? Zhen Yuanzi, however, deemed the question unworthy of response, intent on seizing the moment to strike. Yet at that moment, Emperor Jun had extricated himself from Dumu Yuanjuan's entanglement, arriving before Tai Yi, employing the river map and Luo book to escape without uttering a single threatening word. The remaining great Luo, witnessing this, ceased their pursuits and fled in disarray. Zhen Yuanzi, disinterested in further chasing, recognized the workings of the heavenly Tao. The cycle of cause and effect would bring about its own reckoning. Moreover, he still intended to leverage these two formidable beings for future schemes, and thus could not allow them to perish just yet. Chapter 20. Huta Dumu Yuanjun, feeling the crisis averted, let out a long sigh of relief. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Zhen Yuanzi and the others. Thank you, dear friends, for your assistance. Otherwise, my sister would surely have faced dire consequences. Hongyun Laozu waved his hand dismissively. Your Highness, what are you saying? We are friends. There is no need for such formality. Zhen Yuanzi and the others also echoed similar sentiments, deeming it a trifling matter, hardly worthy of mention. After expressing her gratitude several times, Dumu Yuanjun recounted the events leading to her ambush by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. The two, ambitious in their designs, were plotting to unify the demon race, seeking to dominate the wilderness akin to the three clans during the initial tribulation of Long Han. The 10 early-stage great Luo beings they had just encountered were the primordial demon gods they had gathered. Dumu scoffed coldly. How can one allow others to sleep soundly beside one's own bed? Emperor Jun, with his imperial ambitions, could not permit the stars to remain beyond their dominion. Thus, this sudden assault aimed to send the Taoist back to the void. The Taishan Taoist, intrigued, inquired, The demon race? I have seen much in my lifetime, yet I have never heard of such a race. Dumu solemnly explained. The demon race that Emperor Jun and Tai Yi seek to unify does not refer to a specific tribe. It encompasses a vast range. The 5 insects of heaven and earth, caterpillar, scaled, feathered, furred, and winged, comprise myriad beings across the cosmos. Furthermore, mountain spirits and nature spirits, if they can cultivate and take form, are also classified as part of the demon race by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. The Lantern Taoist sneered. Such an insatiable appetite, they should fear suffocation. So, aside from the innate deities birthed by the essence of heaven and earth, even we primordial saints are deemed demons. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly. Indeed, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi harbor grand ambitions. Consequently, even the protagonists of the previous tribulation, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, would fall under their grasp, indicating a true aspiration to unify the wilderness. What audacity, Hongyun Laozu, rarely sharp-tongued, remarked. In my opinion, they are overreaching. Let alone whether the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans would submit willingly, even I would not wish for a unified demon race to arise. Zhen Yuanzi contemplated. Indeed, the words of the venerable Hongyun proved to be accurate. A unified demon race is evidently incongruent with the developmental trajectory of the primordial world. Thus, under the righteous sanctions of the esteemed innate deities, particularly the saints, the heavenly court of the demon race ultimately crumbled into ruin. Nevertheless, Dijuan and Tai Yi have indeed established their prominence. In the ages to come, aside from the human race, the presence of the demon race will be considerably more pronounced. The centipede, though dead, does not stiffen, which attests to its far-reaching influence. As they conversed while on their journey, they soon arrived at the periphery of the world's amniotic membrane. At that moment, a voice suddenly called from behind, "Fellow Taoist?" "Please hold." Zhen Yuanzi stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing, questioning whether he had wandered into the wrong scene. Turning around, he beheld a goddess clad in a beige gown, her figure graceful, skin as exquisite as jade, approaching with a gentle and benevolent demeanor. Noticing the earth attribute aura enveloping her, Zhen Yuanzi deduced her identity. She was none other than Hutu, one of the 12 ancestral witches. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. As he had no ties with the witch clan, how could Hutu have sought him out? Before Zhen Yuanzi could ponder further, Hutu had already reached him. After mutual salutations, Hutu smiled lightly and said, "Brother Zhen, I observed your use of the 3 axes of creation. Might you have some connection with the Father God?" Zhen Yuanzi offered a slight bow towards Buzhou Mountain and replied, "After the creation of the heavens, I ascended Buzhou Mountain and, by fortunate chance, received the 3 axes from the great god Pango." Hutu paused momentarily, then smiled. "In that case, our witch clan shares a profound connection with you. You are most welcome to visit my Hutu tribe when you have the time." Zhen Yuanzi sighed softly, knowing well that opportunities in the primordial world are not easily grasped. After the death of one generation, the next inevitably comes seeking. Zhen Yuanzi understood Hutu's intentions. She sought to recruit him and his companions, aware of their formidable strength and enmity with the demon race. Over the years, the newly emerged demon and witch races had clashed numerous times over territory and resources. A great Luo golden immortal. Who could perceive the passage of time? How could he remain oblivious to the impending conflict between the two races? After all, there could only be one sovereign of the primordial realm. Hutu was benevolent, yet not naive. Naivety does not survive in the realm of great Luoit. Was evident that she aimed to win over Zhen Yuanzi and his companions. Yet, Zhen Yuanzi was destined to disappoint her, as he hoped for a confrontation between the witch and demon races. Envisioning a shattered eastern continent as a fortuitous opportunity for the lineage of earth gods to flourish, an endeavor that even the saints would find difficult to openly oppose. After all, who else would tend to the earth's veins? Who would protect the primordial land? Was it solely the solitary descendant of Taching, or the original 12 golden children, or perhaps the chaotic horde of Tongtian, or the few exceptional talents of the 2 saints from the west? As for Nuwa, it was a jest. The demon race had just suffered a catastrophic avalanche. Thus, Zhen Yuanzi could eventually point to the countless earth spirits under his command and ask, who else? Regarding the karmic debt owed to Pango. Zhen Yuanzi had also contemplated that the witch clan, refining their bodies with the earth's murky essence, acted as natural purifiers of air, making them ideally suited for the roles of mountain and land gods. This not only preserved the witch clan's vital forces but also settled the karmic debts to Pangu, allowing the witch clan to accrue merits while fostering goodwill with Hutu. It was a win-win situation. Therefore, Zhen Yuanzi simply smiled and said, "Your kind intentions are duly noted, dear goddess. Yet the Tao ancestor has just imparted teachings, and I must return to digest the insights gained from this journey. Yes, for visiting the Hutu tribe. I shall certainly make it a priority next time." A flicker of disappointment crossed Hutu's eyes, yet she still bowed graciously, saying, "Then I shall await your esteemed presence, dear brother." After returning to the primordial land, each individual returned to their respective sanctuaries, all intent on assimilating their newfound knowledge. 3,000 years swiftly passed. While meditating in Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly opened his eyes. Furrowing his brow and calculating with his fingers, he sensed an opportunity atop Buzhou Mountain. Hurrying to summon Qingfeng and Mingyue to guard the gate, he instructed his disciples not to disturb the retreating Taishan Taoist in the rear courtyard. He then mounted his white deer and set off directly towards Buzhou Mountain. As Zhen Yuanzi traversed Buzhou Mountain, he could no longer feel the overwhelming presence of Pangu, and an inexplicable sadness welled within him. Even the mighty Pango had succumbed to death and obliteration. Who in this world could claim immortality? Yet, Zhen Yuanzi's resolve remained steadfast. Soon, he regained his composure. Pango was Pango, and Zhen Yuanzi was Zhen Yuanzi. In this world, he too could reach the pinnacle of the Tao. Wandering aimlessly through the mountains with his deer, they wandered for several decades before gradually entering a secluded valley. There, he beheld a fluctuation of spiritual energy, with a resplendent rainbow light ascending and transforming into a colossal gourd. Zhen Yuanzi took note of the extraordinary phenomenon, his heart filled with speculation, and urged his dear, "Let us proceed in this direction." Chapter 21. 7 children on a single vine. Following the sound, Zhen Yuanzi arrived deep within the valley. Indeed, he beheld a gourd vine, entirely jade-like, swaying with boundless creative energy, adorned with 7 gourd fruits of varying colors, on the verge of ripening. Dismounting his white deer, Zhen Yuanzi approached. He noticed several mighty beings already gathered before the spiritual root, including the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Fushi, the venerable Hongyun, and the 2 brothers of the Sun Star. They were intently gazing ahead, eagerly awaiting the maturation of the gourds to seize their prize. Upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi's arrival, Hongyun's heart leapt with joy. In contrast to the others, who were collaborating, he stood alone as a solitary player. With Zhen Yuanzi's presence, their collective prowess would surely enable them to secure at least 1 gourd. He hastily approached, exclaiming, "Brother Zhen Yuan, you've arrived." While some rejoiced, others wore frowns. The gourds were already scarce, and now with an uninvited guest, the situation appeared even more dire. Donghuang Tai and Dijuan harbored deep resentment towards Zhen Yuanzi, their irritation palpable as they retorted, "Why is Zhen Yuanzi not seeking blessings on Mount Wanshou, but instead has come to Buzhou Mountain?" Zhen Yuanzi chuckled lightly. "I, having been idle, divine that there exists an opportunity for me here. By your reasoning, should I seek your permission regarding my whereabouts?" Dijuan scoffed. "Your timing could not be worse. You arrive just as the formation is about to break and the gourd is ripening. Did you come specifically to snatch our treasures?" After greeting the assembled mighty beings, Zhen Yuanzi's expression darkened, and the overwhelming aura of a great Luo golden immortal surged forth, pressing down upon Dijuan and Tai. "Let it be known," he declared, "this treasure has not yet been claimed. Should you be its destined owner, I could simply eliminate you and take it without remorse." Under the immense pressure exerted by Zhen Yuanzi, Dijuan and Tai's faces paled, their eyes blazing with fury. Donghuang Tai glared at Zhen Yuanzi, clenching his jaw, malevolent thoughts swirling within him. Zhen Yuanzi, I shall ensure your demise." Fushi, sensing the tension escalating between the 2 factions, and recognizing that Dijuan and Tai were at a disadvantage, felt a pang of urgency. After all, their purpose for coming to Buzhou Mountain was to invite the siblings to join the demon race. They had just secured the future positions of Shihuang and Nuwa within the demon court, and it would not do to disregard them. Thus, Fushi interjected, "Esteemed fellow Taoists, as a host, I should extend my hospitality. My sister and I shall only take 1 gourd, if that is agreeable." Fushi and Nuwa resided in Fengqi Mountain within the Buzhou Mountain range, making this rationale somewhat acceptable. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi's imposing presence diminished, and he clapped his hands with a smile, saying, "Fushi, your magnanimity is commendable. Since I have arrived late, I shall merely take the last gourd." Afterward, Zhen Yuanzi turned to Dijuan, stating, "Your accusations tarnish my reputation. Some form of compensation is in order. How about you 2 take 1 gourd each?" Hearing this, the Jade Pure Taoist chimed in, "What Zhen Yuanzi says is entirely valid. You 2 should be mindful of your reputation." Dijuan glanced at his companions, noting that 2 of them were inactive. Meanwhile, the opposing faction was significantly stronger. Moreover, he felt a twinge of apprehension towards Zhen Yuanzi. Reluctantly, he conceded, "What you say is true. My brother and I shall only take 1 gourd as well." Thus, it was just enough for everyone. Approximately 3 days later, as a faint fragrance wafted through the air, 7 gourds ripened in succession, with only the last gourd remaining half mature and in need of a slight impetus. The Taoist Taiching, standing closest, stepped forward to pluck the first purple gold gourd, which would later be used by the revered Laozi to contain the elixir of immortality. The venerable Hongyun swiftly seized the second gourd, a deep crimson hue, which he later mixed with scattered soul sand to forge the 99 scattered soul gourd, capable of slicing flesh and blood and severing souls, making even the most exalted of deities difficult to escape its fate. The Eastern Emperor Tai, with remarkable quickness, retrieved the third purple-white gourd, destined to be the vessel of the famed immortal-slaying flying knife, which the Taoist Elia would wield with great prowess during the Fengshan period. The fourth gourd was taken by the goddess Enhua, who later combined it with another spiritual treasure, the soul summoning banner, to create the summoning demon's banner, solidifying her position as the leader of the demon sect. This allowed her to summon the 3 demons of Xuanyuan's tomb, leading to the ruin of the Shang dynasty. The 5th gourd, of a purplish-yellow hue, was claimed by the Taoist Shangqing, which contained 2 waterfire qilin, transformed by the leader into the waterfire boys of Bio Palace. The 6th gourd, a deep purple-black, was acquired by the Taoist Yuqing, known as the Chaos Gourd, infused with the essence of the primordial void. Capable of sealing the 3 flowers of the virtuous and corrupting the 5 qi of the wicked. It would later be refined by the Yuan Shi Tian Zun into the void treasure box, which could turn any being placed inside into putrid blood in no time. As for the final gourd, the Zhen Yuanzi had not heard of it in his past life, suggesting it was born under unfavorable conditions, thus remaining unmanifested. Before him lay a purple-green gourd, exuding the aura of creation, even more potent than the previous gourds. It was known that the earlier gourds were all top-tier innate spiritual treasures, with only the summoning demon's banner and the immortal slaying flying knife being the finest crafted from countless celestial materials. This last gourd, however, was born a supreme innate spiritual treasure. No wonder it faced the jealousy of heaven. Facing the mocking gazes of the Eastern Emperor Tai and his brothers, Zhen Yuanzi offered a serene smile. A strand of green light emanated from his fingertips, flowing with the essence of vitality, as the Tao of creation turned, gathering countless Imu and Jiaxu energies upon the gourd. Sensing the aura of creation, the purple-green gourd radiated joy, devouring the primordial spiritual energy, forming a vortex of spiritual essence. Observing this, Zhen Yuanzi tossed a small piece of innate protective earth, from which his ginseng fruit tree took root, toward the gourd. The gourd vine reacted momentarily to the innate protective earth, regaining its verdancy. While the protective earth was consumed entirely at that moment, the final purple-green gourd shone brilliantly, the aura of creation enveloping it, as the surrounding flora thrived with vitality. Zhen Yuanzi clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Good treasure! From henceforth you shall be known as the gourd of creation." With that, he plucked the gourd amidst the envious gazes of the Eastern Emperor Tai and the others. One by one, the 7 gourds were harvested, and the innate gourd vine fulfilled its purpose, visibly withering before their eyes. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi felt a stir in his heart, recalling, Enwa created humanity from clay, while Swearin brought forth fire with kindling. Do not inquire about my origins. I am Zhen Yuan from Mount Wanshou. This wave of enthusiasm, Zhen Yuanzi had surely latched onto, impervious even to Hongjuan's intervention. Striding forward, he took the gourd vine and casually collected the soil beneath it. The 3 pure ones paid little heed to Zhen Yuanzi's actions, save for Enwa, who regarded him with slight suspicion, sensing that the gourd vine was tied to her great fortune. For those of immense power, whimsical impulses often proved more accurate than any calculations. Not daring to hesitate, the goddess called out to the retreating Zhen Yuanzi, "Tao brother, please wait." Chapter 22. The Witch and the Demon. As Enwa spoke, Zhen Yuanzi rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Am I to be treated as a mere pawn?" Nevertheless, he politely inquired, "Does the goddess have a matter to discuss?" With a smile illuminating her delicate features, Enwa replied, "You may not be aware, but I feel an inexplicable affinity towards this gourd vine. I wish to exchange it for the gourd. I hope you might grant me this favor." The many powerful beings present were taken aback by her words. Could it be that this gourd vine was also a treasure? Otherwise, why would Enwa seek to barter with an innate spiritual treasure? Had they misjudged its significance? However, as the gourd vine had already been claimed by Zhen Yuanzi, they, as proud innate deities, could not demand its return. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled inwardly, realizing he had drawn attention. Maintaining a composed exterior, he declined, saying, "It would not be right for me to take advantage of the goddess. So please do not bring this matter up again. The gourd vine is not particularly valuable. Under normal circumstances, I would gladly offer it to you. However, I require it for refining a technique, thus I cannot acquiesce." Enwa's expression fell with disappointment, but she quickly replied, "I have overstepped. Please do not take offense." Zhen Yuanzi reassured her, "There is no need for concern." With that, he bowed respectfully, mounted his white deer, and, accompanied by the venerable Hongyuan, made his way toward the eastern slopes of Buzhou Mountain. The 3 pure ones, witnessing this, also bowed and returned to Kunlun Mountain. Upon seeing that the crowd had dispersed, the Eastern Emperor Tai remarked, Esteemed friends, the demon clan is on the rise, and the demon court will soon be established. We shall need your strong support. Fushi and Inwa exchanged glances and replied in unison, "We shall not defy your command." Having received the response he desired, Tai transformed into a rainbow and departed. Once Tai and the others had left, Fushi furrowed his brow, asking, "Sister, why would you offer an innate spiritual treasure to Zhen Yuanzi in exchange for the gourd vine? Is that not foolish?" Inwa sighed with a hint of bitterness. "Brother, you do not understand. I sense a great fortune tied to this gourd vine." Fushi was taken aback, his brow knitting in concern. "Does that mean Zhen Yuanzi has specifically taken the gourd vine for this reason?" "It cannot be mere coincidence." Inwa frowned slightly yet countered. "Though Zhen Yuanzi is formidable, he has not transcended. How could he possibly know of my fortune?" Changing the subject, she inquired, "Are you truly resolved to assist Tai and the Eastern Emperor? While their grand ambitions are commendable, they will ultimately oppose the majority of innate deities, and the outcome remains uncertain." Fushi, with flowing sleeves and a resolute expression, declared, "The path of enlightenment is arduous. Stagnation leads to regression. Should the demon court succeed, fortune may coalesce, great endeavors may arise, and we may obtain merit and virtue. We too might progress further, who is to say? In our cultivation, we should fear not even death." Inwa nodded in agreement. "Since you have made your decision, I shall follow you." On Buzhou Mountain, Fushi wore a warm smile. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in his absence. He was leisurely wandering alongside the venerable Hong Yun. Eventually, Hong Yun, in a hurry, said, "Dao brother, you may continue your exploration. I must return to my temple to refine my spiritual treasures." Zhen Yuanzi chuckled inwardly, having anticipated this. Despite Hong Yun possessing 2 innate spiritual treasures, they were of lesser quality compared to the 99 scattered soul gourd, which he cherished dearly. Zhen Yuanzi nodded, "You may go." After watching the red light of Hong Yun vanish into the horizon, Zhen Yuanzi began to observe the vast wilderness of the primordial earth. He was still within the realm of Buzhou, the territory of the witch clan. Having traveled for several hundred years, Zhen Yuanzi encountered countless small witch clan tribes. These tribes lived in a primitive manner, subsisting on hunting and raising demons, consuming raw flesh and blood. As he walked, he observed and contemplated, following their discovery of a method to proliferate the witch clan within the Panga temple. They began to multiply uncontrollably. Countless great and lesser witches were born and gradually expanded through their reproductive methods. Today, the footprints of the witch clan are scattered across the primordial earth, their numbers rivaling that of the demon clan. Lacking souls, the witch clan focused on honing their physical forms, necessitating copious amounts of flesh and blood essence for sustenance. Thus, demons, which absorbed the essence of the moonlight, became their prime source of nourishment. Many witch clan tribes kept demons, and there were specialized demon hunting teams within the tribes. While ordinary beasts could suffice for their daily needs, none could compare to the demons that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. The witch clan requires the assistance of the demon clan for their cultivation, while the demon clan, in turn, seeks to eradicate the witch clan to seize the celestial mountains and fortuitous lands occupied by them. For they are in dire need of abundant resources for their practice. Thus, the war between the witches and demons transcends mere dominion. It is a struggle for survival. The irreconcilable conflict between the two clans dictates that it is a matter of either your demise or mine. Their contention encompasses not only the right to voice, but also the right to exist. At present, the upper echelon of the witch clan possesses formidable combat prowess, and the tireless efforts of Emperor Jun and Tai to seek allies stem from the overwhelming strength of the 12 ancestor witches. Each of the 12 ancestor witches is a powerful figure at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, each inherently mastering a unique principle. Dijiang, master of the law of space. His form is crimson like fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, formless yet formidable, the ancestor of spaced Ju Meng. Resplendent as emerald bamboo, with a bird's body and a human face, riding upon 2 dragons, the ancestor of wood in the east. Zhu Rong, beast-headed and human-bodied, adorned in red scales, with fire serpents in his ears and treading upon fire dragons, the ancestor of fire in the south, or Yushou. Human-faced with a tiger's body, clad in golden scales, sprouting wings, with a serpent piercing his left ear, riding upon 2 dragons, the ancestor of metal in the west, Gong Gong. With a python's head and a human form, cloaked in black scales, treading upon a black dragon, intertwined with a green python, the ancestor of water in the north. Xian Ming, human-faced with a bird's body, with azure serpents hanging from each ear and treading upon two azure serpents, the ancestor of rain. Ho Tu, human-bodied with a serpent's tail, possessing 7 hands on her back, 2 hands on her chest, grasping a writhing serpent, the ancestor of earth. Chang Liang, clenching a serpent in his mouth and another in his hand. With a tiger's head and a human body, 4 hooves, and elongated arms, the ancestor of thunder. Zhu Jiuyin, human-headed with a dragon's body, entirely crimson, the ancestor of time. Tian Wu, 8-headed with a human face, a tiger's body and 8 tails, the ancestor of wind. Shi Zi, human-faced with a bird's body, adorned with azure serpents, wielding a red serpent, the ancestor of lightning. Shi Bai Shi, human-faced with a beast's body, ears resembling those of a dog, with azure serpents hanging from them, the ancestor of poison. Of course, these are the true forms of the ancestor witches. Ordinarily, they manifest as innate Tao bodies, appearing no different from ordinary innate deities. The destination of Zhen Yuanzi this time is the tribe where Ho Tu resides. However, upon inquiring, he is informed that the ancestor witch Ho Tu is currently within the Pango Hall. Thus, Zhen Yuanzi adjusts his course and rides his fawn towards the legendary Pango Temple. Chapter 23. The Pango Temple. The Pango Temple is a magnificent edifice that has existed since the creation of heaven and earth. It is the birthplace of the 12 ancestor witches and the sacred ground of the witch clan. The temple, while not ostentatious, exudes a vigorous and grand atmosphere. The aura of iron and blood pervades, as if a giant is engaged in a celestial battle. Zhen Yuanzi concealed his presence, capable of evading the notice of many lesser and greater witches. Yet he could not escape the keen perception of the mighty ancestor witches. Before he could approach the ancestor witch temple, a mighty witch of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm approached him. Esteemed guest, please follow me. The lords have been awaiting you for quite some time. Zhen Yuanzi, unperturbed, instructed his white deer to wait and followed the great witch into the Pango Temple. Upon entering the grand hall, Ho Tu greeted him with a warm smile and a bow. Dao brother, it is a pleasure to see you. Welcome to our witch clan. The other ancestor witches stood awkwardly, lacking grace, and forced a stiff smile. This was primarily because no powerful figures typically visited their clan, and they had yet to grasp the nuances of social etiquette. However, Zhu Jiuyin, being more seasoned, clasped his hands and said, I have the honor of meeting Dao friend Zhen Yuanzi. Your esteemed presence in the Pango Temple truly overwhelms us. Zhu Jiuyin, with the appearance of a refined and tranquil youth, possessed eyes that were deep and inscrutable, despite only being at the late stage of the Great Luo. He emanated an aura that transcended time and space. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, acknowledging the profound nature of the power of time. He did not dare to be remiss and promptly returned the greeting. You flatter me. The witch clan is indeed the mightiest race upon the primordial earth, and the 12 ancestor witches are formidable beings of great power. Though I possess some skills, I am unworthy of such exaltation from you. Di Jiang laughed heartily. Dao friend Zhen Yuanzi, do not be modest. We have heard from our little sister that you have already attained the great Luo Dao fruit, not to mention having taught those 2 chaotic birds on the sun star a lesson amidst the chaos. If you cannot bear our praises, who among us can? After inviting Zhen Yuanzi to take a seat, Di Jiang inquired, is there a particular matter that brings you to our witch clan? If it falls within our capabilities, we shall assist you. Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback. Although he did not comprehend why Di Jiang was treating him with such honor, he still spoke. I have an unrefined request to make. With that, he activated the 9 turns golden body, emanating an aura of perfect and indestructible flesh. Di Jiang was immediately astonished. It was indeed the body of great Luo perfection. As experts in physical cultivation, the witches were acutely aware of the difficulties in achieving such a complete physical form. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi's body had reached great Luo perfection, even he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Nevertheless, as a clan leader, he quickly adjusted his mindset and praised, Dao friend, you are truly remarkable. The world only knows of your perfected primordial spirit. How could they know that your physical body is also immortal? Zhen Yuanzi managed a faint smile. To be honest, Dao friend Di Jiang, my physical body has not progressed at all since attaining great Luo golden immortal perfection after countless ages. Taking a deep breath, he continued, I have come seeking a drop of Panga's essence blood. I hope the esteemed ancestor witches can grant me this." Before Di Jiang could respond, Zhu Rong interjected with a cold huff. "How precious is Panga's essence blood? Even we siblings cherish it greatly. Dao friend, do not be so brazen as to request a drop so readily." Noticing that Ho Tu and the others were frowning, none interrupted Zhu Rong's words. Zhen Yuanzi understood that they shared the same sentiment. He remained unperturbed. If they were to readily bestow him with Panga's essence blood, he would indeed have doubts. With a faint smile, he remarked, "I possess a piece of information that concerns the survival of the witch clan. Would it be sufficient to exchange for Panga's essence blood?" Di Jiang then spoke. "Please share the information, for our witch clan is not a group of deceitful individuals. If this information indeed pertains to our survival, we shall certainly present Panga's essence blood with both hands. However, if your words are exaggerated, then do not mention the essence blood again." Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily. "Esteemed ancestor witches, you are the direct descendants of the great Panga, the most righteous beings in the primordial expanse. I have faith in the credibility of the witch clan. I learned from my conversation with Dumu Yuanjun that while Emperor Jun and Tai were consolidating the celestial constellations, they utilized the river diagram and Luo book to comprehend the great array of celestial constellations, intending to use it against the witch clan." Xian Ming's delicate face darkened, and she coldly remarked, "Dao friend, are you jesting with us? A mere array could pose a threat to our witch clan?" Zhen Yuanzi replied calmly. "This great array of celestial constellations can harness the power of the celestial bodies, potentially amplifying the strength of the demon clan tenfold. If you do not prepare promptly, the day of the witch clan's demise is not far off." Gong Gong scoffed coldly. "What reason do we have to trust you? If you are merely exaggerating the power of the great array, then wouldn't we be falling into a trap?" Zhen Yuanzi replied steadily. "This matter relates to the survival of the witch clan. Whether you believe it or not is up to your own judgment, and I shall say no more. However, I hope the esteemed ancestor witches do not become the sinners of the witch clan's downfall. Furthermore, I have already made enemies with the two on the Sun Star. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. Why would I deceive you?" The 12 ancestor witches exchanged glances, and ultimately, Zhu Jiuyin narrowed his eyes and spoke first. "Elder brother, it is better to believe in this matter than to disbelieve. If the demon clan truly possesses such an array, we must prepare in advance." Di Jiang pondered for a moment before saying, "While our lineage does possess the great array of celestial spirits, the requirements for its execution are extremely high in terms of physical form. A single misstep could result in backlash. Do not worry. The demon clan also requires time to practice the celestial formations. And before the Dao Ancestor's second sermon, the demon clan will not set up the array." Zhen Yuanzi perceived the situation more clearly. Emperor Jun and Tai were currently preoccupied with consolidating the various factions of the demon clan and preparing to establish the demon court, leaving them little time to focus on the great array of celestial constellations. Ho Tu glanced at Zhen Yuanzi. "I hope everything you say is true. Otherwise, it would have adverse effects on our witch clan." Zhen Yuanzi patted his chest with a resounding thud, declaring, "Who in the primordial realm does not know that I, Zhen Yuanzi, am the most public-spirited and trustworthy, renowned as the timely rain in the Jianghu? Rest assured, if I harbor any deceit, you need only strike at the 5. The ancestor witches deliberated for a moment and ultimately agreed to Zhen Yuanzi's request. At that moment, Zhu Rong's gaze shifted, unwilling to easily let Zhen Yuanzi acquire Panga's essence blood. "Dao friend, with your high cultivation, how about we engage in a contest? If you win, I shall willingly offer you a top-grade innate spiritual root. The fire jujube. If you lose, you shall relinquish that drop of Panga's essence blood to me." Zhen Yuanzi's eyes brightened. What a delightful proposition. Chapter 24. A single punch to overwhelm Zhu Rong. Both Zhu Rong and Zhen Yuanzi were satisfied with this contest. Each felt they stood to gain from the encounter. Zhu Rong, who did not cultivate magical power or primordial spirit, found the innate fire jujube to be of little value, akin to a delicacy that was neither satisfying nor worth discarding. Thus, wagering it against Zhen Yuanzi was a win-win situation. Should he win, he would secure a drop of Panga's essence blood, and should he lose, the loss would not be significant. Why not partake in such an opportunity? Zhen Yuanzi felt that his fortunes had finally arrived, and that he had a distinct advantage in the later stages. Was this innate spiritual root not a gift freely given? The two exited the Pango Hall and arrived at an expansive area. Zhu Rong manifested in his true form as an ancestral witch, towering to great heights, with the body of a man and the head of a beast. Divine flames encircled him, and upon his ears hung a pair of crimson serpents that flickered with fire, scorching the very fabric of space. Beneath him coiled a red divine dragon, exhaling mist and clouds. His nostrils breathed like thunder, producing fiery phenomena that danced around him. Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch, gazed at Zhen Yuanzi and chuckled. Let it be known, my fellow Taoist, that the true form of my witch clan is incomprehensibly vast. So please do not take offense. Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily. This is but a minor affair. Witness my techniques. Law of heaven and earth. As this divine ability was unleashed, Zhen Yuanzi instantaneously transformed into a giant of the same stature as Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong's expression darkened. He dared to challenge Zhen Yuanzi to a duel. Confident in his own calculations, firstly, upon revealing his true form, his strength would multiply several times, rivaling even the pinnacle of the great Luo. Secondly, fire overcomes wood, and he had the upper hand against Zhen Yuanzi. Yet, upon witnessing Zhen Yuanzi's divine ability, Zhu Rong's heart sank. Nevertheless, his fighting spirit remained undeterred. With a stomp, the ground shattered, and he hurled a punch towards Zhen Yuanzi. This mighty blow was enveloped in countless divine flames, embodying the essence of the great Tao, radiating searing heat. In an instant, the atmosphere became grand and overwhelming, a vast aura surging forth, painting the heavens crimson with blood. Below, Gongong's pupils contracted, murmuring to himself, could it be that this fellow has been holding back? How ferocious! Facing Zhu Rong's punch, Zhen Yuanzi perceived the world engulfed in flames, with every direction filled with the imprint of fists. He silently praised and let out a long howl towards the sky, advancing rather than retreating. Then, he clasped his fingers together, tightening his fist, and struck towards Zhu Rong's brow. With this single blow, 100 more followed, 1,000 fists unleashed, boom. Layers upon layers of space shattered, countless timelines reversed. Shattered, shattered, shattered. No matter the divine ability or essence, the heartbeat of Zhen Yuanzi gradually synchronized with that of Pangu. Countless impurities dissipated in the rhythm of the heart, and in an instant, Zhen Yuanzi felt a profound connection to nature. As if he were enveloped within the embrace of the maternal essence. The heart, inherently of the fire element, released a faint golden flame upon being stimulated by Pangu's heart, in a vast and formless space. Zhen Yuanzi sat alone upon a central mat, surrounded by the blazing golden flames. He seemed to transform into flame himself, immersed in a deep and ceaseless nurturing process, absorbing the principles of the Tao. As the 9 turns golden body activated spontaneously, the blood from the Pangu blood pool continuously flowed into Zhen Yuanzi's body, providing the resources necessary for his transformation. Zhen Yuanzi's heart was filled with tranquility as he comprehended the laws within the essence of the heart fire. His aura becoming increasingly profound. His physical form, already on the verge of a breakthrough, finally transcended to the level of a quasi-saint. Time passed unnoticed as Zhen Yuanzi remained absorbed in the essence of the Tao, until his cultivation reached a plateau, prompting his consciousness to slowly return. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes gradually opened. A fleeting glimmer of golden light flashed. A hint of joy surfaced within him. He casually waved his arm, faintly sensing the potential to rend space itself. With his physical cultivation at the initial stage of quasi-saint, he had indeed made a worthwhile journey in grasping the principles of strength. However, no matter how advantageous the principle of strength may be, my true path lies within the avenues of creation and the earth, and I must not forsake the essence for the trivial. Zhen Yuanzi reigned in his spirit, detaching from his elation. While the principle of strength is commendable, it does not resonate with my own path. It merely serves as a means to enhance combat prowess, not the foundation itself. Nonetheless, as I owe my breakthrough to the Wu clan, it is only fitting that I express my gratitude. Upon opening the hall doors, Zhen Yuanzi entered the front hall and thanked the ancestral witches. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your assistance. Without the aid of Pangu's heart, I fear I would not have experienced such fortune. Di Jiang laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling. Has your physical cultivation truly broken through, fellow Taoist? Zhen Yuanzi did not conceal the truth and readily admitted it. Di Jiang's smile grew warmer, and he promptly invited Zhen Yuanzi to take a seat. After a small which brought forth wine and delicacies, a session of boasting ensued. Zhen Yuanzi managed to endure it for a while before deftly shifting the topic. With an air of calmness, he said, "Fellow Taoists, I have a delightful matter to share with all of you. Please allow me to elaborate." The ancestral witches exchanged glances, and finally, Zhu Juyin smiled and said, "Please, speak freely, fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi." Zhen Yuanzi adjusted his expression and spoke earnestly. "Pango, the ancestor god, possesses unparalleled virtues in the creation of heaven and earth, allowing our descendants to flourish. All beings of the primordial world benefit from his grace, yet we possess nothing to repay him." Zhen Yuanzi spoke these words not as flattery before the Wu clan, but as a genuine sentiment. The records of the previous era depicted a tumultuous time of battles among saints and frequent catastrophes, ultimately leading to the fragmentation of the primordial realm. Although Hong Jun, the old ancestor, managed to forge the 4 great continents, it could not alter the fate of inevitable demise. The heavens ceased to ascend. Spiritual energy dwindled, and the earth's veins were damaged, ultimately descending into an age of decline. This was a complete disservice to Panga's arduous efforts in shaping the world. Seeing the 12 ancestral witches listening intently, Zhen Yuanzi continued. After the initial calamity of Long Han, the Western Earth's veins were on the brink of collapse. I was fortunate to obtain the innate treasure, the Earth Emperor's Mirror, which allows me to decree the mountain gods and land deities. By utilizing the methods of the Earth gods to regulate the Earth's veins, along with the assistance of my Earth scripture, I have barely managed to maintain the situation in the West. Preventing it from becoming entirely desolate, it can be considered a preservation of the ancestor god's hard work. Upon hearing this, even the usually stoic Xianming could not help but express admiration. "Fellow Taoist, your great virtue," Zhen Yuanzi smiled gently and continued. "I know that the Wu clan refines their bodies using the foul and turbid energies. Therefore, I wish to bestow some mountain and land deity positions upon the offspring of the Wu clan. In this way, we can alleviate the burden on the primordial land, accumulate merit and fortune for the Wu clan, and also resolve my own shortage of manpower. It is a solution that benefits all parties. I wonder how my esteemed friends feel about this." Zhu Juyin, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. "Fellow Taoist, you have yet to mention one crucial point. This way, our Wu clan also gains an avenue of retreat. Even if we fail in our struggle for supremacy, we need not be entirely cast out of the primordial realm, correct?" Zhen Yuanzi smiled without speaking, recognizing that such words were best left to those within their own clan. He, as an outsider, dared not voice such thoughts. Dijiang pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi. This matter shall be undertaken by our Wu clan. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to say." Zhen Yuanzi lowered his gaze and casually remarked, "Might I request that the Earth Mother ancestor which procure 3,000 mountain and river spiritual veins for me in the East? What use do you have for the mountain and river spiritual veins, fellow Taoist?" The Earth Mother inquired, puzzled. "With this segment of spiritual veins, I will be able to accurately locate the mountains and rivers, thus enabling me to bestow decrees correctly. Asu, Earth Mother ancestor which specialize in the principles of Earth, it would be far more convenient for you than for me." The Earth Mother glanced thoughtfully, then spoke. "If you take 3,000, how about our Wu clan receives 2,000 positions?" Zhen Yuanzi's expression twitched. Was the Eastern Earth deity system truly under the Wu clan's jurisdiction? He quickly shook his head in refusal. "Earth Mother, you jest. I seek to claim 3,000 mountains and rivers for the foremost 3,000 positions in the East. The Wu clan must also guard against the demon race and requires some strength within the clan. Moreover, beyond the 3,000 spiritual mountains, there are plenty of other places available for the Wu clan to settle. How about 500 positions?" After a moment's contemplation, the Earth Mother decided not to press too hard. Nodding, she replied, "Although some divine mountains have innate mountain gods, my cultivation of the Earth virtue path provides ample justification. I shall agree to this matter." "Excellent. If those mountain gods are willing to submit, it would be for the best," Zhen Yuanzi replied calmly, his tone turning stern. "Should they prove obstinate, fellow Taoist, please send them back to the void. When it comes to one's own path, there can be no room for mercy." "Very well, I shall take care of it," the Earth Mother replied, her expression unchanging as she readily accepted. Chapter 26. Star C. After all matters were settled, Zhurong personally fetched the innate fire dates and presented them to Zhen Yuanzi. Apologizing, "Fellow Taoist, please do not be angry with this clumsy my intent in our duel was indeed selfish. And I hope you will not hold it against me. Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily, utterly unconcerned. For he had already gained so many benefits. How could he bother with such trifles? After receiving the fire dates, he cheerfully agreed to engage in another duel with Zhurong in the future. Bearing Zhurong's darkened expression, Zhen Yuanzi led the white deer and gracefully departed. Upon reaching the entrance of the Pango Hall, the inconspicuous system suddenly appeared. Ding! Detection of check-in location. Pango Divine Hall. Will the host proceed with check-in? Yes. Zhen Yuanzi rubbed his hands together, unsure whether the system was extracting Panga's blood or skin. Perhaps it even sought Panga's jade marrow. Might as well give it a try. Ding! Congratulations, host, for checking in to the incomplete Chaos Pearl. Zhen Yuanzi paused slightly, perplexed. Why is this not following the usual protocol? Aren't you all from the same manufacturer? After exiting the Pango Hall, Zhen Yuanzi contemplated the Chaos Pearl. Even in its incomplete form, it remained a Chaos Pearl. Containing a small fragment of chaos, it had merely been struck by Panga's axe during the creation of heaven and earth, and Zhen Yuanzi felt it was still usable. Only saints could forge great worlds from chaos. Zhen Yuanzi sought to comprehend the principles of creation, and the simplest method was to create heaven and earth. Now, the incomplete Chaos Pearl served as a sandbox awaiting his programming. It could not be more convenient. Initially intending to return to the Five Zhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi found it necessary to adjust his course and venture into the starry sky. Within the primordial realm, the path of creation is primarily championed by Nuwa and Dumu. The former can create humanity, while the latter can shape the stars of the universe. Yet, Zhen Yuanzi's relationship with Nuwa was too tenuous to trouble her. Thus, Dumu was his only option, as his heart led him. Zhen Yuanzi patted the white deer upon its head. Bai Fu immediately understood his intent. With a gentle call, the deer produced clouds and mist beneath its feet, lifting Zhen Yuanzi skyward. The starry sky was vast. With countless stars twinkling within it, Dumu was currently in quiet meditation within Dumu Palace. At that moment, however, the starry river was ablaze with radiant colors, celestial phenomena descended, and the great Tao resonated, breathing life into the essence of creation. It was evident that a great power was on the move. Feeling inspired, Dumu calculated with a flick of her fingers and immediately smiled, personally stepping out to greet the visitor. She beheld a young Taoist clad in splendid robes depicting mountains and rivers, leisurely riding a white deer as he approached from the horizon. Dumu hurried forward to greet him, bowing her head. Greetings, brother Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi returned her greeting with a hearty smile. Dear lady, please do not take offense at my unannounced visit. Dumu's countenance lit up with laughter, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with affection as she playfully chided. Brother, do you truly believe I am so unreasonable? Am I truly so domineering? The two engaged in light-hearted banter as they entered Dumu Palace together. Once seated, Zhen Yuanzi stated, I wish to inform you, dear lady, that I have a matter to request. Dumu raised an eyebrow in surprise. With your capabilities, is there truly any issue you cannot resolve? Zhen Yuanzi offered a faint smile, saying, Your Highness overestimates my abilities. I have come in hopes that you might impart your exquisite divine skill of manipulating creation to me. Should you have any requests, please feel free to voice them. Duomu Yuanjuan's expression darkened slightly. Brother Dao, you underestimate me. After all, it is merely a divine skill. If you wish to learn, I shall gladly teach you. There is no need to mention any form of compensation or conditions. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, Zhen Yuanzi felt it inappropriate to decline further. He chose not to mention the matter of recompense again, instead cherishing this bond within his heart. Awaiting a time to repay it, Duomu Yuanjun noted his demeanor with satisfaction. Although a primordial divine skill is invaluable, it is still an inanimate object. How could it compare to the friendship of a supreme being? Moreover, Zhen Yuanzi had previously saved her life. To equate their exchange now felt somewhat lacking in sentiment. Duomu Yuanjun, adept in calculations, was well aware of this. Yet, she could not suppress her gratitude towards Zhen Yuanzi. She led him to the Tianhe Taoist temple, where she typically cultivated the stars. As they walked, Zhen Yuanzi could not help but notice the desolation of Duomu Palace. Not a single primordial star deity could be seen, nor even a maid or attendant. Duomu Yuanjun, catching on to Zhen Yuanzi's unease, chuckled lightly. Brother Dao, you may not know, but I have long instructed my disciples to retreat into the depths of the starry void. With Emperor Jun and Tai uniting the myriad races, Their arrogance has only grown. I truly wish to keep my lineage of stars uninvolved. Thus, I sent them away quite some time ago, with a smile. Duomu Yuanjun added, if you had not come this time, I might have chosen to retreat into seclusion myself. Zhen Yuanzi was not surprised. In the legends of his past life, it was said that Duomu would likely withdraw into seclusion as well. Otherwise, she would not have navigated the calamity of the Wu and Lich so smoothly. Are you not afraid of never emerging again? Zhen Yuanzi provocatively raised an eyebrow. Duomu Yuanjun responded with a cold chuckle. Emperor Jun and Tai wield great power. I cannot provoke them, but can I not hide? Moreover, do you truly believe you are oblivious? With the Wu clan lurking, not all primordial beings welcome a unified Hongwang. I am merely waiting to witness their fleeting glory today and their inevitable downfall tomorrow. Zhen Yuanzi expressed his admiration. Your Highness possesses remarkable insight and strategy. Should Emperor Jun and Tai trouble you again, do not hesitate to come to Wuzhuang Temple. I am not afraid of them, and there is no need for you to hide. Duomu Yuanjun gratefully replied, Thank you, Brother Zhen Yuan. Should that day come, I shall not hold back. Though they did not hasten their pace, the primordial deities moved with remarkable swiftness, and in mere moments they arrived at the Tianhe, the flowing river of stars, the radiant Vega, and the luminous Niulong all shimmered in the vastness. The Tianhe cascaded endlessly, giving birth to countless stars, only to watch them fade away. An eternal cycle of creation and dissolution. Duomu Yuanjun spoke solemnly. Brother Dao, listen closely. This method utilizes supreme magical power to manipulate heaven and earth to intricately weave creation. It transforms nothing into something, turning death into life, and possesses the ability to alter all things. Mastering it to perfection allows one to evolve the cosmos and create living beings with ease. She proceeded to elucidate the various key points and incantations of this divine skill. Zhen Yuanzi, upon comparison, found this primordial skill to be more detailed and potent than that taught among the 36 celestial generals. Once Duomu Yuanjun saw that Zhen Yuanzi comprehended, she manifested the form of the Tao Mother. With 4 heads and 8 arms, clad in azure celestial garments, one arm reached out to seize a wisp of chaotic energy, while another wielded a golden pagoda to stabilize the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Then, she stirred the Tianhe, merging the substances of the universe to form a small star. Duomu Yuanjun activated the divine skill, exhaling a breath of primordial creation energy, and in an instant, the star came to life. Perhaps billions of years hence, it would become a new celestial body. Duomu was teaching Zhen Yuanzi practical application, truly putting her heart into it. As the chapter continued, Zhen Yuanzi prepared to create the heavens. After Duomu completed the creation of the stars, she inquired, Brother Dao, have you grasped it? Zhen Yuanzi clapped his hands in delight. Your Highness's personal demonstration has led me to not claim complete mastery, yet I have certainly grasped 8 or 9 parts of it. Please wait, for I shall now open the heavens. The starry void of Honghuang lacked the deep foundations of the continent, with the laws of space being more tenuous. Zhen Yuanzi stepped forth, intertwining the paths of time and space, transforming into a radiant road of starlight that pierced the void, swiftly arriving in a realm of darkness. This starry expanse was far removed from Duomu Palace, unilluminated by her brilliance, devoid of even a single dazzling star. Although he was on friendly terms with Duomu Yuanjun, it was unnecessary to act under her watchful gaze. Human hearts are inscrutable, and every primordial deity possesses a keen intellect. Prudence is paramount. Zhen Yuanzi communicated with the Chaos Pearl, and with a single breath, he found himself in the realm within the pearl. It was a hazy and indistinct space, resembling a small chaos. However, it was incomplete, lacking many chaotic rules, significantly reducing danger, and of course, this also diminished opportunity. Zhen Yuanzi sat cross-legged in the void, gazing at the chaos, his mind gradually settling. He pondered how he should approach the creation of the heavens. Should he emulate the great Pangu, or adhere to scientific principles? Or perhaps he should initiate a grand explosion as a trial. With enthusiasm, Zhen Yuanzi began his quest for creation. First, he reasoned that matter is in motion. The universe is composed of matter and thus is also in motion. As for the mythical universe, he dismissed it, opting to follow scientific reasoning. While accumulating chaotic energy, he continually harvested nebula materials from the external world, compressing the two together. After a century, Zhen Yuanzi gazed excitedly at the embryonic form of the explosion. No, it should be termed the embryonic universe. It was merely one final step away. Zhen Yuanzi activated his divine skill. Pointing his fair finger into the void, the universe embryo began to compress inwardly, gradually forming a nucleus. Subsequently, various materials collided and moved, and the core began to split, igniting numerous sparks. The universe embryo radiated like a great sun. Zhen Yuanzi smiled, his heart roaring, explode, explode. Yet, just as the universe embryo was about to burst forth, an unexpected change occurred. The material in the core's center suddenly halted its division, while the outer layers collapsed, gradually resembling a white dwarf star. The smile on Zhen Yuanzi's face froze instantly. How abrupt! It's fine, it's fine. It must be that too much chaotic energy was added. I shall try again. I am certain it will succeed. Zhen Yuanzi murmured softly, annihilating the failed little universe. Once more, Zhen Yuanzi immersed himself in endless experimentation. Each trial, each act of creation, bestowed upon him a unique experience. The laws of creation roared within the void, continuously spawning myriad phenomena. After a long while, Zhen Yuanzi sighed in exhaustion. One should not discuss science in Honghuang. The novelist does not deceive me. The theory of the Big Bang simply would not work. Gazing at the chaos before him, filled with failures and experiments teetering on the brink of collapse, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes brimmed with tears. One understands the joys and sorrows of a researcher. A moment of solace came as, through relentless efforts, the laws of creation finally showed marked progress. Though he had yet to formally break through, it was merely a gradual endeavor. This effort was not in vain. Revitalized, Zhen Yuanzi rose to his feet. Utilizing the technique of heaven and earth, he transformed into a colossal figure towering 10,000 zhang high. To create, one must first open the heavens. Pango truly does not deceive me. Transforming the pure cleansing whisk into an axe, Zhen Yuanzi swung it along the trajectory within the chaos. With a resounding boom, one swing opened the chaos. With another swing, the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind erupted forth. With a third swing, clarity and turbidness were distinguished. With the classic three-axe blows, the chaos was cleaved apart entirely. Zhen Yuanzi clapped his hands above his head, and auspicious clouds shone brightly, the sounds of the Tao resonating. Fragrant aromas wafting at a tome of earthy yellow emitted a radiant glow, resting in the center of the floral ground, where the laws of earth evolved into blossoming flowers and streams of purple qi. Zhen Yuanzi's heart stirred. The earth book instinctively soared into the void, its pages turning, revealing the towering phantom of a divine mountain. Surrounding elements of earth, water, fire, and wind were all subdued. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly. A breath of creation energy blew forth, transforming into a fierce wind that swept across the vast universe. The pure air gradually ascended, while the turbid energy of the earth sank back down. With a thunderous roar, heaven and earth gradually returned to their rightful places, and the world was on the verge of taking shape. At that moment, a formless will suddenly descended, supreme and exalted, elusive and mysterious. Unattainable, the void of this will seemed to survey the newly birthed world before swiftly vanishing. Zhen Yuanzi pondered this perplexity. Boundless phenomena erupted between heaven and earth. Above the void, celestial melodies echoed, and the fragrance of the Tao wafted through the air. Countless adornments, lotus flowers, precious vases, and magnificent canopies appeared. Heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and dragons soared while phoenixes danced amidst myriad colorful clouds. A grand cascade of merit descended from the void. Boom. The world unfolds, and the forces of creation manifest, naturally giving rise to the grand principles of virtue. Although this realm is but an incomplete fragment of the vast cosmos, it is nonetheless acknowledged by the great Tao. Zhen Yuanzi felt a surge of joy within, realizing that this time he had struck gold. With a thought, 50% of his virtue permeated the nascent world, facilitating its evolution. 10% of his virtue was inscribed within the earthly scriptures. The remaining 40%, however, was not utilized to elevate his own cultivation, but rather coalesced into a magnificent wheel of virtue, radiating its light across the 10 directions. Zhen Yuanzi felt a stirring in his heart. He retrieved the innate spiritual root, the fire date, from his sleeve and casually placed it within the emerging world. Contemplating that if fortune favored it, it might one day become a world tree, He then scattered an array of rare flowers and exotic herbs across the continent. After a moment of contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi took 3 steps forward. He pointed his finger skyward, giving rise to the concept of time and space. A voice of authority reverberated through the cosmos. "Let there be light." As the decree was spoken, the world responded. A vast expanse filled with pure, radiant light emerged, illuminating all. Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brow, recognizing that solitude cannot flourish in isolation. Only the harmony of yin and yang constitutes the true Tao. A realm bathed in purity was destined to be ephemeral. Let light and darkness be separated. Boundless laws manifested. I in the void, darkness surged forth, contesting the brilliance of light. Only then did Zhen Yuanzi nod in satisfaction. He proceeded to create countless stars, the sun and moon, ensuring that the world could function normally. Only after this did he cease his creative endeavors. After a brief reflection, he murmured, "This world shall be regarded as the spirit realm. Under the Tao, the spirits of flora and fauna, as well as the wonders of mountains and rivers, shall be the eternal protagonists." Zhen Yuanzi resolved to treat this incomplete world as a source for his future employees. Though it may pale in comparison to the grand primordial world, it nonetheless constituted a legitimate cosmic expanse. Indeed, it was flawed, innately flawed. Thus, it must be utilized to its fullest potential. As these thoughts took shape, an endless radiance converged upon him, and the nascent laws of the Tao recorded it. This became the immutable law of countless calamities. Zhen Yuanzi surveyed the burgeoning world, nodding in satisfaction. A double victory was assured. All thanks to the creation of the heavens. Onward, Chapter 28. The celestial realm. As Zhen Yuanzi became engrossed in his world-making, the external chaos of the primordial realm unfolded. For millennia, the demon race, established by Emperor Jun and Tai, had virtually encompassed all races within the cosmos. Some weaker races celebrated their inclusion in the demon race as a mark of pride. Zhen Yuanzi raised his cup and inquired, "My lady, are you aware of their strength?" Domu Yuanjun replied with a hint of gravity. "It is said that their brothers have personally intervened, employing both coercion and persuasion, successfully enticing several mighty beings to join them. Now, Emperor Jun proclaims himself the Demon Emperor, while Tai is known as the Eastern Sovereign. Their 10 mid-stage Deluo demon gods have all been enshrined as demon deities." Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, recognizing them as the backbone of the demon race in later legends. Jimeng, Yingzhao, Feidan, Feilian, Jiuying, Shangyang, Baizhe, Qin Yuan, Ci Tai, and Gue Che. These 10 were indeed Emperor Jun and Tai's right and left arms, the founding elders of the demon court. "Are you aware of their abilities?" Zhen Yuanzi asked. Domu Yuanjun shook her head slightly. "I only know that the demon deity Baizhe is well-versed in astronomy and geography, understanding even the minutiae, and possesses knowledge of the past and future. He serves as the demon race's strategist. As for the others, I have not paid them much attention." With a slight smile, Domu Yuanjun added, "You need not worry too much, for the demon race has formidable enemies," she continued with a gleeful tone. "After the establishment of the demon race by Emperor Jun and Tai, the Wu clan of Mount Buzhou has been quite dissatisfied, mercilessly slaughtering the demon race within their territory, causing considerable trouble for Emperor Jun and Tai. Zhen Yuanzi pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, "This is also good news for you. Dear friend, the conflict between the Wu and demon races means they are currently too preoccupied to concern themselves with the celestial bodies." Domu Yuanjun sighed softly. "As I mentioned to you last time, the demon race is preparing the great array of the celestial stars. Do you still remember?" Zhen Yuanzi raised an eyebrow. "Has the demon race made their preparations?" "Not yet," she replied, "but Emperor Jun has ordered the demon race to gradually take control of the celestial stars. Over these past millennia, 5/10 of the stars I have created have been claimed by them." Just as Zhen Yuanzi was about to offer consolation, a sudden resounding boom echoed from the sky. Reverberating through the starry sea, the pure essence of the heavens surged and countless phenomena manifested across the primordial realm. Zhen Yuanzi's heart jolted. He exchanged glances with Domu Yuanjun, and both activated their divine sight to peer into the distance. They beheld a vast world, straddling the line between illusion and reality, suddenly materializing above the azure firmament. Celestial cranes soared, iridescent rainbows adorned the sky, and myriad laws flickered into existence. This world was immensely expansive, with 4 great portals obscuring its vistas. As the celestial realm ceased its expansion, the four cardinal points stabilized once more. A multitude of beings had gathered before the southern heavenly gate, led by the eastern sovereign Tai Yi and Emperor Jun. Flanked by myriad creatures, predominantly flora and fauna. Their fates intertwined. A greenish aura of demonic energy coalesced into clouds, shrouding the entire celestial dome. Domu Yuanjun exclaimed in astonishment. This is indeed an extraordinarily vast domain. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi have truly displayed remarkable skill, managing to keep us in the dark and seizing the initiative. Zhen Yuanzi replied indifferently. Emperor Jun likely discovered this celestial realm long ago, allowing the demon race to settle within beforehand, waiting until they fully control the realm before unveiling it to the world. This strategy also prevents anyone from contesting them. Domu Yuanjun frowned. The Tao is exceedingly favorable to the demon race. With this celestial realm, they have established a stronghold, securing their position from the outset. This could lead to significant consequences. In light of this, I must take a step back. Zhen Yuanzi's expression grew complex. When the time comes, heaven and earth shall assist, yet heroes remain unfree. The demon race is currently at its zenith. Confronting them directly would not be wise. You should await the opportune moment. Domu Yuanjun could only nod in agreement. After my second sermon, I shall visit you at Wanshou Mountain, lest the demon race seeks out the celestial stars and brings disaster upon my disciples. Zhen Yuanzi smiled. You are always welcome at Wanshou Mountain. I shall ensure a warm reception. Domu Yuanjun's eyes sparkled with mirth. Then I shall not hesitate to trouble you, dear friend. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, gazing upon the magnificent celestial realm and the spirited demon race, feeling no weight upon his heart, but rather a flicker of joy beginning to blossom within. After the calamity of the Wu and demon races, it would be the dawn of my era. As long as I endure through the tribulation, the clouds shall part, revealing the azure skies. Within the celestial realm, clouds drifted gently, and purple mist ascended. Emperor Jun, adorned with a crown of dragons and clad in a golden imperial robe, exuded an air of majesty as he sat upon the throne in the grand hall. Eastern sovereign Tai Yi toyed with a small clock in his hand, seated beside him. Emperor Jun, his visage glowing with vigor, gazed at the demonic elites within the hall, a sense of pride swelling within him. He proclaimed, "My fellow friends, with the emergence of the celestial realm, the fortunes of the demon race have stabilized. We must strive further to unify the primordial realm." Zhe stroked his beard and chuckled. Your Majesty speaks truthfully, yet the specific steps we should take must still await your command. Emperor Jun replied solemnly, though our demon race is powerful, the Wu clan of Mount Buzhou is equally formidable. Engaging them now would yield no benefits and could very well result in mutual destruction. Such a course is inadvisable. Zhe nodded. Your Majesty's considerations are thorough. Then shall we first secure the celestial expanses? Emperor Jun shook his head slightly. Domu Yuanjun maintains a good rapport with Zhen Yuanzi of Wanshou Mountain. If we cannot defeat them decisively, we shall face endless repercussions. This is not a viable option. Eastern sovereign Tai Yi contemplated and remarked, Brother, your words hold merit. Zhen Yuanzi possesses great abilities. We should first avoid his sharp edge. Hee. Once my cultivation advances further, that shall be the moment of his demise. Tang Shi, with a glint in his eyes, interjected. Why do the two of you not first target the Four Seas Dragon clan? Emperor Jun's eyes brightened. Pray, elaborate. Tang Shi organized his thoughts and spoke earnestly. This little demon suggests that you both conquer the Dragon clan for 3 reasons. Firstly, you may tread upon the remains of the previous epic's overlord to elevate the reputation of our demon race. Secondly, the Four Seas are vast. By subduing the Dragon clan, we can claim the fortunes of the Four Seas. Lastly, the Dragon clan has yet to recover their strength after the Great Calamity, rendering them incapable of posing a threat to us. Based on these 3 points, I believe we should prioritize the Dragon clan. Emperor Jun smiled and praised. Tang Shi, you truly possess exceptional wisdom. And what do you, Tu Shan and Zhe, think? Tu Shan and Zhe exchanged glances and bowed in unison. Your Majesty. You are indeed wise. Emperor Jun laughed heartily, concluding, Then let us prepare our forces. After the second sermon, we shall march upon the Dragon clan. Let all races understand who reigns as the true overlord of this era. Chapter 29. Surging undercurrents. Just as Emperor Jun reveled in the triumphant deployment of his strategy, The 12 ancestors of Pangu within the Pangu temple were also deliberating on countermeasures against the demon race. Di Jiang was the first to exclaim, "The two scruffy birds upon the solar star have truly become a force to be reckoned with." Although he was once wary of the demon race, it is undeniable that they lacked a stable rearguard, scattered like loose sand, and thus were not a significant concern. Who could have anticipated that Emperor Jun would gain the recognition of the heavenly realm? The demon race of today indeed poses a formidable challenge. Zhu Juyin remarked indifferently, this day was destined to come sooner or later. Brother, there is no need for excessive worry. Our Wu clan has always held the upper hand in terms of high-level combat power. Let the children within our domain endure a little hardship. As for the demons outside the tribe, they must be dealt with decisively. No more mercy. Otherwise, their overwhelming force will become unmanageable. Emperor Jiang nodded silently. He then inquired of Ho Tu, sister, have you completed the tasks assigned by Taoist Jin Yuan? Ho Tu's expression remained calm as she replied, I have already intercepted the spiritual veins and sent them to Wuzhuang Temple 300 years ago. If Taoist Zhen Yuan returns, news should arrive swiftly. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang slowly spoke, Dear siblings, our Wu clan is born of the bloodline of the Pangu great god. We should rightfully be the masters of the Honghuang continent. This is the will of our father, and it is also the glory inherent in our bloodline. The battle between the Wu and the demons is inevitable, yet our Wu clan shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in the end. Prepare yourselves within the tribe. In my view, war is imminent. On Kunlun Mountain, Taiching Taoist was refining alchemical pills. Faced with the sudden emergence of the demon race from the heavenly realm, a furnace of premium elixirs exploded. Yet, upon the hurried arrival of Yuqing and Shangqing, Taiching Taoist regained his composure. Seeing this, Yuqing Taoist also calmed down, yet he could not suppress his indignation as he exclaimed, Elder brother, how can a race of wet-birthed, scale-clad beings possess the virtue or capability to occupy the heavenly realm? If this continues, will the Honghuang world not belong to the demon race? What will become of the dignity of our three pure ones? The true lineage of Pangu? Shangqing Taoist chuckled lightly, the sound of his Qingping sword ringing out. I have heard that the Eastern Emperor Tai is formidable. I am rather eager to test his mettle. Observing his two younger brothers, Taiching Taoist sighed in resignation. Primordial was overly proud, while Tongtian was excessively brash. How exhausting! Taishang leisurely fanned the furnace flames and spoke slowly. What is the hurry? There is still the Wu clan ahead. On Fengqi Mountain, Fuxi and Yuhua were overjoyed. Observing the growing momentum of the demon race, which seemed to improve day by day, they felt the tides of destiny shifting in favor of the demons. Fuxi excitedly declared, Sister, we have indeed won this gamble. Once the demon emperor establishes the demon court, both you and I shall be endowed with fortune, and who knows, we may yet have a day of enlightenment. Although Yuhua was also pleased, a hint of concern lingered. Brother, the dragon, phoenix, and other clans are also favored by the heavenly Tao, playing leading roles. Have they not been relegated to the annals of history? She pondered, could the Wu and the demons become the next dragon and phoenix? Fuxi paused, then spoke with difficulty, regardless of whether they do or not. We are already embroiled in the situation, so let us proceed and observe. Yuhua sighed softly, and once more, silence enveloped Fengqi Mountain. On Wanshou Mountain, after a separation of several millennia, the flora remained unchanged. After the boy led the white deer down, Zhen Yuanzi returned directly to the Taoist temple, where Tai Xian Taoist had been waiting for quite some time. Tao brother has finally returned. In these tumultuous times within Honghuang, the mountain gods and local deities of the West are anxious. Your return will surely bring them peace of mind. Zhen Yuanzi expressed his gratitude. I am indebted to you, Tai Xian, for your support. Otherwise, I would hardly have been able to leave the temple. Tai Xian Taoist humbly demurred. He then presented the earth veins intercepted by Lady Ho Tu, questioning, Are you beginning to lay out plans for the East already? Might it be a tad premature? Zhen Yuanzi retrieved the sealed spiritual veins and recorded them in the Earth Sovereign's treasure. Feeling the thickening aura it contained, and nodded slightly as he sighed. I owe a debt to the Wu clan. Under duress, I had no choice but to advance my plans. However, Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly. This move has both pros and cons. While it means intervening in the disputes of Honghuang earlier, it ultimately draws upon the strength of the Wu clan. Moreover, completing the layout ahead of time allows us to achieve our aim sooner. It is neither a loss nor a gain. Taishan Daoist laughed heartily in response. You are simply too cautious, Dao brother. Even if the demon race comes en masse, our lineage from Wanshou Mountain is hardly one to fear. He was well aware of the depths of Wanshou Mountain. Zhen Yuanzi had arranged the innate primordial array with the Earth Book as its focal point, connecting the entire western Earth veins. Coupled with the cooperation of countless mountain gods and local deities, this array possessed formidable defensive capabilities, embodying the true essence of the Earth God lineage. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, smiling. If in the future our Earth immortal lineage is fully established, you shall be one of the 5 Earth Lords in our ancestral court. Taishan Daoist's eyes lit up. Then I must thank you in advance, Dao brother. After all these years, he had labored tirelessly for Wanshou Mountain and for Zhen Yuanzi. Was it not for the promise of a position of respect and influence? Now that Zhen Yuanzi had personally promised him a prestigious role, the prospects of merit and fortune flowing steadily in the future meant the possibility of further advancement in the Dao. How could Taishan Daoist not be elated? Zhen Yuanzi was clear in his mind. To have a horse run, one must first feed it hay. Without the entanglement of interests, it would be challenging for a startup team to unite as one. The innate deities of Honghuang pursued the advancement of the Dao. If one could not provide them with the resources for cultivation, it would be best to refrain from disturbing them. Zhen Yuanzi knew that merely using past debts to bind Taishan Daoist would suffice in the short term. But over time, one could never tell what might happen. After reviewing the assignments of his 4 disciples and handling some critical matters related to Wanshou Mountain, Zhen Yuanzi instructed his disciples to tightly close the mountain gates before heading straight to Zhixiao Palace with Taishan Daoist. The second lecture was not far off. As they emerged from the 9 Heavens Gale, they smoothly entered Zhixiao Palace. This time. Many formidable beings were already seated within the palace. After greeting the 3 Pure Ones and Hongyun, Zhen Yuanzi calmly took his place on the foremost lotus seat amidst the eager gazes of the assembly. After waiting a while longer, as Haoyan and Yaoqi noted that no one else was forthcoming, they promptly closed the doors of Zhixiao Palace and struck the Dao bell. Hongjun Daozu appeared directly upon the cloud bed. None of the present great beings detected the fluctuations in space. As the crowd's expressions grew solemn, their reverence and yearning for the sage's realm deepened. Chapter 30. Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu. Hongjun Laozu cast a glance at Zhen Yuanzi without further ado and began his discourse. The heavens seemed to rain down flowers, the Dao principles intertwined, and boundless phenomena flashed before them. Numerous golden lotuses were absorbed by the 3,000 listeners, particularly Zhen Yuanzi and his companions who absorbed the most. This lecture focused on the great Dao beyond the realm of Deluo, which I call the quasi-saint realm, a transcendent path from Deluo Jingxian to the mixed Yuan realm, fundamentally distinct from that of Deluo Jingxian. The method I created for attaining sainthood is the cutting of the 3 corpses. The 3 corpses represent good and evil attachments. By severing the 3 corpses, one can achieve clarity of heart and mind. Thus realizing the great Daoed, to cut the 3 corpses is to perfect oneself further, bringing one closer to the Dao. Each severed corpse brings one a step closer to enlightenment. Severing 1 corpse leads to the early stage of quasi-saint. Severing 2 to the mid-stage, and severing all 3 leads to the late stage. Achieving completeness of the 3 corpses grants one the title of sub-saint, while the unity of the 3 corpses can certify one as a mixed Yuan saint. After elucidating the mysteries of the 3 corpses, Hongjun Daozu continued, the 3 corpses are not physical entities and require innate spiritual objects as their vessels. Otherwise, devoid of a foundation, they will revert to their original state and continue to obscure the Dao heart. Taishan Daoist raised his eyelids and inquired, does the Daozu imply that innate spiritual treasures can serve as vessels? Hongjun Daozu nodded. Innate spiritual treasures contain indestructible spiritual light and are the best containers for harboring good thoughts, evil thoughts, and attachments. Upon hearing this, the powerful beings possessing spiritual treasures in the hall were overjoyed, while those without such treasures wore somber expressions. It was foreseeable that after the second lecture, the beings of Honghuang would surely engage in frenzied slaughter over the innate spiritual treasures. Zhen Yuanzi asked, aside from innate spiritual treasures, can innate spiritual roots also be used for cutting corpses? Hongjun Laozu replied, any innate spiritual object can be used for this purpose. However, the innate spiritual light within spiritual treasures is the most complete, making them the optimal tools for severing corpses. Zhen Yuanzi further inquired, are there any requirements for the innate spiritual treasures used to cut corpses? Hongjun Daozu answered, good corpses should not be severed with fierce and malevolent treasures. While evil corpses should not be severed with pure and virtuous treasures, there are no specific requirements for the treasures used on the corpse of attachment. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly. Legends in later generations suggest that Hongjun Daozu laid traps on the path of severing the three corpses. Zhen Yuanzi was unaware of the truth, but had no intention of exploring it. After all, the 6 saints of later generations predominantly attained sainthood through merit. None among the divine and holy beings had successfully traversed the path of the three corpses. Whether it was due to the difficulty of dispelling attachments or the existence of genuine traps, Zhen Yuanzi did not wish to delve into it as a mere quasi-saint. Knowing too much could prove detrimental. As Hongjun Laozu observed that the doubts among the assembly had dissipated, he proceeded to expound upon the secret arts of the three corpses, detailing how to utilize spiritual treasures to nurture and sustain them. With the preceding groundwork laid, the esteemed practitioners found it significantly easier to comprehend his teachings. Zhen Yuanzi, integrating the path of slaying the three corpses, gained a deeper understanding of the laws of creation. His primordial spirit and magical prowess experienced a momentous breakthrough, ascending to the early stage of quasi-sainthood. Suppressing his inner excitement, Zhen Yuanzi continued to listen attentively to Hongjun Laozu's discourse. Upon the conclusion of the final sentence, a series of resonant sounds emanated from Ta Qing, who successfully manifested the benevolent corpse, an elder with kind eyes, subsequently named by Ta Qing as Taishang Lao Jun. However, the other divine beings still lagged behind. Once Hongjun Laozu allowed everyone to regain their composure, he spoke slowly. The myriad beings of the Honghuang realm are numerous, their fates intertwined incessantly, yet there is no oversight. I wish to select a male and female celestial leader from among you. Henceforth, within Honghuang, all male and female immortals beneath the Great Luo must register for proper governance. The assembly unanimously declared. The compassion of the Daozu is boundless. Hongjun nodded and proclaimed, Dong Wanggong. You are reborn from the primordial essence of Supreme Yang, and shall be the male celestial leader. Shi Wangmu, you are reborn from the exquisite golden essence of the West, and shall be the female celestial leader. In the midst of the gathering, a dignified middle-aged man and a woman clad in palace attire rose to bow, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Daozu, for them. This was indeed a stroke of fortuitous fortune. The titles of male and female celestial leaders bore immense prestige, along with the accompanying fortune. Yet, the jealousy and discontent in the eyes of the divine practitioners behind them were palpable, especially evident in the murderous intent of Dijuan and Tai. At that moment, Hongjun Laozu continued. Since you are to impose constraints upon the celestial beings, it is imperative that you possess spiritual treasures for self-defense. Dong Wanggong, I bestow upon you the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The dragon-headed staff. Shi Wangmu, I grant you the plain-colored cloud world banner and the pure water bowl. I hope you can uphold the order of heaven and earth. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, utterly dazed by their windfall, bowed again, affirming, we shall abide by your decree. Zhen Yuanzi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. This cunning old man is truly devious. Can he not see the covetous hearts of those present? The innate spiritual treasures, after all, were meant for the slaying of corpses. The divine practitioners were consumed by envy, their gazes towards Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu flickering with unabashed greed. Yet, Dong Wanggong remained lost in joy, oblivious to their stares. Only Shi Wangmu broke into a cold sweat, perceiving that she had unwittingly acquired a hot potato. She wished to cast it aside and ignore it, but lacked the courage to do so. 3,000 years had passed, and now the lecture concluded. You may return for now. In 10,000 years, we shall hold the third lecture on the path of the Hunyuan Saint. Should you wish to delve into the great Tao, you are all welcome to attend. With a flick of his dust whisk, Hongjun Laozu signaled for everyone to depart. Amidst the crowd, Dijuan clenched his jaw and boldly spoke. I beseech you. Daozu, I have words to convey. Hongjuan's expression remained indifferent. Speak? Yes. Dijuan took a deep breath, kneeling upon the ground as he prostrated. I report to you, Daozu, that in the Honghuang realm, myriad races vie for dominance, leading to unending strife and chaos, resulting in suffering for the beings I, endowed with the supreme fate of 99, have fortuitously received the heavenly realm, with countless demon kin pledging their loyalty. Therefore, I wish to establish a heavenly court to assist the Tao and you. Daozu, in rectifying the chaos and governing Honghuang, I implore you to grant this request. Tai, Niuhua, Fuxi, and various other divine practitioners also rose to bow, pleading, "We beseech you, Daozu, to fulfill this request." Before Hongjun could respond, the audience was taken aback. Dijuan, having just unified the demon race, intended to establish a heavenly court. Would that not place us under his jurisdiction? The divine practitioners shot Dijuan furious glares, exerting pressure upon him. Zhen Yuanzi merely smiled lightly, intrigued by the unfolding scene. "Daozu, I believe this is unwise. All beings in the Honghuang realm are born equal. We must advocate for freedom and democracy, rather than erecting a lofty heavenly court to constrain them. What the beings require is the rule of law, not the rule of divinity. I urge you, Daozu, to see clearly." It was then that Lao Zu of the underworld emerged to voice his opposition. 3,000 years prior, he had slaughtered the demon race, extracting their essence, only to be repelled by Dijuan and Tai. Naturally, he held a grudge against them and did not wish to see them establish a heavenly court. Kuanpong, standing nearby, added ominously, "What Taoist Mei He has said is entirely correct. Dijuan and Tai lack virtue and are unworthy of becoming the heavenly emperor. The elder of the North Sea had already incited your clan to rebellion. Since you do not allow me to rest easy, I shall bring you trouble instead." The other divine practitioners refrained from opposing, for as long as they did not cross paths with Dijuan, they felt no need to engage in direct confrontation. Hongjun Laozu observed the situation coldly for a long while before responding. Indeed, under the heavenly Tao, a court to organize causality and maintain order is necessary. I permit what Dijuan proposes, however, you must remember not to abuse this power. Otherwise, when the moon wanes, no one will be able to save you. Dijuan was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. "I thank you." Daozu. As soon as Hongjun Laozu's voice fell, the heavenly Tao began to shift. Boundless fortune from all corners of Honghuang began to converge towards the heavenly realm. In a days, Dijuan unexpectedly manifested the benevolent corpse. Witnessing this, the other divine beings could not help but regard the heavenly court with heightened significance. Just as the Daozu had granted approval, boundless fortune had gathered. Truly remarkable. Zhen Yuanzi sensed the fortune of Wanshou Mountain dissipating. With a thought, he swiftly utilized the Earth Sovereign's treasure to suppress it. The various divine practitioners employed their methods, and the fortune of the heavenly court gradually stabilized. Chapter 31. Three fists as the divine practitioners exited the Zixiao Palace. Their expressions were grave. Some among them were immensely powerful, unafraid of the demon race, yet others, with lesser cultivation, might find themselves living in the shadow of the demons in the future. Upon entering the Honghuang realm, Zhen Yuanzi found Dijuan already awaiting him. Upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi approach, Dijuan sneered, "Friend Zhen Yuanzi, we have unfinished business between us. Stay here." Since his previous defeat in the chaos and the setback at Mount Buzhou, Dijuan had harbored deep resentment. Now, with the fortune of the demon race bolstering him, he sought to teach Zhen Yuanzi a lesson to reclaim his dignity as the heavenly emperor. Zhen Yuanzi frowned. He had no desire for unnecessary strife. Yet Dijuan's posturing was utterly revolting. His expression darkened. "In the past, I spared your life out of consideration for your arduous cultivation. Yet, you, my friend, not only fail to express gratitude but seek vengeance upon me. What reasoning is this?" Before Dijuan could respond, the concealed Taoist of the Western lands, Yuanzi, interjected angrily. "Zhen Yuanzi, you have overshadowed the Western lands. Not only have you sent people to supervise my teachings, but you have also forcibly seized treasures that are fated for me. Truly, you are no true son of the West. Today, I shall settle the score with you." Seeing Dijuan ready to confront Zhen Yuanzi, Yuanzi could hardly contain his glee. With Dijuan already at the quasi-saint level and armed with supreme treasures, slaying Zhen Yuanzi to seize the fortune of the West and the spiritual treasures of Wuzhuang Temple might just be within reach today. The nearby Jian was equally exhilarated. Our brother's days of hardship are finally at an end. With Zhen Yuanzi eliminated, the West shall belong to the Sumaru mountain lineage. As for Zhen Yuanzi defeating Dijuan or escaping, that was a laughable thought. Dijuan had already attained quasi-saint might. Zhen Yuanzi, like them, was merely at the consummate level of Deluo. How could he possibly contend against Dijuan? Observing Yuanzi's flickering gaze, Zhen Yuanzi, without needing to think, understood his ulterior motives. He chose not to conceal his strength any longer. unleashing the aura of early quasi-sainthood with unrestrained vigor. Boundless laws of the great Tao encircled him, filling the space with a palpable sense of oppression. Laozi, seated closest to Zhen Yuanzi, felt a jolt of surprise as he sensed the fleeting quasi-saint aura from him. However, having not witnessed his corpse slaying, he merely assumed Zhen Yuanzi had failed. Little did he know, Zhen Yuanzi had indeed succeeded in slaying a corpse. Hong Yun, Taixian Daoren, Demu Yuanjun, Randang Daoren, and others standing beside Zhen Yuanzi were equally ecstatic. Since Zhen Yuanzi had broken through to quasi-sainthood, not only could this crisis be navigated safely, but the renown of Wanshou Mountain might also resonate throughout the Honghuang realm, propelled by this favorable wind. They had all heard Zhen Yuanzi's grand vision for the Earth Immortal Ancestral Court. Since ancient times, only names and treasures cannot be borrowed from others. With a name, it was evident that Wanshou Mountain would attract more talent. Dijuan's expression turned solemn. Zhen Yuanzi, you have indeed broken through to quasi-sainthood? Zhen Yuanzi paid no heed to Dijuan, instead turning to Yuanzi and Zhen with a mocking tone. Did you two friends just claim that I forcibly seized your treasures and opportunities? Speak openly, and I shall compensate you. Faced with Zhen Yuanzi's overwhelming aura, Yuanzi and Zhen were at a loss for words. Why pretend to be a Deluo Jinxian? You've already broken through to quasi-sainthood. Just show it and we wouldn't be in this predicament. Yuanzi chuckled awkwardly. Dear brother, you must have misunderstood. We never said such a thing. If there is anything that has caused offense to you, esteemed Taoist, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, considering the impoverished state of my western land. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly. This matter is not difficult to resolve. You two Taoist friends need only to endure 3 punches from me. Without waiting for Zhen and Yuanzi to react, Zhen Yuanzi unleashed his first punch. The breath of creation flowed incessantly, transitioning from life to death, embodying supreme slaughter. The onlookers felt a trace of annihilation emanating from his fist. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. Zhen and Yuanzi were instantly sent flying, disrupting the vast air around them. Zhen Yuanzi, emboldened by his advantage, advanced upon them with the principles of force radiating around him. The second punch. Zhen and Yuanzi exchanged glances, no longer holding back. Yuanzi wielded the 7 treasures mysterious tree, dissipating countless punches with a flood of energy. Zhen sat upon a white lotus, entangling himself in the web of causality. Enveloping himself in protection, boom! Another tremendous sound erupted as the protective web shattered, and the treasure tree was sent flying. Yet, Zhen and Yuanzi breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The third punch, accompanied by Zhen Yuanzi's furious shout. It was as if the heavenly emperor sat atop the clouds, akin to the Tao ancestor reclining across the 9 heavens. A punch of the utmost magnitude, dominating the heavens, summoned boundless currents of air. Transforming into a howling gale that swept through the skies, Zhen and Yuanzi were enveloped in a radiant golden light, faintly resonating with the sounds of sacred chants. Clang! As this punch descended, it struck as if upon a colossal bell. The collision shattered countless spaces, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Suddenly, earth, water, fire, and wind re-emerged, as if countless worlds were being born and extinguished. The surrounding powerful beings were filled with trepidation. Tongtian Taoist placed his right hand upon the Qingping sword, his face brimming with excitement, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi withdrew his fist, which was as fair as jade, now marked with a red imprint, a golden body of 6. Indeed, indeed, Zhen and Yuanzi wiped the blood from their lips, rising to bow respectfully. Zhen Yuanzi, are you now satisfied? May we take our leave? Zhen Yuanzi's eyes were shrouded in ambiguity. He truly felt an impulse to completely annihilate the two here. To leave a snake alive may lead to further harm, let alone 2 saints. Just as this thought flickered in Zhen Yuanzi's mind, he suddenly sensed a great terror from the void. It seemed that should he kill Yuanzi and Zhen, calamity would befall him. Zhen Yuanzi's expression fluctuated between gloom and clarity. The grand will of heaven is ultimately irreversible. Very well, I shall spare their lives for now. After a moment, he waved his sleeve. You may depart. Zhen and Yuanzi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they had truly felt Zhen Yuanzi's murderous intent. While they were uncertain why Zhen Yuanzi chose not to kill them, there was no time for contemplation now. The two quickly activated their divine powers and hurried towards the western Mount Sumeru. The great beings observing the battle regarded the fleeing duo with no trace of disdain, only respect for Zhen Yuanzi. After all, his powers were evident to all. If it were them, they could hardly be certain they would withstand those 3 punches. Emperor Jun took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Zhen Yuanzi, though your powers are astounding, my demon clan cannot be so lightly insulted. We still require a battle between us. Emperor Jun had no choice. He had witnessed Zhen Yuanzi's 3 punches and understood the terror of the Taoist before him. He had indeed comprehended the principles of creation to such an extent, transitioning from creation to annihilation. It was truly an impressive feat, not to mention, the traces of the principle of force were evident. Yet, for the sake of his own reputation, he felt compelled to engage. Brave Emperor Jun, unafraid of Zhen Yuanzi, charged forth. Chapter 32. A single palm. Having just witnessed Zhen Yuanzi's might, Emperor Jun dared not be careless. He unleashed his full strength from the outset. His true form manifested, a towering golden crow rising high, surrounded by the blazing fire of the sun, resembling the sun itself. The innate sanctity was in harmony with the Tao. Their true forms were creations of the great Tao, radiating rules and principles, even more formidable than in their humanoid forms. With a cry that could cleave gold and shatter stone, a flicker of wrath flashed in Emperor Jun's pale golden eyes. With a flap of his wings, the sun's true fire surged towards Zhen Yuanzi like an overwhelming tide. Zhen Yuanzi let out a cold snort, shaking the vast void. His fair hand slowly extended. The essence of creation swirling, strands of energy transforming into ethereal dragons encircling him. In that immense realm, countless beings witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. All gazed upwards, where amidst the myriad lights, a colossal hand, unfathomable in size, appeared, shimmering like jade, adorned with countless auspicious rays. Great Tao principles flowed over it like a cascading waterfall. The primordial Taoist exclaimed in astonishment. Elder brother, could it be that Zhen Yuanzi intends to resist the sun's true fire with his physical body? I too am utterly astonished. What is the sun's true fire? This fire is a fusion of boundless true fire from the sun star combined with its essence. Even a great Luo immortal, without treasures in hand, would find it difficult to escape unscathed. I cannot believe Zhen Yuanzi could face it purely with his flesh. Dong Huang Tai sneered from the side. Foolish, the sun's true fire from my sun star lineage is not so easily countered. Does Zhen Yuanzi think of himself as those 2 from the west? He seeks his own demise. Before he could finish speaking, Dong Huang Tai's pupils suddenly constricted, his face displaying shock as he beheld the colossal hand in the sky, which merely grasped lightly, playing with the flames of the heavens as if they were mere toys. What kind of physical strength is this? How could it be? Dong Huang Tai could hardly believe it. Even the Wu clan, famed for their physical prowess, does not possess such a formidable body. A quasi-saint. A physical body of quasi-saint caliber. This thought crossed the minds of all the powerful beings present in unison. Only a body of quasi-saint level could withstand the sun's true fire. Had it been merely a body of the great Luo golden immortal realm, it would have already melted away by now. Their expressions fluctuated as they gazed at the gigantic hand in the sky, feeling a sense of helplessness. Who could have imagined that Zhen Yuanzi not only surpassed the quasi-saint level in spiritual power, but now had also transcended it in physical strength? Emperor Jun felt an indescribable shock. He could not fathom how Zhen Yuanzi could withstand his son's true fire. This defies logic. Zhen Yuanzi smiled gently. Emperor Jun, this is for you. The concentrated sun's true fire, resembling a great sun, was tossed by Zhen Yuanzi, tearing through the boundless air, crossing time and space, carrying an indescribable might, hurtling towards Emperor Jun. Get lost? Emperor Jun bellowed, as mountains and rivers shattered. Divine light erupted from his body. Blazing like a comet piercing through the sun's true fire coalesced into a fireball. Boom! An explosion of radiance illuminated the sky, as if the firmament itself were collapsing. Countless beings below fled in panic. As if it were the end of the world, the red cloud ancestor stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. Even though he was aware of Zhen Yuanzi's might, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. This was an awe of absolute power, a reverence for the supreme Tao. Other powerful figures could not help but gasp in the heat of the sun's true fire, marveling. This Taoist is truly terrifying. Let me embrace your thigh. Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the battered golden crow before him, his expression indifferent. Yet, Beneath the embroidered mountains and rivers of his robe, his palm had turned pitch black. Truly, it was one of the most powerful flames in the primordial world. Remarkable indeed. Zhen Yuanzi flicked his wrist, shrinking the distance, and in a single step, he arrived before Emperor Jun Bang. With a punch, Emperor Jun's body trembled, his bones cracking like thunder. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices, nearly obliterated by Zhen Yuanzi's strike. Zhen Yuanzi narrowed his eyes, ready to strike again. At that moment, Dong Huang Tai arrived in a flash, holding a petite bell that emanated an aura capable of suppressing the heavens. Nuwa and Fushi also appeared just in time, standing guard in front of Emperor Jun, their expressions vigilant. Even Dong Huang Tai, no matter how unruly, dared not act rashly in the face of a powerful being with 2 quasi-saint certifications. Anyone not foolish would refrain from speaking disrespectfully now. He obediently bowed. I humbly request you to temper your wrath. Indeed, we were at fault in our words, as long as you are willing to spare my brother's life. My demon clan is willing to offer compensation. Although Zhen Yuanzi desired Emperor Jun's life, he also took into account the potential repercussions from Hong Jun. Glancing at Nuwa and Fushi, he decided to take a softer approach. First, your demon clan shall never set foot on Mount Wanshou again, Tai responded without hesitation. Agreed? Second, your demon clan must compensate me with 18 low-grade innate spiritual treasures and 3 medium-grade innate spiritual treasures. Zhen Yuanzi, wary of overstepping, feared that the demon clan might retaliate recklessly. Tai's heart bled. Although he had acquired numerous innate spiritual treasures during his time in the heavenly realm and through the conquest of myriad races, the sheer size and number of the demon clan rendered such treasures insufficient for division. However, considering the life of his elder brother, Tai gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, upon our return to the heavenly court, we shall deliver the spiritual treasures. Furthermore, Taoist Di Jun, I must borrow the He Tu and Luo Shu for 10,000 years to comprehend their mysteries. I shall return them at the next sermon." Tai hesitated. If it were any other spiritual treasure, it might be manageable. Yet, the He Tu and Luo Shu were Di Jun's companion treasures, utilized by the demon clan to deduce the celestial constellations, making his decision all the more difficult. Ahem, Dao brother, I can lend the He Tu and Luo Shu to you. Elder brother. As he gazed at the slowly awakening Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai felt a surge of excitement. Di Jun chuckled bitterly, "Dao brother, only by swearing an oath can I return the He Tu and Luo Shu to you." Without a moment's thought, Zhen Yuanzi nodded in agreement. He merely intended to use the He Tu and Luo Shu to deduce his future path. Never intending to permanently seize someone else's treasures, what was there to fear from the heavenly oath? After the two exchanged vows, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Zhen Yuanzi then smiled graciously, saying, "I am truly grateful for the generous gifts from my demon clan friends. I feel unworthy of such kindness." Both Di Jun and Tai were left speechless, only managing a wry smile. This was a significant loss. After bidding farewell to Zhen Yuanzi, they retreated to the heavenly court, tails between their legs. Once Tai and Di Jun departed, the scene erupted into lively chatter. Celestial beings, familiar or otherwise, flocked to Zhen Yuanzi, showering him with flattering remarks that made him blush. Even the 3 pure ones from Kunlun Mountain extended invitations for him to discuss the Tao. Zhen Yuanzi stood with his hands behind his back, gazing skyward. How lonely it is to be invincible. Chapter 33. Ancestor of the underworld river. As the great battle concluded, creatures of the primordial world gradually learned of a powerful being residing within the 5 on Mount Wanshou. This individual possessed astonishing Taoist abilities. Even the demon clan dared not underestimate him. Countless peaceful beings, averse to conflict, sought refuge there. With the tolling of the Tao bell hanging within the 5, the denizens of Mount Wanshou were summoned to pay their respects to the Earth Ancestor. Zhen Yuanzi hosted a grand banquet, with an abundance of spiritual fruits and treasures flowing forth. Capitalizing on the momentum from defeating Di Jun, Zhen Yuanzi unveiled his grand plan to establish the Earth Immortal Ancestral Court, sincerely inviting Dimu Yuanjun, Randang Taoist, and Hong Yun Lao Zhu to join the endeavor. Lured by the promise of fortune and merit, the Earth Immortal Ancestral Court project was officially launched. Led by Zhen Yuanzi, alongside Tai Xian Taoist, Dimu Yuanjun, Randang Taoist, and Hong Yun Lao Zhu, the F5 of primordial real estate made its debut, preparing to form a team to tackle various challenges and fulfill their tasks. Zhen Yuanzi also distributed his stored ginseng fruits and other innate spiritual fruits among the group. Though their efficacy had diminished for the great Luo Golden Immortals, their exquisite flavors could still satisfy one's cravings. After concluding discussions, those who had attained great Luo perfection, such as Dumu Yuanjun, began secluding themselves, aiming for the attainment of quasi-sainthood. Those yet to reach such heights diligently trained, lest they fall too far behind. Zhen Yuanzi was confident that, bolstered by the fortune of the Western Earth deities, their cultivation speed would be commendable. Thousands of years later, the deeply rooted Dumu Yuanjun successfully severed his corpse, and a millennium later, Taishan Taoist followed suit. Additionally, Hongyun Laozu and Randeng Taoist had nearly reached the end of the Great Luo Path. They should be able to break through smoothly before the next sermon. Meanwhile, across the primordial world, powerful beings attending the sermons, including the three pure ones, Fuxi, Nuwa, and the duo from the west, also succeeded in severing their corpses. The era of the Great Luo, where Tao ancestors held the highest authority, had come to an end, ushering in a new chapter in the primordial realm, the age of quasi-saints. Zhen Yuanzi looked at the He-Tu and Luo Shu, suffused with spiritual energy and radiant light. Feeling satisfied, the He-Tu and Luo Shu were Dijun's companion treasures, through which he deduced the celestial array of the stars. During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Fuxi had similarly utilized them to derive the innate 8 trigrams. Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. This treasure is rooted in the principles of unity, Yin and Yang, the 3 powers, and the 4 symbols. Everything under the heavens can be calculated. Zhen Yuanzi had already discerned during the long Han period that his path lay in the earthly Tao. His comprehension of the earthly Tao far surpassed that of the laws of creation. What manifested before others was merely creation. The earthly Tao is broad and inclusive, encompassing both creation and destruction. Only by grasping the laws of creation and understanding the laws of destruction can one comprehend the cycle of Yin and Yang, life and death, and thus attain the earthly Tao. Zhen Yuanzi aimed to use the He-Tu and Luo Shu to deduce the laws of creation, seeking to understand destruction through the vitality born of creation. The insights gained over these millennia surpassed countless lifetimes of arduous cultivation. Alas, it must eventually be returned. Zhen Yuanzi slowly closed his eyes, his mind sinking into contemplation, continuing to perceive the vastness of existence. Behind him, a yin-yang taiji diagram gradually took shape, one side representing life, the other death. Within the primordial world, tumultuous waves surged, a tremendous bell toll reverberated across the 4 corners. Countless powerful beings awakened from their meditations. Today, the underworld river, is your day of reckoning, declared Dong Huang Tai Yi, exuding quasi-saint power without restraint. The sound of the Dong Huang bell shattered the surrounding space. Across from him, the ancestor of the underworld river sat upon a 12-petal red lotus of karmic fire, dual swords of black and white clashing in his embrace. With a sneer, the ancestor of the underworld river exclaimed, "Heh heh, is it only permissible for your demon clan to seek my misfortune, yet not allow me to seek vengeance upon you, since opposing Dijun's establishment of the heavenly court at the Zhixiao Palace?" The blood sea of the ancestor of the underworld river had been periodically disturbed by demons seeking to refine their bodies using the sea's malevolent energy. Fearing the power of the demon clan and their backing by Dijun and Tai Yi, he had gritted his teeth and endured. Little did he expect the demon clan to escalate their actions, entirely depopulating the myriad creatures surrounding the blood sea. Such a depletion of resources for rebirth within the blood sea was akin to murder. How could the ancestor of the underworld river tolerate this? In a fit of rage, he traversed billions of miles across the vast wilderness, slaughtering trillions of demons. This confrontation was the result of Dong Huang Tai Yi's arrival to stand against him. Observing Tai Yi's ashen face, the ancestor of the underworld river laughed heartily, filled with malice. "Ha ha ha! The blood of demon spawn truly is a great tonic." The ancestor appeared entranced, savoring the thought. Such a display sent Tai Yi's 3 corpses into a frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. The Dong Huang bell struck violently, seemingly freezing the very fabric of time and space around them. Countless worlds flickered in existence and destruction, billions of miles of space shattered. As the ancestor of the underworld river attempted to flee, he found the surrounding dimensions suppressed. Neither past nor future could flow freely. The Dong Huang bell was cast forth, its toll resonating throughout the cosmos, descending upon the ancestor of the underworld river. With a glint in his eyes, the ancestor of the underworld river unleashed the dual swords, Yuanzi and Abi, in an explosive display. The black and white blades emanated an aura of finality and slaughter, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld them. Even great Luo ancestors would feel their souls freeze in terror. Boom! The clash of the black and white radiance met the Dong Huang bell in an earth-shattering collision, reverberating throughout the universe, sending shockwaves that shattered mountains. The ancestor of the underworld river merely paused before the Dong Huang bell, continuing his assault. With a faint sigh, he acknowledged, after all, it is a primal treasure. The karmic fire-red lotus spun languidly. An inexhaustible tide of karmic flames surged forth. Within it, countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts struggled and roared. Their anguished cries echoed across the sky. The blood lotus, having undergone 12 transformations, claimed dominion over the vast blood sea. Petals fell, leaving but a single seed. Seizing the moment when the karmic fire obstructed the Dong Huang bell, the ancestor of the underworld river dove into the crimson lotus seed. With a sudden tremor, he transformed into a streak of red light, fleeing into the blood sea. Dong Huang Tai snorted coldly, refusing to relent, morphing into a blazing rainbow to pursue the ancestor of the underworld river. Simultaneously, a booming laughter echoed, "Underworld river, where do you think you can escape? Even if you flee into the chaos, I will dry up your blood. My sons, prepare the 10-day heavenly burning formation," with the decree of Dong Huang Tai resounding. The formidable beings of the demon clan residing in the celestial realm sprang into action. The celestial star deities of the demon clan busied themselves with channeling the cosmic energies of the Zhoutian starry array towards the sun star. The 10 great demon gods emerged from the southern heaven gate, each wielding a sun-divine mirror, illuminating the vastness and absorbing the primordial solar power upon the mirror's surface. They further empowered the sun star from its reverse side. Under layers of enhancement, the sun star grew increasingly ferocious, its boundless solar flames incinerating the void of the universe. With the support of the burning heaven grand formation, the sun star gradually transferred its might onto the divine mirrors. Witnessing this, the 10 demon gods promptly positioned the sun divine mirrors above the Zhoutian. After encircling the sun star, the 10 blazing suns suddenly surged towards the expanse above the blood sea. Chapter 34. The great sun scorching the blood sea. Dong Huang Tai pursued the ancestor of the dark river directly into the blood sea. The blood sea is no ordinary ocean. It is the very essence birthed from Panga's navel at the dawn of creation. It harbors all the filth of the world, embodying the utmost darkness and corruption within the cosmos and the blood sea. Tumultuous waves surge, with blood billowing high. The malevolence, resentment, and sinister energy are so dense that they nearly coalesce into substance. Any being beneath the realm of the Luo Jin Xian that inhales even a breath risks tainting their primordial spirit. Their foundational path compromised, further progress along their path becomes nearly impossible. The blood sea is not solely filled with overwhelming malevolence. Countless wretched souls drift within, struggling and wailing. These are the final resting places of the countless beings perished in the cataclysms since the dawn of creation. Before the cycles of heaven and earth were established, the true spirits of sentient beings had no refuge. If they wished to escape the relentless scorching of the blazing sun, they had to plunge into the blood sea, prolonging their existence for a time. Yet, ultimately, they remain unable to evade becoming sustenance for the blood sea. However, the blood sea serves to purify the malevolent energies of the world, bestowing merit upon existence. The ancestor of the dark river's ability to transcend countless tribulations and attain the status of a sub-saint is due to his dominion over the blood sea, which grants him boundless merit and fortune. Upon returning to the blood sea, the ancestor of the dark river's confidence surged, for the blood sea is his lair, his greatest support. Unfurling the Yuanzi treasure flag in hand, the blood sea roiled as 480 million blood divine suns emerged from the crimson waves, each visage mirroring that of the ancestor of the dark river. As long as the blood sea remains, the dark river shall not perish. The ancestor of the dark river sat upon the 12-petal fiery red lotus. His eyes narrowed as he murmured, "These blood divine suns are the avatars he forged using the Yuanzi blood sea. Each can bear his true form, and as long as the blood sea does not run dry, limitless energy shall sustain them. These avatars shall not wither, nor shall he return to the void, nor fade into oblivion. This is the greatest reliance of the Dark River in the primordial world. The ancestor of the Dark River gazed at the golden rainbow in the sky. With a subtle shift of his mind, he dispatched countless thoughts to manipulate the blood-divine suns in arranging the grand formation of the Blood Sea, raising a crimson mist that shrouded Dong Huang Tai Yi from view. Not surprised by this, Dong Huang Tai Yi mused that the foremost survivalist of the primordial era truly lived up to his reputation. With a resounding cry, Dong Huang Tai Yi transformed into a colossal golden crow, soaring high above the Blood Sea. The 10 illusory suns in the heavens seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, swiftly breaking through the barriers of time and space to join Dong Huang Tai Yi. 11 suns radiated brilliance and warmth, unleashing torrents of solar flames and pure glimmering fire, morphing into colossal fiery beasts that rampaged through the sky. The Blood Sea evaporated extensively, with countless wretched souls wailing as they dissipated. The mist steamed over the Yunming Marsh, and the waves shook the Yayang Tower. The ancestor of the Dark River glared at Dong Huang Tai Yi in the sky. His teeth clenched in frustration, yet he found himself powerless against Tai Yi. All he could do was declare with venomous intent, "Let us see who can outlast whom. There are plenty of matters concerning your demon clan." The ancestor did not believe that Dong Huang Tai Yi could remain in the Blood Sea indefinitely. Dong Huang Tai Yi remained silent, for the ancestor's words were indeed the truth. The demon clan would not expend such resources solely for his sake. However, he also did not seek the ancestor's demise. Dong Huang Tai Yi reflected inwardly. He only needed other formidable beings to comprehend the consequences of provoking the demon clan. After all, they lacked a Blood Sea to safeguard their lives. As Dong Huang Tai Yi had anticipated, the mighty beings secretly observing the battle shifted from gloating at the onset to grave contemplation. If both the ancestor of the Dark River and Dong Huang Tai Yi were to suffer mutual annihilation, they would merely applaud, given that neither was particularly virtuous. Yet now, with the ancestor of the Dark River being thoroughly outmatched, they needed to reassess the current strength of the demon clan. Some Deluo ancestors hastily instructed their disciples to avoid provoking the demon clan, while others, their eyes glinting with scheming intent, prepared to join the celestial court, for their cultivation levels would grant them esteemed positions upon joining. The demon clan was on the rise, and with Hongjun Daozu backing them, joining now could yield a share of merit and fortune. In the Zifu continent, after receiving Hongjuan's decree, Dong Wanggong gathered numerous scattered cultivators in the East Sea, establishing the celestial court. With his formidable cultivation, having already severed a corpse, he stood as a quasi-saint. Furthermore, he was appointed as the male celestial's leader by Hongjun himself. As soon as the celestial court was established, several formidable Deluo Jinxian came to pledge allegiance. Currently, the Zifu continent has become a renowned force across the seas. Yet, Dong Wanggong's spirits were far from elevated. After being designated as the male celestial's leader by Hongjun, he believed he should rightfully rule over the 3 realms. Now that Dijuan had established the celestial court, it felt like a slap in the face. Upon witnessing Dong Huang Tai Yi's might, Dong Wanggong's discontent only deepened. At his side, the ancestor of the empty void, adept at reading the room, stepped forward to offer words of comfort. "Dao Master, though our celestial court's strength may currently be lacking, you are, after all, the male celestial's leader appointed directly by Hongjun Daozu. Until one fully comprehends the meaning behind Hongjuan's intent, none would dare act against you. This presents a prime opportunity for our celestial court to develop quietly. The vastness of the 4 seas is rich in resources, with many scattered cultivators congregating here. If the Dao Master can unify the 4 seas, we shall possess the strength to contend with the demon court." Dong Wanggong nodded slowly in response, and then inquired of the nearby Kong Shuzi with anticipation. "Has there been any reply from Shi Wangmu regarding what I mentioned last time?" Kong Shuzi hesitated for a long moment before finally saying, "Shi Wangmu mentioned she currently has no such intentions and wishes to focus on her cultivation. As for the title of female celestial leader, she does not care for it." Kong Shuzi felt like crying without tears. Dong Wanggong had sent him to propose a union to Shi Wangmu, believing it to be a favorable endeavor. After all, one was the male celestial leader, and the other was the female celestial leader. Their union would make for a splendid tale. Moreover, it could strengthen the ties between Zikanlun and Zifu continent. Enhancing their combined power, it seemed Shi Wangmu should not refuse. However, To his astonishment, as soon as he spoke, Shi Wangmu cast him back from Zikenlun using the plain-colored cloud boundary banner. Now, far from achieving any merit, he would be grateful just to avoid reprimand. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong indeed erupted in fury. Truly short-sighted. Does she think I am unaware of her thoughts? Ha! Dong Wanggong chuckled coldly. She believes that by distancing herself, she can evade the conflicts of the primordial world. She ought to consider how many are eyeing her fortune as the female celestial leader, and how many are secretly coveting her spiritual treasures. Enough of this. Let her be for now, and we shall see what transpires in the future. Dong Wanggong suppressed the rage within and inquired of the nearby Undying Taoist. Has there been any response from the Dragon Clan? The Undying Taoist's expression twitched in distress. How am I to convey this? Chapter 35. The Dragon Clan. Seeing the Undying Taoist's expression, Dong Wanggong understood that the situation was dire. Suppressing the burning fury within, he coldly asked, "Thus, it seems the Dragon Clan is unwilling to submit to our celestial court." The Undying Taoist nodded. After the Great Calamity, the ancient Dragon Clan's strength has diminished significantly, yet being former rulers of heaven and earth, it's not surprising they retain some pride. If the Tao Master wishes to completely subdue the Dragon Clan, it will require forceful persuasion. Dong Wanggong furrowed his brow. According to the information you've gathered, the Dragon Clan possesses only 4 Dragon Kings at the Deluo Jin Xian level. Our celestial court could indeed contend against them. Yet, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. The Dragon Clan, despite their decline, should not be so feeble. Standing below, the ancestor of Li Hua could not help but interject, "Tao Master, I have heard whispers of a hidden strength within the Dragon Clan. While specific information eludes us, it should not be underestimated." Upon hearing the words of the Eastern King, he was immediately plunged into deep contemplation. The essence of the fire ancestor was that of a fire dragon. Yet due to not being of pure dragon lineage, he was not well regarded across the seas. His assertions must indeed hold truth. However, the dragon race remained an insurmountable obstacle on his path to supremacy. After a moment's reflection, buoyed by unwavering confidence in his own strength, the Eastern King promptly commanded his followers to prepare for battle, readying themselves to exert force against the Dragon Clan, a quasi-saint. 6 great Luo, along with other Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortals, formed a formidable assembly, united in their resolve to subdue the dragon race. In the depths of the 4 seas, the Dragon Palace shimmered brilliantly, exuding a divine dragon aura as profound as the abyss. Within a certain cave, a strikingly beautiful woman sat in meditative repose, contemplating. "Aoguang, Aoshuan, Aoqin, Aoruan, do you understand why I have spurned the overtures of the Eastern King?" Aoruan, the Dragon King of the West Sea, stepped forward and said, "Mother, the Eastern King is but a junior in comparison to our Dragon Clan. Although we may not possess the formidable might of ancient times, you, dear mother, are a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. There is no need for us to seek refuge with him in Zifu continent." Upon hearing this, the Dragon Mother neither nodded nor shook her head, but instead inquired, "Aoguang, what is your perspective?" Aoguang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, pondered for a moment before uncertainly responding, "Mother, you are waiting for the opportune moment, are you not? Please, continue." The Dragon Mother's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ever since the primordial catastrophe, she had been gripped by fear. The decision to appoint these 4 children as the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas stemmed not from their prowess, but from their ability to endure. To her surprise, Aoguang provided her with a remarkable revelation. He appeared quite sagacious indeed. Perhaps the future of the dragon race in the 4 seas would rest upon his shoulders. Aoguang spoke with gravitas. "Although our Dragon Clan has fallen from grace, we still possess the fortune of the 4 seas. Any who aspire to dominate the primordial realm cannot overlook our support. I believe, Mother, that you are awaiting the arrival of Dijuan and Donghuang Tai. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, the Dragon Mother smiled and replied, "You speak true, my son. I am indeed awaiting the arrival of the Demon Court. If we approach on our own accord, others will not take us seriously. Only when they come seeking us will we possess the autonomy." The Dragon Mother sighed softly. "In this current era where the demon race wields immense power, aligning ourselves with the Demon Court is our best course of action." As she spoke, the Dragon Mother gazed towards the horizon adorned with auspicious colors and divine lights, laughingly exclaiming, "Behold, they have indeed arrived. My son, witness the methods of your mother, with radiant divine light and a vast celestial river. Countless demon soldiers stood in formation. A demon general held a vessel, a jade maiden presented an edict, and mighty warriors constructed a divine platform. Bays proclaimed the sacred edict of Daijun. An eerie silence enveloped the vast ocean, as scattered immortals hastily retreated, fearing the calamity that might ensue. The gaze of the celestial powers converged upon the four seas, anxious not to miss a grand spectacle. The dragon palace, resplendent and opulent, was adorned with luminous pearls, divine wood paving the paths, and the air was thick with innate spiritual energy, suffused with the essence of creation in every hall. Further within, the celestial abodes interwove, blessed lands and caves shimmering together, with myriad palaces nestled within, illuminating the expanse of the four seas. The tortoise chancellor, having received the edict of the dragon mother, slowly emerged with the ceremonial retinue of the dragon palace. Suddenly, the tranquil sea erupted with the sound of 1,000 galloping steeds. As a serpentine waterway appeared before Bays and the others, the tortoise chancellor led the way, followed by numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Transforming into the visage of an elderly man, he strode forward with a beaming countenance, exclaiming, "I had no inkling of the heavenly emissary's arrival, and I sincerely apologize for my lack of proper welcome." Bays promptly stepped forward with a warm smile, saying, "Tortoise Chancellor, such words are misplaced. As long as the Dragon Palace does not hold us accountable for disturbing the tranquility of the four seas, we would be immensely grateful." Their exchange was filled with pleasantries, showcasing the social prowess inherent to his position as Chancellor. After their conversation, the Tortoise Chancellor stated, "The Dragon Mother has commanded me to invite you all into the palace for a discussion and to rest." Bays pondered for a moment before agreeing, "Very well. We too are somewhat weary and shall impose ourselves," yet within, he felt a sense of foreboding. The Tortoise Chancellor bore little resemblance to the Tai Golden Immortal described in the intelligence reports. He evidently appeared to be a seasoned great Luo nearing the end of his stage. The Dragon Mother he referred to was unheard of in the heavenly court, yet she seemed to be a formidable quasi-saint. A dilemma lay ahead, Bays sighed inwardly, but upon glancing at a small demon holding the edict, he felt somewhat reassured. With His Majesty present, surely all would be well. The azure sea spread vast and wide, with myriad waterway openings and countless demon soldiers standing ready. The Tortoise Chancellor beamed as he led Bays and the other great Luo and Tai into the Dragon Palace, seeming to disregard the unfolding spectacle. However, within the Dragon Palace, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals began to stir, forming a standoff against the forces of the demon court. It is often said that the human race reproduces at an astonishing rate. But it is these races within the four seas that truly possess the most formidable breeding capabilities. A single shrimp soldier can lay thousands of eggs. Even if not all survive, the numbers are still considerable. Thus, the Dragon Clan serves as the ocean in the sea of humanity's warfare strategy. As they proceeded further, countless dragon species and whales surged forth, shaking the four seas. Bays exchanged glances with Dijuan, disguised as a small demon beside him, both feeling the weight of gravity in this situation. Their plan was initially for Bays to make a diplomatic overture. Should it succeed, it would elevate the authority of the heavenly court to its zenith. If unsuccessful, Dijuan would then reveal himself, engaging in a full display of martial prowess to subdue the Dragon Clan. Yet now, observing the dragon race flexing their might, both the Lord and his ministers understood the dire predicament. The dragon race evidently possessed considerable leverage. The Tortoise Chancellor, ever watchful of Bays, chuckled inwardly. As the Dragon Mother anticipated, once the Dragon Clan adopts a stance of defiance, the demon court will inevitably yield. Reflecting on the Dragon Mother's instructions, the dragon race must not lack pride, yet they must not be devoid of dignity. With unwavering determination, the Tortoise Chancellor declared, "Dragon Mother, rest assured, I shall fulfill my duty." Chapter 36. Candle Dragon. The Tortoise Chancellor guided everyone into the Grand Hall, instructing the attendants to serve them well. He then said, "Heavenly emissaries, please remain here for a moment. Soon, the Dragon Palace will provide a response to the heavenly court." "We are in no hurry," Bays cheerfully replied. The Tortoise Chancellor nodded, cupping his hands in salute before exiting the Grand Hall. Navigating through numerous barriers and passing countless hidden sentinels, He arrived at the hall where the Dragon Mother resided. The old minister proclaimed, "I pay my respects to the Dragon Mother." The doors of the palace opened automatically at his call. The Tortoise Chancellor entered swiftly, seeing the 4 sea dragon kings within, and he was not surprised. He bowed respectfully and relayed the affairs of the heavenly court to the Dragon Mother, seeking her judgment. The Dragon Mother sighed softly. The demon race wields significant power, yet we must endure for the time being. Tortoise Chancellor, you have been a loyal minister of the 4 seas for long enough. I entrust my 4 children to your care from henceforth, for I shall retreat to the dragon tomb to cultivate in seclusion. The 4 sea dragon kings, witnessing this, prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing deeply. How can this be? Our dragon clan is not without foundation. We can confront them head-on. Foolishness! The Dragon Mother's expression turned frosty as she rebuked. I have survived from the time of Long Han until now solely to preserve the bloodline of our dragon clan. How can we risk the entire race for fleeting gains or losses? However, you are not entirely wrong. The Dragon Mother shifted her tone. If we were to easily submit to the heavenly court, how could our 4 sea dragon clan command the allegiance of countless races? Tortoise Chancellor, you must understand my intent. Yes. The Tortoise Chancellor narrowed his small bean-like eyes and chuckled. Does the Dragon Mother imply that we should heed the call but not the decree? The Dragon Mother scoffed lightly. They desire the fortune of the dragon race, the fortune of the 4 seas. I shall grant it, but the 4 seas must belong to the dragon race. Otherwise, would we not be vulnerable to anyone's bullying? This, Aoguang hesitated. The heavenly court may not agree. The Dragon Mother smiled faintly. Our dragon race will compel them to acquiesce. Dijuan, my friend, I invite you to discuss this matter further. Upon hearing this, Dijuan's ears perked up, and he was instantly alarmed. The dragon race indeed possesses a being of quasi-saint caliber. A typical Great Luo Golden Immortal could not possibly see through his disguise. After briefing Bays, Dijuan followed the Sound's origin to a deep abyss, where he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman adorned in palace garments awaiting him. Upon closer inspection, her aura fluctuated, manifesting the principles of the water path. She was undeniably a formidable quasi-saint. Taking a deep breath, Dijuan clasped his fists and inquired, "Might you be the Dragon Mother?" The Dragon Mother nodded, smiling. "My humble reputation has unexpectedly reached the ears of the Demon Emperor." "Ha! I was unaware that the long-fallen dragon race still harbored a being of quasi-saint power." Dijuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "I wonder why the esteemed Dragon Mother does not remain in the Dragon Palace, practicing in seclusion, but instead seeks me out in the dead of night." The Dragon Mother's expression turned stern. "Dijuan, let us speak plainly. Our dragon clan will never fully submit to the demon race. The 4 seas can only belong to the dragon race. The heavenly court may claim sovereignty over the 4 seas in name, but in reality, the 4 seas must be governed by our dragon clan." After a prolonged silence, Dijuan replied softly, "I understand your intentions, your majesty. However, the dragon clan, relying solely on the esteemed presence of the empress, seems to lack the qualifications to negotiate with this emperor." "And what of my involvement?" Before Longmu could respond, the voice of a being from the abyss echoed forth. Dijun's pupils constricted. Emerging from the darkness was an ancient dragon, clad in black robes and with hair as white as snow. Eyes closed, leaning on a coiling dragon staff, he existed neither within time nor outside of it, creating a closed loop that encompassed creation, evolution, and conclusion. Multitudes of worlds swirled around him, and a phantom of a flowing river of time surged as he moved. As if to manifest the essence of existence itself, Longmu stepped forward and offered a slight bow, saying, "Zhu Long, my friend, your assistance is greatly appreciated." "Hee, you jest, my dear. Even this old bone of mine cannot simply allow the dragon clan to be easily bullied." The old dragon replied, slowly opening his eyes, illuminating the entire abyss with a radiant light, a smile adorning his face. Despite the old dragon's apparent benevolence, Dijun felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth is happening in this primordial realm? Where has the fundamental trust between deities vanished to? Was it not agreed that the dragon clan was but a fallen house? What, then, is the meaning of these repeated appearances of quasi-saints? Dijun was lost in confusion, yet he felt an overwhelming discomfort. In the time of Long Han, there was a deity atop Zhongshan, known as Zhu Long, master of the laws of time, his eyes open for day, closed for night. Who would have thought he still lived? Jun sighed quietly in his heart. Stepping forward, he greeted, esteemed Zhu Long. Zhu Long nodded slightly. Your Majesty, might you consider granting the Dragon Clan a path to survival? If only for the sake of this old man. Although unprepared for the sudden emergence of a quasi-saint, the Demon Clan, now bolstered by Nuwa and Shiha, already possessed 4 quasi-saints and felt no fear in facing the Dragon Clan in battle. Just as Jun was about to refuse, another quasi-saint-level consciousness swept over them. Countless breaths of creation flowed forth. Jun's expression stiffened. More, faced with the smiling gazes of Longmu and Zhu Long. Along with the secretive observation of the quasi-saint lurking behind, Jun forced a stiff smile. Of course, of course. The 4 seas are indeed the ancestral grounds of the Dragon Clan, and my Demon Clan has no habit of seizing others' territories without cause. Rest assured, my friends, upon receiving Jun's personal assurance, both Longmu and Zhu Long were elated, engaging in a round of mutual flattery, filling the air with joyous camaraderie. As they watched Jun gradually fade from view, it soon became apparent that he had departed. Zhu Long's aura immediately waned. Cough, cough. A mouthful of golden blood was expelled, eagerly consumed by the surrounding fish. Gazing at the fish stained with dragon blood, Zhu Long's gaze turned distant. My elder brother's guidance for our Dragon Clan to pave the way through the primordial realm was indeed correct. Yet now, the Phoenix and Qilin remain hidden away. With only a few cats and dogs in our clan, how can we rival the multitude of the Dragon Clan? Zhu Long shook his head, lamenting, alas, my injuries from the battle with Qing Long have yet to fully heal. Otherwise, I would never allow the Demon Clan to gain such an advantage. Longmu consoled, it is fate as such. The Demon Clan must rise. Let us observe and perhaps an opportunity will arise. Zhu Long shook his head, trembling as he leaned on his coiling staff and walked back into the abyss, his voice tinged with an indescribable sorrow. Fate, sigh, fate indeed. After a long while, 2 heavy sighs echoed from the depths of the abyss. Muffled beneath the waves of the sea. Chapter 37. The Dragon Clan ascends. Zhen Yuan plans. Days later, the Dragon Palace had made all necessary arrangements and summoned the heavenly emissaries to the hall. The Prime Minister Turtle, accompanied by the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas, bowed and proclaimed, the primordial heavenly court is the rightful order of heaven and earth, regulating yin and yang, governing the cosmos. As a part of the primordial realm, our Dragon Clan is willing to contribute to the 3 realms, dedicating our lives and efforts without hesitation. This declaration drew the attention of the mighty beings across the heavens. The Dragon Clan had surrendered too swiftly. Not only did they not face any trials and tribulations, but they also refrained from even a token negotiation. At Team Mount Wanshou, Yuanzi calculated and sensed that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Conversely, Bai Zhe had received Jun's instructions early on and, unfazed, inquired, under whose authority do the true dragons of the 4 seas acknowledge? The Dragon Kings of the 4 seas replied, Ao Guang, Ao Shun, Ao Qin, and Ao Run pay their respects to the heavenly emissary. From this day forth, we shall govern the 4 seas. Bai Zhe nodded with a smile. Who would have anticipated that the Dragon Clan still harbored 3 quasi-saint powers? He produced the heavenly edict prepared by Jun. The heavenly court acts on behalf of heaven, governing the primordial realm, benefiting countless beings. Now that the 4 seas Dragon Clan has fully submitted to the heavenly court, it is indeed a grand act of righteousness. Thus, I bestow Ao Guang as the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Run as the Dragon King of the West Sea, Ao Qin as the Dragon King of the South Sea, and Ao Shun as the Dragon King of the North Sea, to oversee the affairs of the 4 seas and to govern the reigns. Upon hearing the heavenly edict, the Dragon Kings and Prime Minister Turtle sighed in relief. The 4 seas would still belong to the Dragon Clan. Thank goodness. The atmosphere in the Dragon Palace lightened, with laughter echoing among the dragon folk and the demon court's emissaries, a scene of harmony and prosperity. The mighty beings spectating quietly cursed under their breath, preparing to depart. Just then, the Eastern King, in a hurried manner, finally arrived at the Dragon Palace. With 100,000 Earth Immortals as soldiers and 5,000 true Immortals as commanders, the heavenly army surged through the clouds, hovering above, facing off against the demon forces. The Eastern King cast a grim gaze towards the Dragon Palace. I am the appointed leader of the male immortals by the Tao ancestor. How dare the Dragon Clan deceive me? Prime Minister Turtle smiled lightly. Our Dragon Clan has now submitted to the Heavenly Court. If you have matters to discuss, please approach the Heavenly Court, Zhen interjected. Surely, the Heavenly Court will not ignore our plight, right? Zhen's smile froze. Of course, the Dragon Clan is now part of the Heavenly Court. We are like family. If the Eastern King insists on troubling the Dragon Clan, you must first pass through the Heavenly Court. As Zhen observed the smiling face of Prime Minister Turtle, he instantly comprehended that they had been outmaneuvered by the Dragon Clan. Now that the Demon Clan was at odds with the Zifu continent, the Dragon Clan could sit back and watch. The key was that this was an overt strategy. If the Heavenly Court did not shield the Dragon Clan from the pressures of the Zifu continent, then the various powers under the Heavenly Court would inevitably share the same fate. The Eastern King was seething with rage, ready to strike, but he managed to restrain himself. After all, the Zifu continent was no match for the Heavenly Court at present. He could not provide Dijun and the others with an excuse for confrontation. The waters were tranquil, the winds calm. Until the Demon Clan returned to the Heavenly Realm, no battle ensued. The entire affair fizzled out, leaving the readers regretting the lack of action. At Mount Wanshou, divine sounds emerged, and celestial lights shimmered. Crossing over countless mountains, it reached the Peak Cave, a quaint and natural Taoist temple, ethereal and brimming with the vitality of creation. Upon witnessing the heavenly beings depart from the Dragon Palace unscathed, Mu Yuanjun scoffed. The Heavenly Court has indeed reaped great benefits. Zhen Yuanzi, however, remained silent, pondering whether this was truly a benefit. He could almost ascertain that Dijun had no means of dealing with the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, how could one explain the Dragon Clan's continued hold over the Four Seas? Thus, it was evident that the Dragon Clan still harbored some ancient relics. And not just one. And Yuanzi's eyes shimmered with divine light as a wisp of the breath of creation flicked from his fingertips, flying towards the back courtyard. Some plans must begin. In the back courtyard of Mount Wanshou, there was a pool known as the Wanxing Pool. Within it swam several spiritual fish, frolicking playfully among the lotus leaves. Suddenly, a mysterious light of creation descended upon one of the carp, clearing its murky eyes and restoring its clarity. After hiding and cultivating for 300 years, the carp could no longer endure the pool's bitterness. Transforming into human form, it stealthily consumed a ginseng fruit and took away Zhen Yuanzi's mighty lock used to tether the white deer. Departing Mount Wanshou without permission and following an unseen guidance towards the Yellow River, Zhen Yuanzi watched the little demon vanish into the horizon, slowly closing his eyes. In the ageless primordial realm, 3,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Since the Dragon Clan ascended, the Heavenly Courts might reach its zenith. Simultaneously, the conflict between the Wu and the Yao clans became increasingly irreconcilable. In the Hutu tribe, a marginal gathering of the Wu clan, a sudden black mist arose, obscuring the sky, with gray-green demonic energy permeating, as sand and stones flew, and winds surged. A colossal black snake, with wings sprouting from its back, measuring thousands of feet in length, approached, its body pitch black, swinging its head and tail, its gaping maw resembling a black hole, devouring all tangible matter. Countless members of the Wu clan were swallowed whole. This snake wielded immense power, evidently possessing the cultivation of the late stage of Deluo, and at the edges of the Hutu tribe, no one could counterbalance its might. As the serpent opened its mouth, a radius of 1,000 miles turned to void. Its eyes filled with chilling malice. Seething with rage, it concealed its fury within. By Zhe, Tu Shan, you all shall perish. I am the true mastermind of the Demon Clan. Since the serpent Tengsha offered counsel to Emperor Dijun, suggesting the conquest of the Four Seas, he has garnered the Emperor's particular favor, subtly being regarded as a trusted confidant. Together with Baze and Tu Shan, they are venerated as the three great strategists of the demon race. With the Dragon Clan's ascent to the heavens and the Celestial Court's burgeoning power, Tengsha believed he would soon surpass Baze and Tu Shan, becoming the foremost figure under the Celestial Emperor and the three sovereigns. Little did he anticipate that Emperor Dijun would rebuke him harshly, offering neither reward nor recognition, and instead demoting him from the center of power to a peripheral position. Consumed by rage, Tengsha's heart burned with fury. It must surely be Baze and Tu Shan, those old curmudgeons who have slandered him before the Emperor. How else could the Emperor have distanced himself from him to such a degree? The more he pondered, the more enraged he became at that moment. Tangsha was driven solely by a desire for slaughter, believing that only through bloodshed could he forget the flames of his wrath. The earth trembled as countless mountains were crushed beneath his immense serpent form, devouring thousands of the witch clan in a single gulp. Such a commotion inevitably drew the attention of the formidable warriors from the Hutu tribe. Whoosh, boom! A colossal divine arrow, imbued with an unstoppable sharpness, sliced through the air from a distant and unreachable realm. A beam of silver light pierced the heavens, plunging directly into the black hole. Hiss, roar. As the black hole shattered, Tangsha's form emerged, a long arrow shimmering with cold light lodged between his teeth, creating a fissure in his iron-like dentition. Following the arrow, a rugged figure materialized, his countenance strikingly handsome, his presence like thunder, his voice a reverberating roar. Which demon dares to harm my witch clan's warriors? Chapter 38. Tangsha rides the mist, ultimately reduced to dust. Tangsha shook his black head, swallowing the arrow whole. Utilizing the formidable digestive strength of his stomach, he melted it down. His enormous serpent tongue flicked in and out. Hissing ominously, with a chilling smile, he declared, "I am Tangsha of the demon race, and I have heard that the people of your witch clan often feast upon my kin. I have remained still. But now I wish to sample the flavors of the witch clan. Why is it that the witch clan is permitted to devour demons while demons are forbidden to consume witches? Truly, what nonsense!" A sly grin spread across Tangsha's face. Indeed, the witch clan proved to be worthy descendants of Pango, not only delicious but also brimming with energy. One which could sustain him for several days of arduous cultivation. Tangsha mused, "I could easily consume 100,000 witches." A palpable malice enveloped the air. Enraged, the witch warrior bellowed, "Demon, Hoi stands before you. How dare you bully my witch clan?" With a bow in his left hand and an arrow knocked in his right, the divine arrows whizzed forth. One became two, two became three, three multiplied into countless. Each arrow radiated a terrifying aura, as though capable of piercing the very stars. A chill ran down Tangsha's spine, his entire being seized by fear. Akin to needles pricking his back, swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, Tangsha promptly unleashed his innate divine powers. His gaping maw opened wide, a relentless flow of devouring energy swirling within, consuming all tangible and intangible matter, time and space, light and darkness. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was drawn into his monstrous jaws. Thousands of divine arrows entered his mouth, striking against his stomach, creating a resounding clash. Subsequently, they were corroded by his pitch-black gastric juices. Hiss! Tangsha's entire body quaked as if struck by thunder. The sounds of tigers and leopards echoed faintly, showcasing his unparalleled devouring prowess. At the same time, a putrid, dark green miasma surged forth from his gaping maw. As the progenitor of all serpents, Tangsha mastered the laws of consumption and poison. The sheer potency of his venom was astounding. Mountains fell silent, flora withered, and the air resonated with the tearing sound of lethal toxins. Hoi's expression hardened as earthy yellow magical energy enveloped him, manifesting as armor infused with the laws of the earth. The Donghuang Tai was skillfully engaging with Ho Tu, and upon noticing the arrival of two ancestral shamans from the Wu clan, he felt a surge of delight rather than alarm. "Ha ha ha, have two more allies arrived? Come forth together. I, Tai, with one hand wielding the Eastern Emperor Bell and the other contending against the four great ancestors, shall remain invincible in this realm." In their previous encounter, he had forced the old ancestor of the underworld river back into the blood sea, incinerating it for 10 days, yet he still felt unsatisfied. If he could eliminate these ancestral shamans in one fell swoop, he would truly dominate the primordial chaos. Di Jiang and his companions let out a furious roar, unleashing chaotic winds that raged forth, accompanied by countless vines as hard as divine iron, resembling azure dragons weaving in and out of Di Jiang's spatial nodes. Enveloping Dong Huang Tai in the face of the Wu clan's fourfold assault, Dong Huang Tai remained unfazed. The Eastern Emperor Bell floated above his head, with strands of chaotic energy cascading down like a canopy, shielding him entirely. Clang, clang, clang. The resonating bell that suppressed the heavens and froze time grew increasingly frantic, echoing through all dimensions of past and future. The four from Ho-Tu felt their bodies and thoughts slow. As if everything was being subdued, Dong Huang Tai-yi single-handedly faced the four quasi-saint-level formidable beings without losing ground, radiating confidence. Just then, four powerful presences approached from the distance, causing Dong Huang Tai-yi's expression to darken. Although he had been trading blows with the four ancestral shamans, he was not entirely in the advantageous position. If four more were to join, he feared this encounter would not end favorably. With thunder and lightning raging, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Chang Liang, and Shizi arrived in unison. Di Jiang, seeing this, laughed heartily. Brothers, your timing is impeccable. Today we shall deal with this scruffy bird, severing one of Di Jun's arms, making our future assault on the celestial realm much easier. Haha, victory is ours. Dong Huang Tai-yi, prepare to meet your demise. As the four ancestral shamans joined the fray, Dong Huang Tai-yi gradually found it challenging to cope. A sense of heaviness settled in his heart. Could it be that he was to fall here today? His gaze hardened, and the Eastern Emperor bell trembled with increasing urgency. Do not panic, Your Majesty Dong Huang. Watch as my siblings and I demonstrate our prowess. Radiating celestial light and vibrant colors, Nuwa descended from the clouds. With a twist of her Xinyuan creation pearl, a massive azure dragon brimming with the essence of creation manifested. Roaring, the dragon struck directly at Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Nuwa waved her flowing sleeves, and the realms of life and death intertwined. A vast expanse of countless worlds swirling in chaos. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong found themselves momentarily at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Chang Liang and Shizi abandoned Dong Huang Tai-yi to engage Nuwa. With a resonant sound, the music of the Qinshi echoed as Fuxi sat gracefully in the sky, lightly strumming his guqin, a sense of ultimate freedom and purity emanating from him. The gentle, persistent melodies were perceived by Chang Liang and Shizi as a looming threat. Boom! Thunder and lightning clashed. Silver bolts resembling dancing serpents struck fiercely at Fuxi. 9 Heaven's divine thunder descended, shaking Fuxi's spirit. This was a battle of sound. Chang Liang's voice roared like thunder. Fuxi, this is our conflict with the demon clan. It has nothing to do with you. If you withdraw now, we will not hold you and your sister accountable. But if you insist on opposing us, we shall show you what it means to be incomplete. Fuxi elegantly continued to play, smiling lightly. Dear Chang Liang, you have miscalculated. Thanks to the favor of the Demon Emperor, my sister and I have long since joined the Demon Clan. We can no longer retreat. Nuwa's phoenix eyes glinted with determination as she coldly stated, Brother, there is no need for so much explanation. Let us fight. The Xinyuan creation pearl was hurled with force, sending Gong Gong staggering. The ancestral shamans exchanged glances, realizing that persuading Fuxi and his sister was a futile endeavor. With resolve, they intensified their tactics. Then you shall remain. Rumbling, bang. The clash of quasi-saint level beings unleashed tremendous force. Even the residual waves obliterated countless lives, both from the Wu and Demon clans. Yet none among them cared. Their hearts were consumed with the singular desire to annihilate one another. Before long, the remaining ancestral shamans, except for the time ancestor Zhu Jiuyin, who had been injured from meddling with the River of Time, had all arrived. The Demon clan's leader, Di Jun, entered the fray personally, drawing upon the celestial forces of stars and the sun. Engaging the three ancestral shamans in a vibrant battle, holding his ground. The high-level combatants of both the Wu and Demon clans were nearly all present, yet the demon gods and great shamans refrained from rash actions. It was evident that neither side could gain the upper hand, and there was no need to recklessly initiate widespread warfare, wasting the lives of their kin. The conflict between the Wu and Demon clans had become a relentless struggle. Lasting for thousands of years, in Kunlun Mountain, Laozi gazed indifferently at the flickering flames, yet his heart was far from tranquil. Just a few millennia had passed, and the Wu and Demon clans had already grown to such an extent through fortune. At this rate, where would the three purities find their place in the primordial chaos? Laozi's eyelids drooped as he feigned drowsiness. His senior disciple, Yuanzi, had been approached by the great Wild Bull clan beneath Kunlun Mountain, seeking a gourd of elixir. If his disciple had no other matters, he should deliver this gourd of golden elixir. Yuanzi's eyes brightened, ready to respond, but upon seeing Laozi completely close his eyes, he could only swallow his words of reply, nodding and retreating, leaving Tong Tian beside him in confusion. Why are the elder brothers so agreeable? In the Zifu continent, Dong Wanggong felt a wave of despair upon sensing the strength of the Wu and demon clans. What could he possibly use to contend in the primordial chaos? His life? Beside him, the elusive young master, with a glint in his eye, remarked, "Dao Master, we still have a chance." What chance? Dong Wanggong's eyes lit up. Akin to a drowning man grasping at a last straw, the young master, startled by his gaze, hurriedly continued, "I have heard that the great immortal Zhen Yuan from Wanshou Mountain possesses immense powers and has grievances with the demon court. Why not seek the assistance of Zhen Yuan? If Dao Master is willing to part with some merit and fortune, I believe Zhen Yuan would not stand idly by." Dong Wanggong gently rubbed his palms together, contemplating for a moment before slowly nodding. "Then it would trouble you to make the journey." With that, he produced a splendid treasure box. Inside lay 12 translucent pearls radiating primordial water essence. "Take this, dear friend. No one minds a generous gift." The young master promptly accepted the spiritual treasure, receiving the command, and set forth for Wanshou Mountain. At Wanshou Mountain, in the 5 Zhuang Temple, amidst the shimmering stars of the 9 heavens, the trajectories were unpredictable. The earth's veins pulsed with malevolent energy. Zhen Yuan intercepted a wisp of black mist from the air, akin to the calamity aura from the time of the Dragon Han catastrophe. Heaven harbored murderous intent, shifting stars and altering constellations. The earth stirred with malice, as dragons and serpents rose. The war between the Wu and demon clans had already commenced, and all caught in the calamity were helplessly ensnared in fate. Zhen Yuan sighed inwardly. Just then, a thought struck him. Calculating with his fingers, he looked towards a blue light approaching from the East Sea. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the context, summoning the twin children Qing Feng and Mingyu. He smiled. "I must traverse the primordial chaos. Should you encounter guests from the East Sea, you need only to do as I instruct." Qing Feng and Mingyu exchanged glances and bowed. "We shall comply with the command." Zhen Yuan nodded, flicking his whisk, and vanished from the cloud bed. Chapter 40. The mountain gods of the 5 peaks. Zhen Yuan walked above the Ho-Tu tribe, still pondering Dong Wanggong. Or rather, the lands beyond the seas. In the world of primordial chaos, the 4 seas held immense fortune. However, these saints and masters viewed it merely as a source of fortune, not as a realm to cultivate. In the eyes of the deities and Buddhas within the mythic world, truly prosperous lands were those with sacred mountains, blessed grounds, and heavenly caverns. The 4 seas held little significance in their sight. Yet Zhen Yuan knew that later, when Tong Tian summoned myriad immortals, the disciples of the Zhejiao from Golden Ao Island and Bayou Palace became exceedingly wealthy. This was partly because Tong Tian had acquired many spiritual treasures from his own treasure cliff, and partly because those near the water had the advantage of abundant aquatic spirits and treasures. Most Zhejiao disciples established their abodes on islands, thus becoming immensely prosperous. Now, Dong Wanggong, in a desperate bid, sought Zhen Yuan's help, providing a perfect opportunity for him to cultivate in the 4 seas. However, the nuances of this situation required careful navigation. Zhen Yuan withdrew his thoughts, observing the Ho-Tu tribe closely. He noticed that every face among the Wu clan bore expressions of heaviness and hatred. The war between the Wu and demon clans had concluded, yet the entire Ho-Tu tribe remained steeped in sorrow. This conflict had resulted in the greatest losses for the Ho-Tu tribe, with dozens of small tribes vanishing from history and tens of thousands of Wu clan members perishing. The animosity of the Ho-Tu tribe towards the demon clan was palpable. "Brother Zhen Yuan, since you have arrived, shall we converse?" Zhen Yuanzi chuckled softly. With a single step, he ascended to the summit of a towering mountain. Ho-Tu, adorned in a pale yellow gown, appeared even more solitary and ethereal as the mountain breeze caressed her. After a moment of silence, she turned her back to Zhen Yuanzi and sighed softly. "My dear Dao brother, do you believe we are right or wrong in our endeavors? Is it truly worth it? The myriad tribes of the shamanic clans are merely pawns in a grand battle. There are countless wars yet to come between the shaman and demon clans, culminating in a final showdown, which will inevitably lead to the demise of countless shaman kin." She was engulfed in confusion and helplessness. "Is being the sovereign of heaven and earth truly of significance?" Zhen Yuanzi sighed inwardly and replied softly, "My lady, even if you regret your choices, can anything be done now? Can regret prevent what is to come?" Huta managed a wry smile. "Indeed. Such occurrences are unavoidable and irreversible. The enmity between the shaman and demon clans runs deep, tied to the struggle for supremacy, allowing no room for retreat or hesitation. We must press on. We must strive. Whether it be Emperor Jun or myself, it remains the same. My Dao brother finds amusement in this. It seems I have become too sentimental. Hutu smiled faintly, the spirited goddess returning to her former grace. As your visit, concerning the matters of the mountain deities and earth spirits? Zhen Yuanzi bowed respectfully and replied earnestly. I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance. My lady, I have now refined the essence of the spiritual veins into my artifact, and I am prepared to confer divinity at any moment. Hutu nodded, saying, You are too courteous, my Dao brother. Our collaboration is mutually beneficial. Why should we dwell on gratitude? After speaking, she communicated with Hui, instructing him to gather 500 elite shamans. The 500 shamans? A formidable presence stood at the mountain's base, their bloodthirsty aura staining the heavens. Zhen Yuanzi, puzzled, inquired, Why have you selected the elite shamans, my lady? The quotas I provided to them have no restrictions on cultivation. Hutu replied calmly, The will of heaven is inscrutable, and the future remains uncertain. I must preserve a portion of combat prowess for our shaman clan. Of course, they are now under your command and must obey your orders. Above the purple mansion, the spirit of Zhen Yuanzi rolled its eyes. Ha! I believe you not. It would be a miracle if they heed your words. Yet, he also coveted the 6 realms that Hutu would one day establish. Thus he bore no concern for these few hundred positions. Zhen Yuanzi nodded, gazing downward, declaring, I, Zhen Yuanzi, wielding the divine artifact of the earth sovereign's treasure, hereby appoint you as mountain deities and earth spirits. I expect you to fulfill your duties diligently and protect the vast wilderness. As he spoke, auspicious clouds arose above his head, and his resonant voice echoed. The earth sovereign's treasure radiated brilliance, a page turning. 500 golden seals scattered towards the waiting shamans, merging seamlessly into their very beings, brilliant golden light flashing. Hutu gazed intently, observing that her kin were now clad in the garb of earth spirits. No longer exuding the wildness of the primal lands, she sighed softly, uncertain if this path was indeed the right one. The newly appointed earth spirits instantly comprehended their authority, responsibilities, and their superior. They bowed in unison, exclaiming, We, the humble spirits, pay our respects to the earth ancestor. May the earth ancestor swiftly attain the state of primordial unity. Streams of fortune wafted toward Zhen Yuanzi from all directions, only to be suppressed midway by a crimson palace. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze turned melancholic as he observed, Indeed, this wave cannot be easily exploited. My lady, the matters here are resolved. In the future, should any shaman wish to become an earth spirit, they need only report to these 500 mountain deities. Hutu nodded with a smile, Do not rush, my Dao brother. During my acquisition of the earth veins, I encountered 5 great Taoists of the golden immortal rank. These 5 mountain deities are born of heaven and earth. Indeed, primordial beings. Would you care to meet them? Zhen Yuanzi raised an eyebrow, replying with a smile, It would be more respectful to comply. Please arrange it, my lady. Hutu chuckled lightly, and with a graceful wave of her hand. The two found themselves at the foot of a majestic mountain. The peak towered high, the terrain rugged and formidable. Hutu directed a beam of earthy light from her fingertip, sending it soaring toward the summit. Soon, a towering figure, clad in golden armor and wielding a golden whip, approached them on a cloud. The mountain god of Taishan, Taiyue, pays respects to the 2 esteemed Taoists. After greeting, Taiyue questioned, Is this truly the earth immortal you spoke of? Lady Hutu? Hutu smiled, You are correct, esteemed deity. This is indeed Dao brother Zhen Yuanzi. Taiyue hurriedly bowed, I was unaware of your visit, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Esteemed Taoist, you are indeed a busy deity. How could I be one to cause you trouble? Zhen Yuanzi chuckled. I hold the earth book and the earth sovereign's treasure, yet I seek a path for my lineage of earth deities. With that, he laid bare his intentions. He concluded with a smile, I hope the esteemed deity will not hesitate to assist. Although Taiyue was robust and perceptive, he understood the underlying calculus. This was not a mere choice. It was a singular decision. Choosing wisely would yield benefits, but choosing poorly could spell disaster, regardless of his own formidable power. Yet he hesitated, I have no objections. but I have 4 brothers, and it may take time to persuade them. Taiyue contemplated. Perhaps, esteemed Taoist, you could demonstrate your prowess to inspire our confidence? Zhen Yuanzi clapped his hands with a smile. That is agreeable. I am well versed in such matters. Taiyue clasped his fists. Then forgive my imposition. He summoned the other 4 mountain gods, performed a fusion technique, and invoked the divine powers of heaven and earth, transforming into a colossal golden giant towering thousands of feet high. The aura emanating from this form indicated a nascent saintly presence. Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily, feeling exhilarated rather than alarmed. These would be his subordinates. The greater their strength, the more pleased he became. Without employing any divine techniques or innate treasures, Zhen Yuanzi engaged in a contest of strength with the mountain gods. Each blow resonating with tremendous power, shaking the very earth. Ultimately, Zhen Yuanzi emerged victorious. Taiyue, Huayin, Taiheng, Songyang, and Heng Yuan all bowed in admiration, declaring, "We pay our respects to the Earth Ancestor. May we heed your decree. Please, my esteemed friends, rise," Zhen Yuanzi said. His rare delight evident. Without order, there can be no harmony. From the smallest company to the grandest nation, a mature structure is required. Although the lineage of the Earth Immortals is but a framework, I have already established the hierarchy and ranks. The Earth Immortal sits at the pinnacle, followed by the 5 sovereigns of the Earth overseeing the myriad realms, while the 3 mountains and 5 peaks govern the mountain deity system. Should I manage to seize control of the water veins, I might even establish the 4 rivers' water lords. The mountain deities of the 5 peaks are indeed primordial beings, although I surpass them in cultivation. It would not be proper to slay them or replace the 5 peaks' deities at will. Such actions would lack legitimacy. Without proper titles, words lose their weight. Without clarity in speech, deeds cannot be accomplished. The 5 peaks' deities, appointed post facto, carry an inherent limitation in potential. Thus, after successfully subjugating the 5 peaks' deities, Zhen Yuanzi radiated rare joy. Hutu, observing his demeanor, congratulated, "Congratulations, Dao brother, on acquiring such support." Zhen Yuanzi replied, "Thank you. My lady, without your introduction, I would have lost several key generals." Hutu lingered at Taishan for a while longer, engaging in discussions on teachings and philosophies before departing alone to return to the Hutu tribe. Once Hutu had left, Zhen Yuanzi's expression turned serious. "Taiyue, do you speak the truth? I would never deceive the Earth Ancestor." Taiyue affirmed earnestly. "Beneath Taishan, I have indeed discovered a vast realm, not inferior to the wilderness." However, Taiyue hesitated. "But the atmosphere there is perpetually shrouded in an exceedingly dark mist, and I cannot remain there for long. Otherwise, my spirit would be frozen, and my body tainted." Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, excitement swelling within him. Could it possibly be the 9 netherworlds? The realm of the underworld before the cycle of reincarnation was established, certainly filled with densine energy, devoid of refuge. Yet, I had not anticipated that even the great Luo immortals could not linger there for long. Historical records indicate that the Lord of Taishan once presided over the 18 layers of hell. Indeed, Taishan could provide a connection to the underworld. There are traces to follow. Zhen Yuanzi suppressed his excitement and calmly stated, "Then lead me to explore." Taiyue complied, his form shifting as he took a single step, covering 3,000 miles, guiding Zhen Yuanzi to a deep, murky spring. Hissus, endlessine energy surged into the sky, clashing with the life force of Taiyue and Zhengyi, producing a series of hissing sounds. Thisine energy. Zhen Yuanzi observed the spring with keen interest, astonished by its potency. Even his quasi-saint body felt a subtle threat. With a gentle smile, Zhen Yuanzi remarked, "Fascinating, truly fascinating." The spring bubbled vigorously, the dark greenish-black energy frothing, as if countless wails of spirits echoed within. What a splendid place to comprehend the path of extinction, Earth Ancestor. We must not linger here. Should you wish to delve deeper, please exercise caution, Taiyue advised. Zhen Yuanzi, with an air of indifference, replied, "It is merely energy. What havoc could it possibly wreak?" Shaking his head, Zhen Yuanzi stepped into the spring. The chilling wails and howls echoed through the heavens and the earth, yet the malevolent aura surrounding this place was far denser than that within the spring itself. The surroundings were wild and desolate. Shrouded in a thick blanket of inky mist, Zhen Yuanzi attempted to extend his consciousness but found his perception obscured. Everything around him remained shrouded in ambiguity. With a sense of curiosity, Zhen Yuanzi wandered about. For such a sight was indeed rare. After an indeterminate time, he arrived at a valley. The sinister energy within the valley was markedly more potent than that of the surrounding area. A thought crossed his mind, and he moved forward with a pace that appeared slow yet was swift. At that moment, two figures, one black and one white, broke through the air towards him. The first figure was clad in a black robe, wearing a tall hat, with a stern expression and a long tongue extending down to his abdomen. Inscribed upon the hat were the characters that resembled neither fish nor bird, which read Tian Xia Tai Ping, peace under heaven. The second figure bore a broad smile, was tall and slender, with a pallid complexion and a long tongue protruding from his mouth, his official hat inscribed with Jian Shanghai, wealth at first sight. Upon seeing them, Zhen Yuanzi immediately recognized their origins. However, before he could utter a word, they brandished their morning staffs and charged at him. Humph! Hee! As the morning staff swung, the sound of ghostly wails erupted. The full force strike from the two great immortals of the golden immortal stage was, in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes, hardly formidable. Clang, clang, clang. The staff struck Zhen Yuanzi's body as if they were hitting metal, leaving not a single mark. The black and white impermanences struck 9 times, their hearts filled with terror. Ultimately, they could not withstand the fear gnawing at them. Exchanging glances, they hastily fled towards the horizon. Quickly, retreat. Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily. Take your time. Take your time. With a wave of his sleeve, an irresistible force emanated from his cuff. Thousands of miles away, the black and white impermanences appeared terrified, repeatedly exclaiming, "Senior, spare us! Senior, spare us!" Zhen Yuanzi merely smiled in silence. Feigning ignorance to their pleas, with a flick of his sleeve, the black and white impermanences found themselves ensnared. Zhen Yuanzi playfully touched his sleeve and smiled mischievously before releasing them. The black and white impermanences obediently knelt on the ground. Adopting a submissive posture, Zhen Yuanzi spoke in a detached tone. "Speak. Why did you attempt to harm me upon first encountering me?" The white impermanence, now devoid of his smile, respectfully replied, "We dare not deceive the senior. This valley is the ancestral land of our impermanence clan. Our kin, both young and old, reside here, and we must exercise utmost caution. Thus, we rashly attacked the senior. We hope for your forgiveness," the black impermanence added. "Since our emergence, the northern Yotu clan and the southern Mamian clan have frequently clashed with our clan. Did you think I was an impersonator from the Yotu or Mamian clans?" "Ha ha ha!" The black and white impermanences forced a smile. This time, they had stirred up trouble with such a formidable figure and were at a loss as to how to handle it. They could only hope their clan would not be implicated. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi, with a benevolent smile, spoke. "Since it is merely a misunderstanding, let this matter pass. However, as I am new to this realm, I find myself in need of a guide." The black and white impermanences rejoiced. "Senior, what do you think of us two brothers?" They promptly led Zhen Yuanzi back to their ancestral land in the valley. After all, such a powerful being had no need for them to conceal anything. There was no point in hiding, which would only lead to discomfort. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in agreement. Their conversation gave him a fair understanding of the circumstances within the realm of shadows. Although this realm was vast, it was sparsely populated, with only the impermanences and the Nyotu and Mamian clans present. The highest cultivation level was merely that of the late great immortal of the golden immortal stage. Zhen Yuanzi pondered briefly and grasped the reason. The primordial chaos had been shaped by Panga's creation of the world. The realm of shadows corresponded to the realm of light, but its foundation was significantly lacking. Thus, after so many epochs, only a few entities had emerged. However, such a situation would not persist for long. After the Lady of the Earth established reincarnation, the dynamics of the realm of shadows would naturally change. Chapter 42. The Void Prince visits Wanshou. On Wanshou Mountain, the Void Prince descended from the clouds. Guided by numerous mountain deities and local spirits, he traversed through layers of mountain ranges until he beheld an ancient and natural Taoist temple standing majestically atop the peaks. The Void Prince calmed his emotions and ascended the 360 steps, arriving at the entrance of the Wuzhuang Temple. He gently knocked on the door and patiently awaited a response. After a moment of solemnity, 2 young acolytes peeked out, groggy and confused, asking, "Who is it?" The Void Prince clasped his hands and smiled. I am the Void Prince, disciple of the Eastern King of the Purple Firmament, and I have long admired the esteemed name of Zhen Yuanzi, the great immortal of Wanshou Mountain. I have come to pay my respects. Suddenly, the door was slammed shut, and a cacophony of voices echoed from within. Not seeing, not seeing. The master is quite busy and has no time for you. The Void Prince's heart sank. Could it be that Zhen Yuanzi truly did not wish to see him? The prowess of a quasi-saint was extraordinary, and he had not even arrived before Zhen Yuanzi likely already sensed his coming. Why, then, did he instruct the acolytes to reject him? The Void Prince pondered in confusion but stubbornly insisted. I truly have important matters to discuss with the great immortal. I hope the acolytes can relay my message. Inside, Qing Feng and Ming Yu were munching on spiritual fruits. They exchanged a glance and said, We're not deceiving you. The master is really visiting friends and hasn't he been in the temple for decades. Currently, the one in charge of the temple is our master, Yuanzi. The Void Prince's heart stirred, hesitating. Then may I meet with the friend Yuanzi? With a creak, Qing Feng and Ming Yu again stuck their heads out, extending their chubby hands without speaking, their large eyes fixed intently on the Void Prince. The Void Prince felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, and after a long pause, he tremblingly produced 2 water-attributed innate spiritual treasures, offering them to Qing Feng and Ming Yu, casually saying, Take these to play with. He internally lamented, What has happened in this primordial chaos? Is it so difficult to grant us impoverished deities a chance to live? Qing Feng and Ming Yu exchanged knowing smiles, clearly unperturbed by the gifts, and adeptly stowed the treasures in their little storage bags. Evidently, this was not their first experience. After all, the master had only instructed them to guide the Void Prince to where Yuanzi was, leaving the specifics to their discretion. With the treasures in hand, Qing Feng and Ming Yu wore broad smiles as they led the Void Prince inside, stating, When visiting Yuanzi, you must not lose your manners. Although Yuanzi may not possess the same renowned reputation as our master, he is still a quasi-saint. The Void Prince's eyelids twitched, never having expected that Wanshou Mountain harbored more than one quasi-saint. His heart sank, feeling that this time, he might return empty-handed. Qing Feng and Ming Yu exchanged sly smiles, adding, But you are fortunate. Yuanzi's temperament is exceptionally good. If it were the Lady Dumu presiding over Wuzhuang Temple, you would not encounter such leniency? The Void Prince cautiously inquired, Could it be that Lady Dumu is also a quasi-saint? Qing Feng's face revealed an expression of reverence. The Dumu celestial sovereign governs the celestial bodies and stepped into the quasi-saint realm over 1,000 years ago. Even our master holds her in high esteem, praising her not only for her unparalleled wisdom but also for her vast powers. The Void Prince, feeling like a despondent fish, lifelessly asked, Then, are there other mighty beings within your Wuzhuang temple? Qing Feng and Ming Yu nodded in agreement, saying, You have great potential. They then proceeded to enthusiastically introduce the various deities and immortals of Wuzhuang Temple. The more the Void Prince listened, the more apprehensive he became. Feeling the weight of his predicament, Oh, master, I was wrong. Zhen Yuanzi is no ordinary person. He conceals himself too deeply. Even the witch and demon cannot match his stealth. We cannot contend with him. Realizing this, the Void Prince felt a shiver run down his spine, awakening to the possibility that he might know too much. Would he be silenced? No. Why were these 2 acolytes so openly revealing the depths of Wuzhuang Temple? What were they truly plotting? The Void Prince's mind raced with thoughts, his body tense and on high alert. As they approached a bamboo cottage, Qing Feng and Ming Yu suddenly stepped back. The Void Prince was about to leave when the cottage door swung open. An elderly man with white hair and beard smiled gently, startling him into a cold sweat. A quasi-saint, undeniably a quasi-saint. The Void Prince, trembling, bowed deeply. The junior, Void, pays respects to Senior Yuanzi, wishing you an early achievement of the primordial unity. Yuanzi chuckled warmly, Little friend, I am already aware of your intentions. However, do you believe that should our 2 factions form an alliance, who would hold the upper hand? The Void Prince stammered, struggling to find a response. To assert his own dominance felt insincere. With so many quasi-saints on the other side, how could they possibly heed his wishes? And to place Wuzhuang Temple in a position of dominance would render their alliance merely a facade, serving only to benefit others. The lineage of the Purple Firmament may not even survive. The young friend must now comprehend the meaning of a humble Taoist. Yes? Perhaps it would be best for our two families to dissolve our alliance. The Taoist of Tai Xian chuckled softly, shaking his head. However, I propose a transaction with you, dear friend. With me? The young master of the void inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it is with you. Our lineage from Mount Wanshou can offer you some support, assisting you in establishing a firm footing within the celestial court of Zifu continent. In return, you need only to place a few of our celestial beings in positions of authority within Zifu continent. What say you, young master of the void? Tai Yuanzi enticed with a beaming smile. This way, you not only fulfill this task but also strengthen the celestial court, thereby significantly enhancing your own standing. Such an opportunity is rare. You must not let it slip away. The Taoist of Tai Xian spoke with profound significance. After all, those who are aware of the intricacies of my Wuzhuang temple and can still roam freely within the vast world of Honghuang are all friends of my temple. As for outsiders, they are no longer around. A shiver ran through the young master of the void as he stammered. The esteemed elder speaks true. I find great merit in your words, yet it seems I am the one reaping the benefits. Trembling, he retrieved 12 sea-calming pearls from his sleeve. The young master of the void expressed his gratitude, saying, "A mere token of appreciation, not worthy of your esteem. I hope you do not take offense." Esteemed elder, the Taoist of Tai Xian nodded slightly, waving his hand, causing the sea-calming pearls to vanish. In their place appeared 3 infant-like ginseng fruits. Before departing, Brother Zhenyuan instructed me to gift 3 ginseng fruits to you. Should you visit, as a gesture of goodwill? The young master of the void felt his legs weaken. When did this scheme begin? Is it truly necessary? His heart sank further, observing the dejected figure of the young master of the void. The Taoist of Tai Xian chuckled softly. The fish has taken the bait. Chapter 43. Happy New Year's Eve. As the two clans of Wu and Yao gradually retreated into silence to recuperate, a rare tranquility enveloped the vast lands of Honghuang, with disputes becoming increasingly scarce. In the Yin realm, Zhen Yuanzi sat upon a mat, enveloped in the essence of Tao, lost in a state of profound contemplation. Countless worlds unfolded around him, fading into oblivion. The energies of creation and annihilation surged upward, causing the entire Yin realm to tremble. The black and white impermanents, along with the guardians Niu Head and Ma Mian stationed outside, gazed in astonishment at the black and white Taiji symbol that appeared above the valley, gasping in awe. Truly, the power of the celestial sovereign is unfathomable. The black and white impermanents exchanged glances, and the black one remarked to Niu Head and Ma Mian, "My friends, I have not deceived you, have I? If the celestial sovereign speaks of our fortune, it must indeed be so. Why would we need to mislead you?" Niu Head smiled, saying, "How could I doubt you, my friend? Would I trust you less than the celestial sovereign? Indeed. Old black, old white, after all these years of rivalry, we certainly do not trust you. However, such divine powers of the celestial sovereign cannot be false." Ma Mian added swiftly. The black and white impermanents rolled their eyes, too weary to engage with these two simpletons. "Come forth." A divine voice echoed within the valley, shaking the dense mist. The four exchanged serious looks and, upon entering the valley, bowed in respect. "Long live the celestial sovereign. Rise." Zhen Yuanzi smiled gently, like a spring breeze dissolving the tensions of the four. After secluding himself in the depths of the underworld for thousands of years, his gains were indeed substantial. Yin begets Yang, and Yang begets Yin. Life and death are interdependent, following the path of creation. The paths of creation and destruction advanced once more, and his Tao practice successfully broke through to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Zhen Yuanzi felt elated, as if 100 flowers were blooming and all trees were flourishing at once. Gazing at the four before him, he said, "As I depart, I know not when I shall return. What are your plans, dear friends?" "All in accordance with the celestial sovereign's decree," they replied in unison, bowing deeply. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly before continuing. "In the future, as the Yin realm emerges, there will be great opportunities for you all. You need only wait patiently. I am in need of a few guardian deities. Would you be willing to take on this role? We shall obey your command." The four exclaimed joyously, bowing deeply. This was indeed a grand opportunity for them. Whoever fails to seize it would be a fool. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, his hand flickering with azure light. The black and white impermanents, along with Niu Head and Ma Mian, felt a wealth of teachings and divine techniques enter their minds. By the time they regained their senses, Zhen Yuanzi's figure had vanished from the cloud bed. Only a divine voice lingered in the air. Take care of yourselves, as Zhen Yuanzi exited the Yin realm. The oppressive aura of calamity in the air intensified. Calculating with his fingers, he realized the time for his third teaching had arrived. Not daring to delay, he led the deities of the 5 mountains directly towards the Purple Cloud Palace. After several hundred years, they traversed the membranes of worlds, entering the chaos, and after a disorienting journey, they familiarized themselves with the path to the Purple Cloud Palace. Zhen Yuanzi cast his gaze around and noticed that half of the attendees had arrived, while others were still en route. Much like the previous 2 teachings, some familiar faces had disappeared, and new ones had appeared, particularly the presence of the Dragon Clan among the demon races. After exchanging greetings with acquaintances, Zhen Yuanzi seated himself upon a mat and closed his eyes to meditate. Laozi, sensing Zhen Yuanzi's mid-stage quasi-saint aura, also sighed in relief. Over the millennia, leveraging the gains from the 2 teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, he had finally succeeded in breaking through to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. He had not lost face for the authentic lineage of Pangu. As more and more individuals gathered, the number gradually swelled to 3,000. The great doors of the Purple Cloud Palace closed once more. Hongjun Laozu appeared silently upon the cloud bed, surveying the listeners below, and spoke. This shall be my final teaching, the method of becoming a saint. Zhen Yuanzi was the first to inquire. May I ask, Tao Ancestor, what is a saint? The Tao Ancestor replied. A saint is one whose primordial spirit resides in the void, harmonizing with the Tao of heaven. They achieve the fruit of the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, transcending the river of time and space, impervious to destruction, coexisting with the Tao. Below the saint, all are but ants. The 3,000 listeners gasped upon hearing this, astonished that all beneath the saint are mere ants in the eyes of Hongjun Tao Ancestor. Yet simultaneously, they yearned even more for the realm of the saint. Tai Shang frowned and asked, May I inquire? Tao Ancestor, what distinguishes a saint from a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal? Hongjun Tao Ancestor replied, A saint is a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, yet a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal is not a saint. Both attain the indestructible fruit of the Tao, but a saint's primordial spirit resides in the void, allowing them to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, their magical power never dwindling. Yuan Shi Tianzun exclaimed excitedly, May I ask, Tao Ancestor, how many methods are there to become a saint? Hongjun Laozu responded, The Tao has 3,000 paths, each capable of leading to the great Tao. But in summary, there are only 4. The first is to prove the Tao through strength, breaking the shackles with one's own power, transcending the Tao of heaven, and harmonizing with the great Tao, becoming a Taoist saint. However, this method is the most arduous. The second is the 3 corpses proving the Tao, a path I have opened. By severing the 3 corpses, they merge into one, first achieving the fruit of the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, and ultimately allowing the primordial spirit to reside in the void, becoming a saint of the Tao of heaven. The third is the rule proving the Tao. There are 3,000 rules and 3,000 great paths. Mastering any one of them completely can lead to the attainment of a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. The fourth is the merit proving the Tao. This method is challenging to achieve the fruit of the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. Relying solely on the primordial spirit to communicate with the Tao of heaven to condense a false mixed Yuan fruit. However, this method is the simplest. Zhen Yuanzi's heart stirred, and he asked, How does one communicate the primordial spirit with the Tao of heaven? Hongjun Laozu replied, This requires the foundation of the Tao, the primordial purple energy. The primordial purple energy serves as the bridge for the primordial spirit to connect with the Tao of heaven. Without it, no matter how much merit one possesses, one cannot achieve the fruit of the mixed Yuan. Zhen Yuanzi understood. To prove the Tao through strength is the most difficult path to achieve the Taoist saint. Nearly impossible. Although the rule proving the Tao is also immensely challenging, without great resolve, perseverance, and opportunity, it is surely hard to accomplish. The 3 corpses proving the Tao appears simple, yet aside from Hongjun, none have walked the entire path, indicating its difficulty. Only the merit proving the Tao is the simplest, but it requires the primordial purple energy, and the consequence is becoming a saint of the Tao of heaven, with all merits entrusted to the Tao. Chapter 44. Primordial Purple Energy. Happy New Year. After listening to the introduction of Hongjun Daozu, all the immortals gained a rudimentary understanding of the saint and the concept of Hunyuan. The path of merit can only lead to the attainment of the saintly fruit position, and without the support of the vast wilderness world, one cannot unleash the powers of a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. Conversely, several other methods of attaining the Dao can indeed lead to the status of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. Thus, it could be said that the path of merit is the least favorable choice. After Hongjun Laozu concluded his discourse, he began to elucidate the methods and techniques for condensing the Hunyuan Dao fruit, alongside his own insights into the great Dao.as. The listeners deepened their understanding of the saint. Their diligence intensified. All were fully absorbed in attention, fearing the loss of even a single word in the blink of an eye. 3 millennia had passed, and after Hongjun Laozu finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fell silent. The assembly exchanged glances, yet the thought of the saint's divine power ignited their impatience. Laozi respectfully inquired, "May I ask, Daozu, who can attain sainthood?" Hongjun Laozu replied indifferently, "Under the heavenly Dao, there are 9 saints. I occupy one of them, hence there are but 8 positions of sainthood remaining." Yuanzi Tianzuan then queried, "May I ask, Daozu, which of us may become a saint?" As these words fell, pairs of eager eyes in the hall fervently fixed upon Hongjun Daozu. After a brief silence, Hongjun slowly posed a question. "Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, you 3 are transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, endowed with great merit from birth, inheriting the legacy of Pangyud. Do you 3 wish to take me as your master?" Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian rejoiced, exclaiming, "We are honored by your favor, Daozu. We humbly bow to you as our teacher." Hongjun then smiled and nodded, saying, "Here are 3 strands of primordial purple energy, bestowed upon you 3. I hope you will diligently contemplate and strive to attain the Dao and achieve sainthood." The 3, filled with excitement, graciously accepted the primordial purple energy and returned to their seats on the cushions, undeterred by the envious gazes of the crowd. At this moment, Hongjun Daozu suddenly inquired, "Nuwa, you shall have great opportunities and merits in the world. Do you wish to become my closed-door disciple?" Nuwa was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that such a grand opportunity would fall upon her. Fushi, witnessing his sister's daze, promptly nudged her gently, awakened from her reverie. Nuwa, filled with exhilaration, bowed and offered her respects, successfully receiving a strand of primordial purple energy. After bestowing 4 strands of primordial purple energy, Hongjun Daozu fell silent. The powerful beings below grew increasingly anxious, pondering the meaning of this silence. What is the implication? Why has he ceased to bestow further? Seeing the 4 individuals on the cushions had attained their saintly positions, Zhen and Yuanzi could no longer afford to maintain their composure. They quickly knelt, crying out, "Daozu, be merciful. We, brothers born in the impoverished Western world, yearn to benefit the West. We implore you, Daozu, to show compassion for the beings of the West and accept us as your disciples, granting us the opportunity to better serve the Western realm." Hongjun hesitated for a moment, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. He truly did not wish to accept these 2 as disciples. Yet he bore some responsibility for the devastation wrought upon the Western veins. Furthermore, under the trajectory of the heavenly Dao, these 2 were indeed worthy of 2 saintly positions. Thus, he replied calmly, "I hope you 2 do not forget what you have said today. However, your connection with me is tenuous. You may only be recognized as nominal disciples." Upon hearing this, Zhen and Yuanzi were overjoyed, not expecting to actually acquire 2 saintly positions. This was no trifling matter. After all, they were not mere cabbages. To gain 2 at once was a tremendous fortune. Yet soon, they felt a tinge of disappointment. Being merely nominal disciples paled in comparison to the 3 pure ones in Yuwa. Nevertheless, it was better than being outsiders. They promptly performed their bowing ceremony with utmost respect, even more reverent than towards the 3 pure ones in Yuwa. After their rites, Hongjun Daozu further bestowed 2 strands of primordial purple energy upon them, solidifying their master-disciple relationship. Thus, among the 7 seated on the cushions, with the exception of Yuanzi, all had received the foundation for becoming saints. The primordial purple energy, at this moment, the gaze of those present, whether overt or concealed, converged upon Yuanzi. He alone, despite occupying the foremost cushion, was the only one who had not received any primordial purple energy. facing the mixed expressions of schadenfreude and concern surrounding him. Yuanzi remained composed upon his cushion, unmoved by the 8 winds. He had already secured his place upon the cushion and was acutely aware of why he was deemed worthy of this saintly position. It was due to his luck. As long as his fortune remained genuine, Hongjun would be compelled to bestow upon him a strand of primordial purple energy, even if it meant pinching his nose in the process. Indeed, when Hongjun observed that Yuanzi, unlike Zhen and Yuanzi, did not lower his face to plead for primordial purple energy, a flicker of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He understood that Yuanzi might have comprehended the secret of the saintly position. The saintly position is determined by the heavenly Tao, not by Hongjun. Yet, given his cultivation as a saint, how could he fail to notice that Yuanzi was following the path of the laws and had already broken through to the mid-stage of quasi-saint? He was undoubtedly a potential stocked eye in the future. As the Shinmen flourished, should this child not become a pillar of the Shinmen, he would surely pose a significant threat. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun Daozu tentatively asked, Yuanzi, do you wish to take me as your master? Yuanzi naturally did not wish to die in the world of the vast wilderness. Cause and effect are interconnected, and fortunes are intertwined. The master-disciple relationship is not merely a matter of words or titles. Hongjun Laozu's teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace were not solely for the purpose of imparting merit. They were also intended to entwine the fortunes of the divine beings, creating a web of cause and effect. Should Yuanzi agree to take Hongjun Laozu as his master, the latter's formidable cultivation would render him the principal figure, while Yuanzi's inferior cultivation would place him in a subordinate role. Consequently, Yuanzi's luck would inevitably shift towards Hongjun Laozu. Thus, with a smile, Yuanzi gracefully declined, Daozu, your kindness is appreciated, but I am bound to the remnants of the Chaos Demon God. I cannot betray my own teachings. System, am I the remnant soul of the Chaos Demon God? Hongjun Daozu did not concern himself with the veracity of Yuanzi's words. Although disappointment lingered within, his expression remained tranquil. Moving past this topic, he proclaimed, Yuanzi, you possess great fortune and may receive a strand of primordial purple energy. Yuanzi's heart surged with excitement. It had finally arrived. He respectfully accepted the primordial purple energy and expressed his gratitude to Daozu before settling back onto the cushion. Indifferent to the shifting gazes around him, the Kuanping ancestor, witnessing that all 7 seated on the cushions had received primordial purple energy, could not help but harbor resentment towards Zhen, Yuanzi, and Yuanzi Tianzuan. However, faced with the inevitable rise of the saints, the Kuanping ancestor could only bury his thoughts deep within, daring not to reveal a hint of his feelings. At this moment, Emperor Jun could no longer afford to uphold the dignity of the heavenly emperor. The immeasurable power of the saints signaled that there would be no place for their demon clan in the vast wilderness. Hastily kneeling, he implored, Daozu, as the heavenly emperor, I oversee the mountains and rivers. As the sovereign of the world, too have great merit in the realm. I earnestly request Daozu to grant me the opportunity to attain sainthood. Hongjun Daozu replied indifferently, the saint governs enlightenment. While the heavenly emperor wields authority, the heavenly Tao is impartial and values balance. Thus, the heavenly emperor cannot be a saint. He may only achieve the status of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun felt as if struck by lightning, filled with both regret and fury. His relentless scheming for the position of heavenly emperor had been for the sake of merit and fortune, hoping to advance further along the path. And now, it seemed that the position of heavenly emperor had become an obstacle to his attainment of sainthood. Observing this, Hongjun then spoke slowly, you need not lose heart. The position of heavenly emperor is no less than that of a saint and is also immensely prestigious. If you achieve the status of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, you could stabilize the heavenly emperor's position with a Hunyuan body, uttering the heavenly laws and commanding the elements in accordance with your words, which would indeed render you more esteemed than a saint. Emperor Jun pondered this and found it to be a valid point. He could only bow in gratitude to Daozu before retreating obediently, unaware of the cold gleams in the eyes of the 3 pure ones, Zhen and Yuanzi. Chapter 45. Dividing the treasures, the divine beings of the myriad heavens. Seeing that Emperor Jun had missed the opportunity for sainthood due to his position, could not help but have their thoughts stir. They were not heavenly emperors and faced no such limitations. Perhaps they could contend for the opportunity. As their thoughts raced, they promptly knelt in unison, beseeching Hongjun Daozu to bestow upon them the chance. Daozu, be merciful. After a moment of hesitation, Hongjun Daozu seemed unable to resist the pleas of the crowd. With a reluctant nod, he said, very well. I obtained 9 strands of primordial purple energy in the past. The time of my enlightenment. I utilized one for myself, and I have just bestowed 7. Thus, only 1 strand of primordial purple energy remains. You shall each rely on your own fortunes. With that, he waved his hand, and a 3-foot-long, crystal-clear strand of purple energy materialized in the great hall. Upon witnessing it, all present felt an overwhelming flow of transcendence and freedom emanating from it. The divine beings could no longer contain themselves, and chaos erupted as they vied fiercely for the opportunity. The Kuanping ancestor was overjoyed, believing this to be a compensation from Daozu for his earlier slight, though he refrained from voicing it. Surely, this strand of primordial purple energy would eventually be his, for he too shared a connection with the front row. However, the primordial purple energy danced erratically in the void, evading all attempts of divine powers and physical contact, before swiftly plunging into the body of the Hongyun ancestor. Hongyun ancestor stood dazed, utterly unable to comprehend that the primordial purple energy had been bestowed upon him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Others, though shocked, soon found themselves filled with indignation. After all, while Hongyun ancestor possessed decent strength among the divine beings, his abilities and lineage were not among the foremost, and he lacked any formidable innate treasures, rendering him unworthy of such distinction. Moreover, he had not performed any deeds of merit for the world. How could they possibly accept this outcome? Especially the venerable Kuanping, who harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the ancient ancestor Hongyun, felt an intense bitterness gnawing at him, for this primordial purple chi was rightfully his. Yet now, it had been seized by Hongyun, a most unjust act. Truly, such behavior is unworthy of a son. Nevertheless, despite the envy simmering in the hearts of the deities, none dared to act in the presence of the Tao ancestor within the Purple Cloud Palace. However, does this not mean that the 9 revered positions in the realm would be completed? Would that not render their chances non-existent? The assembly of divine beings understood the calculations well. Only through the accumulation of merit could one attain the Tao with relative ease. Other methods, devoid of immense determination, unwavering will, and fortuitous opportunities, would likely leave them struggling to achieve the status of a Hunyuan Daluojingxian when the world returns to its primordial state and the epoch is renewed. After all, the primordial purple chi serves as a safeguard and a shortcut. It seemed that the venerable Hongjun had perceived the thoughts of the crowd and spoke soothingly. After this discourse, I shall merge with the heavenly Tao. Henceforth, Hongjun shall embody the heavenly Tao. Yet the heavenly Tao shall not be beholden to Hongjun. In this manner, I shall no longer need to occupy a portion of the primordial purple chi. As for the ultimate ownership of the last sacred position, that shall be determined in due time. The crowd rejoiced, for there still remained a glimmer of hope, which was far superior to having none at all. Regarding what Hongjun referred to as merging with the Tao, what might that entail? Could it lead to sainthood? Such queries were of no concern to them. Once the Tao ancestor had allowed the crowd to calm, he continued, the great Tao consists of 50, while the heavenly transformation comprises 49. Thus, the heavenly Tao is incomplete. I shall merge with the Tao to restore the celestial order. Only then can this world ascend and achieve the utmost eternity. Zhen Yuanzi gazed at Hongjun upon the high platform, feeling both admiration and trepidation. He was a pure seeker of the Daoed. Him, the saints and the mystical gate were mere instruments that Hongjun's merging with the Tao implied a mastery over the heavenly Tao. Yet the vastness of the heavenly Tao, with its ebbing and flowing, left him with little assurance. Should he fail, he could nonetheless advance the completeness of the heavenly Tao. When the heavenly Tao reaches its fullness, he could naturally transcend the world, be it the mystical gate, the saints, the Wu and Yao, or the future human race. All were but pieces on his chessboard, serving as resources for the perfection of the heavenly Tao. The day the heavenly Tao attains its completeness shall also be the day Hongjun transcends the world. The assembled crowd, hearing the words of the Tao ancestor, whether in sincerity or pretense, bowed deeply in reverence. Hongjun displayed neither joy nor sorrow, indifferent to the expressions of the crowd, and continued. In my early years of wandering the primordial wilderness, I gathered some spiritual treasures, which I no longer require. Therefore, I bestow them upon you for your protection." Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed eagerly at Hongjun. Many among them had yet to gather the necessary treasures for slaying the corpse. Hongjun produced a treasure map depicting the circulation of yin and yang, adorned with golden flowers, and addressed Laozi. "Laozi, this is the Taiji diagram, born of the shattered Pango axe after the creation of heaven and earth. This treasure can stabilize the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, possessing the ability to suppress fate. I hope you will use it wisely to further our mystical gate." Laozi, filled with joy, accepted the Taiji diagram and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Hongjun nodded, then presented a large banner, gray and exuding a chaotic aura, radiating a terrifying pressure. He turned to Yuanzi. "This is the Pango banner, a primordial treasure capable of tearing through chaos and annihilating the heavens, as well as suppressing fate. Yuanzi, I grant you this treasure. I implore you to use it with caution." After expressing gratitude to Hongjun, Yuanzi's face was alight with joy as he accepted the Pango banner. Observing the eager and excited eyes of Tongtian, Hongjun felt a stir within, leading to a silent sigh. He then produced 4 fearsome swords and a formation diagram, declaring, "Tongtian, these are the 4 swords of slaying immortals, treasures of annihilation. When combined with the formation diagram, once you attain sainthood and lay down the slaying immortal sword formation, the 4 saints shall be unbreakable." With heartfelt seriousness, Hongjun added, "However, this treasure lacks the ability to suppress fate, so I urge you to use it judiciously." Yet, at that moment, Tongtian was so absorbed in the joy of obtaining treasures that he failed to grasp the deeper meaning of the Tao ancestors' words. Others nearby were equally astonished by the might of the slaying immortal sword formation, but more so, they were filled with trepidation. With the 3 purities united, all being saints and Tongtian acquiring such a weapon, would they not become invincible in the world? Hongjun appeared oblivious to the undercurrents of tension below and produced another treasure map along with a red embroidered ball brimming with joy. Addressing Nuwa, "This is the primordial spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, along with the red embroidered ball, one for offense and one for defense. I bestow them upon you for your protection." Nuwa, equally radiant with joy, accepted the spiritual treasure. Though not a primordial supreme treasure, it was still a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure, immensely beneficial to her. With the distribution of treasures concluded, Hongjun ceased speaking. The hearts of Zhen and Yuanzi, who had been eagerly awaiting, sank, as they were not formal disciples. Did this mean they would receive no treasures? They both knelt and earnestly beseeched the Tao ancestor for spiritual treasures. Hongjun, feeling a touch of disdain, nevertheless relented. "This is the 12-petaled golden lotus of supreme primordial spiritual treasures, along with the treasure banner and the divine pestle. You too may share them." Zhen and Yuanzi rejoiced and quickly bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi adjusted his attire and respectfully addressed, "Esteemed Tao ancestor, my lineage has safeguarded the western earth veins for many years, but lacks a supreme treasure to suppress fate. I humbly request that you do not withhold a treasure for this purpose." Hongjun felt a headache coming on but reluctantly replied, "I possess the primordial supreme treasure, the Qian Kuanding, which can suppress fate. I shall bestow it upon you." With that, he handed a 3-legged, round-bellied cauldron to Zhen Yuanzi. After expressing gratitude, Zhen Yuanzi took it without further discussion. Chapter 46. Hongjun merges with the Tao. The Qian Kuanding belonged to the ancestor of Qian Kuan. After the ancestor's death, it was claimed by Hongjun, who now bestowed it upon Zhen Yuanzi. This treasure has the ability to return things to their original state, allowing items to revert from post-celestial to primordial, a truly extraordinary power. However, it also bears limitations. Each time an item is reverted from post-celestial to primordial, it must consume a strand of indestructible primordial spiritual light. Additionally, the Qian Kuanding serves as an excellent primordial spiritual artifact for suppressing fate and refining treasures. Hongjun paid no heed to the pitiful expressions of desire displayed by the celestial beings below. He preemptively stated, "These spiritual treasures were acquired during my travels in the primordial wilderness. Aside from those already bestowed, many remain in the chaos at the treasure division cliff. You may retrieve them for the purpose of slaying corpses." Upon hearing this, the crowd's hearts ignited with excitement. However, As Hongjun had yet to speak again, they could only express their thanks and prepare for a swift departure. Observing their anticipation, Hongjun calmly declared, "I shall merge with the heavenly Tao. Thereafter, I will not intervene in matters of the primordial world unless they are of great significance. You may go." The Tao ancestor is benevolent. The celestial beings bowed respectfully. With a sweep of his dust brush, Hongjun vanished from the cloud bed. The doors of the purple cloud palace burst open with a thunderous sound. The celestial beings erupted in a rush, akin to a swarm of locusts, as they surged forth, utilizing all manner of means to fly toward the treasure division cliff, guided by an unseen force. Zhen Yuanzi, having gained an advantage in cultivation, was the first to arrive. Gazing upon the radiant light of the treasure division cliff, he waved his sleeve, claiming dozens of primordial spiritual treasures. Yet, as he sought to gather more, he discovered the cliff to be completely devoid of treasures. Everything had vanished. Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly came to terms with his fortune and chose to retreat. Counting his gains as expected, the majority were inferior primordial spiritual treasures, while the superior and medium-grade primordial spiritual treasures amounted to barely over 10 items. However, to Zhen Yuanzi's surprise, he fortuitously obtained a supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag. At this moment, other great beings also began to arrive in succession. Laozi, with a sweep of the Taiji diagram, gathered dozens of primordial spiritual treasures. Among his notable acquisitions were the renowned Xuandu Purple Mansion Sword, Wind and Fire Mat, 8 trigrams furnace, 8 scenic palace lantern, and the 2-instrument sword. Yuanshi also acquired numerous primordial spiritual treasures, such as the famous Lupo Bell, the Yin-Yang Mirror, the Purple Ribbon's Immortal Garment, the Dragon Escape Post, and the Sheep Fat Jade Purifying Bottle from the Fengshan period. Tongtian's Hall was the most substantial, securing over 100 primordial spiritual treasures, including the Baiyu Palace's Yudu Talent, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, the Four Symbols Tower, and the Hunyuan Hammer. The goddess Nuwa managed to obtain over 30 primordial spiritual treasures, with notable items such as the Qian Kuan Circle, Hunyuan Silk, the Lotus Lantern, and the Marriage Book. Jane and Yuanzi collected the fewest primordial spiritual treasures, together acquiring only a little over 10 items. However, some of the listening deities walked away empty-handed. Suddenly, the treasure division cliff shone with divine light, and hundreds of primordial spiritual treasures flew toward the primordial earth with a resounding whoosh. The crowd rejoiced and hurriedly soared toward the primordial realm. Zhen Yuanzi, observing the treasure division cliff, felt a sudden impulse. Approaching it, he faced the puzzled expressions of Laozi and others, waving his sleeve in an attempt to collect it. Yet, after several attempts, the treasure division cliff remained utterly unmoved. Far away, in the purple cloud palace, Hongjuan's expression darkened. With a gentle sweep of his dust brush, the treasure division cliff vanished from sight. Zhen Yuanzi, looking at the emptiness before him, calmly retreated to his original position, showing no signs of embarrassment. Laozi and the others nodded at him before turning back to the purple cloud palace. Zhen Yuanzi contemplated for a moment and decided to follow suit. In the purple cloud palace, Hongjun sat upon the cloud bed, attended respectfully by the 2 attendants, Hao Yin and Yao Qi. "Master, if you merge with the Tao, what will become of me and Yao Qi?" Hao Yin, unable to contain his anxiety, asked with a pitiful tone. From now on, Hongjun embodies the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao does not serve Hongjun. You need not remain in the purple cloud palace any longer. Instead, venture forth into the primordial chaos, for in due time, opportunities will present themselves to you. The venerable Hongjun sighed, reflecting on the countless years you have served me. Now, with your cultivation having reached the level of a grand Luo Golden Immortal, you possess the means to protect yourselves in the vastness of the primordial earth. And there is no need for you to be confined to one place any longer. Hao Yin and Yao Qi exchanged glances, their hearts a mixture of joy and sorrow. The sorrow stemmed from the realization that they could no longer listen to teachings beneath the sage, while the joy arose from the newfound freedom that awaited them. After bowing respectfully to the venerable Hongjun, they slowly exited the purple cloud palace. At that moment, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and the duo of Jane and Yuanzi also arrived at the purple cloud palace. After the customary greetings, the venerable Hongjun remained silent, commencing his discourse on the cultivation of the sage's realm. After a span of 81 years, he finally spoke. Everything that I needed to impart has been conveyed. I urge you to diligently cultivate and wholeheartedly strive for the ascension of the primordial realm. The old wayfarer takes his leave. With a resounding echo from the heavenly Tao, the venerable Hongjun vanished without a trace. Yet, all beings felt the heavenly Tao becoming increasingly perfected. Though transcendence became more arduous, the foundation for the world's ascension had been firmly established. At this juncture, Zhen Yuanzi summoned the system. Sign in, ding, sign in location. Purple Cloud Palace detected. Ding, Tao essence complete. Does the host wish to sign in? Yes, ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the innate supreme treasure, the returning ruins millstone. Zhen Yuanzi's consciousness delved into the purple mansion, where he beheld a colossal millstone radiating with the aura of obliteration and return. Slowly revolving and giving rise to the birth and death of countless worlds, a surge of joy filled Zhen Yuanzi's heart. Although he possessed many treasures, he lacked offensive supreme artifacts. During his battle with Donghuang Tai, he had recognized this shortcoming. Now, he finally had the opportunity to rectify it. Unbeknownst to Zhen Yuanzi, at the very moment the system chimed, the venerable Hongjun, deep within the heavenly Tao, opened his indifferent gaze, his consciousness sweeping across the primordial world without restraint. Only upon finding nothing of significance did he retract his awareness with a hint of puzzlement. After bidding farewell to the three pure ones, Zhen Yuanzi departed from the chaos, returning directly to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. This teaching had yielded immense rewards, and he intended to carefully contemplate and organize his thoughts. Moreover, he held a genuine interest in the primordial purple energy, although it might not lead him to enlightenment. All paths lead to the supreme, and by learning from others, he might gain even greater insights. Furthermore, the returning ruins millstone, imbued with the essence of annihilation, was undeniably significant for his path of laws. Harnessing the Tao essence contained within the innate supreme treasure, Zhen Yuanzi might very well succeed in breaking through to the late stage of quasi-saint. With the age of sages approaching, if he wished to avoid becoming a mere pawn, Zhen Yuanzi had no choice but to forge ahead valiantly, striving to achieve the state of Hongyuan as soon as possible. Thus, after instructing his disciples, Zhen Yuanzi completely withdrew from the world, dedicating himself to the profound contemplation of the great Tao. Chapter 47. The demon script in the northern underworld. The venerable Kuanping sat upon a cloud bed, the essence of wind and water pervading the entire northern underworld palace. Although the primordial world appeared tranquil, beneath the surface, turbulent currents swirled. The positions of the saints were predetermined, yet how could the celestial deities idly stand by? However, the seven great deities seated upon the mat were either in formidable groups or possessed exceptional abilities, rendering them cautious in their dealings. Thus, they turned their ambitions toward the venerable Hongyun. Among them, Kuanping was the most eager, believing that the primordial purple energy rightfully belonged to him, merely pilfered by Hongyun through cunning means. With a gloomy expression and eyes filled with scheming, Kuanping contemplated the division of the demon clans into three branches: the Fengqi Mountain lineage, the Northern Underworld lineage, and the Sun Palace lineage. However, with Fengqi Mountain and the Sun Palace merging, only the Northern Underworld lineage remained isolated. This matter required the involvement of Dijuan and Tai. Very well, let us observe the developments. Countless thoughts whirled within Kuanping's mind, yet his countenance remained inscrutable. Kuanping solemnly proclaimed, "With the heavenly Tao above, this humble Taoist Kuanping has been inspired by observing the lives of myriad demons, creating a unique script for the demon clan beyond the innate Tao texts. From henceforth, the demon script shall endure, and the flame of demon civilization shall not extinguish." Having spoken, Kuanping manifested the 3,000 characters of the demon script in the sky, awaiting the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao. Boom! Thunder rolled and lightning flashed, dark clouds obscuring the sun. The purple lightning danced like a dragon, striking the script. The sky above the northern underworld transformed into a realm of thunder. The purple cloud divine thunder. Kuanping exclaimed, his heart a blend of joy and anxiety. The emergence of the purple cloud divine thunder indicated the immense potential of the demon script, capable of accumulating greater merits and fortunes. Yet, he also worried whether the script could withstand the purification of the purple cloud divine thunder. Kuanping fixed his gaze on the 3,000 characters bathed in the sea of thunder. Not daring to relax for a moment, boom! Amidst the lightning, the 3,000 characters, resembling neither fish nor bird, gradually shed their ominous aura of the demons under the strikes of the purple cloud divine thunder, transforming into something harmonious and profound, radiating golden light. At last, upon the disappearance of the final bolt of purple cloud divine thunder, the demon script shone brilliantly. Heaven and earth turned into a tapestry of mysterious yellow. The universe vast and primordial, the 3,000 characters, under the blessing of the heavenly Tao, spread throughout the northern underworld. Boom! Flowers fell from the heavens, golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Dragons soared and phoenixes danced, colors brightening the expanse eye in the sky. The sounds of the Tao resonated, ethereal melodies echoed, and the pure white clouds were tainted with the essence of mystery and yellow. A surge of golden light, representing merit, flowed toward the northern underworld. 50% to Kuanpeng, 30% to the 3,000 characters, and the remaining 20% to the northern underworld demon clan. Kuanpeng gazed at the characters filled with the golden light of merit, his eyes brimming with joy. With a flourish of his black robe, the 3,000 characters were embedded within the northern underworld palace, completing a postnatal treasure of merit. Kuanpeng nodded in satisfaction. The northern underworld palace had now become a treasure of merit, providing him not only with a greater sense of security, but also ensuring that any future actions taken by the northern underworld palace would be free from karmic repercussions. Truly remarkable. Kuanpeng's gaze turned toward the eastern continent of the primordial world, filled with desire and greed. Hong Yun, just wait for me. The primordial purple energy shall be mine alone. Kuanpeng then returned directly to the northern underworld palace, intending to utilize his merits to sever the ties of benevolence and seize the primordial purple energy forcibly. Boom! The palace gates closed tightly, and the northern underworld palace sank into the depths of the northern sea, the surrounding area falling into an eerie silence as if nothing had transpired moments before. In the heavenly realm, within the Sun Palace, the river diagram and Luo book returned, suspended beside Dijuan, whose eyes were closed in contemplation of the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, Dijuan's expression shifted, slowly opening his eyes, his demeanor fluctuating between light and shadow. Just moments ago, he had sensed a significant rise in the fortunes of the demon clan. At that moment, Dong Huangtai and Fushi arrived together. After exchanging greetings, Dijuan spoke first. "My royal brothers, your arrival is timely. While I was in seclusion, a sudden inspiration led me to realize a change in the fortunes of our demon clan. Do you know the cause? Do not fret, royal brother," Fushi replied slowly with a smile. "The venerable Kuanpeng of the northern underworld has created a unique script for our demon clan, resulting in a sudden surge in our fortunes. This development brings only benefits, with no drawbacks." Fushi was utterly astonished to learn of Kuanpeng's creation of the demon script. It should be known that the characters commonly used among the great practitioners in the primordial world were the innate Tao texts, which are the imprints of nature and the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. Each character represents a form of divine power. For great practitioners, the innate Tao texts are versatile and profound, serving as an excellent medium of communication. However, for the majority of the lower beings of the primordial world, these texts are obscure and difficult to comprehend, making it nearly impossible to master their essence. If a demon script were to replace the innate Tao texts, it would not only facilitate the integration of various clans, but also allow for the recording of numerous techniques and traditions, enabling the demon clan to establish a distinct civilization. Most importantly, the symbolic significance of the demon script is monumental. With a shared script and language, the entire demon clan would truly become a cohesive entity in every sense. This is an unparalleled tool for uniting hearts. Although the demon clan had been preoccupied with warfare and integration, figures like Baze, Tushan, and Fushi had contemplated creating a script but had ultimately shelved the idea for various reasons. Little did they expect that Kuanpeng, through his own efforts, would create the demon script, a marvel of the world that left Fushi astounded. Demon script? Dijuan's pupils constricted. As a ruler, he instantly grasped the implications of the demon script and felt an overwhelming apprehension toward Kuanpeng, the creator of this script, as it pertained to the future of the demon clan. He had no choice but to tread carefully. However, recalling Fushi's earlier smile, Dijuan felt a sense of relief. Since Fushi, dear brother, understands the importance of the demon script to our clan, surely you also have a means to grasp it? Royal brother, you overthink things, Fushi replied lightly. Kuanpeng is not one of our demon clan, so why not transform him into a member of the demon clan? Dijuan and Dong Huangtai exchanged glances, their eyes brightening. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Dong Huangtai hesitated and said, Kuan Peng is cunning. Even if we force him to join the demon clan, he is unlikely to comply willingly. With a mysterious smile, Fushi produced a gourd adorned with a precious banner and presented it to Emperor Jun, Your Majesty. This is the summoning banner crafted by my sister using the soul-calling banner in conjunction with the innate gourd. As long as a fragment of true spirit is absorbed into the banner, Your Majesty need only a single thought, and those who defy the order will either have their souls scattered or suffer irreparable damage to their path. It seems this is indeed a formidable weapon against Kuanpeng. Contemplating the matter, Emperor Jun sighed at the thought of Nuwa. These siblings truly knew how to act. Although Nuwa, a predetermined saint, refrained from interfering in the significant affairs of the demon tribe, she had nonetheless provided him with the summoning banner at a crucial moment, compensating for the heavenly merits and fortunes she enjoyed. Emperor Jun nodded and said, Then I shall request Shi Huang to oversee the Solar Palace, while Tai and I personally head to the Northern Abyss. Fushi nodded in agreement and added, Kuanpeng has mastered the arts of wind and water, achieving unmatched speed. Your Majesty might consider leading the 10 great demon gods along with elite demons to set up a grand formation, to prevent him from escaping should the situation turn dire. Emperor Jun consented, and one decree after another was issued, directing the demons straight to the Northern Abyss. Chapter 48. The Demon Master Kuanpeng as the orders were disseminated. The entire demon tribe sprang into action, sealing the Northern Abyss tightly. At this moment, Emperor Jun, accompanied by Tai, exited the Northern Heavenly Gate and descended into the Northern Abyss. With a deep gaze, Emperor Jun surveyed the Northern Sea and called out, Kuanpeng, where art thou? The demon Emperor Jun arrives with Tai to pay a visit. I beseech you to reveal yourself. The resonance of his voice rippled through the air, unmistakably echoing throughout the entire Northern Abyss. Yet, there was no response from Kuanpeng. Below, millions of demons knelt in reverence, trembling as they bowed to the heavenly emperor. Whether they wished to or not, as long as they acknowledged their identity as demons, they could hardly resist the pressure of their bloodline and were compelled to submit in fear. What an imposing presence the demon emperor commanded! At that moment, a sinister and somewhat sharp voice emerged from the sea. A gaunt-faced, green-eyed old Taoist rose from the water and stood before Emperor Jun and his companions, signaling the other demons to withdraw. Emperor Jun restrained his own aura and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Kuanpeng, my friend. You misunderstand. This emperor has long admired your esteemed name and has come specifically to pay my respects. How could I dare to flaunt my might before you? Tai added with a smile. Kuanpeng, my friend, we have traveled from afar. Would you not invite us in for a conversation? Kuanpeng, adept in the arts of wind and water, was acutely aware of the overwhelming demonic aura surrounding him, which darkened his heart. He immediately discerned that these visitors did not come with good intentions. Might I suggest that the two of you state your purpose directly? If there is any way I can assist, do not hesitate to speak. Kuanpeng forced a smile, conceding. Emperor Jun grinned. Very well, then I shall not beat around the bush. I have heard that you have gathered a host of demons in the Northern Abyss, which signifies your admiration for our demon tribe. Thus, I dare to extend an invitation for you to join us, working together to establish our dominion. Kuanpeng's lips twitched. Thank you for your kind offer. But I have long resided in the Northern Abyss, accustomed to my freedom. My sole aspiration is to pursue the Tao, not to become embroiled in the chaos of the wilderness. Emperor Jun's expression darkened, and he threatened, You must think this through. Our demon kin have long awaited your presence. The moment his words left his lips, a ghastly green demonic energy surged from all directions. Kuanpeng's eyes flashed with ferocity. Yet understanding the strength of the situation, he pondered for a moment and reluctantly said, Joining the demon tribe is not out of the question. However, I have two conditions that I require you to agree to. Emperor Jun's demeanor softened, and a smile returned to his face. Please, do share. Kuanpeng let out a sigh of relief and continued. I have observed the myriad demons of the Northern Abyss and have created 3,000 demon scripts. I wish for these scripts to be disseminated throughout the entire demon tribe. Kuanpeng could not help but jab at Emperor Jun. Isn't that precisely why you sought me out? Emperor Jun chuckled and readily agreed. That condition is accepted. It will benefit the entire demon tribe, and I must thank you for it. Kuanpeng nodded and added, Should I join the demon tribe, I must be granted a position that is not lesser than that of the one emperor and 3 sovereigns. Emperor Jun contemplated for a moment before responding, "You possess great abilities, and you are indeed worthy of such a position." Kuan-Ping's expression brightened. A position within the demon tribe would not only signify fortune but also merit. Furthermore, he might leverage the demon tribe's strength to attain the primordial purple energy. However, you must also agree to one condition of mine. Kuan-Ping's heart raced, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Please, state your condition." Emperor Jun smiled faintly, producing the summoning banner, and said, "You need only impart a wisp of your true spirit into this banner, and upon the completion of our endeavors, I can bestow upon you the title of Master of all Demons, equal in status to the one emperor and 3 sovereigns. What say you?" Kuan-Ping's eyelids twitched involuntarily, a visceral aversion rising within him as he shook his head. "You jest. The matter of true spirit is exceedingly delicate. I could never part with a fragment of my true spirit." Emperor Jun shook his head gently. "You must understand, there is no gain without sacrifice. The dissemination of the demon scripts is of paramount importance. If you spread them throughout the demon tribe, the fortune you can amass will be visibly abundant. Since you have already reaped the benefits, how can you expect to pay nothing in return?" Kuan-Ping contemplated this, still unwilling to be subjugated, and shook his head. "Let us put aside the matter of joining the demon tribe. You have no say in this," Tai interjected coldly. "The importance of the demon scripts cannot be underestimated. We cannot allow them to fall into the hands of an uncontrollable outsider. Be wise and willingly part with your true spirit, or do not blame us for being unkind." With that, Tai gently stirred the Eastern Emperor's bell, freezing the surrounding space and time. "What is the meaning of this, my friends? Whether to join the demon tribe is my choice. Why must you press me so?" Kuan-Ping's expression was guarded, his eyes filled with malice. Emperor Jun sighed slightly and said, "Kuan-Ping, had you not created the demon scripts, perhaps I might have spared you. But now, do not blame me for being heartless." With a slight wave of his right hand, the solar wheel appeared before him, transforming into a blazing sun that locked onto Kuan-Ping tightly. Tai struck the Eastern Emperor's bell gently, and the sound waves converged, bombarding Kuan-Ping's surroundings and fracturing the space around him. Clang, clang, clang. The bell's chime resonated, and the great sun manifested. The area transformed into a chaotic expanse. Kuan-Ping's eyelids twitched. It was evident that Emperor Jun and Tai had come prepared. Yet, as a primordial deity, Kuan-Ping possessed his own pride and was loath to concede easily. Aware that he stood no chance, he still felt compelled to fight, for only in doing so could Emperor Jun and Tai gauge his true abilities and act accordingly in the future. Kuan-Ping mused to himself, "As for fleeing," Kuan-Ping sensed the formations surrounding him and did not even entertain the thought. Raising his right hand, Kuan-Ping summoned the North Sea Palace, radiant with the light of merit, surrounded by 3,000 demon scripts that danced in brilliance. Emperor Jun's brow furrowed. The sun and moon wheels emerged in response. Boom! The 3,000 demon scripts surrounding the North Sea Palace twisted and shifted, yet remained steadfast, indicating that the sun and moon wheels could not overpower them. Seeing this, Tai raised an eyebrow, and the bell chimed once more, waves of sound coalescing to strike the North Sea Palace. Kuan-Ping's expression shifted as he revealed his true form, unfurling his wings and striking the water, sending waves crashing for thousands of miles. The tremendous tides surged like ancient mountains collapsing, crashing down upon Emperor Jun and Tai. Boom! The earth-shattering battle erupted above the northern abyss, countless beings fleeing in terror. Ultimately, Kuan-Ping, unable to withstand the onslaught, bowed his head in defeat, declaring, "Stop! The old ancestor is willing to yield a wisp of true spirit." Chapter 49. The emergence of the 3 immortal islands. Upon hearing Kuan-Ping's plea for mercy, Emperor Jun and Tai momentarily ceased their assault, though they continued to watch Kuan-Ping warily. Only when Kuan-Ping infused a wisp of true spirit into the summoning banner did they finally relax. Tai snorted, refusing a toast while drinking a forfeit. "Kuan-Ping, you must be more discerning in your future dealings. Not every formidable being will be as reasonable as my brother and I." Kuan-Ping's face darkened as he silently cursed them. Reasonable? Is being reasonable about forcing the old ancestor to part with a wisp of true spirit? Yet, no matter how great his resentment, Kuan-Ping could only endure. "All right, Tai. Since Kuan-Ping has joined our demon tribe, we must treat him as one of our own. Let us not show him any disrespect." Emperor Jun, noting Kuanpeng's grim countenance, sought to mediate. He then spoke solemnly, though Kuanpeng did not cooperate earlier, I will not hold it against you. I remain willing to honor my promise and appoint you as the master of all demons, while also assisting you in spreading the demon scripts throughout the tribe. Kuanpeng concealed his lingering hatred and expressed gratitude. I thank your majesty, Emperor Jun laughed heartily. Since you have joined our heavenly court, the Northern Abyss cannot remain without a leader. How about appointing Juing to oversee the affairs of the Northern Abyss? Kuanpeng concealed his inner animosity and obediently replied, I shall follow your majesty's orders. I have no objections. Di Jun and Dong Huangtai exchanged a glance, followed by a hearty laugh as they clasped hands and turned back towards the heavenly court. This left the ancient ancestor Kuanpeng gazing gloomily at the 9 infants, who were consolidating the myriad demons in the North Sea. With a resigned sigh, he entered the North Sea Palace in solitude. On Mount Wanshou, at Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the more harmonious force of the laws within him, a faint smile appeared on his face. The principle of annihilation carried by the Guisu grinding disc was indeed of great benefit to him. This time in seclusion had allowed him to successfully break through to the late quasi-saint stage, with the Guisu grinding disc playing an indispensable role. Zhen Yuanzi regained his focus and, after a moment of calculation, smiled knowingly, Child, please summon your master Uncle Tai Xian for a discussion. Yes. Qingfeng Mingyue, who was dozing at the entrance, upon hearing his master's command, hastened to the back courtyard without delay. Shortly after, Tai Xian Daoren arrived in haste. After exchanging greetings, Zhen Yuanzi inquired, My friend, do we have any leads on the matters overseas? Tai Xian Daoren stroked his beard and smiled, Rest assured. Brother Dao, young Master Kongshu has not been negligent in this matter. Many of the plant spirits and mountain spirits from our lineage in Mount Wanshou have gradually infiltrated various strata of the Purple Mansion continent. However, the prospects for the Purple Mansion lineage are evidently not bright. Tai Xian Daoren expressed his confusion. Why must you devote so much thought to it, Brother Dao? Zhen Yuanzi shook his head slightly. For someone like Tai Xian Daoren, a being of innate sanctity, it was difficult to comprehend the cultivation environment of later generations. Even with his subtle assistance, the primal veins of the Honghuang would be more robust. But the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would still gradually decline. The transformation of innate spiritual energy into postnatal spiritual energy is an irreversible trend. In the primordial era, the world was filled with innate spiritual energy, which corresponded to the abundance of innate spiritual herbs, fruits, and grasses. Some less precious spiritual herbs were even disregarded by ordinary little demons. However, following the end of this initial wave of benefits, subsequent postnatal beings could only breathe postnatal spiritual energy, regarding wild grasses and flowers as treasures. For them, thousand-year ginseng and millennium snow lotus were considered miraculous medicines. As for the overseas lands, perhaps due to their remoteness from the continent and sparse population, the spiritual energy was even more concentrated, and spiritual herbs more abundant. This presented advantages for Zhen Yuanzi as well. Yet, for the celestial beings at this time, such matters were unimaginable. Therefore, Zhen Yuanzi did not intend to elaborate slowly to Tai Xian Daoren but merely stated, The 4 seas equally possess fortune. If the Purple Mansion lineage cannot seize it, then let our Mount Wanshou lineage take control. Tai Xian Daoren nodded but hesitated. It is well known that Di Jun of the demon race is scheming for the Purple Mansion. Brother Dao should prepare early. Zhen Yuanzi, however, remained unconcerned. Although Di Jun and Dong Huangtai wielded great power, he was after all a reserve for the heavenly Dao. They would not easily sever ties without sufficient capital to confront future saints. As for Nuwa, while she too was a support for the demon race, she was not personally aligned with Di Jun and Dong Huangtai and might not stand up for them. Di Jun and Tai likely also mistrusted others, perhaps even wary of Nuwa. After all, the influence of the future demon saint would not be inferior to that of the current demon emperor and Dong Huang. With Fuxi backing them, the lineage of Fengqi Mountain was indeed formidable and difficult to restrain. Oh, not overthink it, my friend. While the demon race is powerful, this humble Taoist is not to be underestimated. When the time comes, we shall each rely on our own means. A tremendous rumble resounded across the Honghuang realm. Both Zhen Yuanzi and Tai Xian Daoren were taken aback, channeling their divine powers. They gazed into the distance. There, in the East Sea, amidst surging waves and swirling clouds, 3 islands shrouded in chaotic mist descended from a hidden dimensional space. their immense presence causing such a great disturbance. Zhen Yuanzi understood. This was the legendary three immortal islands. However, these three immortal islands were not the same as those of later generations, Yunxiao, Zhongxiao, and Bixiao sanctuaries, but rather fragments from chaos that had fallen into the Honghuang world during the creation of heaven and earth, forming the islands of Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. Although these three islands were far smaller than the Honghuang continent, they had never been explored by any being since their formation. Thus, the richness of their treasures and resources was beyond imagination. As Zhen Yuanzi expounded on this to Tai Xiandao ran for some time, the latter's heart ignited with fervor, yet he had yet to speak. At this moment, the Lady Dumu Yuanjun, having come to seek Zhen Yuanzi due to the emergence of the three immortal islands, cheerfully exclaimed, "Why are you two still waiting? Let us set forth quickly, lest we miss out on everything." Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly, explaining, "There is no need for alarm, my lady. The emergence of the three immortal islands is well known among the many great powers. Arriving early may not necessarily yield an advantage, as there may still be much contention ahead. However, you are correct. It is always better to set out early." Thus, they prepared to depart. Dumu Yuanjun and Tai Xiandao nodded in agreement. The three soared through the clouds towards the eastern sea. The Honghuang realm was abuzz with activity, as both great powers and lowly cultivators employed their abilities to rush towards the East Sea. All eager to seize an opportunity. Chapter 50. The influx in the East Sea, on the Purple Mansion continent. After years of development, the Celestial Court had gathered countless scattered cultivators, evolving into the most formidable force. Dong Wanggong gazed with excitement at the three islands nestled in the aura of chaos. With the support of Mount Wanshou, young Master Kongshu had now become the chief steward of the Purple Mansion continent. His skill in reading the atmosphere had become second nature. "Master Dao, your fortune is profound. Great opportunities are bound to come your way. The emergence of these three immortal islands in the East Sea, with you being the closest, appears to be a heavenly blessing." Ha ha ha. Dong Wanggong was overjoyed. The three untouched chaotic relics were invaluable to him in the Purple Mansion continent. With the resources within the relics, it was not impossible for the Purple Mansion continent to produce a few great Luo, or even quasi-saints. My friends, heaven grants fortune. Those who do not seize it will suffer its consequences. Let us hasten to break the array and claim the treasures. Dong Wanggong, filled with enthusiasm, wielded his dragon-headed staff, tearing through space, and the group arrived above the three immortal islands. Knowing the commotion surrounding the emergence of these islands was immense, Dong Wanggong did not dare to delay. He quickly summoned a few trusted allies of the great Luo realm to prepare for breaking the array. At that moment, a sudden red glow of blood descended from the horizon. Following this, a red-robed Taoist, wielding dual swords and standing upon a red lotus, appeared before Dong Wanggong. Dong Wanggong's expression darkened as he inquired, "Friend Mingi, why are you not in the Blood Sea cultivating in peace, but instead come to our East Sea? Have you not been sufficiently intimidated by Dong Huang Tai Yi?" A flash of murderous intent flickered in Mingi's eyes as he coldly laughed. "Who am I? It turns out it is you, Dong Wanggong, causing such a ruckus here. What of it? I dare to confront Dong Huang Tai head-on, unlike some who flee at the mere mention of the demon race." "You?" Dong Wanggong's eyes blazed with fury as he glared intensely at Mingi. Mingi chuckled mockingly. "What? Was it not you who retreated that day during the Dragon Clan incident? Am I mistaken?" Dong Wanggong clenched his dragon-headed staff, ready to explode. Noticing this, young Master Kongshu quickly stepped forward to advise, "Master Dao, this is not the time for conflict. Otherwise, would we not be allowing the later arrivals to take advantage?" Dong Wanggong was also reluctant to engage Mingi in battle. It was known that this fierce individual wielded two lethal treasures and was protected by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus in a fight. The outcome was uncertain. Gratefully accepting the opportunity provided by young Master Kongshu, he did not forget to shoot a fierce glare at Mingi. Perhaps hearing Kongshu's words, Mingi also refrained from instigating further trouble and closed his eyes to meditate. Both sides understood that the intent to monopolize the three immortal islands was unlikely to succeed at this moment. They would have to wait for other great powers to arrive before exploring together. Otherwise, they would easily become targets of public wrath. For a time, the atmosphere in the area became eerily silent. After a moment of contemplation, Dong Wanggong could not help but probe, "How about we join forces, my friend? After all, the demon race is formidable. and we are both thorns in their side. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Dong Wanggong extended the invitation, hoping to draw Mingyi into his camp, believing that together they might seize half of an immortal island. Mingyi opened his eyes and glanced at Dong Wanggong, his face immediately displaying disdain. "Why would the Taoist ancestor choose you as the leader of the male immortals? No need. I, as a quasi-saint, wielding the Yuan Ubi, have no reason to fear others. I shall not team up with you." The ancestor of the underworld river coldly declined. "It would be far more advantageous for one to venture forth and return repeatedly alone, rather than to bear such a burden." However, the East King did not perceive the disdain in the ancestor's tone and continued to persuade. At that moment, celestial melodies resonated through the heavens, as the Jade Maiden and celestial consorts danced, surrounding the West Queen Mother who rode in on a bluebird. The East King's expression brightened, conveniently forgetting the past instances where the West Queen Mother had shown him little regard. He approached to pay his respects and proposed, "Your Majesty, we are both leaders among the immortals, one male and one female, destined partners in collaboration. With the emergence of the Celestial Islands, if you could join forces with me, we would undoubtedly reap boundless benefits." The West Queen Mother slightly raised her elegant brows, her demeanor regal and imposing, yet her words were devoid of any courtesy. "Feel free to do as you wish. For one is more than sufficient for me. There is no need for cooperation with you." The East King's face flushed crimson, inwardly cursing the ancestor of the underworld river and the West Queen Mother, deeming them both foolish and incapable of strategy. Observing his expression, the West Queen Mother discerned his thoughts and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The more foolish the East King became, the safer she felt. Her gaze grew profound. She was well aware that the primordial deities coveted her authority among the female immortals, yet the fortune and merit that came with such power were too great to relinquish. However, she would exercise restraint, unlike the East King who recklessly challenged the boundaries of the celestial beings and the demon clan. How foolish! How arrogant! Watching the East King establish the celestial court and gather scattered cultivators, the West Queen Mother felt increasingly pleased. The greater the commotion he stirred, the less attention would be directed toward her, and should the East King perish, her safety would be assured, for no one would dare to eliminate the designated leaders of the male and female immortals appointed by the Tao ancestor. Even if it meant preserving their last shred of dignity, they would not dare to act against her following the East King's demise. Thus, the West Queen Mother never engaged or collaborated with the East King, let alone consider forming a Taoist couple with him. As time gradually passed, the celestial beings arrived in droves. Upon the arrival of the Tao Te Ching, accompanied by Tongtian and Yuanzi, they closed their eyes to meditate. Disregarding the surrounding turmoil, the onlookers were perceptive enough to steer clear of the Sanqing, lest they inadvertently offend them, for these were the ordained saints, and they had no desire to make enemies. Even the notoriously unruly ancestor of the underworld river remained subdued. "Greetings, elder brothers. I, your little sister, pay my respects." The Lady Nuwa, accompanied by the demon clan, appeared and promptly bowed before the Taoist and others. The Sanqing showed no signs of indifference towards Nuwa. They greeted her respectfully, "Junior sister." As the demon clan made their entrance, the powerful ancestors could not help but fix their gazes upon the hawk-nosed elder clad in black robes among them. A sense of confusion arising in their hearts. Kuenpeng. How could he have surrendered to the demon clan? Only the ancestor of the underworld river discreetly winked at the Kuenpeng ancestor. After a slight nod from Kuenpeng, he felt reassured. Chapter 51. Ascending the island, a multitude of great powers gathered in the eastern sea, their diverse energies and presences unabashedly spilling forth. Those lower beings who had come merely to spectate hastily dispersed, aware that the powerful ones were clearing the area, and dared not express their dissatisfaction. They could only lament their inability to seize any advantages. The recently arrived Yuanzi Taoist gazed at the three celestial islands with great excitement. The west was barren, yet these three islands were evidently treasures connected to it. "Esteemed friends, now that all have gathered, let us discuss the matter of breaking the array and dividing the treasures." The East King frowned, disapproving of Yuanzi Taoist's presumptuousness. This eastern sea was the domain of the East King. It should be he who spoke. However, as Yuanzi was a sanctioned saint, it was unwise to provoke him. Thus, everyone present, including the East King, refrained from responding. Yuanzi felt a surge of anger but could not express it. Esteemed friends, I apologize for my tardiness. Zhen Yuanzi arrived riding on a cloud, accompanied by Taishan Daoist, Dumu Yuanjun, in the mid-journey meeting with Hongyun ancestor and Randang, who floated in with a swaying presence. After greeting everyone, Zhen Yuanzi smiled and hovered in the air. Most eyes, however, were fixed on Hongyun ancestor. Particularly, Kuanping ancestor and the ancestor of the underworld river diverted a significant portion of their attention to him, for he was the embodiment of the primordial chaotic purple aura, the foundation for attaining sainthood. Although the three celestial islands were important, they paled in comparison to the allure of the primordial chaotic purple aura and the status of a saint. A glint flashed in Kuanping ancestor's eyes. He had made an agreement with the ancestor of the underworld river to seize the primordial chaotic purple aura from Hongyun ancestor, and they would discuss its ownership afterwards. As for why they did not collaborate with the demon clan, it was simply because their lives were at the mercy of Emperor Jun. Should they successfully obtain the primordial chaotic purple aura, it was uncertain who would benefit in the end. The ancestor of the underworld river's eyes brimmed with malevolence. Yet he suppressed it. This operation required patience and caution. They must wait for the opportune moment when Hongyun ancestor was alone to strike. Shortly after Zhen Yuanzi and the others arrived, the 8 great ancestral shamans of the Witch clan also made their appearance. However, their arrival was solely to hinder the demon clan. Upon seeing the ancestral shamans, Emperor Tai chuckled mockingly. So, you savage Witch clan are now aware of how to use spiritual treasures. Or else, why would you come to the Eastern Sea? Eagerly awaiting the opening of the 3 celestial islands, Zhu Rong, fiery in temperament, retorted angrily, You, East Emperor, think that just because I cannot use spiritual treasures, I cannot come. We do not use them, nor do we wish to let you profit. Zhu Juin bowed respectfully to the surrounding powers, smiling as he stated, Rest assured, esteemed friends, our Witch clan is merely here to obstruct the demon clan from obtaining treasures. As for other matters, we seek nothing. After all, while innate spiritual treasures had some value to the Witch clan, their utility was limited. Emperor Tai's eyes blazed with fury as he coldly smiled. Let us see how this unfolds. The onlooking great powers collectively sighed in relief, and some even relished the situation. The sudden emergence of the 8 great ancestral shamans from the Witch clan was indeed daunting, for each was a formidable being of quasi-saint level, a challenge to contend with. However, it seemed the Witch clan's sole intent was to thwart the demon clan's gains. This not only posed no harm to them but also brought some advantages, as the Witch and demon clans were powerful factions, and their opposition would surely benefit the onlookers. Seeing that most of the parties had arrived and various factions were essentially gathered, Zhen Yuanzi wasted no time. He directly addressed Laozi, My friend, now that all parties are present, shall we proceed with breaking the array first? As for the division of treasures afterwards, let us rely on our own abilities. Unlike Zhu and Ti, Zhen Yuanzi's strength was evident, and he was also a sanctioned saint. Laozi smiled amiably, You speak wisely. Let us proceed as you propose. After breaking the array together, regardless of the spoils, each would rely on their own merit. This was beneficial for the Sanqing, after all, as they were one entity with formidable combat prowess, making it unnecessary for any to hold back. With Zhen Yuanzi and the Sanqing Taoists reaching an agreement, the others had no objections. The great powers focused on studying the array, united in purpose. The array posed no challenge to them. With a resounding rumble, the array shattered, revealing the true visage of the 3 celestial islands before the assembly of great powers. The 3 islands, Fangzhong, Panglai, and Yingzhou, were arranged in a formation reminiscent of the Trinity. Situated amidst the eastern sea like divine mountains and blessed lands, celestial energy swirled, with an abundance of innate spiritual chi emanating forth. High in the air, various extraordinary phenomena manifested, with radiant colors and brilliant lights. Moreover, fragments of chaos intermingled with the 3 celestial islands, evolving into vast worlds of creation and destruction. Observing the crowd in a daze, Zhen Yuanzi transformed into a beam of light and flew towards Panglai Island. The Sanqing exchanged glances and chose not to accompany Zhen Yuanzi to the same island, but headed straight for Fangzhong Island. Emperor Jun and East Emperor Tai led the demon clan towards Yingzhou Island, while Di Jiang raised an eyebrow and also proceeded towards Yingzhou Island. The remaining powers made their own selections, swiftly transforming into streaks of light to fly off in various directions. until the crowd had mostly dispersed. The water parted, with tumultuous waves surging on either side, and an old tortoise bearing the 8 trigrams slowly emerged, transforming into a hunchbacked elder, none other than the Tortoise Prime Minister. Gazing upon the 3 celestial islands, Tortoise Prime Minister produced 3 copper coins, square on the inside and round on the outside, and after a slight calculation, revealed a faint smile. With his hands clasped behind his back, he drifted towards Penglai Island, proclaiming, auspicious and prosperous. There appears to be no danger. As Zhen Yuanzi stepped onto the enchanting Penglai Island, he made his way towards the heart of the Celestial Isle, collecting a myriad of precious spiritual herbs along the journey. These were the fruits of countless years of evolution, nurtured by the island's profound essence. Naturally, Zhen Yuanzi was discerning in his pursuits. He only paused to gather those herbs of genuine value, dismissing the commonplace ones as unworthy of his time. The deeper he ventured, the more concentrated the innate spiritual energy became. Yet the aura of chaos intensified as well. Gradually, a thin mist enveloped the surrounding flora, thickening as he approached the island's core. An alarm bell rang in Zhen Yuanzi's mind as he cautiously extended his perception, only to find it swallowed into the abyss without a trace of response. The silence around him was profound, almost terrifying. Taoist, wait for me, old turtle. As the Prime Minister Turtle entered the mist-laden area, he felt an involuntary chill run through him. However, recalling the opportunities that lay within the island, he gritted his teeth and charged ahead. Great fortune, he muttered to himself, for he had never miscalculated a divination. During the time of the ancestral dragon's expedition, it had indeed foretold great fortune. As fate would have it, from that moment onward, he had become the pillar of the Dragon Palace, a magnificent support. Numerous instances attested to the exceptional accuracy of the Prime Minister Turtle's predictions. Thus, upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi standing ahead, his eyes sparkled with hope. Could this great fortune indeed pertain to him? Chapter 52. The remnant soul of Luo Ho. Upon hearing a voice calling from behind, Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brows and turned slowly. He beheld an old turtle with a hearty smile approaching. Although his aura suggested he was merely at the pinnacle of the great Luo realm, he seemed to be on the verge of reaching quasi-saint status. Recognizing Zhen Yuanzi as the esteemed figure from Wanshou Mountains 5, the Prime Minister Turtle felt a jolt of surprise and hurried forward to pay his respects. Prime Minister Turtle pays his respects to the great Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi inclined his head slightly and replied with a smile. What brings you, Turtle Taoist, to seek this humble one? The mist here is quite peculiar. It would be beneficial for me to accompany the great immortal, so we might assist one another, the Prime Minister Turtle said with a stiff smile. Ah, I can manage this matter alone. There is no need for your assistance, Zhen Yuanzi replied without sparing him any grace. Feeling awkward, the Prime Minister Turtle scratched his head, recognizing the truth in Zhen Yuanzi's words. As merely a great Luo golden immortal, he had little to offer. Yet, as the Grand Overseer of the Dragon Palace, he was not easily deterred. Please do not hastily refuse, great immortal. Consider it a favor owed to me. Allow me to accompany you. This black mist was not only capable of eroding one's consciousness, but could also taint the physical body. Even as a member of the defensive-minded Xian Gui clan, the Prime Minister Turtle felt a creeping chill seep into his bones. Without Zhen Yuanzi's assistance, he feared he might face dire consequences. Thus, he was resolute that Zhen Yuanzi was his great fortune, unwilling to let go. Very well, then, follow me closely, Zhen Yuanzi acquiesced with a slight nod. This old turtle, wise beyond his years, might indeed prove useful in the future, provided he survived to see that day. Zhen Yuanzi gazed into the encroaching black mist, his mind alert, yet he strode forward with grace towards the island's center. Being at the late stage of quasi-sainthood, he had no doubt that no peril in the primordial world could ensnare him. Should such a threat exist, it could only be from an entity beyond the realm of the great primordial. Fearlessly, Zhen Yuanzi advanced towards the heart of Penglai Island, while the Prime Minister Turtle scurried closely behind. However, upon truly reaching the island's core, the Prime Minister Turtle had vanished without a trace. Everything before him became ethereal. Only in the very center, shrouded by chaotic energy, was a 12-petal black lotus emanating an enigmatic aura. Destruction, ruin, madness, slaughter, and death intertwined. As the black lotus spun, it appeared as though myriad worlds were born and extinguished, with hordes of demons bowing in submission. Zhen Yuanzi's heart was astonished. The 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus. His spirit trembled and alarm bells rang in his head. While an ordinary quasi-saint might perceive the 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus as a heavenly boon and would foolishly seize it without caution, Zhen Yuanzi, having endured over 20 years of literary education and the trials of the Long Han era, understood the terror of Luo Ho all too well. Hence, his heart was filled with vigilance. With the Guishu Millstone, Earth Book, and Earth Emperor's treasure mirror prepared for protection, he ensured that all available treasures were at his disposal, adjusting himself to a perfect state. Only then did Zhen Yuanzi greedily fix his gaze upon the 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus. Murmuring, "Heavenly Tao above, what a supreme innate treasure this is! It is surely meant for this humble one." With a swift motion of his sleeve, he eagerly retrieved the world-destroying Black Lotus, examining it closely. "What a marvelous treasure!" Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed with delight and proceeded to refine the spiritual treasure. However, when he had only partially refined it, he stored it within his primordial spirit's purple mansion. As soon as the world-destroying Black Lotus entered his primordial space, its black radiance surged wildly, billowing black mist erupted forth, gradually coalescing into the phantom of a demonic god. The remnant soul of Luo Ho let out a sinister laugh. "Ha ha, the heavens are watching. At last, the ancestor has awaited this moment." Luo Ho scrutinized Zhen Yuanzi, nodding approvingly. "Solid foundation, deep roots, truly an excellent furnace for my purposes." The tiny figure of Zhen Yuanzi's primordial spirit was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this foreign godly demon, his complexion changing in fright. "Who are you, daring to appear in this humble one's sea of consciousness? Depart at once. I am a destined saint with the primordial purple energy. You, a mere remnant soul, cannot covet me. I possess primordial purple energy, so you should act quickly, do not flee." Luo Ho's eyes gleamed with joy upon seeing the sudden emergence of the supreme purple energy in the sea of consciousness. His murderous intent surged. "This must be my destined opportunity. Ha ha, destined saint. Hong Jun, is this the saint you have chosen? I shall ensure you lose your gains." Luo Ho's eyes were filled with greed as he fixated on the primordial purple energy. Initially, he sought merely a vessel for his body, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon an unforeseen reward. Observing Zhen Yuanzi's late-stage quasi-saint primordial spirit, Luo Ho smirked disdainfully. Although he currently was but a remnant soul, he had long left behind a contingency within this remnant to enable him to restore his original state for a brief time, namely, the complete quasi-saint power. With a thought, Luo Ho's aura surged violently, and he suddenly lunged toward Zhen Yuanzi's primordial spirit. "Youngster, hand over your body to the ancestor. I will take you to the pinnacle of the great path." Seeing Zhen Yuanzi's face filled with terror, Luo Ho felt an even greater exhilaration. After years of plotting and waiting, he had finally succeeded, yet even the shrewdest among them failed to notice the strange smile curling at the corner of Zhen Yuanzi's primordial spirit. "Senior Luo Ho, I cannot comply with your request," he declared. "I must seek my own path. How could I allow another to act on my behalf?" Luo Ho was taken aback, his eyelids twitching. Gazing at Zhen Yuanzi's smiling visage, he felt a chill run down his spine. "You dare defy me?" Furious, Luo Ho turned to flee. Aware of his own complete quasi-saint power, he was astonished that Zhen Yuanzi could maintain such a blatant smile. Luo Ho realized he must have some hidden trump card. "Very well, that old turtle is of no consequence. I will find another vessel." Zhen Yuanzi's expression turned stern. "Luo Ho, do you think my sea of consciousness is a place you can enter and exit as you please?" With a wave of his hand, the innate treasure, the Guishu Millstone, appeared abruptly, spinning slightly as the energy of extinction flowed into Luo Ho's remnant soul. Luo Ho, terrified by Zhen Yuanzi's sudden display, fled in panic, too late to summon the world-destroying Black Lotus for protection. The Guishu energy, particularly effective against the soul, nearly shattered his essence in that instant. Luo Ho shrieked in anguish, his eyes burning with fury. "Youngster, do you truly wish to perish alongside me?" Zhen Yuanzi replied with a calm smile. "The ancestor has overestimated himself. While fish may perish, the net may yet remain intact." Luo Ho's smile turned icy. "Very well, youngster, if you survive this time, I shall ensure your soul is extinguished next." With that, he detonated himself in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The sea of consciousness quaked violently. Fortunately, Zhen Yuanzi had previously stabilized his consciousness with the Qian Kuan Cauldron, supported by the Earth Book and Earth Emperor's treasure mirror, so he suffered no significant harm. Wiping the blood from his lips, Zhen Yuanzi's complexion paled as he pondered. Could it be that Luo Ho has a remnant soul capable of fleeing? Chapter 53. The Three Lights Divine Water. At the very moment of Luo Ho's self-detonation upon Penglai Island, in a distant and unfathomable mystical realm, a figure clad in black robes with ink-black hair slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, a spear infused with the aura of extinction stood upon a cloud bed, quivering slightly as if poised to pierce the very heavens. Where has he vanished? Luo Ho murmured softly, as if conversing with himself, or perhaps inquiring of someone unseen. During the primordial chaos of the Dragon Han era, he had been vanquished by Hong Jun and others. Yet, at a critical juncture, he uttered a profound oath and established the demonic path. As the Tao waned, the demonic forces surged, compensating for the darker aspects of the heavenly way, thus granting him a slender thread of survival. 2 remnants of his soul existed. One was concealed within the god-slaying spear, having journeyed to the newly established demonic realm, while the other lay hidden within the world-destruction Black Lotus, nestled in the vast expanse of the primeval world, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. However, he now discovered that his fragment of soul had completely dissipated. Was it Hong Jun? Or Yang Mei? Or perhaps someone else? Luo Ho furrowed his brow, deeply perplexed. Given his nature, the remnant should have exercised utmost caution, ensuring it did not attract the attention of venerable figures like Hong Jun. Without absolute certainty, it would not act recklessly. A fierce glint flashed in Luo Ho's eyes. No matter who it was, they should fervently hope that the ancestor would not find them. Luo Ho's expression shifted. A flicker of black light igniting, and then, shrouded by the veil of celestial secrets, he quietly soared towards the primeval world, heading southward. In the East Sea, on Penglai Island, Zhen Yuanzi took a moment to recuperate. And once his injuries were of no concern, he began to survey his surroundings. As for the matter of Luo Ho's remnant soul, he felt confident in his understanding and did not regard it as a significant issue. The wounds Luo Ho sustained during the Dragon Han catastrophe were not easily mended. Moreover, his old adversary, Hong Jun, had already attained unity and was keeping a vigilant eye on him. Even if Zhen Yuanzi were to lend him a measure of courage, what could it accomplish? Would he dare to appear in the primeval world? Nevertheless, caution was still warranted. Zhen Yuanzi pondered. After the journey to the west, the void heaven had eradicated Buddhism, a deed undoubtedly orchestrated by the demonic sect. Yet, few knew the origins of this demonic sect. However, the 12-petal world destruction Black Lotus was irrefutable. Zhen Yuanzi's expression grew resolute. If one were to assert that Wu Tian and Luo Ho bore no connection, he could never accept such a notion. After all, the 12-petal Black Lotus under Wu Tian was a hallmark of spiritual treasures, a concrete piece of evidence. But what was their relationship? Zhen Yuan de Xian? He turned to see the hurried approach of the Tortoise Prime Minister. The Tortoise Prime Minister, filled with curiosity, asked, "De Xian, why has the mist dissipated?" He had been following Zhen Yuanzi closely, only to find himself ensnared by the black mist, rendering him unable to discern direction or space. It was only when the mist lifted that he hastily caught up to Zhen Yuanzi. "Fear not, Tortoise Prime Minister. The matter has been resolved." Zhen Yuanzi retrieved his thoughts, flicked his feather duster, and smiled gently, choosing not to divulge the truth behind the events. The Tortoise Prime Minister, with his shrewd eyes, sensed the disingenuousness in Zhen Yuanzi's words and swiftly redirected the conversation. Refraining from further inquiries, De Xian, look, is that the 3 light divine water? As the Tortoise Prime Minister pondered how to change the subject, his gaze fell upon the central pool, where the luminous essence of moonlight, sunlight, and starlight shimmered, that a vat of divine water glistened radiantly. The Tortoise Prime Minister was overjoyed. Indeed, it was a fortuitous omen. Naturally, he did not expect to claim the entire pool of 3 light divine water. But as a figure of great power, Zhen Yuanzi should possess some decorum. If he feasted, could the old tortoise not savor a bit of broth? Upon hearing the Tortoise Prime Minister's exclamations of delight, Zhen Yuanzi focused his gaze and confirmed that it was indeed the 3 light divine water, a smile spreading across his face. Fortune had arrived, and one could not obstruct its flow. having just acquired the 12-petal world destruction Black Lotus. He now stumbled upon the 3 light divine water. Such was the treatment bestowed upon a favored child of destiny. Zhen Yuanzi glanced at the tortoise prime minister, pondering whether he might be a wealth-bringing tortoise. Perhaps he should raise him in the back pond of the Wuzhuang temple? The tortoise prime minister, captivated by the 3 light divine water, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Raising his head cautiously, he scanned the surroundings and found Zhen Yuanzi squinting at him. A sense of dread enveloped the tortoise prime minister. He had heard rumors of certain quasi-saint beings harboring peculiar preferences, yet he had never encountered any negative reviews regarding Zhen Yuanzi. Could the information be incorrect? The tortoise prime minister warily stepped back 2 paces, determined to protect himself. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi's attention was far from the tortoise prime minister, as he contemplated the utility of the 3 light divine water. This water was a sacred remedy for healing. However, the individual components, sunlight divine water, moonlight divine water, and starlight divine water, were incredibly destructive. The golden sunlight divine water eroded flesh and bone. The silver moonlight divine water corroded the primordial spirit, and the purple starlight divine water devoured the true spirit and consciousness. All beings in the primeval world turned pale at the mention. Yet, when these 3 divine waters merged, they became the foremost healing elixir, capable of reviving the dead and mending the most grievous of wounds. Not to mention, its miraculous effects on flora were unparalleled. Thus, even Zhen Yuanzi could not overlook its immense value. Luo Ho, recuperating here and mending the wounds of his remnant soul, must have had a grand design in mind. Zhen Yuanzi mused. In a wonder, he felt that Luo Ho's power, though not restored to its peak, was significantly stronger than in a state of near death. This was the reason, however, it seemed that the benefits had ultimately accrued to him. Zhen Yuanzi glanced at the tortoise prime minister, and then, under the latter's fervent gaze, produced the creation gourd. Using the essence of creation to contain the 3 light divine water, he had no fear of its spiritual resonance dissipating. Zhen Yuanzi gently tossed the translucent purple-green gourd. The gourd swelled in the wind, its mouth opening automatically, and a tremendous suction force emanated forth. The 3 light divine water in the pool, as if summoned, transformed into a magnificent dragon of radiant light, being drawn into the gourd with a sweeping motion. The tortoise prime minister watched in astonishment as Zhen Yuanzi collected the 3 light divine water. His heart trembling. What if Zhen Yuanzi were to disregard all propriety? Would the old tortoise be left with nothing? The tortoise prime minister, filled with anxiety and desire, stared at the pool, wishing to expel Zhen Yuanzi immediately. Zhen Yuanzi, observing the shallow layer of 3 light divine water remaining in the pool, felt reluctant to leave the tortoise prime minister with nothing at all. With a flick of his sleeve, the small gourd spun back into his hand. Ahem, tortoise prime minister, there is still some 3 light divine water left. If you do not mind, please take it. The generous gesture brought tears to the tortoise prime minister's eyes. Thank you. Not at all, Zhen Yuanzi replied with a professional smile. The tortoise prime minister did not begrudge the small quantity of 3 light divine water. As a water creature, he was particularly attuned to aquatic spiritual entities, and the effect of the 3 light divine water on him far surpassed that of other innate spiritual treasures of similar rank. He hastily procured a crystal vial and carefully began to gather the remaining 3 light divine water from the pool. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, sweeping his divine sense across the area, ensuring there were no oversights. With a single step, he vanished from the spot. Chapter 54. The emergence of a treasure having attained gratifying gains on Penglai Island. Zhen Yuanzi chose not to linger. Glancing at the powerful beings still scouring the island for treasures, he felt a surge of inspiration and set his course towards Fangzhong Island. In stark contrast to Zhen Yuanzi's untroubled acquisition of treasures, Fangzhong and Yingzhou Islands were rife with turmoil due to the influx of numerous mighty figures, resulting in frequent scenes of murder and treasure theft. A host of powerful ancestors busily sought out spiritual herbs, treasures, or engaged in schemes, their activities rife with chaos. Only the Wu clan remained ever vigilant, closely monitoring the actions of the demon race. The moment they detected any inclination from the demons to seize treasures, they intervened forcefully, igniting fierce battles. Ancestor Ming He and Ancestor Kuan Peng had allied, their eyes fixated on Ancestor Hong Yun ahead, filled with fervor. However, Ancestor Hong Yun had long received Zhen Yuanzi's warning and remained inseparable from the Wuzhuang Temple's entourage. leaving Ancestor Ming He and other covetous beings of the primordial purple energy to watch helplessly as Ancestor Hong Yuan collected various precious herbs and spiritual materials, unable to make their presence known. Meanwhile, Dongmu Yuanjun had already discerned the presence of several stealthy, powerful beings in the sky. However, as they had yet to take action, Dongmu Yuanjun dared not speak out. After all, Zhen Yuanzi was not present, and they could not guarantee victory. Nevertheless, the members of Wuzhuang Temple remained on high alert. Amidst the atmosphere of treasure hunting, intrigue, and conflict on the island, a sudden tremor shook the three immortal islands. In the very center of Fangzhong Island, a brilliant azure light surged skyward, piercing the heavens. Enveloped in endless azure light, a treasure pulsating with chaotic aura emerged, presenting an unparalleled spectacle. Golden flowers blossomed, and celestial melodies filled the air. Countless exotic flowers and rare herbs unfurled in an instant, releasing fragrant aromas that wafted through the surroundings. The principles of the great Tao swirled around, isolating the scene from external scrutiny. In that moment, all beings within and around the three immortal islands found themselves compelled to cease their activities, lifting their gazes towards the ethereal, transformative divine artifact shrouded in clouds and mist above Fangzhong Island. Under the veil of chaotic energy, the true grade of the treasure remained obscured from all. However, those truly powerful beings are well aware that this object must be an existence that surpasses the finest innate spiritual treasures. Whether it be an innate treasure or a chaotic spiritual treasure that exists solely in legends, both are monumental opportunities for them. On Yingzhou Island, Dijun, Donghuang Tai and the ancestral witches of the Wu clan could not help but simultaneously cease their battle. Both parties gazed fervently at the treasure hovering above Fangzhong Xian Island. Dijun's eyes blazed with intensity. This treasure is a divine gift bestowed upon my demon clan. With it, the Wu clan can be easily obliterated. The unification of Hong Huang is imminent, and I will undoubtedly achieve the status of a Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, ultimately and truly reigning over Hong Huang. Dijun's heart surged with excitement as he gazed at the treasure in the sky. His eyes gleaming with an unyielding determination. Casting a cold glance at Dijiang and the others, Dijun waved his hand grandly. My sons, follow this emperor to seize the treasure. He then led his demon clan warriors alongside Dong Huang Tai and Fu Shi as they soared towards Fangzhong Xian Island with fervor. Dijiang let out a hearty laugh. Brothers, this treasure is a gift from our father Pango to the Wu clan. With it, we shall no longer need to worry about the decline of our clan's fortunes. Haha, heaven bless the Wu clan. Dijiang, brimming with excitement, led the 7 ancestral witches, treading upon the towering waves of the eastern sea, rushing towards the coveted treasure. While innate spiritual treasures are somewhat trivial for the Wu clan, which lacks a primordial spirit, innate supreme treasures and chaotic spiritual treasures are entirely different. The most significant distinction between innate supreme treasures and other innate spiritual treasures lies in their unparalleled ability to suppress the fortunes of a clan or sect. Although the Wu clan lacks a primordial spirit, they are well aware of the importance of fortune. When fortune arrives, heaven and earth unite. When it departs, heroes are left powerless. An innate supreme treasure can indeed suppress the fortunes of the Wu clan. Thus, by all means, they must seize it. Even if it cannot be utilized in the end, it must not fall into the hands of the demon clan. Should fortune favor them, their blood-refining methods might prove effective on the innate supreme treasure, which would be even better. Simultaneously, in another direction of Yingzhou Island, Jiayin and Yuanzi were busy stuffing spiritual herbs into their pockets. That moment, they gazed at the unusual phenomenon in the sky. Exchanging glances, their hearts ignited with fervor. Yuanzi spoke first. Elder brother, upon seeing that spiritual treasure in the sky, I am filled with an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Though you know why? Jiayin nodded slightly. Coincidentally, I too sense a connection, as if we are bound by blood. It seems this treasure is fated to be ours. Yuanzi solemnly agreed. Indeed, elder brother speaks wisely. Our western lands are barren and devoid of supreme treasures to suppress our fortunes. This treasure must be the heavenly Tao's compensation for us, naturally destined for the West. As Yuanzi spoke, he continued to gather spiritual herbs from within 100 miles around, and then, accompanied by Jiayin, they stepped onto golden lotuses and soared towards Fangzhong Xian Island. On Fangzhong Xian Island, after departing from Dijun's group, Nuwa searched for opportunities alone, gazing at the magnificent phenomenon above the sky. She spoke softly. All three of my elder brothers possess supreme treasures. This treasure would perfectly serve to stabilize the fortunes of my Fengqi mountain. Otherwise, in the future, when saints contend, I fear I shall lose face. With a delicate step, Nuwa ascended on auspicious clouds and took to the skies. Meanwhile, the three purities had just resolved an innate formation. Tong Tian had secured a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure, observing the commotion surrounding the treasure's emergence with raised brows. Elder brother, this treasure seems to have an impressive origin. I cannot help but feel a sense of kinship. The original purity pondered. Elder brother, just as Tong Tian has said, why do I also feel this strange affinity? Laozi suppressed the stirring of his Tao heart and calmly remarked, why must you two speculate here? Let us personally go and take a look with that. He unfurled the Taiji diagram, and a golden bridge appeared, carrying the three purities upwards into the sky. Old Ancestor Ming he gazed at the phenomenon in the sky and then glanced at Old Ancestor Hong Yun ahead, realizing that this was not an opportune moment for action. Gritting his teeth, he transformed into a streak of blood light and departed. Old Ancestor Kuan Pong snorted coldly, unable to resist the allure of the supreme treasure. He unfurled his wings and soared towards the heavens. Domu Yuanjun cast a glance at the vanishing light in the sky, sneering, as expected, these two harbor ill intentions. Old Ancestor Hong Yun turned his gaze towards Kuan Ping's departing direction, his expression growing cold. I am no soft target. This karmic matter shall be settled in due time. Taoist Tai Xian stated solemnly, with the emergence of the supreme treasure, Brother Zhen Yuan will undoubtedly seek to seize it. We too must hasten our steps to bolster his momentum. The others nodded, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed towards Fengzhang Xian Island. Chapter 55. The struggle for the supreme treasure. As the supreme treasure emerged, the great Tao reverberated. Boundless phenomena unfolded myriad mysteries. Zhen Yuanzi gazed with keen interest at the spiritual treasure above Fengzhang Xian Island. He had not anticipated that, aside from the annihilation Black Lotus atop Penglai Island, a supreme treasure would also appear above Fengzhang Xian Island. Looking at the vast and boundless chaotic spiritual light, this treasure's rank must be quite high. Deep within the Eastern Sea, Zhu Long was also awakened by the commotion surrounding the emergence of the supreme treasure. With eyes wide open, he generated daylight, illuminating the void. Channeling the great Tao of time through his gaze, he directly peered into the chaotic energy mass, striving to trace back to its source and discern the true nature of the treasure. Zhu Long let out a low grunt, golden dragon blood streaming from his eyes. This was the price of reversing time to trace the origins of the treasure. To his surprise, it turned out to be this particular item. Zhu Long smiled wryly. Had this treasure emerged during the peak of the Dragon Clan's power, they would have undoubtedly striven with all their might to seize it. Yet, times have changed. Observing the myriad of powerful beings, some clear, some obscured, surrounding Fengzhang Xian Island, Zhu Long sighed deeply. The Dragon Clan now lacked the confidence to contend for the spiritual treasure. Shaking his head slightly, he felt a sense of melancholy. He then slowly closed his eyes, the abyss once again enveloped in darkness. Should anyone have been present, they would have felt a chill, for coiling around the immense dragon body in the abyss was an inky black calamity, incessantly eroding his flesh and primordial spirit, exuding an eerie foreboding. Countless voices echoed in the void, reminiscent of the lingering souls of myriad races, beckoning him toward descent. 9 Nearly invisible black chains extended from the void, tightly binding Zhu Long's form. These were remnants of the Dragon Clan's sins from a previous epoch, in a bid to shield his descendants. This ancient dragon chose to bear the weight of myriad transgressions alone. As the heavenly Tao grew increasingly stable, the restrictions became ever more pronounced. After a lengthy pause, a long sigh reverberated through the abyss. Boom. It was as if the heavens were opening, and the great Tao was resonating. The mass of spiritual light shrouded in chaotic energy suddenly erupted into dazzling brilliance. Purple chi swirled, auspicious colors unfurling in myriad forms. The flower of the great Tao blossomed as countless laws intertwined. In an instant, it shook the entire Eastern Sea. This treasure rightfully belongs to the old ancestor. Some great beings could not resist the temptation within their hearts and could not help but act first, transforming into a streak of flowing light that swiftly reached the pillar of light. Presumptuous, bold. How dare you? Die. A chorus of shouts erupted. dozens of attacks raining down like a torrential storm. Laws trembled, and the void shattered. Dozens of great Luo golden immortals glared with bloodshot eyes, their anger threatening to rupture. With a single strike, they unleashed their most formidable techniques. The powerful being paid no heed to the attacks behind him. His heart consumed solely by the image of the treasure ahead. "This belongs to me." With a maniacal laugh, he reached out trembling hands, eager to seize the neck of fate. However, he was abruptly repelled by an invisible force, instantly obliterated by dozens of attacks, returning to the void without even a single cry of despair. "Mercy, mercy!" Zhen and Yuanzi lamented. "With the emergence of the supreme treasure, it is the fated ones who shall claim it. This fellow has lost his way." Yuanzi's gaze burned with fervor as he fixed his eyes on the supreme treasure before him, yet he dared not make a single move. Even as a destined saint, a being of quasi-saint caliber, it would be difficult to withstand the combined onslaught of so many powerful beings. Those who stick their necks out first are the first to perish. Thus, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Many powerful beings eyed each other warily, coveting the treasure but hesitating to act. "Ha ha ha, if none of you shall take it, then I shall gladly accept it." A boisterous voice shattered the eerie silence. In the void, a massive hand engulfed in flames radiated immeasurable divine might as it reached toward the spiritual treasure nestled within the azure pillar of light. The wrathful ancestor Zhurong revealed his true form, stepping upon a fire dragon, and was the first to strike, seeking death. The great battle is on the verge of erupting, and the formidable beings can no longer contain themselves. Whether you belong to the witch clan or the monster clan, or are a predestined saint, none shall impede the ancestral figure from claiming the treasure. An overwhelming aura and pressure are unleashed without restraint, and the crowd, akin to moths drawn to a flame, employs various divine abilities to rush towards the coveted artifact. All the great powers exert their strength simultaneously. Even the residual waves they generate stir the East Sea into a tumultuous frenzy. Towering waves soar into the heavens, crashing violently upon the islands, reducing a small isle to mere dust. Countless aquatic beings flee in a panic, as if faced with the apocalypse. Yet, the waters are still littered with innumerable corpses, and the flowing blood turns a portion of the sea crimson. Within the Crystal Palace, the dragon kings of the four seas despairingly rub their foreheads, gazing at the incessantly quaking dragon palace, wishing to weep without tears. This is a contest among the mighty. Beings below the rank of great Luo golden immortals have long since retreated to safety, even if they covet the treasures suspended in the air. They dare not risk their lives. The air resonates with a thunderous cacophony as countless treasures and divine powers collide, shattering the boundless void. Occasionally, the cries of the Tao can be heard, and blood spills from the great Luo. The entire Fanzhong in the midst of a grand cataclysm. The face of the Jain Taoist turned pale as he was sent flying, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his expression one of sheer horror. He had not anticipated the vast disparity between them and Zhen Yuanzi. His senior brother, the Yuanzi Taoist, had bloodshot eyes. Behind him, a golden Dharma form obscured the heavens, while a seven-treasure wondrous tree, adorned with glimmering jewels of glass and gold, radiated boundless brilliance, sweeping fiercely towards Zhen Yuanzi. Jain Taoist also summoned his magical artifact, exerting all his strength. Zhen Yuanzi's eyelids twitched violently. The Emperor Earth's treasure floated in the void, as strands of earthly energy transformed into exquisite jewels, remaining unmoving like the unyielding mountain. The three opening techniques were unleashed with full force. The essence of domination over the heavens and the creation of myriad realms surged forth. The vast magical power clashed, sending forth a dazzling divine radiance between the two parties, followed by an endless desolation, akin to the obliteration of the universe, manifesting the dissolution of the stars. The brilliant white light illuminated the entire eastern sea, causing many powerful beings to involuntarily close their eyes. A mere glance felt as though one might be drawn into its depths. Before they had time to contemplate, Zhen Yuanzi had already engaged in battle with the Yuanzi and Jain Taoists. The clash was thunderous and intensely fierce, resembling the collapse of ancient divine mountains, crushing myriad paths. The surroundings were rendered into a void. Although Dijuan and others were still embroiled in combat, they could not help but divert a fragment of their attention towards Zhen Yuanzi. They yearned to discern whether Zhen Yuanzi could still contend against two foes, whether he could maintain his invincible stance. Soon, amidst the scene of destruction, Zhen and Yuanzi were sent flying, their faces ashen, filled with frustration and resentment. Zhen Yuanzi stood above the eastern sea, his resplendent robe rustling amidst the picturesque landscape in a fleeting glance. He resembled a primordial deity. Between his eyes, it seemed as if countless worlds were born and extinguished. Almighty beings that met his gaze could not help but bow their heads in submission. This clash of one against two favored me. Chapter 57. Confrontation him? Zhen Yuanzi frowned slightly. At that moment, while everyone's attention was focused on him, the Sanqing Taoist brazenly made his move, swiftly approaching the Hongming Liangtian ruler, intent on seizing it during this opening. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze fell upon Zhen and Yuanzi. The two felt a weight upon their minds, as if bearing an ancient divine mountain. Powerless against the circumstances, what could they do? Zhen and Yuanzi exchanged wry smiles. Brother Zhen Yuan's might is boundless. I feel inadequate, Zhen remarked. Since we are outmatched, we shall withdraw from this contention, Zhen Taoist added, stepping forward to bow respectfully. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly. Although he could suppress the two from the west, he still lacked the strength to truly eliminate them. With the Sanqing vying for treasures ahead, it would not do to prolong the confrontation. Upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi's nod, Zhen Taoist sighed in relief. Compassion, compassion, he murmured softly, before he and Yuanzi Taoist began to retreat. Fading from the surface of the eastern sea.at that moment, the Sanqing Taoist had already drawn near to the Hongming Liangtian ruler. Zhen Yuanzi's expression shifted as he took a step forward. The heavens transformed. The space danced, and his figure became ethereal. In the next instant, he stood before the Hongming Liangtian ruler, blocking the path of the Sanqing Taoist. A vast surge of Tao essence pressed towards the Sanqing Taoist. With the universe hidden within his sleeves and the sun and moon eternally in his pot, Zhen Yuanzi was adept at the spatial path, even if it was not his primary focus. Take your time. Dear friends, Zhen Yuanzi chuckled warmly, yet his hand had already gripped the Guisu grinding disc tightly. It has been tens of thousands of years. I trust my friend Zhen as well. The Taqing Taoist expression remained unperturbed as he addressed Zhen Yuanzi calmly. Showing no surprise at his obstruction in the wilderness, aside from his sage teacher, Zhen Yuanzi was the one he most feared. The rest, even Dijuan, who bore the title of Heavenly Emperor, did not warrant his regard. The contention for the Hongming Liangtian ruler was merely a struggle between the Sanqing and Zhen Yuanzi. The Yuan Tian Zun held a slight fondness for Zhen Yuanzi, his dignified face bearing a calm indifference. Yet his tone softened. Zhen Yuanzi, if you were to withdraw now, it would count as a favor owed to you. Zhen Yuanzi gently shook his head. Your kindness is appreciated, but retreating without a fight is not in my nature. The Shangqing Taoist pressed down on the Qingping sword, his brow raised in a bold smile. Since you are unwilling to retreat, let us engage in battle. Should you triumph over us, all matters may be discussed amicably. However, should you fail, it would be a loss of face. Consider this carefully. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in agreement. The Sanqing Taoists, seeing Zhen Yuanzi's resolve, ceased their attempts to persuade him otherwise. Compassion, compassion, he sighed, then allow me to learn from your divine powers. Yuan Shi was the most decisive, as if in an instant yet feeling eternal. A voice of unparalleled majesty and unmatched dominance resounded across the eastern sea. Heavenly will has always been difficult to question. Yuan Shi, following the heavens, was the master of the primordial beginning, exuding an aura of undeniable authority, rumbling. Boundless laws trembled, and a magnificent treasure, the three treasures Rui, enveloped in golden flowers, purple mist, and rippling waters, descended from the heavens. Embodying the grandeur of the epic's inception and the renewal of all phenomena, it descended with a weight that seemed effortless yet contained the power to shatter realms and obliterate the cosmos. Crashing down towards Zhen Yuanzi raised his brow in surprise. He had not expected the first to strike would not be the Tongtian Taoist, who symbolized the end of the epoch and was known for his decisive violence, but rather Yuan Tian Zun. Yet the next moment, he felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Amidst the ethereal aura, the Tongtian Taoist stood smiling, lightly flicking the Qingping sword in his hand. An immeasurable, boundless sharpness erupted. The fierce sword energy seeming to rise from the end of infinite epochs, Where the heavens were shattered in the instant the three treasures Rui descended, it erupted forth with a thunderous roar. The gathered mighty beings felt an indescribable dread. Merely a glance sent shivers through their very souls. "Is this the Shangqing?" murmured an elder. "To be so terrifying without wielding the four swords of the immortals is truly unfathomable. A being of unparalleled ferocity. We must flee, we must flee." The mighty beings near the Sanqing were gripped by fear, scattering in all directions, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. "My friend, how would you evaluate my sword?" The Tongtian Taoist exclaimed with an imposing voice, resonating like thunder from the heavens. Rumbling. The laws quaked, the great Tao roared, and rolling tides surged. Numerous Deluo ancestors and quasi-saint leaders turned their gazes. Above the eastern sea, two assaults embodying both the end and the beginning converged from opposite sides. One represented the inception, the other the return to the void. The Qingping sword and the three treasures Rui struck simultaneously, encompassing the heavens and the earth, transcending all time and space. There was nowhere to hide, no way to resist. The two Taoists, aware of the terrifying power before them from their elder brother, did not dare harbor any illusions. Unleashing their lethal moves from the very outset, Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the colossal spiritual tide rolling towards him, his expression calm, his demeanor indifferent. He sighed lightly. "Not bad, not bad. Under normal circumstances, I might take delight in witnessing the prowess of both of you. However, as my friend Laozi has not yet made his move, I dare not act lightly." The Sanqing Taoist expression stiffened. Zhen Yuanzi smiled slightly, addressing the depths of the void. "I must thank the four friends for your intervention. You are too kind, my friend. It is all good, it is all good." The Dumu Yuanjun and the others smiled gently as they stepped forth from the void. They had long since been concealed in response to Zhen Yuanzi's transmission, secretly lying in wait to delay the Tongtian Taoist and Yuan Shi. Facing the Sanqing, Dumu Yuanjun did not dare show any sign of negligence. She unleashed her full power from the outset, a radiant light bursting forth behind her, with the Tao Mother-S form surrounded by celestial constellations. The celestial star chart quivered slightly, and the vast starlight illuminated the universe, evolving boundless killing intent. Rushing directly towards the three treasures Rui, Dumu, "Do you dare obstruct me?" Yuan Shi Tianzun thundered in rage, his voice resounding with immense authority, shaking the heavens and causing the laws to tremble. This was the fury of an unparalleled being. At that moment, from the sky, a petite yet exquisite purple-red gourd emerged, exuding a mist of spiritual energy. The gourd spun in the air, swelling against the wind, and a surge of red sand poured forth, depicting the decay of the universe. It sliced flesh and bone, cleaving through the very souls of men. Like a colossal red dragon, it surged towards Yuan Shi Tianzun. The Hongyuan ancestor chuckled lightly. "Yuan Shi, my esteemed brother, your might is boundless, but my Taoist companion and I seek in the Lantern Igniter," while verbally confessing his sins, did not hesitate in action to this moment. The Lantern Igniter was far from the feeble figure portrayed in legends of the past. With the universe ruler in hand, he shattered the void, stabilizing earth, water, fire, and wind, bearing an indescribable weight that transcended the confines of time and space. Striking towards the celestial master with formidable intent, the atmosphere was indeed extraordinary. Beside him, the Taishan master, aged and frail yet kind-eyed, did not hesitate to act, with a gentle shake of his bamboo staff. It was released, transforming into the pure light of creation that culminated in the obliteration of existence. This manifestation abruptly appeared at the back of the celestial master's head. A mere touch sent the celestial master, who was engaged with the Lantern Igniter, staggering. The Taishan master chuckled. "Dear friend, do take care." The celestial master's expression darkened, and amidst the auspicious clouds, purple lightning crackled with thunderous fury as he retaliated against the Taishan master. In an instant, the space became chaotic, trembling with the vibrations of time itself. Only the Taiji and Zhen Yuanzi stood unperturbed at the center of the storm. Chapter 58. Endings and Beginnings. As the six great powers clashed and intercepted each other, the serene Taiji master sighed softly. "My friend, I apologize." With that gentle exhalation, the once turbulent skies above the eastern sea fell silent. A massive Tao diagram, entwined with the duality of yin and yang, slowly rose from the void. Stabilizing the fabric of time and space, an immense, tangible golden bridge gracefully emerged as the dual energies shattered the void. The Taiji diagram quivered slightly, pressing towards Zhen Yuanzi. The heavens are not so high, but my Tao is the highest, Zhen Yuanzi. With his gaze lowered, remained unfazed beneath the suppression of the innate treasure. The Taiji diagram, my friend. This object cannot harm me. He spoke calmly. As his words drifted, Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward, his 3 flowers blooming atop his head. Amidst the swirling mist of black and yellow energy, a precious mirror gradually revealed itself. Mountains and rivers manifested, trembling with resonance, directly confronting the Taiji diagram. With a mere touch, an indescribable, colossal force erupted in an instant. The great Tao roared, time and space fractured, and torrents of energy dissolved into nothingness. The Taiji master raised an eyebrow. A jade-colored shoulder pole expanded against the wind, cleaving through the surging torrents, embodying the evolution of all beings and the momentum of epochs. Striking straight at Zhen Yuanzi's face twitched. This implement was part of the creation Green Lotus. Being struck by such a pole would not be pleasant as the earth rotated. The supreme innate spiritual treasure. The earth book gradually unfurled. Amidst the chaos of inverted 5 elements and intertwined yin and yang, Zhen Yuanzi smiled lightly, revealing a gleaming white tooth. My friend, it is my turn. With a booming voice, Zhen Yuanzi summoned a pitch-black grinding disk that abruptly appeared in the sky. As the disk slowly rotated, countless worlds met their end. Infinite death energy, dark energy, calamity energy, and malevolent energy swirled around. With a slight movement of the grinding disk in the void, myriad great Taos bowed in submission. As time, space, laws, and the universe itself seemed to stagnate. All laws vanished, and time and space disappeared. Only the pitch-black grinding disk enveloped the cosmos. The Taiji master's eyelids twitched violently, struggling to maintain composure. An innate treasure. You actually possess an innate treasure. The astonished voice of the Taiji master resonated throughout the surroundings. All eyes, whether greedy, fearful, jealous, or terrified, converged upon Zhen Yuanzi. 2 innate treasures were indeed beyond mortal comprehension. One should rightfully belong to me, however. They dared only to entertain such thoughts in silence. Even the river Styx and Kuanpeng, who might have sought to seize the treasures, found themselves subdued at this moment. Illustrating the overwhelming awe inspired by the innate treasures, Zhen Yuanzi smiled gently, his gaze lowered. My friend, prepare yourself. As the Taiji master's expression darkened, the grinding disk leaped forth, colliding with the exquisite treasure tower of heaven and earth. The resounding impact echoed throughout the myriad worlds. The towering treasure, dark yellow and immeasurable in grandeur, collided thunderously with the pitch-black grinding disk. Layers of formless ripples cascaded across the boundless eastern sea. As if time itself stood still, the Taiji master staggered slightly, a faint blush appearing on his face, unable to suppress a half-step retreat. Zhen Yuanzi sighed softly. Taiji, you have lost. Beneath the grinding disk, the Taiji master spoke in a detached tone. The heavens have their order, and epochs are long. The conflict between you and me has merely begun in the next instant. Under the gaze of countless mighty beings, the ancient robes of the Taiji master billowed as he cast forth a white, radiant golden bracelet, which surprisingly managed to slightly disturb the unendurable grinding disk when combined with the exquisite treasure tower. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, shaking his hand as the grinding disk appeared within his grasp. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, the Taiji master's hand subtly caressed the golden bracelet hidden within his sleeve, revealing a tiny crack upon it. Brothers, let us depart. The Taiji master nodded at Zhen Yuanzi, and amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, he, along with Yuanzi and the celestial master, faded into nothingness, departing entirely. Once the dust had settled, Zhen Yuanzi clasped the purple golden Tao ruler in his right hand, smiling as he sighed. Quite splendid in the timeless expanse of the primordial world. Time held little value. The 3 Yuan assembly passed swiftly. Since Zhen Yuanzi displayed his prowess on the battlefield of the Eastern Sea, relations between the originally antagonistic Jane and Yuanzi, as well as the Demon Clan and the Heavenly Court, began to thaw with Wanshou Mountain. Without any disputes of interest, they were reluctant to provoke Zhen Yuanzi. Moreover, the enigmatic young master of the Purple Mansion seemed to have gained insight. requesting audience with the Eastern King every few thousand years to cultivate relations with Yuanzi's lineage. Thus, the influence of Wanshou Mountain continued to grow stronger within the Purple Mansion's realm. All was progressing favorably. Wanshou Mountain had remarkably avoided the stormy tides of the three Yuan assemblies. Yet outside, chaos reigned, with the Demon Clan, Shaman Clan, and Rogue Cultivators taking turns to play their parts, creating a tumultuous scene. Fengqi Mountain. Since Nuwa witnessed the struggle of the ordained saints in the Eastern Sea, she completely withdrew from the affairs of the Demon Clan. Her desire for victory remained immense, solely focusing on her cultivation to attain the Tao fruit of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal as soon as possible. One day, as she sat upon her cloud bed, traversing the void and contemplating the myriad pathways, a maid approached to announce, "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Court's Prime Minister, the Great Sage Baze, seeks an audience." Nuwa's phoenix-like eyes sparkled, her heart fluttering. With a gentle exhalation, she smiled, quickly, "Invite him in, be your command." Under the maid's guidance, Baze paid his respects to Nuwa and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke with a smile. "The solitary Yin does not thrive, nor does solitary Yang endure. The Heavenly Emperor commands the primordial realm, regulating Yin and Yang, yet requires someone to properly govern the lunar matters. Thus, I, the little demon, have come with some audacity to seek your assistance." Nuwa shot him a sidelong glance, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "This was suggested by my brother, was it not?" Baze chuckled awkwardly. "Your Majesty is indeed perceptive. So, Dijun seeks a consort?" "Precisely so. The candidates have already been selected, 2 fairies from the lunar star, and I would trouble your Majesty to make the journey." Baze bowed respectfully. Nuwa's heart trembled even more, as a faint thread of causality connected from the void to the red embroidered ball. Gently, she stirred the causality, revealing the heavenly secrets. A heavenly marriage. Nuwa's lips parted slightly, a hint of joy flickering across her countenance. "Is this the great merit that the Tao ancestor spoke of?" Gazing at Baze, who stood quietly by, she smiled. "Very well. I shall accept this request. Thank you, Your Majesty," Baze exclaimed, overjoyed, bowing deeply. Chapter 59. Nuwa visits the lunar star. Since Nuwa had agreed to Baze's request to propose on behalf of Dijun, she promptly departed from Fengqi Mountain, mentally preparing her speech as she soared through the clouds, exuding an ethereal aura, heading directly to the lunar star. On the lunar star, beneath the laurel trees, the goddesses Changxi and Shiha sat facing each other, brewing tea and wine. Suddenly, Shiha's expression shifted, and her lively eyes sparkled as she smiled at Changxi. "Sister, the esteemed Nuwa from Fengqi Mountain has come to visit. We must go out to greet her." Changxi's face lit up with surprise. "Sister Nuwa has arrived? That's wonderful. In the primordial realm, innate deities were rare, and those who manifested as female innate deities were even more scarce." Changxi and Shiha, having spent years on the lunar star with little opportunity to interact with like-minded companions, had grown closer to Nuwa since their encounter in the Purple Cloud Palace. Now, with Nuwa personally visiting the lunar star, both sisters were elated. As they exited the boundaries of the lunar star, a figure of regal grace approached slowly from the horizon. Nuwa, her beauty radiant, swept through the starry sky. "Dear friends, I hope you do not mind my audacious visit." Shiha's cool demeanor broke into a smile. "Sister, you worry too much. Your presence on the lunar star is a great honor for us." Nuwa's heart eased as she was warmly welcomed by the Sisters of the Moon Star. Gradually entering the Moon Palace, the three engaged in profound discussions, and after exchanging pleasantries, Nuwa finally broached the main topic. "Why, dear sisters, I have come here at the behest of another. Allow me to speak. And you may listen. If my words offend, I ask for your forgiveness." Changxi and Shiha exchanged glances, their hearts filled with uncertainty. Ultimately, it was Shiha who nodded slightly, her ruby lips parting to respond. "Sister, please proceed." Nuwa, invigorated, affirmed her esteemed role as the foremost matchmaker in this realm. "Let me extol the virtues of this individual. The Heavenly Emperor Dijun, embodying both dragon's grace and phoenix's elegance, is the embodiment of the sun. He commands the demon clan and reigns supreme over the primordial chaos. He harmonizes yin and yang and orchestrates the 5 elements. His virtues are unparalleled, and his merits are grand." Nuwa paused momentarily before continuing. "However, the celestial order must be maintained. The union of yin and yang is the rightful path of the cosmos. Presently, the heavenly emperor lacks a queen to govern the heavenly realm, thus seeking to complete the celestial balance. Having reached this point, Changxi and Shiha, as primordial deities, swiftly grasped Nuwa's intent. Shiha, her face frosted with coldness, replied coolly, "Do not mention this matter again. My sisters have no desire for a partner. Please return, dear sister." Unlike Changxi, who was the epitome of yin, Shiha possessed a blend of yin and yang. Although she harbored a slight affection for Dijuan, it was far from a marriage proposition. Nuwa, recognizing the shift in Shiha's address, internally sighed but pressed on, "Dear friend, consider an alternative way of life. The position of queen offers immense merit and fortune. Furthermore, the emperor's attributes complement yours, harmonizing with the Tao, with the many advantages of the heavenly court. After enduring countless tribulations, you may well have the opportunity to attain the supreme Tao." Perhaps stirred by her words, Shiha's gaze flickered suddenly. Images of Dijuan began to crystallize in her mind. Perhaps marrying him would not be such a grievous fate after all. For the sake of enlightenment, one could forsake all. Observing Shiha's gradually softening expression, Nuwa understood that she was contemplating the pros and cons with a meaningful tone. She inquired, "Sisters, do you know why the celestial deities of the Zhoutian have either vanished or returned to the void? Yet you two remain steadfastly anchored to the moon star." Shiha felt a jolt within her. Realizing Nuwa was subtly guiding them, it seemed Dijuan had long set his sights on them. Should they reject him? It might not only jeopardize their standing but also their very lives. Very well, perhaps this is the best outcome, Shiha sighed softly. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement with Nuwa. "Let it be as you wish." "Dear sister." Upon hearing Shiha's consent, Nuwa exhaled in relief, her face breaking into a smile. "Then I shall congratulate you on your forthcoming union." She then turned to Changxi. "What say you, dear sister?" Changxi smiled gently. "I shall defer to my sister Shiha's decision." Shiha sighed lightly. Dijuan's allure over Changxi was undeniably potent, and it was clear that Changxi shared a similar sentiment. Thus, it seemed they would both wed Dijuan. "Excellent," Nuwa nodded subtly. "In the heavenly realm." "What?" "The two fairies have agreed." Upon receiving the news, Dijuan was overwhelmed with joy in that moment. He was no longer the exalted heavenly emperor, but rather an ordinary, unmarried deity. Although this marriage was not devoid of schemes, it was evident that Dijuan held genuine feelings for Shiha and Changxi. He respectfully bowed to Nuwa. "This matter is greatly indebted to you, Lady Nuwa. Your efforts are appreciated." Nuwa chuckled lightly. "Your Majesty is too kind." With the wedding approaching, preparations must be made promptly. The entirety of the primordial realm is watching. After Nuwa took her leave, Dijuan summoned Donghuang Tai to discuss the wedding arrangements. Following a thorough discussion on gifts, timing, and ceremonial rites, Dijuan suddenly grinned mischievously. "Brother, I am about to wed. Oh, you have a goddess you favor? If so, I shall personally propose on your behalf." Donghuang Tai, wary, replied, "Elder brother, you know well that I have no interest in such matters of yin and yang. Where would I find a goddess to favor? Well then, dear brother, you are of an age where you should consider finding a companion." Dijuan teased, "While I still have some leisure, perhaps I could assist you in nurturing a little golden crow." "Brother, my heart is solely devoted to cultivation and the Tao," Donghuang Tai retorted, his voice rising in indignation. "Let this matter rest." "Very well." Dijuan ceased his teasing, his expression turning serious. "For my grand wedding, deities from across the heavens will attend. You must remain vigilant, particularly against the barbaric witch clan." Donghuang Tai nodded. "Rest assured, brother, I will prepare the celestial formations." However, he hesitated. "But the Eastern King of the Purple Palace has always been at odds with you. Is there any preparation for that?" With a cold smile, Dijuan replied, "For my wedding, the Queen's position must assert our heavenly authority. It is time to eliminate that chicken that has lingered until now." Donghuang Tai's spirit surged at the prospect. If so, will the heavenly court not wholly dominate the seas? However, Dijuan did not elaborate further. "Now, let us discuss the number of attendees for the grand wedding indeed." Tai nodded slightly. "P.S. I am aware that this chapter may provoke some criticism, a precautionary note. According to the Shanhai Jing, Dijuan has 3 wives. Changxi gives birth to the 12 months, while Shiha gives birth to 10 sons. I am uncertain how to handle Changxi, hence they shall all be wed." this will not affect the overall narrative. So please be gentle in your critiques. Chapter 60. Zhen Yuanzi attends the feast. The Heavenly Emperor's wedding brought a lively atmosphere to the entire primordial realm. Although Dijuan, as the Emperor of Heaven, was not a preordained saint, he remained an unattainable figure for the majority of lower and mid-tier cultivators. In the world of the primordial, the law of the jungle prevails. The strong tower above, indifferent to the masses, while the weak drift aimlessly, devoid of autonomy. Establishing even a tenuous connection with the Heavenly Emperor could provide one with substantial backing. Thus, countless deities began preparing gifts for the feast. However, for the quasi-saint powers, while the event warranted attention, it did not demand excessive focus. In the interest of maintaining appearances, some quasi-saints noted the date and returned to their cultivation. Simultaneously, messengers from the demon clan began to make frequent appearances in the primordial realm. The heavenly court boldly dispatched invitations, inviting mighty beings from across the land to attend the emperor's wedding. This served to showcase the power of the demon clan and the heavenly court, intimidating rivals and forming alliances with formidable entities, while also assessing potential allies and foes among the primordial beings. On Mount Sumeru, the Taoist Kunti observed the departing demon envoy with a slight smile. "Brother, it seems Dijuan cannot wait any longer. Our western lands are barren, yet the east boasts many talents. Though this banquet may lack grandeur, it should yield benefits for our Sumeru lineage." Zhen, with a sallow complexion, revealed a hint of delight. Having traversed the eastern sea with 3,000 guests, one may become a resident of Sumeru Mountain. "Brother, the grand performance is about to begin. Let us watch the storm unfold." Zhen utilized the primordial purple energy to connect with the heavenly Tao, gaining foresight of certain celestial events. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanzi sat upon his cloud bed, contemplating the purple golden talisman in hand. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Taiching and Tongtian. "Brothers, shall we attend the feast?" Tongtian's demeanor brightened, clearly intrigued. Yet he refrained from speaking further, aware that his elder brother was disinclined to visit the demon clan's court. Taiching's expression remained indifferent. "I am aware of Dijuan's intentions. A banquet devoid of enjoyment is not worth attending." With that, he vanished from the hall, retreating to meditate on the heavenly Tao. Yuanzi nodded slightly, allowing the talisman to dissolve into nothingness. "Brother, what do you suppose the witch clan will do in response to Dijuan's marriage?" "Interesting, very interesting. Ha ha." Yuanzi chuckled, an unusual display of mirth. Tongtian raised an eyebrow, subtly manipulating the primordial purple energy. "Are you suggesting?" Yuanzi interjected with a smile. "It cannot be said. It cannot be said." He too vanished from the hall. Observing this, Tongtian abandoned the idea of attending the feast. Kunlun Mountain fell silent once more. On Mount Wanshou, Zhen Yuanzi gazed toward the eastern sea and the heavenly court, then smiled at Sumeru Mountain. "Child, go fetch 2 fruits. I shall attend the heavenly court's banquet." "Yes." The white deer gracefully trotted, with the figure of Zhen Yuanzi leisurely making his way towards the celestial realm. Golden rays intertwined with crimson clouds, auspicious vapors emanated in myriad hues of violet mist. Within the heavenly court, an atmosphere of jubilation prevailed, adorned with lanterns and vibrant decorations. Celestial birds and exotic beasts danced in delight, while the jade maidens and celestial consorts fanned themselves gracefully. Ethereal melodies resonated from the court, echoing throughout the celestial expanse. Outside the southern heavenly gate, the Tai demon commander, after registering the offerings of a golden immortal, waved his hand dismissively and impatiently remarked, "Hurry along, hurry along." The golden immortal, undeterred, smiled slightly and inquired, "Might I ask, where does this little demon intend to feast?" "Will I have the honor of meeting His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor? Feast? An audience with His Majesty?" The demon commander scrutinized the golden immortal with a derisive snort. "Are you dreaming of peaches? Be off, be off." The golden immortal attempted to linger, but the commander, poised to teach him a lesson, suddenly widened his eyes, gazing at the horizon. Behold, a Taoist clad in white, handsome in appearance, riding a white deer, emerged slowly from the clouds. Ethereal sounds and auspicious colors enveloped him, an infinite presence that appeared both grand and minuscule, shrouded in divine light, obscured yet commanding. Encountering him felt akin to encountering the Tao itself. The demon commander, taken aback, hurried forward and respectfully bowed. I do not know from whence this divine being hails. I have failed to welcome you properly. Forgive my oversight. Zhen Yuanzi waved his whisk, halting the commander's prostration, and with a gentle smile, remarked, I am Zhen Yuanzi of the Wuzhuang Temple, here at the invitation of His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, for the banquet. A thunderous clap echoed through the clear sky as the demon commander stood frozen in shock. Heavens! Is this the Zhen Yuanzi who is at odds with His Majesty? What brings him to the banquet? Zhen Yuanzi chuckled lightly, unperturbed, presenting a green treasure box and inquiring, 2 ginseng fruits, should my young friend register these? The commander, awakening from his daze, exhaled a sigh of relief. Gifts are good, gifts are good. As long as you do not seek trouble. With a clever smile, he replied, no need, no need. Just go on and convey your congratulations to His Majesty. Registration is unnecessary. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, directing his attention to the golden immortal, who appeared familiar, and asked, would this young friend be so kind as to guide me? The king of Koi, with reverence, responded, this little demon is willing. He stepped forward, leading the white deer, under the guidance of numerous palace maidens, towards the grand hall. Zhen Yuanzi closed his eyes momentarily, a golden immortal, yet lacking in substantial backing. The king of Koi, gripping the reins, felt his heart race. Fortunately, Zhen Yuanzi did not initiate conversation throughout the journey. Upon delivering Zhen Yuanzi to the hall and handing over the white deer to the maidens, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried back towards the southern heavenly gate. In his haste, a jade green belt shimmered, revealing itself as a congenital spiritual treasure. Just as the king of Koi exited the southern heavenly gate, eager to depart without even a thought for food or drink, the demon commander intercepted him. Friend, please wait. The commander slyly slipped a purple gold ginseng to the king of Koi, grinning. You are indeed fortunate, friend. It seems you have some past connections with Zhen Yuanzi. Otherwise, why would such a powerful being pay you any mind? The king of Koi glanced at the precious purple gold ginseng, swallowed nervously, and acquiesced. After all, he did indeed share a past with this Taoist, so it wasn't entirely deceitful back in the day. After a bout of boasting, the king of Koi found himself convinced. How about this, brother? Do you not wish to join the heavenly court? The commander, with a glint in his eye, offered a badge. Take this to the water department. My elder brother is stationed there and can look out for you. I don't know. Another powerful being has arrived. Hastily tossing the badge to the king of Koi, the demon commander rushed away. The king of Koi, clutching the badge, steeled himself and indeed made his way towards the water department. Meanwhile, Bai Fu, who had been dozing, observed the king of Koi rushing past and lightly tapped his hoof. A wisp of wood energy quietly merged with the king of Koi, subtly altering his constitution. The king of Koi paused briefly, scratching his head. What just happened? But he dismissed it, thinking it best to complete his task swiftly. You've been fortunate. Bai Fu opened his eyes slightly, murmuring before returning to his slumber. Chapter 61. The heavenly wedding begins. The ancestor of the southern sea, the 4 seas dragon kings, the northern abyss demon master, the goddess Nuwa, and the Taoists of Jian and Zhuan arrived one after another, each invited deity being announced as they reached the grand hall. Celestial music filled the air, accompanied by graceful dances. Occasionally, strong celestial guardians and maidens would pass through, bearing fresh fruits and exquisite nectar. The divine beings greeted one another, exchanging pleasantries, while the grand hall buzzed with excitement. With the arrival of various quasi-saints and heavenly ordained saints, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, as the name of Zhen Yuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple resonated through the hall. An immediate silence fell, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The celestial beings exchanged glances, astonished that Zhen Yuanzi, who had a known discord with Di Jun, would come to witness the ceremony. Was it not agreed that they would remain at odds? Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged puzzled looks. The Taoist of Jian furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Yet, Fushi, always the quickest to react, smiled gently. Your Majesty, the esteemed Zhen Yuanzi has come to pay his respects. We must not neglect our manners. Let us extend a warm welcome. Ha ha. Di Jun laughed heartily. In our heavenly court, surrounded by stars and the many gods of the demon race, what does it matter if Zhen Yuanzi has come seeking trouble? Friends, let us go and greet brother Zhen Yuanzi. With Di Jun's words, the atmosphere became lively again. The battle in the Eastern Sea was truly spectacular. I have long revered Brother Zhen Yuanzi's formidable reputation. I can hardly wait to meet him. I wonder if Wuzhuang Temple is in need of additional hands. I would be keen to seek refuge on Mount Wanshou. The celestial beings chattered excitedly as they surged towards the hall's entrance. Zhen Yuanzi, with a gentle smile, held the jade box in one hand and his whisk in the other. Walking gracefully into the hall, he slightly bowed, saying, "Greetings to all my fellow Taoists." The celestial beings, not daring to be negligent, quickly returned the gesture. "The great immortal offers greetings." Zhen Yuanzi smiled and nodded. Then addressing Dijun, he remarked, "Your Majesty's wedding is a grand occasion, and I could not come empty-handed. I bring 2 fruits from my ginseng tree to congratulate you. I hope you will not find them lacking." Dijun was elated, relieved that Zhen Yuanzi was not there to cause trouble. "Not at all. It is a tremendous honor for me that you have come. Please, take a seat." Zhen Yuanzi, agreeable and amiable, began conversing with the other divine beings. Following him, several powerful beings entered the hall. Dijun surveyed the scene, assessing the situation, and then nodded towards the 4 heavenly gates. Immediately, Bai Zhe stepped forward to pay his respects, explaining the details of the wedding. Next, Dong Huangtai personally expressed gratitude. Shortly thereafter, another resounding noise erupted from the sky. Ethereal melodies drew closer, golden rays illuminating the surroundings, as a vibrant rainbow of purple gas spanned the sky. Under the embrace of countless celestial maidens, a massive celestial palace, pulled by mythical beasts, gracefully descended. The goddesses Shihi and Changshi have arrived. Boom. The sky roiled as winds whipped and spiritual energy surged, creating a multitude of wondrous phenomena. Clouds transformed, depicting the celestial panorama, while vast seas of flowers bloomed silently. The celestial altar came to rest before the grand hall, from which emerged 2 celestial maidens. Adorned in red garments and crowned with phoenix tiaras, exuding grace and elegance, as they walked, their movements flowed like water, their every glance radiant enough to dim the very heavens. Dijun's face flushed. Momentarily entranced, but quickly regained composure, he hastened forward, personally leading Shihi and Changshi into the hall. With a smile upon her radiant face, the goddess Nuwa, holding a red embroidered ball, advanced towards the center of the hall. With a wave of her delicate hand, a towering altar, 99 zhang high, materialized. Dijun, guiding Shihi and Changshi onto the altar, offered prayers to heaven and earth. Today, the heavenly emperor Dijun weds Shihi and Changshi. From henceforth, our fates are intertwined, sharing in blessings and karmic ties. The yin and yang shall unite, and order shall be restored to heaven and earth. May heaven be witness, and may the Tao bear witness. The goddess Nuwa nodded slightly, as the red embroidered ball in her hand spun gracefully, 3 beams of red light shooting towards the 3 upon the altar. The heavenly wedding is established. Boom. The response of the heavenly Tao resonated. Above the sky transformed into a golden expanse, a massive wave of merit descended from the heavens. 30% was bestowed upon Dijun, 30% upon Nuwa, while the remaining 40% fell upon Changshi and Shiha. Their energies surged exponentially, seizing the opportunity to sever the good corpse, successfully stepping into the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. Could it be? Even a marriage could yield such merit. The powerful observers turned green with envy. It is well known that in the primordial world, merit serves as hard currency. Whether for cultivation or the development of side enterprises, possessing merit grants one the protection of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, those with merit cannot be recklessly slain, lest they harm their own fortune. It essentially acts as an additional layer of protection. As the divine beings across the realms contemplated, many resolved to take several Tao partners and engage in multiple marriages, thereby reaping the benefits of the heavenly Tao. Thus, a wave of marriages swept through the primordial world, yet it ultimately ended in disarray and disappointment. Although Dijun's cultivation saw enhancement, he did not break through to a new realm. Nevertheless, he was filled with overwhelming joy. Ha ha ha, let us drink, fellow Taoists, let us celebrate together. In contrast to Dijun's exuberance, while Nuwa was also pleased, a sense of doubt arose within her. The great merit spoken of by the Tao ancestor was supposed to be linked to the celestial marriage. Yet where was it? What path lay ahead for her to attain sainthood? Nuwa's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she fell into contemplation. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, A golden immortal demon general arrived to report. Your Majesty, the East King of Zifu continent disrespects the heavenly court's decrees. He has unilaterally established an immortal court, causing turmoil across the four seas. He has repeatedly oppressed the aquatic tribes of the four seas. His power is formidable and difficult to control. We humbly request the judgment of your Majesty, the heavenly emperor. A flash of divine light gleamed in Yuan's eyes as his gaze became piercing. Is it true that the dragon kings of the four seas have faced such grievances? The East Sea Dragon King stepped forward to address the court. Your Majesty, we have come to the heavens not only to congratulate you on your joyous occasion, but also to accuse the East King of Zifu continent of oppressing our aquatic tribes. Your Majesty, we implore you to take our side. The East Sea Dragon King prostrated himself on the ground, his voice filled with despair. The other three dragon kings from the seas, witnessing this, also stepped forward to lament the various transgressions of the Zifu continent. Yuanzi observed the performance of the four sea dragon kings with great interest. None present were fools. They remained silent, observing without comment. It was evident that Yuan intended to deal with the East King. Otherwise, how could there have been so many covert confrontations with Zifu continent if not for this recent oppression of the four seas? They merely needed to join in the commotion. Indeed, Yuan erupted with fury. The four seas fall under the jurisdiction of my heavenly court. All four of you are the backbone of my heavenly court. What does the East King intend? To rebel? Yuan's powerful voice reverberated through the heavens. Tai, Fushi, you two shall guard the gates of the heavenly court closely. The rest of you demons, follow me. I shall flatten the Zifu continent. Yes. The synchronized shouts pierced the clouds. Yuan nodded slightly, signaling Shiha and Changshi to sit and wait. Then, addressing the guests present, he smiled and said, "Please remain seated for a moment and witness my conquest." Chapter 62. Yuan marches on Zifu continent. The East King sat upon his cloud bed, contemplating the transformations of the heavenly Tao. After the emergence of the three immortal islands, although many opportunities had been seized by the top-tier powerful beings, some opportunities remained disregarded and became the cultivation resources for the scattered cultivators of the four seas. Thus, the four seas grew increasingly robust and lively, gathering immense fortune in Zifu continent. Within the immortal court, aside from the East King, another Deluo had unexpectedly broken through to become a quasi-saint. The undying Taoist. The East King had been living in unparalleled comfort during this time, and with the assistance of fortune and merit, he had faintly touched upon the threshold of a breakthrough, aiming to advance to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Suddenly, the East King opened his eyes, his expression filled with uncertainty. On a whim, he sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent descending upon Zifu continent. The East King dared not delay, commanding those around him to sound the gathering immortals' drum. Boom, boom, boom. The drumbeats resounded like thunder, shaking the four seas. Countless scattered cultivators perked up their ears, hastily abandoning their tasks. Rushing from all directions to gather at Zifu continent. By the time the ninth drumbeat concluded, 100,000 scattered cultivators had assembled within Zifu. Observing the East King's solemn expression, the undying Taoist inquired, "Tao Master, what necessitates such mobilization? Is there a significant event about to unfold?" The East King offered a faint smile, opening his mouth to respond, just as a commotion erupted in the skies and the clouds parted. Countless demon soldiers clad in golden armor, weapons clanging, filled the air with an aura of ruthless slaughter. Sitting within the divine chariot of the sun god, Yuan slowly rose, causing the heavens to tremble and bringing forth an overwhelming pressure. "Tao friend Yuan, why have you left the heavenly court's grand banquet to come to my Zifu continent?" The East King's heart sank. The visitor bore ill intent. Was it truly necessary? Was it such a grave matter for not attending his wedding? Yuan coldly snorted, "East King, you fail to recognize the heavenly order, presumptuously establishing an immortal court. You wreak havoc across the four seas, oppressing the aquatic clans, attempting to disrupt the primordial order and seize the fruits of heaven and earth. This time, I shall act in accordance with the heavens, slaying you, the brigand, to rectify the truth." What audacity! The East King's eyes blazed with fury, filled with resentment. "I am the foremost male immortal personally appointed by the Tao ancestor. If it were not for your usurpation of the heavenly court, the title of heavenly emperor rightfully belongs to me. Dejuan's eyelids twitched as he replied in a deep voice, "You indeed harbor such thoughts." His voice echoed like thunder. Dejuan ceased to waste words, waving his hand, and the multitude of demon soldiers surged toward Zifu continent. Kill. Charge. Let them die. The collision of two torrents produced a cacophony of divine arts and spells. Yet, Dejuan did not cast a glance at the Zifu below, his gaze fixed intently upon the East King. This was the crux of the battle. The East King cast aside all distracting thoughts. If victorious, his grand ambitions would advance. If defeated, all calculations would turn to naught, and his quasi-saint cultivation would turn to ash. With a resolute determination, the East King swiftly made his decision. Dejuan, come to your death. As soon as the words left his lips, the East King made a slight movement. In an instant, an overwhelming, tyrannical aura surged forth like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami rising, as if it sought to obliterate the 3,000 worlds and sever the 9 continents and 4 seas. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. Waves surged skyward. The East King took a slight step, and the dragon-headed staff in his hand radiated brilliant celestial light. With a roar, the East King leaped up, crossing the vast expanse of the sky. On the golden dragon-headed staff, myriad dragons swirled, instantly shaking the starry sky for billions of miles. With a single swing of the staff, countless booming sounds erupted, shattering time and space. Dejuan's eyelids twitched violently. Was this the East King, the formerly timid and weak leader of male immortals? Dejuan did not dare to be negligent. Golden blood surged, igniting the heavens. The blazing true flames of the sun scorched the realms above and below. The river diagram and Luo book manifested the image of a dragon horse. Boom! The dragon-headed staff struck the river diagram and Luo book, shaking the boundless void and shattering countless laws. The East King gritted his teeth, channeling boundless power into the dragon-headed staff. The river diagram and Luo book shone brightly, depicting the scene of unity. Boom, boom! In the next moment, dragon roars and horse whinnies reverberated, causing the void to tremble endlessly. Within Zifu continent, the undying Taoist stirred slightly, intending to assist the East King. Dao friend, wait. Suddenly, the Kuanping ancestor, following Dejuan, interjected. I have not moved for tens of thousands of years, but my hands are itching. I hope Dao friend will not hold back in teaching me. With that, he charged directly towards the undying Taoist. The undying Taoist, left with no choice, could only focus on countering the Kuanping ancestor's assault. On the battlefield of Zifu continent, the Empty Lord had already attained the perfected realm of Deluo Golden Immortal, naturally attracting the attention of numerous demon experts. However, the Empty Lord showed no desire for battle, protecting the scattered cultivators behind him while retreating. Upon closer inspection, the scattered cultivators behind him were all tree spirits. In the Pango Hall, Daijang gazed at the battlefield in the East Sea and smiled at the ancestral witches. Dejuan leads the elite demons out. At this moment, the heavenly court is vulnerable, presenting us with a prime opportunity. We shall reorganize our forces and launch an assault on the heavenly court today, utterly annihilating the demon race. Zhu Rong and others rose with fervor, declaring, we shall strictly follow Big Brother's orders. Within the heavenly court, Zhen Yuanzi also observed the battlefield in the East Sea, his eyes shimmering with divine light. What a pity, he sighed softly. The East King had indeed squandered an opportunity. Had he not encountered Dejuan this time, he might have truly achieved great success. As his thoughts flowed, the situation in the East Sea had quietly begun to change. Just as the dragon-headed staff and the river diagram and Luo book were at a stalemate, and the true flames of the sun confronted the myriad celestial maps, a cold glint flashed in Dejuan's eyes as he subtly trembled his middle finger. With a clang, a sword's cry resounded throughout the heavens. A purple-gold sword, emanating the utmost aura of the heavens and myriad paths, slowly stirred in the blink of an eye. An extremely sharp sword chi surged forth, carrying an aura capable of annihilating everything as it sliced towards the East King. The sword light pierced the sky for 30,000 miles, its intense killing intent enveloping the entire firmament. The heavenly emperor's sword was unsheathed. In a moment of carelessness, the East King was unexpectedly severed in two by a flash of sword light. The East King's flesh and blood were dismembered, leaving his complexion pale as vitality swiftly dissipated. Realizing that there was no chance for a resurgence, the East King cast a nostalgic glance at the Purple Mansion continent. Then, with a sorrowful smile, he murmured, "Since Emperor Jun exists, why must the East King?" Following this, he exploded with a thunderous roar. The wails echoed, and the fabric of time and space trembled. Thus, a once great master of supernatural powers vanished into thin air. Emperor Jun, with a complex expression, gazed at the shattered heavens. He soon regained his composure, preparing to collect his spoils. At that moment, a Taiji diagram suddenly emerged from the void, accompanied by a dragon-headed staff. Drifting away gracefully, One noticed that within the staff, a faint glimmer of true spirit flickered. Emperor Jun frowned, yet he did not wish to offend the three pure ones. He pinched his nose and accepted it. His gaze shifted to the myriad immortals diagram, which was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a green willow sword floated down from the sky, embodying the principles of return and extinction. Emperor Jun, this object has some affinity with me. I kindly ask you to part with it. The voice of the celestial master echoed. He truly felt a connection to this object in a mystical way in a flash of sword light. The myriad immortals diagram vanished from sight. Emperor Jun clenched his fists, his heart seething with indignation. The three pure ones had repeatedly crossed him. Were it not for the ordained position of a saint, he would have made them pay dearly. Chapter 63. The Yellow Sparrow is genuine. Emperor Jun, in a fit of impotent rage, faced the three pure ones, who were destined to achieve sainthood, until he attained the mixed element Deluo Dao fruit. He dared not confront them directly. His mood fluctuated between dark and light as he swallowed his bitterness. The ancestor Kuanping intentionally held back, engaging in a back and forth with the undying Taoist. Observing Emperor Jun's sullen demeanor, thick clouds gathered above. They did not dare to be negligent and quickly unleashed their full strength. The ancestor Kuanping was a seasoned quasi-saint, not someone the recently ascended undying Taoist could compare to. After a fierce exchange, the undying Taoist was forced to retreat. On the verge of returning to the void, boom! A sense of helplessness flashed in the undying Taoist's eyes as he braced himself against Kuanping's strike. Utilizing the force, he soared from the eastern sea towards the vast continent. A fierce glint flashed in Emperor Jun's eyes. His expression shifted, and a torrent of sword energy surged forth, aiming straight at the undying Taoist. "Ah!" The undying Taoist cried out in agony but continued to flee relentlessly across the sky. "No need to pursue," Emperor Jun remarked as Kuanping seemed eager to transform and hunt down the undying Taoist. It would be wise for the demon master to address the matters of the Purple Mansion continent promptly. All artifacts and spiritual herbs must be registered. Gather what scattered cultivators can be, and eliminate those who cannot be collected. The vast expanse of the four seas still holds many affairs. As for the undying Taoist, if he could withstand the full force of two great masters and survive, it would merely be a stroke of luck. The ancestor Kuanping respectfully replied, "Understood." Indeed, as Emperor Jun had stated, after the undying Taoist fled from the eastern sea and arrived at the vast continent, he felt his injuries worsening. His vitality was rapidly fading. The undying Taoist let out a bitter laugh, his expression shifting between despair and hope. Was there truly no other way? After a long contemplation, the undying Taoist steeled his resolve, venturing into a sacred mountain filled with deathly energy. He dug a large pit and slowly produced a blood-red coffin. He gently closed the coffin lid. His expression turned grim. Endless death energy surged wildly into the blood-red coffin. Boom! The sacred mountain erupted, obliterating all traces of its existence. In the Purple Mansion continent, after the ancestor Kuanping dealt with all matters, Emperor Jun stood high above, hands behind his back, gazing down at the myriad scattered cultivators. His authoritative voice resonated throughout the four seas, shaking the cosmic expanse. From this point forward, there shall be no more celestial courts. Where you go from here is your own choice. However, I shall not spare any enemy who has stained their hands with the blood of the demon race. Whether you are friend or foe depends on your choices. Few celestial beings were unafraid of death, especially in the era of the wild, where the 6 paths of reincarnation had yet to be established. After returning to the void, all laws became void, and the great Tao became elusive. Although the scattered cultivators were grateful to the East King for providing them a place to cultivate, the situation was beyond their control. It was clear that resisting was not an option. A few great Luo golden immortals exchanged glances, Just as they were about to submit to Emperor Jun, suddenly, celestial music floated down from the sky, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. A wave of sweet scent enveloped them. Clouding their senses, two barefoot Taoists, their heads crowned with golden light, strolled forth. One held a 7 treasures mysterious tree, his countenance exuding compassion and serenity. The other, stepping upon a 12-petal golden lotus, bore a gaunt face etched with sorrow. They were none other than the Western Zhen and Yuanzi Taoists. Slow down, Emperor Jun, my friend. Please hold on, Yuanzi Taoist chuckled, hastening to Emperor Jun's side. Emperor Jun's heart raced, filled with vigilance, yet his demeanor remained composed. First the 3 pure ones, now you. Is this endless? Why are you 2 brothers not discussing profound matters in the heavenly court, enjoying wine and dance, but have come to the Eastern Sea instead? As he spoke, Emperor Jun's face darkened. Did not Tai host you properly in the heavenly court? I shall seek him out to settle this. With a determined step, he attempted to depart. Yet, how could Yuanzi allow him that opportunity? You misunderstand. Yuanzi Taoist grasped Emperor Jun's sleeve. Grinning, my brother and I came to the heavenly realm with great joy and are only here to trouble you with a matter. Emperor Jun's heart raced with alarm. What matter requires my assistance? His expression turned solemn. Let me make it clear. If it proves too burdensome, kindly refrain from mentioning it, lest it affects the friendship between our families. Not difficult. Yuanzi Taoist feigned ignorance to the threat in Emperor Jun's words, still wearing a cheerful expression. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his eyes. Friend, you know that our Shumi mountain lineage is quite impoverished. Meanwhile, the Eastern world is teeming with talent and exquisite gems. The scattered cultivators of the Eastern Sea are destined to be connected to our Shumi mountain. I kindly ask you to part with them. Emperor Jun's expression darkened. This was not merely a matter of parting with them. The scattered cultivators were the most free-spirited. It had taken considerable effort for the East King to completely subdue them once. If he did not seize this opportunity to incorporate them, the heavenly court would need to expend countless years to fully control the 4 seas. Moreover, did Zhen and Yuanzi not see this clearly? They were clearly seeking to leverage the scattered cultivators to infiltrate the Eastern Sea's operations. In doing so, Shumi Mountain would not only gain a cohort of excellent disciples, but would also unjustly seize a portion of the benefits from the 4 seas. What a clever scheme! Emperor Jun chuckled coldly. Are you 2 brothers mistaken? The Purple Mansion continent was clearly established by me. If there is any connection, it is with me. Perhaps you should reconsider, Your Majesty. Please calm down, Zhen Daoist sighed lightly. They had anticipated Emperor Jun's reaction. Friend, just take a look at Mount Buzhou. Emperor Jun was taken aback. Mount Buzhou? The witch clan? He focused his divine sight, and amidst the pervasive malevolence, 12 towering giants approached the heavenly realm. Friend, time is of the essence, Yuanzi Taoist said meaningfully. Why brother and I do not wish to become enemies with you? Emperor Jun's heart swelled with rage. However, provoking these 2 formidable foes at this moment would be unwise. Observing the changes in Emperor Jun's expression, Zhen and Yuanzi exchanged glances. Yuanzi Taoist offered, you may take all the resources of the Purple Mansion continent. Friend, Emperor Jun sighed softly. A miscalculation had led to Zhen and Yuanzi's unexpected intervention, benefiting them at his expense. Yet, he had no desire to entangle himself further with them at this moment. He readily agreed. Gathering his demon soldiers and taking all resources from the Purple Mansion's treasury, he hurried towards the heavenly court, not even casting a glance at Yuanzi and Zhen, harboring a firm resentment towards them. Yuanzi and Zhen paid no mind, smiling as they gazed at the scattered cultivators, just as they were about to speak again when another voice echoed from the heavens. 2 Friends, please wait. Chapter 64. The second clash of the witch and demon. Yuanzi and Zhen's expressions stiffened momentarily before swiftly returning to normal as they gazed at the figure riding a white deer. Leisurely approaching, they stepped forward to pay their respects. Greetings, Brother Zhen. Zhen descended from the deer, returned the bow, and smiled. Why are you 2 friends in such a hurry to the Eastern Sea? I just witnessed a splendid performance. Yuanzi Taoist maintained a calm visage. Brother, you jest. May I inquire what brings you here? Zhen smiled slightly, flicking his sleeve and gesturing towards the scattered cultivators of the Purple Mansion. They are fated to be connected with me. Zhen Daoist frowned, interjecting, Brother, do not speak nonsense. My brother and I have just taken over the scattered cultivators from the Heavenly Emperor. How can you see a connection? Zhen Yuanzi clapped his hands with a smile. The poor Taoist asserts that where there is destiny, there is connection. With a subtle movement of his index finger, a wisp of transformative energy began to circulate. The Taoist of the primordial purity opened his eyes. Taken aback, he observed the transformative energy swirling among the scattered cultivators below. After completing a cycle, countless scattered cultivators found their fates entangled above their heads, the source of which subtly pointed toward Zhen Yuanzi. Over countless epochs, the lineage of the East Sea had long been infiltrated by Wuzhuang Temple to a significant extent. These scattered cultivators either accepted the generous support and resources from Wuzhuang Temple or had a mentorship relationship with the spirits of nature. Drawing from the profound teachings of the myriad longevity mountain in any case, they were already deeply intertwined. If Zhen Yuanzi chose to disregard this matter, the entanglements of fate would remain concealed, and the heavenly secrets would be deeply hidden, posing no impact whatsoever. However, should Zhen Yuanzi take this matter seriously, the ties of fate would become apparent, and all beings would be interconnected. The Taoist of the primordial purity's expression darkened, and after a moment's pause, he seemed to express both admiration and mockery. Brother Tao, you truly are a master of calculations. The poor Taoist and his brother have resigned themselves to this. The Taoist of the primordial purity fixed his sharp gaze upon Zhen Yuanzi, declaring that this matter could not simply end here. Although they were no match for Zhen Yuanzi, a reckoning would inevitably come in the future when they achieved sainthood. He did not believe that Zhen Yuanzi would act without concern. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly that it was hardly worth inciting deep-seated animosity between the two from the West over such trivial matters, even though they were naturally at odds. Thus, the poor Taoist would only take those entangled in fate, and the rest could be left to the discretion of his fellow Taoists. What about the 4 Cs? The Taoist of the primordial purity immediately inquired. Zhen Yuanzi narrowed his eyes slightly. A pitch-black grinding disc flickered within his sleeve. The 4 Cs? What 4 Cs? There is nothing of concern. The Taoist of the primordial purity's pupils constricted as he forced a smile. The Taoist of guidance sighed inwardly. Brother Tao, in that case, we shall take our leave. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly. Safe travels, fellow Taoists. The Taoist of the primordial purity understood that they had already gained enough from this encounter. It was time to know when to withdraw. With a gentle sweep of the 7 treasures' mysterious tree, the number of scattered cultivators was reduced by a quarter. Watching the two from the west vanish into the horizon, Zhen Yuanzi smiled at young Master Kongshu, saying, "My young friend, what? Is the poor Taoist not welcomed?" The great immortal jests. Young Master Kongshu replied with a wry smile, leading Zhen Yuanzi directly into the realm of Zifu Island. In the heavenly realm, at this moment, the forces of the witch clan had divided into 4 paths, entering the celestial domain. Yet, the 12 ancestral witches had all gathered outside the southern heavenly gate, preparing to conclude their mission in one decisive stroke, annihilating the celestial demon race. Each ancestral witch manifested their true form, towering to great heights, controlling water and fire, commanding wind and thunder. The southern heavenly gate, as the portal of the heavenly realm, was inherently safeguarded by the laws of the celestial domain, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. With a resounding shout from the 12 ancestral witches, the entire heavenly realm quaked. 12 laws simultaneously struck the southern heavenly gate. A deafening roar echoed, and a blinding divine light illuminated the heavens and the earth, causing countless legal restrictions to emerge from the heavenly realm's barriers. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, the entire heavenly realm felt the impact. With a clang, the Donghuang bell rang out, stabilizing time and space, instantly calming all residual waves. The witch clan is too arrogant. The voice rumbled like a tidal wave. Donghuang Tai moved slightly, and the entire universe fell silent. A colossal golden bell suppressed myriad paths, floating and sinking amidst chaos. All fate, transformation, time and space, life and death, were entirely suppressed. With a light leap, the bell came crashing down upon the 12 ancestral witches. Tai, do not be so arrogant. The laws trembled, and time and space quaked. The 12 ancestral witches struck in unison. A long, resounding chime stirred a tumultuous spiritual tide, shattering the void and giving rise to chaos in an instant. It seemed as if 3,000 worlds were on the verge of obliteration. rapidly expanding into the distance in the primordial wilderness. The mighty beings of various blessed realms and divine mountains heard the chime echoing in their ears, their eyes flashing with an inexplicable expression. With another thunderous sound, the Donghuang bell, despite being a supreme innate treasure, was forced to fly back by the combined might of the 12 ancestral witches, shattering countless dimensions. Donghuang Tai's body swayed slightly as he swallowed a mouthful of reversed blood. With a flick of his hand, the Donghuang bell reappeared. Which clan? The golden crow transformed into a rainbow, and Emperor Jun spoke with a voice laced with hatred, as cold as the ice of the netherworld. Since you have come, let us leave you here. The myriad demons responded to his command. Annihilate the witch clan. Roar, big brother. Donghuang Tai exclaimed excitedly. Fight. Ha ha ha. Di Jiang laughed maniacally. Even if there are 2 of them, we will not hesitate to slay them. The absence of Emperor Jun was fortuitous. Should he return, they would not fear him. Di Jiang charged forward, his 6 legs and 4 wings commanding the laws of space. Instantly arriving before Emperor Jun, the void shattered, and the great path thundered. An infinitely large yet seemingly infinitesimal fist, akin to an entire world, came crashing down upon Emperor Jun. Boom! Emperor Jun was sent flying. Scattering the misty clouds, he wiped the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with hatred, and charged back once more. Boom! Instantly, countless powerful beings from the witch and demon clans clashed. The sounds of battle resonated through the clouds. Flesh and blood flying, laws trembling. Fushi, this time, we will definitely kill you. The strong and valiant figure wielded a serpent, controlling thunder and lightning, his eyes filled with envy upon seeing Fushi. Last time, this brat had escaped calamity. This time, he would not be so fortunate. Fushi's expression remained calm, yet the strings of his zither resonated with an infinite killing intent that reverberated throughout the battlefield. Gong gong, treading upon the black dragon and entwining with the azure giant python. The laws of water surged forth, unleashing boundless primordial heavy water upon the battlefield. Boom! The ancestor Kuanping's expression darkened. It seemed he could no longer refrain from intervening in this great battle. The demon race could be defeated. But the witch race must not win. Screech! Kuanping spread his wings, accompanied by the winds and waters, soaring 30,000 miles high, his wings akin to unparalleled divine weapons capable of severing the ages. Old shaggy fur. Shebi let out a long howl, his body resonating with the laws, instantly colliding with the enormous wings descending from above. Boom! The sound of their powerful bodies colliding reverberated through the heavens, and in a fleeting moment, they engaged in countless clashes. Each ripple was enough to shake mountains and rivers for miles. The entire heavenly realm transformed into an ancient battlefield. P.S. 2 more chapters added today. As per an agreement with a previous reader, graduation season is busy. Future updates will depend on time. Also, please refrain from donations, as the readers of Tomato are relatively young. Donations will not lead to more updates. Chapter 65. The Starry Sky of Zhou versus the Divine Array of Duzhen. Kill, kill, kill. The overwhelming aura of slaughter soared into the sky, painting the entire celestial realm blood red. The atmosphere of calamity permeated, and the killing intent surged forth. The stars shifted, and the heavens and earth fluctuated. The witch and demon clans each possessed their advantages, evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand against one another. Roar, get lost. The witch and demon clans fought with fervor. The battle's intensity escalating to unimaginable levels, with the pitiful cries ringing incessantly. The 12 ancestral witches and the high-ranking demons wielded the laws of the Great Path and divine treasures with effortless grace, annihilating portions of the void and overwhelming tens of thousands of witches and demons. The 2 clans were locked in a deadly struggle. At this point, their only goal was the complete annihilation of the other. The scale of the war rapidly expanded, the battlefield no longer confined to the heavenly realm but spreading across the vast primordial lands. Countless witches and demons clashed like madmen, mountains and rivers shattered, and countless lives perished. The mighty beings of the heavens felt their eyelids twitch, their hearts filled with trepidation. They never anticipated that the witch and demon clans would unleash such formidable power. Boom! Amidst the extreme collisions, Di Jiang spat blood and was sent flying, shattering the vast sky. Emperor Jun, you seek death. Boom! Di Jiang's expression darkened as he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The laws of space reached their zenith as he stepped forward, manipulating the void's storm, and struck fiercely at Emperor Jun. Boom! The resonance echoed with the dragon's roar, renewing the myriad phenomena, the ultimate radiance illuminating the vast universe. The He-Tu and Luo Shu clashed against the void storm, maintaining an equal footing. Zhen observed the increasingly numerous witches falling from the heavens, realizing that they could not afford to delay any longer. The demon race, with its overwhelming numbers, far surpassed that of the witches. If they did not swiftly secure victory in the war, the situation would inevitably turn unfavorable for the witches. After all, how powerful could a race with so few members truly become? Zhen's hair stood on end as he roared, "Brothers, form the great array of 12 Duzhen." His voice thundered like a storm. Yes, the ancestral witches responded in unison, promptly exiting the battle circle to gather together. 1 yuan, 2 instruments, 3 talents, 4 symbols. The 12 ancestral witches stepped forth, stirring the celestial phenomena. Countless chaotic energies enveloped the 10 directions, the vast universe, space, time, the 5 elements, wind and thunder. Various laws of the Great Path manifested and intertwined. The Great Path resonated, and the heavenly secrets trembled. Pangu, Pangu, Pangu. The ancient and profound sounds of the Great Path reverberated, echoing through time and space, resonating across the universe. The great array of Duzhen manifests, boom, with a resounding cry from the 12 ancestral witches. Amidst the rolling thunder and overwhelming aura of slaughter, the 12 laws resonated, and the 12 ancestral witches surprisingly coalesced into one, a vast, magnificent, imposing, eternal, and indomitable phantom gradually solidified. Huzzah! The celestial melodies resonate profoundly, echoing throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. A tremendous aura emanates from the slowly solidifying figure of a mighty man, spreading forth and swiftly engulfing the ancient lands. Amidst the ebb and flow of myriad paths, the sea of cosmic laws surges and swells. All notions of causality, destiny, slaughter, creation, and death seem to lose their significance. This formidable presence continues to ascend rapidly, transcending the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood in an instant, drawing ever closer to the realm of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. Yet, its might rivals that of a saint without a doubt. Zhen's pupils constrict in disbelief. How can this be? He truly cannot fathom the revival of Pangu. If Pangu were to return, would the conflict between the Wu and Yao not become a mere farce? Fushi's complexion pales as he gazes at the ethereal silhouette of Pangu in the sky, filled with despair. Suddenly, a realization dawns upon him. No, that is not the true essence of the great Pangu. It possesses form but lacks spirit. Simultaneously, within the primordial realm, some powerful beings gradually discern this oversight, letting out a collective sigh of relief. Only the 3 pure ones atop Kunlun Mountain wear grim expressions. The primordial spirit. Are not the 3 pure ones themselves embodiments of the primordial spirit? A flash of murderous intent flickers in Taiji Daoists' indifferent gaze. The Wu clan cannot be allowed to persist. Listening to Fushi's explanation, Zhen gradually relaxes. As long as it is not Pangu's true form, all is negotiable. Humph, Zhen muses as he senses the overwhelming pressure radiating from Pangu's true form. His countenance grave. Indeed, the Wu clan possesses formidable depth, however. To think they can utterly annihilate my Yao clan and reign supreme over the primordial world is but a delusion. A flicker of inspiration stirs within Zhen as the energies of the He-Tu and Luo Shu coalesce. Amidst a resplendent glow, boundless mysteries rise and shift, shrouded in enigma. With a thunderous roar, the 365 celestial star nodes upon the He-Tu and Luo Shu manifest, their starlight dense and brilliant. Above, the ancient stars glide slowly across the heavens. In an instant, countless rays of starlight crisscross, illuminating the sky with a dazzling array of celestial bodies. From the void, a mysterious starry realm emerges, where myriad stars operate according to an inscrutable pattern. The great array of the celestial stars materializes. With a resounding rumble, the stars shimmer, transforming the vast cosmos. The entire starry world devours all tangible and intangible matter, expanding infinitely to Zhen. Even if your Wu clan coalesces the true form of Pangu, my Yao clan shall not cower. Beneath the celestial stars, all things return to the void. Zhen's golden imperial robe flutters as a majestic divine sound reverberates throughout the heavens. Today, Let me usher you back to the void. As Jun's voice echoes, countless stars tremble, crashing down as meteors, carrying the momentum to obliterate all realms toward Panga's true form. Zhen gazes at the descending stars with disdain flickering in his eyes. With a single step, a myriad of roars resound. Panga's true form raises his right hand, malevolent energy surging forth, dark clouds billowing. Axe, come! Panga's true form bellows, shaking the primordial realm. Clang, clang, clang. The Dong Huang bell seems to respond to a call, radiating divine light as if it desires to shatter the void. Dong Huang Taiyi's expression darkens. "It is my bell. Where do you think you are going?" With a flicker of his primordial spirit, he suppresses the restless Dong Huang bell on Kunlun Mountain. Yuanzi Daoist snorts softly, quietly repressing the agitated Panga banner. Gazing at Panga's true form, his eyes are filled with coldness. Panga's true form does not summon the acts of creation, yet is unconcerned. With a slight opening of his palm, he melds the boundless malevolent energy, spiritual essence, and laws of the great Tao into one, forming an immense axe of primordial chaos, existing between time and space. On the Zifu continent, Zhen Yuanzi's spirit surges. He fixates intently on every movement of Panga's true form. The sounds of the great Tao resound as if the universe itself is being birthed. Under the astonished, fearful, and fervent gazes of the celestial beings, Panga's true form raises the colossal axe of creation, obliterating countless dimensions. Carrying the essence of annihilation and return, infused with dominance and grandeur, it slices directly toward the great array of the celestial stars. Chapter 66. Cease hostilities. With a thunderous clash, the great array of the celestial stars collides violently with the great array of divine fiends. The heavens and earth are inverted, the sun and moon devoid of light. Time and space seem to come to a standstill. All paths are extinguished and laws shatter. Amidst the heavens, only a singular radiant beam emerges, illuminating the entire river of time and space. Silence, an exquisite stillness. The celestial beings gape in astonishment at the confrontation between the Wu and Yao clans. This is their first encounter with an existence surpassing quasi-sainthood. Even Zhen Yuanzi cannot help but draw a sharp breath. Having recently touched upon the pinnacle of Hunyuan Golden Immortal himself, he did not anticipate the Wu and Yao clans to be so formidable. It seems he had underestimated them. Zhen Yuanzi exhales softly, realizing he has been trapped in his old mindset from a previous life, believing that the Wu and Yao clans were destined to be swept into the annals of history. A lack of reverence for them now dawns on him. Enough! I must remain more discreet henceforth. Any great being capable of leaving a glorious mark in the ancient wilds is not to be trifled with. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze flickers. In a wonder the saints of his past life refrained from openly assaulting the Wu and Yao clans, instead opting for subtle schemes. Clearly, aside from the deterrence of Nuwa and Hutu, and the laws of heaven-esque causality, the innate power of the Wu and Yao clans instills fear within them. Even if this power is fraught with uncertainty and limitations, forget it. Zhen Yuanzi sighs faintly. After this war, it seems the voice of the Wu and Yao will dominate the primordial realm. Let us set aside the matters of the primordial world for now. Zhen Yuanzi gazes at the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea, a flash of inspiration igniting in his mind as a plan begins to form. Amidst Zhen Yuanzi's tumultuous thoughts, the great array of celestial stars trembles gently, its brilliance dimming. The overseers of the array, Jun, Tai, and the myriad powerful beings of the Yao clan, each expel a mouthful of essence blood, their faces paling. Meanwhile, Panga's true form also stirs slightly, its aura diminishing noticeably. Clearly, in this confrontation, the Wu clan holds the upper hand. Yet, no one dares to mock Jun, for the great array of celestial stars remains intact. Each of them, when faced with Panga's true form, would surely meet their end and return to the void. Taiching Daoist's expression twitches as he observes the battle in the heavenly realm, his eyes oscillating between gloom and brightness. Could it be that the Yao clan truly faces annihilation? Would the primordial realm indeed fall under the dominion of the Wu clan? The powerful beings are all enveloped in heavy hearts. The Wu clan is relentless in their slaughter at this moment. The Yao clan still draws their focus, wary of offending certain powerful beings too much. However, should the Yao clan perish, and the Wu clan ascend as rulers of the primordial realm, would they not be in dire peril? Within the great array of celestial stars, Jun's expression is grave, his smile bitter. Oh, vast heavens, why do you treat me so unfairly? Fushi offers a faint smile, gazing at Nuwa, filled with regret. Sister, I should not have dragged you into the turmoil between the Wu and Yao clans. A wild, exuberant laughter erupts from Panga's true form. Jun, you and your Yao clan, go to your doom. With a thunderous roar, the elements of water, earth, fire, and wind surge forth, a sea of murderous intent manifesting. The colossal axe of creation, infused with tempestuous winds and thunder, prepares to cleave through the great array of celestial stars. Just as despair envelopes the Yao clan, a bamboo staff, 9 segments adorned with ethereal energy and a blend of yellow and black, suddenly materializes from the void. With a gentle shake, myriad laws resonate, bearing immeasurable power as it confronts the axe of Pangu. The great Tao is supremely simple, the essence of all forms is formless. A tremendous silence descends, startling the observing powerful beings in their astonishment. Before their eyes, the bamboo staff appears towering and majestic, subtly transcending the heavens. Observing the path of heaven, wielding the actions of heaven, it carries the essence of the heavenly Tao. With a thunderous impact, Panga's true form stumbles back, taking 3 steps in retreat. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes narrow slightly. It appears that Hong Jun has made his move. The momentum of the heavenly Tao. Can the Yao clan truly face annihilation now? Indeed. As Panga's true form retreats, the skies fill with swirling purple chi, enveloping vast stretches of the firmament. Radiant clouds arise. Golden light suffuses the air, fragrant aromas waft, and celestial melodies resonate. Ayan Madair, an ancient, venerable figure materializes, adorned in a lofty crown and flowing robes, with white hair and beard. Hongjun Daoist strides forth upon a golden path of light. Jun and the others express their overwhelming joy upon seeing him, hurriedly bowing. We pay our respects to the Tao ancestor. Hongjun, with an indifferent expression, holds the bamboo staff but does not regard them. Instead, he addresses the members of the Wu clan. Panga's opening of the heavens is a deed of great merit. As descendants of Pangu, you ought to honor the primordial realm, yet you instead engage in senseless slaughter and conflict. Withdraw now. Hongjun, Zheng's fury erupts. Though you have achieved sanctity before us, our Wu clan honors not the heavenly Tao, but Pangu alone. This matter pertains to the long-standing grudges between our clans, and cannot be resolved by mere words from you. With a cold snort, Zheng adds, you have been granted face. Do not overstep your bounds. We respectfully address you as the Tao ancestor. Should you not show us consideration, we shall not hesitate to eliminate you as well. Zheng was consumed by an overwhelming rage. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to confront Hongjun Tao ancestors so defiantly. However, they had just narrowly escaped annihilating the demon race, only to have this old Taoist intervene, leading to their imminent failure. How could he not harbor resentment? Hongjun Tao ancestor's expression was impassive, as if he had not heard Zheng's disrespectful words at all. Thus, the poor Taoist shall engage you in a contest. With that, the power of the heavenly Tao surged forth. The principles of the bamboo staff manifested, and purple energy surged through the air. With a leap, it shattered countless dimensions. It softly touched Panga's true form. Boom! The sound was profound and subtle. Although Panga's true form could momentarily unleash the power of the primordial Great Luo, it was not the genuine primordial Great Luo. Faced with the might of Hongjun, enhanced by the heavenly Tao, it could only meet a dismal end. Panga's true form became hazy, gradually vanishing within the flow of time and space. The 12 ancestors of Wu appeared pale in the heavenly realm. The ancestors clenched their fists, their expressions filled with fury, yet they dared not act recklessly in the face of overwhelming power. Hongjun Tao ancestor spoke indifferently. What now? Are you willing to withdraw? Zheng forced a smile and replied, I shall heed the Tao ancestor's decree. Subsequently, he led the remnants of the Wu clan back to Mount Buzhou. Hongjun Tao ancestor nodded slightly, casting a glance at the demon race, who wore expressions of concealed delight. A grand divine voice echoed throughout the vast wilderness. Henceforth, the demons shall govern the heavens, and the Wu shall govern the earth. Within the 3 Yuan assembly, no warfare shall be permitted. After proclaiming this, Hongjun Tao ancestor vanished into the horizon. As for the events following the 3 Yuan assembly, he would not concern himself. The downfall of the Wu and demon races was destined by the heavenly Tao. In due time, the protagonist of fate would emerge. With the disappearance of Hongjun Dao ancestor, Di Jun and the others exhaled deeply. Gazing at the ravaged heavenly realm, Di Jun inhaled sharply. After the 3 Yuan assembly, this emperor vowed to avenge this humiliation. Chapter 67. Expanding business. The Second Great War between the Wu and demon races had drawn to a close. Yet, the entire wilderness did not gradually emerge from the shadow of war. The celestial beings became increasingly discreet, shutting themselves away in their abodes, wholly devoted to arduous cultivation, hoping to enhance their strength to the greatest extent possible. As the decisive battle between the Wu and demon races approached, they sought to gain some means of self-preservation. They were terrorized by the formidable combat prowess displayed. Across the great mountains and rivers, within the blessed lands, numerous ancient ancestors and mighty beings urged their disciples to proceed with utmost caution. Quietly reciting the Yellow Court scripture, and to avoid provoking the Wu and demons, at Kunlun Mountain, the Ta Ching Taoist had calmed his emotions, yet the supreme might of Hongjun Dao ancestor still reverberated in his mind. Only the saints are the true players of heaven and earth. Ta Ching's heart burned with fervor, and his resolve solidified. He began to wholeheartedly comprehend the heavenly Tao, communicating with the primordial purple energy. In the Eastern Sea, at the Purple Mansion continent, Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the respectful and attentive Kong Su Gongzi beside him. A faint smile graced his lips. "Do you genuinely wish to join my Wan Shou mountain lineage?" "Indeed," Kong Su Gongzi replied respectfully. "I have long admired the great sage's renown. I implore you to take me in." He had already boarded the ship of Wu Zhuangguan, having witnessed Zhen Yuanzi's formidable prowess. Joining Wan Shou Mountain might indeed be a commendable choice for him. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly. "Then, I shall entrust the scattered cultivators of the Eastern Sea to you." "Great sage." "This?" Kong Su Gongzi exclaimed in surprise, suddenly raising his head, unable to believe his ears. "Do you truly place such trust in me? To employ those one does not suspect, and to dismiss those one does suspect," Zhen Yuanzi encouraged. "Moreover, you have already attained the culmination of the great Luo. With the fortune of the scattered cultivators of the 4 seas, you might very well break through to the quasi-saint realm. Our Wan Shou Mountain shall gain another powerful being. Of course, this matter requires your careful consideration." Kong Su Gongzi was thoroughly convinced. The allure of the quasi-saint realm was too great for him to resist. "Great sage, your noble intentions are truly commendable." Kong Su Gongzi bowed solemnly. Zhen Yuanzi wore a gentle smile. His choice of Kong Su Gongzi to manage the scattered cultivators of the Eastern Sea was not without reason. First, the Eastern Sea lineage was closely related to Kong Su Gongzi, making it much simpler for him to take charge. Second, Kong Su's cultivation was among the pinnacle of the scattered cultivators, capable of commanding respect. Third, it was a means of accumulating merit. After the initial excitement, Kong Su Gongzi furrowed his brow, troubled. Currently, the Wu and demon races dominated the wilderness, showcasing their unparalleled might. If the scattered cultivators were to behave as they did during the Eastern Qing period, it would likely lead to disaster. I beseech the great sage to provide guidance on how I should act in the Eastern Sea. Kong Su Gongzi was genuinely uncertain. "Ha!" Zhen Yuanzi chuckled lightly. "The Eastern Sea is abundant in resources and cultivation materials, yet predominantly comprises water-attributed spiritual items. Conversely, the vast land of the wilderness is quite the opposite. Thus, both the 4 seas and the wilderness experience a scarcity of certain spiritual items and are often unsure of how to acquire them. With this understanding, do you comprehend my intention for the Eastern Sea scattered cultivators?" Kong Su Gongzi's heart trembled. "Are you suggesting that we facilitate the flow of goods, enabling the 4 seas and the wilderness to exchange what they lack?" "Precisely." Zhen Yuanzi clapped his hands and smiled. "To articulate the concept of circulation indicates you have grasped its essence. The vast wilderness is boundless. For mighty beings, plucking stars and gathering moons is but a trivial task, with distances of 10,000 miles traversed in an instant. However, for the vast majority of lowly cultivators, even venturing far poses difficulties. They must not only contend with the risks of travel, but may even perish before reaching their intended destination, dying far from home. Hence, for these lowly cultivators, travel is a significant issue. Therefore, gathering the treasures and spiritual materials they require becomes an even greater challenge, sometimes bordering on the impossible. Do the celestial beings not understand these issues? No, They simply stand too high, unwilling to open their eyes and observe the plight of the mortal realm. To them, lowly cultivators are but mere livestock. Zhen Yuanzi, however, perceives the benefits of connecting the wilderness and the four seas. He could serve as a middleman, profiting from the price differences, sustaining the entire Wansho mountain family. Furthermore, Zhen Yuanzi's gaze deepened. This matter also harbors immense merit to be gained. Kong Su, you must take this matter to heart. Do not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Kong Su Gongzi smiled wryly. I merely glimpse a fraction of the situation, yet I have not fully comprehended the great sage's intentions. Please elucidate how this matter should be executed. Zhen Yuanzi, observing his uncertainty, refrained from unnecessary words and elaborated extensively. In summary, the Eastern Sea scattered cultivators shall undergo a transformation, becoming the Four Seas Merchant Association, with Zhen Yuanzi serving as the president. Kong Su Gongzi shall act as the vice president, overseeing daily affairs. Each cardinal direction of the wilderness shall have a main city of the four seas constructed, with each main city further expanded to encompass 360 satellite cities. Additionally, based on the actual circumstances, some smaller towns shall be added, ensuring that every being within the wilderness can enjoy convenience. For specific matters, you may consult with your friend Taishuanzi at Wuzhuangguan. By the way, let us also establish a main city in the Four Seas region. Upon witnessing Kong Su Gongzi accept all the requirements, Zhen Yuanzi offered another piece of advice. My two disciples, Qingfeng and Mingyu, are well versed in the path of space and excel at crafting teleportation arrays. You should seek them out to assist in the construction of the Four Seas city. Kong Su Gongzi's lips twitched. Under their command, he had not only offered numerous gifts but had also endured their playful antics. After contemplating for a moment, Zhen Yuanzi produced an edict in the wilderness. My earth deity lineage also possesses some influence. Relocating mountains and excavating valleys, we can seek their assistance. Kong Su Gongzi solemnly accepted the edict. Rest assured, great sage, I shall ensure this matter is executed flawlessly. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly. Then you may proceed. However, the matters concerning the scattered cultivators must be handled with care, for they form the foundation of the Four Seas Merchant Association and must not be compromised. Additionally, exercise caution regarding the Wu and demons. ASU command. Kong Su Gongzi, filled with vigor and determination, accepted the edict and withdrew from the Purple Mansion continent. Zhen Yuanzi watched as Kong Su Gongzi vanished from sight. A faint smile gracing his features. In cultivation, sometimes the choice is more crucial than mere effort. When I visited Wuzhuangguan, it was merely a casual move on my part. Who could have foreseen that he would achieve such heights today? With a slight shake of his head, Zhen Yuanzi's figure vanished from the cloud bed. A whimsical thought struck him, and he felt compelled to seek out a fortuitous encounter. Chapter 68. Wui Mountain. Zhen Yuanzi departed from the Eastern Sea region, riding a white deer, leisurely wandering through the primordial world, amidst the renowned mountains and rivers. Ever since he established the Four Seas Merchant Association, he had inadvertently intercepted a thread of heavenly secrets, revealing a connection between Wui Mountain and himself. Upon contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi discerned that this was a manifestation of the treasure of falling gems, intertwined with his own fate, revealing itself prematurely in the world. He patted the deer's head. With a gentle shake of its neck, Bai Fu exuded an ethereal aura, its hooves smoking as it galloped towards the northeast. Although Bai Fu was somewhat lethargic in nature, it was ancient enough and often served by Zhen Yuanzi's side, listening to his profound discussions and teachings. By now, it had already attained the cultivation level of a great Luo golden immortal. Traversing vast distances with ease, before long, guided by Zhen Yuanzi, they arrived at a spacious, tranquil valley shrouded in mist. Zhen Yuanzi focused his gaze, keenly observing for quite a while until he uncovered traces of this innate formation. For an ordinary practitioner of great abilities, without the guidance of heavenly secrets, it would be exceedingly difficult to unveil the mysteries hidden within, illustrating the intricate entanglement of fate in the primordial world and the formidable nature of celestial secrets. Wui Mountain, in later legends, is known as one of the 36 celestial caves of Taoism, referred to as Zhan Shenghua Xiantian.it, is located in the southern part of the primordial world and was renowned during the Fengshan era as a sacred mountain and blessed land. However, at this moment, the innate formation concealed it, indicating that the time for its emergence had not yet arrived. During the calamity of the Wu and Yao, many famous mountains and rivers in later generations remained hidden. awaiting the appropriate moment for their emergence. Only after the calamity of Wu and Yao, with the collapse of Buzhou Mountain and the fragmentation of the primordial world, and through the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, did they gradually manifest in the world. It was during this time that the great formation of Wui Mountain would dissipate on its own. Thus, in later generations, the scattered immortals Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng obtained the treasure of falling gems and occupied the cave of Wui Mountain, rising to prominence amid the Fengshan events. Yet, their foundations were ultimately weak and their cultivation shallow. They were oblivious to the heavenly secrets and fortunes, leading to their downfall at the hands of the Lantern Taoist, who schemed against them, depleting their fortune until they found themselves on the Fengshan list, with their fates no longer in their hands. They were but 2 unfortunate souls. Mountains like Wui, regarded as sacred within the primordial realm, are countless. As the innate spiritual energy gradually dissipated and postnatal spiritual energy began to dominate the primordial world, some of the renowned immortals in later generations rose quickly because they occupied blessed lands and cave abodes. Catching the last train of innate spiritual energy, Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the blank space ahead, nodding slightly. The Dihuang Bao Jian automatically sprang forth, its profound yellow light illuminating the 10 directions and the 3 realms. He was no longer the impoverished innate deity, lacking insight, who had once stumbled upon the innate formation in the valley. As a qualified new affluent individual and the head of the Wanshou Mountain Group, he had little regard for the innate formations now. Casually breaking through the innate formation, Zhen Yuanzi rode his white deer into the formation, traversing it without hindrance. Immediately, he felt the innate spiritual energy rush towards him. Although it was not as rich as that of the Wanshou Mountain Taoist ground, it far surpassed the current primordial world. Majestic peaks towered, enveloped in ethereal energy. The sprawling mountain ranges exuded a wild aura. Lush treasure trees were adorned with dewdrops formed from liquefied spiritual energy, while the leaves bore engravings of the great Dao De present. Wui Mountain was indeed suitable for establishing a Taoist ground. A thought crossed Zhen Yuanzi's mind. The Taishan Taoist had long resided in Wanshou Mountain and had now attained the cultivation level of a quasi-saint. Such a prolonged stay was not ideal. Why not gift Wui Mountain to him as a Taoist ground? This would allow him to govern the southern region of the primordial world, fulfilling a bond of friendship. With this thought, Zhen Yuanzi refrained from exploiting Wui Mountain's flora, fauna, and various mineral resources. He did not squander time frivolously and soon arrived at the summit of Wui Mountain. To his surprise, atop the main peak stood only a superior innate spiritual root, the mother tree of Dahong Pao, yet he found no trace of the treasure of falling gems. Zhen Yuanzi raised an eyebrow but paid it no mind. The heavenly secrets indicated that this item was fated to be here, so it must be concealed within. Observing the dense tree canopy, suffused with ethereal energy, he sensed the vague manifestation of the great Tao amidst the crystal-clear leaves of the Dahong Pao, stirring a subtle excitement within him. Innate spiritual roots were far more valuable than innate spiritual treasures. Despite his many years of experience, he had acquired very few innate spiritual roots, let alone a superior one, which could briefly aid others in enlightenment, such as the Dahong Pao tea tree. Zhen Yuanzi plucked a few leaves, lightly tapping his finger, causing the innate spiritual energy to coalesce into dew. Filling a white jade bowl with fragrant tea, after brewing it, the aroma was intoxicating, and the tea's color was vibrant. Zhen Yuanzi savored it gently, finding the taste refreshing and delightful. While it held some benefit for a great Luo golden immortal, its significance was minimal for a quasi-saint, merely serving as a source of amusement. Master, I too desire some. Bai Fu gazed longingly at Zhen Yuanzi. He knew his master was rather particular, and if this tea could earn his praise, it must be exceptional. Thus, he wanted some too. You silly creature. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled, scolding him playfully, yet he still offered a bowl. Bai Fu had grown accustomed to receiving such treats. Zhen Yuanzi carefully stored the Dahong Pao within his creation gourd. Nurtured by the aura of creation, its adaptation to the environment would pose no issue. After securing the innate spiritual root, Zhen Yuanzi felt a stirring within, promptly sitting down. Upon the auspicious clouds, the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity blossomed, ethereal energy swirling and fragrances wafting. Vague sounds of the Tao echoed. Countless principles and truths intertwined, manifesting extraordinary phenomena across the heavens. Under the pull of energies, the ultimate goal of this journey. The supreme innate spiritual treasure, the treasure of falling gems, finally appeared before Zhen Yuanzi. Amidst a shower of golden light, a round copper coin with a square hole and dual wings joyfully flew towards him. As the golden coins rained down, Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily, extending his hand, and the supreme innate spiritual treasure fell into his grasp. Upon holding the coin, Zhen Yuanzi felt a shift in his heart and began to refine it on the spot. Perhaps it was a natural affinity. He swiftly completed the refinement of this innate treasure in a short time. The essence of the coin's great Tao flickered in and out of visibility, and countless thoughts surfaced in Zhen Yuanzi's mind. Various plans and inspirations were refined through this opportunity: trade, currency, lending, causality. Everything could be bought and sold. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze grew increasingly bright, and the path ahead became clearer. Numerous systems flashed in his mind. In the primordial realm, everything had a price, whether through barter or the consumption of karmic fortune. Even virtuous deeds could be borrowed from the heavenly Tao. Achieving sainthood was also a matter of clear pricing. Though many had yet to reach that threshold, the heavenly Tao is impartial. To gain, one must lose, and gains and losses must be equal. This is what is meant by the great Tao of money. It does not fall within the realms of the primordial elements of earth, water, fire, wind, or the innate paths of causality and destiny. Yet, even as a postnatal path, it wields limitless power. Innate merits and karmic fortunes can, through it, be accumulated slowly and steadily. Chapter 69. The Four Seas City. Just as Zhen Yuanzi leisurely searched for treasures and sipped tea, the Void Prince had, following Zhen Yuanzi's instructions, arrived at Wuzhuangguan. After a profound exchange with the Taishan Taoist, he took the two Taoist boys, Qingfeng and Mingyue, and hurried towards the center of the western continent. The first main city was to be established in the west, as it was the stronghold of the Earth God lineage. With a larger population, affairs would be easier to manage. Qingfeng and Mingyue accepted the Void Prince's generous gifts and were naturally committed to assisting him. Overall, they displayed a sense of professional integrity. Thus, they summoned various mountain gods and local deities, fully employing their networking prowess. Coupled with Zhen Yuanzi's decree, they swiftly assembled the initial construction team of the primordial world. Xian Yuan Mountain God, move this mountain. Can't you see it's taking up space? Great marshland, what are you idling for? Hurry, fill this land. What are you staring at? Yes, you. There's a river here. Stop it immediately. The Void Prince looked at Qingfeng and Mingyue with delight, realizing that their two spiritual treasures had not been given in vain. He hadn't expected these two to be so capable, and thus, 100,000 years swiftly passed. At Fengqi Mountain, Nuwa, with a bitter expression, spoke to Fushi, brother. Ever since I broke through to the late quasi-saint stage, my cultivation has shown no signs of progress. I have no leads on merging the three corpses. I wish to go out and explore. Perhaps I might discover some fortuitous opportunities. Since the last celestial marriage, Nuwa has been engulfed in a profound confusion regarding her ascension to sainthood. With the aid of the primordial purple energy to comprehend the heavenly principles, coupled with the merits gained from the celestial marriage, she successfully severed the three corpses. Yet, she remains utterly at a loss as to how to merge them at this rate. Not only does she dare not hope for sainthood, but even the completion of quasi-sainthood appears to be a distant dream. Recently, for reasons unknown, her heart of Tao has begun to pulsate violently, as if a mysterious and ineffable force is urging her to hasten her attainment of sainthood. Fushi heaved a faint sigh, uncertain of how to dissuade Nuwa. Though his sister is a goddess, her tenacity rivals that of Emperor Jun now, although the Wu and Yao clans have ceased their hostilities. The 12 ancestors of Wu still lurk menacingly in the wilderness. It is imperative that his sister exercises utmost caution when venturing out. Brother, worry not, Nuwa replied with a slight nod and a smile. Though I cannot single-handedly confront the 12 ancestors, I am not someone who can be easily trifled with by ordinary great powers. Upon speaking, Nuwa's brows furrowed slightly. Brother, do you truly wish to remain entangled with the Yao clan? If I happen to seize an opportunity and fortuitously attain the status of a saint, I shall look after the Yao clan, thus repaying the karmic debt between us. I shall personally speak with Emperor Jun about it then. Fushi shook his head gently. Indeed, his initial association with the Yao clan was motivated by the pursuit of merit and fortune. However, he has since become the sovereign of the Yao clan, with countless beings relying on his leadership. He cannot abandon them. Seeing Fushi's resolve, Nuwa ceased her attempts to persuade him. As the empress of the Yao clan, her recent actions seemed rather narrow-minded. Exiting Fengqi Mountain, Nuwa wandered through the vast wilderness of the Primordial realm. Everywhere she looked, there was nothing but war. Whether among the Wu clan or the Yao clan, there were internal strifes and external conflicts, with bloodshed and plunder rampant. The countenance of Lady Nuwa remained indifferent. She had witnessed countless atrocities, so why would she care about the demise of mere mortals? Her heart of Tao remained untouched by even the slightest ripple point one day, as Nuwa aimlessly roamed the primordial expanse. A magnificent city suddenly came into view. The colossal city sprawled across the wilderness, exhaling the essence of the four directions, with 81 ley lines extending from its periphery, resembling a formation of mighty dragons guarding it. The city stretched endlessly to the east and west, akin to ancient divine mountains heaped together, a sight to behold. Nuwa raised an eyebrow. After a long absence from the primordial realm, she was surprised to find such novel wonders. With a hint of curiosity, she descended from the clouds and soared towards the grand city. Ever since the Void Prince constructed the first Sea-High city 100,000 years ago, countless Sea-High cities have emerged across the primordial land. The Sea-High city before Nuwa is the principal city located on the eastern continent. Since its inception, Sea-High city has garnered the affection, trust, and gratitude of the lower-tier cultivators. Not only does the city provide a place for cultivation, but it also boasts a supersized teleportation array, saving cultivators an immeasurable amount of time. Moreover, the marketplace within Sea-High city is one of the most frequented places for lower-tier cultivators in the primordial realm. However, what brings the greatest sense of happiness to the scattered cultivators and lower-tier practitioners within Sea-High city is the regulation that prohibits any form of violence, in a world rife with warfare. Sea-High city stands as a sanctuary. Naturally, some stubborn cultivators, undeterred by danger, dare to challenge the city's rules, only to be taught a lesson by the city's guardian, the Taoist Kongming of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Since then, no cultivator has dared to act recklessly. With the presence of the Great Luo ancestor, the scattered cultivators felt a sense of security. Lady Nuwa, still in a state of bewilderment, exchanged a 500-year-old spiritual herb as she entered Sea-High city amidst the throng. As soon as she stepped into the city, Taoist Kongming appeared on the street. Just as he was about to bow, Nuwa gently shook her head. "I apologize for my abrupt visit. I hope you can forgive me." Taoist Kongming forced a smile. "Your Highness, with your divine presence here, please allow me to escort you to the hall." Nuwa nodded slightly, intrigued by the origins of this great Luo Golden Immortal and her growing interest in the city. "Lord City Master." Outside the emerald-hued temple, the guards on either side bowed slightly to Taoist Kongming. He acknowledged them with a nod, and with a flick of his hand, a golden seal, radiating various spiritual lights, materialized. With a flash of golden light, the doors of the temple swung open. "Your Highness, please," Taoist Kongming said with a smile. Nuwa, unceremoniously, entered the grand hall. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. There, in the hall, stood a statue carved from primordial spirit wood, depicting a youthful Taoist riding a white deer, exuding an aura of solemnity, ethereal as if celestial. "Could it be that this is the manifestation of Brother Zhen?" Nuwa inquired, her composure momentarily faltering. "Indeed, I am here at the behest of the great immortal Zhen." Stationed in Sea-High city, Taoist Kongming replied with a smile. He had just been meditating when an overwhelming divine consciousness swept across the city, making him apprehensive, fearing a potential calamity. As the steward of Sea-High city, with responsibilities at the celestial immortal ancestral court, he could not afford to fail in the task entrusted to him. Although the Sea-High Chamber of Commerce system had yet to be fully established, its completion would undoubtedly bring forth a wave of benefits. He simply could not allow himself to be dismissed. Now that he realized Lady Nuwa recognized the great immortal Zhen, the Void Prince chuckled. "My cultivation may be lacking, but I have backing." Chapter 70. Nuwa's enlightenment. After a moment's contemplation, Nuwa discerned the concerns that Taoist Kongming harbored. She paid them no mind, opting instead to clarify her intentions. "I am merely traversing the primordial realm, having inadvertently arrived here. There is no need for you to overthink. I harbor no ill intentions." Only then did Taoist Kongming relax. His eyes darted, realizing Nuwa's interest in Sihai City. And he began to enlighten her. Your Highness may not know, but this Sihai City, after a lengthy explanation, Nuwa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Wait, are you saying that in the thousands of years since the establishment of this Sihai City, no conflicts have arisen? Taoist Kongming replied with pride. I can assure you that aside from the sanctuaries of the quasi-saint giants, there is no place safer than Sihai City in the primordial realm. And every city operates under this principle. But what of the areas outside the city? Nuwa inquired softly, as if questioning Taoist Kongming, yet also probing her own thoughts. Taoist Kongming chuckled bitterly. Outside the city? Heh. Fortunately, Nuwa did not require an answer from him. She fell into deep contemplation. It was no wonder she found Sihai City to be peculiar, out of sync with the rest of the world. The fault did not lie with Sihai City, but rather with the other beings inhabiting this realm, including the Wu and Yao clans. Living and cultivating normally should be the mainstream of the primordial world. Rather than perpetual warfare, as Nuwa pondered this, she felt a growing disdain for the relentless bloodshed she had witnessed among the Wu clan. Certainly, she felt the same weariness toward her own Yao clan. Why could the primordial world not be filled with Sihai cities everywhere? An idea sparked within her. The Wu and Yao clans had grown accustomed to conflict. Could she perhaps create a new race that yearns for harmony? A novel race untainted by the detrimental influences of the primordial realm. At this moment, Nuwa's heart of Tao raced with fervor. The primordial purple energy within her consciousness surged like never before. As her consciousness pulsated, countless insights flooded her mind. Fruits of her travels and observations of the myriad beings in the primordial realm. A tremor coursed through her heart, a mix of excitement and confusion. She realized that the opportunity for her to attain sainthood had revealed itself. Yet, the path forward remained uncertain. Thus, she departed from Sihai City, once again venturing into the primordial realm. At an unnoticed moment, the statue enshrined within the temple suddenly glimmered with light in its eyes. Mount Wanshou, Wuzhuang Temple. Zhen Yuanzi abruptly opened his eyes, one reflecting creation, the other destruction. His aura fluctuated, chaotic and indistinct, emanating threads of divine might strikingly similar to that of Hongjun. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze was profound. Since that day on Wui Mountain, when he acquired the falling treasure money and signed for a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, he had embarked on a prolonged retreat within Wuzhuang Temple, absorbing the myriad laws of treasures, with the aid of primordial purple energy and merit. He finally broke through to the consummate stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the legendary quasi-saint realm. Slowly, he retrieved the Shirong and the gourd vine that he had long since stored away. Zhen Yuanzi's expression shifted between light and dark. After a long period, a flicker of determination crossed his face. After stirring the heavenly mechanisms with his supreme treasure, a strand of true spirit floated from his primordial spirit, gradually concealing itself within the Shirong. Zhen Yuanzi's complexion paled. Only after drinking the three lights divine water from the gourd did he gradually regain his vitality. This time, he was prepared to take a gamble. At this moment, amidst the turmoil of the Wu and Yao calamities, the heavenly mechanisms were in disarray. Even Hongjun, who was one with the Tao, could only grasp the general trends, unable to calculate every detail of the world. This was his only opportunity. Winning is undoubtedly a gamble, yet should one face defeat? Zhen Yuanzi offered a faint smile tinged with bitterness. After the sages, the emphasis lies in wholeness. Should this endeavor falter? From the ascension of the sage to the heavenly path, countless epochs would be required to nurture the true spirit, an endless grind through the sands of time. A gleam ignited in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes, akin to that of a solitary wolf, as he cast his gaze towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain, a glimmer of determination flashing forth. Meanwhile, Nuwa, having traversed the primordial expanse, felt an entirely different sensation compared to her recent emergence from Fengqi Mountain. As she journeyed, pausing intermittently amidst the cacophony of war, she found herself weary, no longer accustomed to or indifferent towards the chaos. Unbeknownst to her, Nuwa arrived at the sacred Buzhou Mountain, the very cradle of her existence. Yet, she did not return to Fengqi Mountain. Instead, she ventured into an unnamed valley. She yearned for solitude, to create a race entirely distinct from the witches and demons. Nuwa pondered softly, as her thoughts flowed. An abundance of innate spiritual energy filled the valley. Suddenly, her form quivered. radiating an enigmatic and profound transformative light. The primordial purple energy pulsated vigorously, intertwining countless principles and truths. Transformation, transformation. My path is transformation, and life is the greatest transformation. Nuwa's eyes sparkled ever more brightly. Thus, do I aspire to forge an entirely new species, embodying transformation itself. With a gentle motion, Nuwa grasped the yellow clay from the pond within the valley, forming a clay figure with a serpent's tail and a human's body. Infusing it with the breath of transformation. The figure animated momentarily, yet before Nuwa could savor her success, it swiftly faded into dullness. Is it futile? Nuwa furrowed her delicate brow. The primordial unity, the two forms. The three talents, the four images, and the five elements. Are these not the essence of transformation? As she beheld her own innate form reflected in the pond, Nuwa contemplated deeply. The primordial purple energy within her essence trembled more violently. She understood that she was on the right path. Once more, she crafted another clay figure resembling her own. This one at least exhibited some vitality for a brief while, yet ultimately met with failure once again. Gazing at the remnants scattered around her, Nuwa felt a surge of impatience. How can this be impossible? It must be guided from beyond. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed, interrupting Nuwa's reverie. Startled, she quickly reined in her thoughts. With a sweep of divine light, she exhaled in relief. It was Zhen Yuanzi. Although they shared no deep bond, neither was there animosity between them. His presence brought her a sense of ease. Zhen Yuanzi, with a gentle demeanor, greeted her warmly before inquiring with a smile. I observe you wear a troubled expression, dear friend. Is there a matter weighing on your mind? Nuwa, cautious, responded. How did you find your way here? Deftly diverting the topic. Zhen Yuanzi smiled faintly. While in seclusion at Wuzhuang Temple, a whim struck me. I calculated and discovered several treasures that resonate with you. With this, I could also accrue merit. Thus, I have brought them for you. Nuwa fell silent, yet her heart raced with anticipation. Chapter 71. Nuwa becomes a sage. Nuwa contemplated for a moment, noting that Zhen Yuanzi remained silent with a smile. Reluctantly, she spoke. Please, do not hesitate to articulate your thoughts. If there are any other conditions, I shall comply as long as they are within my capabilities. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes gleamed slightly. Are you perhaps wishing to create an entirely new race, to intertwine the path of transformation with the attainment of merit? Nuwa nodded subtly, unperturbed that Zhen Yuanzi grasped her path to enlightenment. Having observed for so long, though you know the origin of this merit? She inquired. I have only sensed a great merit looming in the unseen. Yet the specifics elude me. Nuwa expressed her confusion. Though you possess knowledge of it. Once, the great Panga opened the heavens and the earth. From the Tao arose the one birthed the two. The two gave rise to the three, and the three spawned all beings. The one represents heaven, the two signify earth, and the three denote humanity. Now that heaven and earth are divided and clarity is established. Yet the path of humanity remains absent. Zhen Yuanzi paused momentarily before continuing. The race you aspire to create is one that can embody the human path. Nuwa's phoenix eyes sparkled, her primordial purple energy radiating unprecedented brilliance. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly. However, a race capable of embodying the human path cannot be fashioned merely from mundane earth and water. Therefore, what you lack are the three light divine waters and the nine heavens essence soil. Nuwa's gaze sharpened. The nine heavens essence soil? Did you foresee my path to enlightenment that day? She queried suspiciously. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head gently. You jest, my lady. At that time, my cultivation was still in its infancy. How could I have foreseen today's events? Nuwa silently nodded, uncertain of her belief in his words. Yet, for Zhen Yuanzi, this uncertainty held little significance. He gradually retrieved the nine heavens essence soil and three light divine waters from his transformative gourd. Smiling as he offered, these two items I can bestow upon you, but you must agree to one condition. Nuwa frowned. But this matter must not exceed my capabilities, agreed. Zhen Yuanzi beamed. When the time comes, simply cast your vote. It is hardly beyond your means. With joy, Nuwa accepted the nine heavens essence soil and the three light divine waters, preparing to explore the creation of sentient beings once more. Mixing the three light divine waters with the nine heavens essence soil to form clay, she took a deep breath, her expression solemn as she began to mold a clay figure. Zhen Yuanzi also focused intently, observing closely. In but a moment, Nuwa completed a clay figure. As soon as it took shape, the primordial purple energy within her essence surged forth, emanating a rich transformative radiance, amidst the resounding symphony of myriad paths. The essence enveloped the surroundings. When the transformative light touched the clay figure in Nuwa's hands, an aura of profound mystery emanated naturally. Soon, a being emerged, bewildered yet inherently endowed with the innate Tao body. Nuwa's heart soared with delight. Is it truly so? She redoubled her efforts in crafting more clay figures. In her contemplation, she realized, the solitary yang does not give rise, nor does the solitary yin endure. After some reflection, she also fashioned a few figures embodying the innate essence of yin. Gradually, the number of beings increased upon the ground. Though they had just come into existence, their eyes were filled with innocence. Recognizing the magnificent presence before them as their creator, one by one, they bowed before Nuwa, brimming with sincerity. Joy illuminated Nuwa's countenance, her aura growing ever stronger, mysterious and profound. She radiated light, illuminating the 10 directions and myriad realms. Yet, as she continued to mold figures and attune herself to the primordial purple energy, fatigue began to seep into her essence. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi unexpectedly extended a gourd vine towards her. Nuwa's expression darkened. If she were to claim that Zhen Yuanzi had no ulterior motives, she would not believe it. However, now was not the time for such inquiries. Achieving enlightenment was paramount. Accepting the primordial gourd vine, she felt a spark of inspiration. Mixing the 3 light divine waters and the 9 heavens essence soil into the muddy pond, she then added her own blood to replenish the laws of transformation. With the primordial gourd vine, she stirred the waters, and with a gentle flick, boundless mysterious light erupted, the laws of transformation resonating. A multitude of beings with diverse expressions and appearances emerged. Nuwa, undeterred, continued to shape the clay. And thus, one being after another was created. The valley became increasingly populated by these newly formed entities. It was not until the creation of the 129,600th being, completing the unity of the primordial essence, that Nuwa finally paused. At this moment, the primordial purple energy had fully merged with her essence, revealing myriad principles of the Tao and the rules of heaven and earth before her, as if the universe held no secrets from her. Let us give thanks to the Holy Mother, for she has bestowed upon us the gift of creation, exclaimed the beings formed within the valley, their faces filled with gratitude as they bowed repeatedly before Nuwa. Rise, Nuwa gently commanded, her gaze filled with compassion as she regarded her creations. You, who embody the path of the 3 talents, shall henceforth be known as humanity. From that moment forth, they were recognized as the human race. Obedient to the decree of the Holy Mother, people, in the valley, the human race rejoices with unparalleled joy. The excited shouts echo throughout the Unzao mountain, and then spread across the vast expanse of the primordial continent. Akin to the very first sound of creation, countless mighty beings of the human race awaken from their secluded meditations, and upon calculation, they find the heavenly secrets to be exceedingly chaotic. Boom. The heavens and earth resonate. The laws manifest, and an overwhelming aura emerges from the horizon. The universe shifts, the heavens and earth turn upside down, and the sound of creation lingers in the air. Then, an immense golden light of virtue gathers from the 9th heaven, crashing down onto the Unzao mountain. This is the merit of creation, a reward for the convergence of the 3 talents of heaven and earth, and the manifestation of the human path. Countless mighty beings gaze at the boundless merit filling the sky. Their hearts filled with uncertainty. It is simply too great. As virtue descends from the heavens, the infinite Tao responds, with 80% of it falling upon the revered Nuwa, 1% entering the bodies of those present, half entering the primal gourd vine, while the remaining half soars towards Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi watches the heavenly virtue flying towards him with a faint smile, collecting it in his sleeve, awaiting the future. As the immeasurable virtue enters Nuwa's body, the primordial purple aura immediately merges with her primordial spirit. Nuwa ascends, an abundance of light radiating from her being. Boom. An overwhelming aura suddenly sweeps across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Throughout the realm, countless cultivators prostrate themselves under this tremendous pressure. Zhen Yuanzi stirs slightly, feeling a weight upon him, Yet it does not hinder him. The purple aura stretches eastward for 30,000 miles, and the Tao sounds resonate for 900 years. From the ninth heaven, countless golden flowers descend, celestial melodies wafting through the air, and auspicious colors fill the sky. Dragons soar and phoenixes dance, colors shining brilliantly, and numerous extraordinary phenomena manifest. Then, golden lotuses erupt from the earth, myriad celestial lights illuminating the scene, as the Tao of creation reveals itself. Nuwa, adorned in divine splendor, stands amidst the chaos, her aura enveloping her. She stands above the firmament, her divine sounds echoing throughout the entire primordial world. I, Nuwa, have now attained sainthood and shall open the Taizu heaven within the chaos, imparting teachings for 3,000 years. All who are fated may come to listen. Nuwa has become a saint. The myriad beings scarcely have time to ponder. They find themselves involuntarily kneeling in reverence. We pay our respects to the saint, to the Supreme Mother Nuwa, the Empress of the Primordial Chaos. Chapter 72. Reactions. Kunlun Mountain. The expression of Yuanzi Tianzun grows solemn. Tai Shang Lao Zi's eyelids twitch slightly. Tong Tian Dao Ren appears eager. The three pure ones, witnessing Nuwa's attainment of sainthood, find themselves unable to calm their hearts for a long time. After a prolonged silence, Lao Zi lets out a faint sigh, a hint of bitterness in his smile. Alas, who would have thought that it would be Sister Nuwa who attained sainthood first? Yuanzi Tianzun furrows his brow slightly. Elder brother, now that Sister Nuwa has attained sainthood, what of the demon race? Lao Zi's eyelids flicker, understanding Yuanzi's unspoken words. If they fail to attain sainthood by the time of the Witch-Demon Triad Assembly, then this realm would belong to the demon race. Tong Tian Daoren raises his sword-like brows, the Qing Ping sword ringing in his hand. Brothers, since Sister Nuwa has attained sainthood, how can we, the three pure ones, fall behind? In the upcoming Yuan Assembly, we must surely attain sainthood. Yuanzi Daoren rarely exhibits a smile. What my junior brother says is correct. We, the true lineage of Pangu, cannot allow others to take the lead. Lao Zi nods slightly. This matter has become a foregone conclusion, but the future is not beyond our control. A thoughtful expression crosses Lao Zi's eyes. Zhen Yuanzi has just been at the edge of Unzao Mountain. Could there be a connection between Nuwa's attainment of sainthood and Zhen Yuanzi? Gazing in the direction of Wanshou Mountain, Lao Zi's expression becomes inscrutable. It seems the Taoist also needs to visit Wanshou Mountain. At the foot of Mount Sumeru, beneath the Bodhi tree, Jane and Yuanzi sit cross-legged. The eight treasures mysterious tree transforms into myriad scenes. Jane gazes at Unzao Mountain, remaining silent for a long time. His face growing increasingly bitter. Junior brother, the East is truly filled with talents, a land of prodigies. Yuanzi Daoren, however, is not as anxious as Jane, smiling as he plucks a flower. Elder brother, the three on Kunlun Mountain always pride themselves on being the true lineage of Pangu. Striving to outdo others, we need not hurry. They should be the ones feeling anxious. Jane nods slightly, his expression contemplative. I in the heavenly realm, at the Sun Palace, my sister has attained sainthood. Fushi abruptly rises, overwhelmed with joy. I never expected that Nuwa would truly attain sainthood during her journey through the primordial world. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Shi Huang. In the hall, countless great demons bow in reverence. Nuwa is the empress of the demon race. Now that she has attained sainthood, does that not mean they have their own saint? How could the witch race possibly compete with them? Thus, the myriad demons sincerely congratulate her, feeling a sense of belonging. If the demon race could genuinely become the overlords of the heavens and earth, those present are all esteemed elders and ministers. Dijun's face is filled with delight, seemingly genuinely pleased for Nuwa's accomplishment. Yet, within the depths of his eyes, a shadow lurks. Gazing at the jubilant demon populace below, a chill rises in his heart. To whom does this heavenly court truly belong? Nuwa, or me, Dijun? By Zhe, with a feather fan in hand. Discreetly glances at Dijun, fanning faster and faster. Iti the Panga shrine. Dijiang observes the strange phenomena rising from Unzao Mountain, his heart sinking heavily. They have already experienced the might of Hong Jun Dao Zhu and know the power of a saint. Even though Nuwa has just attained sainthood, far inferior to Hong Jun, she is not someone they can contend with. Zhu Juyin, however, smiles lightly. Elder brother, there is no need for alarm. Those who do not wish to see the demon race dominate the primordial world are not limited to our witch race. Those several individuals are also watching. Although they have not yet attained sainthood, they are destined to become saints. Would they truly welcome a hegemon in the primordial world? Zhu Jiuyin sees everything clearly. Thus, before the saints return to their positions, he seeks to determine the victor against the demon race. He knows that once a saint appears, the situation of the heavens and earth will undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation. However, we must also strive harder. If the witch race remains without a saint, Zhu Jiuyin's words trail off, but the 12 ancestors of the witch already understand. When that time comes, the extermination of the witch race will not be far off. At the North Sea Palace, Kuanping's eyes gleam with ecstasy upon witnessing Nuwa's attainment of sainthood. This is his only opportunity. Considering Nuwa's standing, even if matters arise, he would not dare to act recklessly against her. After all, the demon race has a saint backing them. Kuanping's dark green eyes glimmer, as a wisp of ghostly light flies towards the blood sea. The fire cloud cave. Hongyun Laozu, upon hearing of Nuwa's sainthood, experiences an internal struggle, yet recalling his conversation with Zhen Yuanzi, he steels himself, glancing at the North Sea Palace, and flies straight towards the outer heavens. He wishes to listen to the teachings of the Empress, to provide certain individuals with an opportunity. Unzao Mountain. Nuwa feels the immense power within her. This is an unprecedented strength. Below the saint, all are but ants. Today, I truly understand the value of a saint. Nuwa's body radiates the mysterious light of creation as she nods slightly to Zhen Yuanzi. This time, I thank you, my friend. Zhen Yuanzi does not dare to be negligent. Their statuses have changed. He bows respectfully. Your Majesty is too kind. Nuwa glances at the emerald green whip in her hand. This whip is the whip of creation. It rightfully belongs to its master. Please take it, my friend. Zhen Yuanzi accepts the whip of creation without hesitation, adding another treasure of virtue to his collection. Nuwa nods slightly and then turns her gaze towards the earnest and respectful human populace, her eyes flickering with helplessness and sorrow, her heart filled with complexity. From the moment she attained sainthood, she sensed that the presence of the human race before her seemed to obstruct the fortunes of the demon race. One side is the demon race. The other is the human race. Nuwa finds herself in a dilemma. So be it, in the end. I cannot bear to do so, my friend. I shall soon go to the outer heavens to establish a sanctuary. I hope you can take care of the human race. Zhen Yuanzi nods slightly. A portion of creation flies towards Wuzhuang Temple. Though my disciples are merely Deluo golden immortals, they will suffice to protect the human race. Nuwa's expression reveals gratitude. Were it not for her complex emotions, why would she require Zhen Yuanzi's assistance? Thus, I shall take my leave. Just as Nuwa is about to depart, a golden phoenix suddenly flies across the sky. Circling and dancing, exuding extraordinary auspiciousness, it lands directly at Nuwa's feet. The Phoenix clan has also aligned themselves. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes flash. Very well, from now on, you shall serve as my steed. Nuwa speaks calmly, then ascends upon the phoenix. Soaring towards the outer heavens. Chapter 73. Taizu Heaven. Nuwa, under the watchful eyes of countless powerful beings, flies straight into the chaos of the outer heavens. The entire primordial world erupts in fervor. As Nuwa opens the heavens within the chaos, if we could witness it, perhaps we could advance further along the path of Tao. Countless powerful beings felt a stirring in their hearts. Waves of mysterious transformative light rose from all corners of the primordial world. Zhen Yuanzi gazed at Nuwa as she departed from Mount Buzhou, and a long sigh of relief escaped his lips. His eyes fell upon a lone figure positioned at the rear of the human camp, and a gentle smile graced his face before he vanished into the void. When the myriad holy deities of the primordial realm gathered in the chaos, Nuwa had already been seated in meditation for quite some time. She congratulated herself on achieving the status of a primordial saint, now free from the ravages of time, living in eternal leisure. A subtle smile illuminated Nuwa's face, causing the heavens and earth to dim in comparison. Thank you, my fellow Taoists. Since you have all arrived, I shall commence the creation of the heavens. With a slight motion from Nuwa, the chaos trembled. An overwhelming and majestic aura surged forth, akin to the waves of the ocean crashing against the shore. The chaos itself transformed into a specific domain. Countless chaotic energies surged like tidal waves, stirring a tempest that spread outward. Nuwa stood at the heart of this chaos, enveloped in the aura of creation. "Open!" she proclaimed with a powerful voice. Amidst the resounding roars, the red embroidered ball in her hand shattered the chaos, summoning earth, water, fire, and wind. The sound of thunder echoed as creation unfolded, destruction intertwined with the essence of life. With a grave expression, Nuwa stepped forward, revealing her saintly form, surrounded by myriad paths of truth, pure and sacred. Observing the chaos that continued to collapse and explode, she waved a hand, returning the chaotic storm to the void. With another gesture, the light of creation illuminated the vast expanse, splitting the chaos in two, giving rise to the five elements and the duality of yin and yang. Nuwa nodded slightly at this sight. Unfurling the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the river and mountains chart, resonating with the sounds of the Tao and adorned with golden flowers of creation. The forces of earth, water, fire, and wind were instantly stilled. Massive mountains, lakes, and rivers crash-landed into the realms of existence. As the light of creation danced, creatures of the air and land, as well as spirits of flora, adorned the nascent world, with the first sound of creation echoing forth. A new era began, and all things were renewed. The five elements and the 8 trigrams manifested in the great cosmos. Subsequently, the newly formed world naturally merged with the primordial realm, gradually operating as it absorbed boundless chaotic energies, transforming them into spiritual essence to infuse the primordial world. The holy deities were deeply shaken. Even though they understood the might of the saints, witnessing the creation of a vast universe with a mere gesture filled them with awe. Zhen Yuanzi felt the essence of the Tai Su heaven crafted by Nuwa and sighed inwardly. There was no comparison. The spiritual realm opened by his flawed chaos pearl paled in comparison to the perfection of the Tai Su heaven. Nuwa gazed at the newly birthed world with a gentle smile, examining it carefully for a moment before retrieving a palace to place above the 9 heavens, suppressing myriad paths. She named it the Nuwa Palace. It was only then that Nuwa turned to the assembled holy deities with a smile. "Dear friends, please enter." Within the Nuwa Palace, she expounded upon the Tao for 3,000 years. This was not only to forge good relations with all but also to reflect upon her past journey, an opportunity to revisit and renew her understanding. While this lecture held little benefit for top-tier beings like the 3 Purities and Zhen Yuanzi, it was a rare opportunity for many great Luo Golden Immortals. After 3,000 years of teachings, Emperor Jun bowed slightly to Nuwa. "Might I inquire how one achieves sainthood?" Nuwa sighed softly. "I attained sainthood through the creation of humanity." The eyes of countless powerful beings sparkled with enlightenment. They resolved to seek out a few human samples for research upon returning to the primordial realm. Nuwa's cold snort pierced the air. "Humanity was created by me, and I am revered as the holy mother of humanity. Within the Yuan Hui, no one above the quasi-saint realm is permitted to act against humanity." As the saints' anger stirred the heavens, the Nuwa Palace erupted with thunder. The celestial beings finally reigned in their ambitions, but among the great Luo Golden Immortals, desire still flickered, though they had yet to attain the quasi-saint status. The uniqueness of humanity might hold unforeseen opportunities. A cold glint flashed in Nuwa's eyes. Mount Buzhou is not a place you may approach or depart from at will. Once the teachings concluded, the myriad powerful beings took their leave one by one, except for Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai, who lingered until the end. Emperor Jun bowed slightly, earnestly beseeching Nuwa to eradicate the Wu tribe. Nuwa offered a faint smile tinged with sorrow. "The fates have been determined. The conflict between the Wu and the Yao does not permit saints to intervene directly. Otherwise, I fear I would be summoned to face my teacher in the Purple Cloud Palace." A glint of cold light flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes. He could not discern the truth of Nuwa's words, yet it was evident that persuading her to take action in the Wu Yao war was futile. Thus, he resolved to acquire the primordial purple energy himself. The Yao clan departed from the Nuwa Palace, disheartened, as the unfolding events diverged from their expectations. Nuwa watched the vanishing figure of Fushi, her gaze resolute. "Elder brother, I shall ensure your safety." Upon exiting the Tai Su Heaven Nuwa Palace, Hongyun deliberately separated from the group of Wuzhuangguanda. As anticipated, he sensed someone following him closely. At the foot of a divine mountain, Hongyun was in the midst of harvesting a spiritual herb when the sky suddenly turned pitch black. Looking up, he beheld a colossal rock spreading its wings across the horizon, obscuring the sun. "Ha ha, Hongyun, at last," I have awaited this opportunity. A voice thundered amidst the storm, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The immense Kuanping manifestation boomed, shaking the heavens. Hong Yun's countenance darkened. Kuanping, I bear no grudge against you. Why do you seek to ensnare me? No grudge? Ha ha, what a splendid jest. The Kuanping's voice was sharp with fury. The primordial purple energy was rightfully mine, yet you have taken it from me. How dare you claim there is no enmity between us? The Kuanping suddenly turned its gaze toward the void, surprised to see Taoist Mingi arriving. Then let us join forces. The secrets of heaven may conceal, but they cannot hide from Zhen Yuanzi for long. In the next moment, as shock washed over Hong Yun's face, boundless malevolent energy trembled through the cosmos. A blood-robed Taoist sat atop a 12-petal scarlet lotus, grinning maliciously at Hong Yun. Heh heh, I have awaited this moment for far too long. With the sound of clashing steel, a torrent of blood-colored sword energy surged throughout the universe, eroding myriad paths, spreading toward the heavens. Time and space appeared stained with crimson. The swords Yuanzi and Ubi glowed fiercely, weaving through the air like two great dragons, lunging toward Hong Yun. With a resounding crash, the swords unleashed their ferocity, blood-light cascading down like an endless tide, as if the world itself was being extinguished. The universe returning to the void, portraying a scene of finality. Kill, kill, kill. Hong Yun's face twitched violently, despair filling his heart.